Okay, I think we're live.
All right, we'll give it a second to buffer up just in case somebody doesn't know what they're doing.
Come join us, Barrick. We're live.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome everybody to our Summer Telethon Part 1.
I can't see my face. Where is it?
I know, we've
Can you
lost
move
our
it over?
window to see ourselves. Well, they're down there in the little corner. But in any case, thank you all for joining us. We're going to be with you here for the next 12, count them, 12 hours. And we like to start every day like we always do with a big thank you to all of you in our community who support us, allow us to make this game live in the world alongside us. Give us plenty of feedback as to how to make the best game possible, and hopefully to make the best game possible for you. But I think you had some opening thoughts you wanted to share, didn't you?
You said them all. No, actually I do.
Please.
Just want to say thank you as well. The community, it's unbelievable, this community. I've never been a part of such a great community as this one. And it is so exciting when we get to these telethons, because it's not just about, making sure the project can move forward and getting the community's help there, but working with the community. We have deep dives all over the place to give you guys the latest information on what's going on with the game. We're going to have all sorts of developers in throughout the 12 hours. We have a 6 o'clock community hour exclusive for you guys. We're going to be talking about things like what are the latest community events going on. In fact, I have some on here. If you're just tuning in.
Do they know the general schedule?
The general schedule is posted on the front page of the website. We actually have a live stream link there as well. So if you go right to shroudoftheavatar.com, though if you're watching this, presumably, obviously you're already on the live stream, but you can go to the front page and there'll be a link to some of the basic information, like what is expiring at the end of the day today.
Very important.
We have expiring items. We have things like, where are those? Ornate black leather aeronaut helmet pattern pack, black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit pattern pack. There is at least a dozen of these things, including a hot air balloon, my personal favorite. So a lot of good stuff. Check that out on the website. All the details are there on not only what's expiring at the end of the day, what sales are going on right now for the summer sale, which ends at the end of the day today, and also all of the schedule hourly updates. We're going to be giving away prizes every hour. We're going to have flash sales. We have our wonderful.
We have the Wheel of Doom.
Did you mention the stretch goals?
The stretch goals as well. So that's right. Yeah, the stretch goals. We've got /smoke virtue emote just to kick us off, get us started. That's a $10,000 level. So what this means basically is as we reach these stretch goal levels, how does that work? You purchase something in the game or on the add-on store of at least $5. Does not count if it's store credit. You have to contribute more than what you already have. If it's $5 or more, that contributes to our total for today. And these stretch goals are nice little,
rewards for the
group.
group.
Really cool in-game rewards that you get
for everyone who participates today. So
That's
for anyone who's given us $5 or more today, pardon me for jumping in.
Oh, no, absolutely.
But I'd love to discuss the list. So if today we raise $10,000 or more, every person who has contributed at least $5 on this day will get the /smoke virtue, or the little virtue symbol from your pipes that you already have, that most all of you think have, or could get if you don't have one yet.
Correct.
If we get to $25,000, we're going to have the balloons, a small cluster of balloons that you can hold in your hand like the umbrellas or other things, walk around, and they're actually black with a silver virtue symbol on them. If we get up to $35,000 today, there's a miner's helmet with a flame on top that will generate, I believe, a beamed area of light. If we get up to $50,000, we're going to do a flame pattern stained glass oil table lamp. Now I've seen that, so they may have already seen that too in development. I can't remember if that's been shown publicly. It has, I'm told. If we make it all the way up to $65,000, which would be a phenomenal day if we get there.
This one's my favorite.
Yes, exactly. One of my favorites too. We get the flame elemental statue, including flame effects, which would be fantastic.
Basically, anything with flames, my personal favorite.
And of course, if we make it to $80,000, which is a long stretch from here, but we believe it's possible, and we sure hope we can do that here with you all today. We'll be giving out the flame-shaped shield and scimitar. So,
and just a reminder, you only have to do $5, but
$5.
Please don't let that discourage you. If you want to pay for an entire stretch goal yourself, feel free. but $5 is all you need to do today.
Yeah, from now until the end of the telethon today. And by the way, on these stretch goals, on the front page of the website, we, I believe, have the screenshot, the image for the flame-shaped scimitar. I believe it's that one.
The scimitar?
What did I say?
Scimitar.
Yeah, it's scimitar, right?
Yeah.
You don't pronounce the C
Yeah.
in scimitar.
I don't think there's a debate on that. We can debate
It's like
melee.
Melee, melee.
We'll get into that later.
Potato.
Potato, yeah. So a couple other things I wanted to mention, schedule highlights. So we got a full schedule, deep dives and all that stuff that we mentioned, but we also have the winners of the trophy room contest. So after we're done babbling here about some introductions and things, which by the way, we should probably introduce ourselves. We also have.
Who are you?
Well, I'm a guy who types things on Twitter.
I do that too.
On
Are we the
Facebook.
same?
Yeah.
We're the same person?
We use the same account.
Okay.
So I'm the community manager. My name is Matthew Anderson. I go by Barrick in the forums. Most of you guys probably know me. And if you don't know me and you're wondering who the heck are we guys, we are the developers here at Portalarium for Shroud of the Avatar and what this telethon is all about today. And you are, sir.
I'm Richard Garriott, also known occasionally as Lord British, especially in the game. And you are?
And I am Chris Spears. I am a token in the game. Feel free to kill me anytime you see me.
In fact, I highly recommend that.
And they do a lot.
And you can try doing that with me, but if I've set my flags correctly, it should not be possible.
Speaking of that, we actually have, if you cheat or not, up to you guys, at 8 o'clock in the game, details on the calendar for the telethon here on the front page. For the boss fight, we plan an 8 o'clock to 8:30, possibly longer, in-game boss fight. Everybody is welcome to attend and help crash the server. Has not happened at all yet, so that would be amazing. But we're going to get a bunch of you guys into the game and have a little bit of fun with PvP and some bosses. Fighting the bosses to start with, probably a big, mad PvP bash shortly after that. So we have some people on camera as well, it looks like.
Oh, in fact, we have somebody very special on camera. In fact, you guys may notice, I'm sure you have noticed by now, and maybe you already know a little bit of this news if you follow our project in any detail, but there's a missing person around this table. Starlong, Dark Star himself, has been tragically, horribly, and I say that with a bit tongue-in-cheek, but it's actually straight up true. He's been incredibly gravely ill for the last couple of weeks, and but he is emerging out the backside of an illness that took him down so deeply that this is literally the first time I personally have seen his face in any way, shape, or form in 2 weeks. Is right here on screen. That is Starlong, Dark Star himself. Welcome back. How are you doing, Star?
Hi, hello everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm still in bed, so you can see the pillows behind me and my plethora of medicines and things like that. So, not quite dead yet, but not quite alive. But I'll be joining you guys for the first few hours for the Q&A, and I'm really, really, really proud of my team for carrying on without me these last couple of weeks while I've been ill. I have an amazing team. I'm very, very proud of them, and I'm really proud of this community. Like Matthew said at the top of the hour, this is just an incredible community. As you guys know, we are completely community funded, and it's without your generosity, we would not be here today. You guys would not be playing the game you're playing, and we would not be putting out yet 42 releases in a row like we have. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
And for those who don't know Star, he is an absolute workaholic, and missing even a day stresses him out. So you can imagine how he's feeling at this. Fortunately, from what his wife was telling us, he's been on drugs most of this time and pretty much unconscious. So he probably hasn't noticed it. Do you know how long you've been gone, Star? Is this like one of those things where you wake up and it's like, what? It's been how long?
The year is 2025.
What?
Yep, episode 3.
No.
Just about wrapping up.
Yeah, thanks everybody for the support of episode 3.
So thank you, community, for all your support as well and patience and all the questions that you have and, not getting them quite as immediately answered.
2 more people to introduce on the camera. With us, as always, is Mr. Lum. Lum, welcome yet again, Prizinator. How are you today? Any opening words?
No, I'm just obviously we're all glad to see Star. Very, very worried about him because we actually went through a release cycle and he wasn't there, and I don't think that's ever happened. So, but
And it was the best release ever.
Best release ever.
every release is the best release ever. But we also have prizes ready to give away whenever you're ready. You want to give away the first round now?
Sure, why not?
All right.
Prizes.
Prizes. So first we have 10. We have 10 kodos go to Scraps,
Yay,
and
scrap.
10 kodos go to Life Dragon.
Yay, Life
And
Dragon.
we have an ornate chain sword going to Arius and to Animander.
Nice, nice.
A cover art T-shirt or tank top, men's or women's choice of style from Relics by Rild, goes to Metalocalypse.
Nice.
And a ornate black leather aeronaut helmet pattern pack, which is expiring off the add-on store, goes to Peggy Hollisey.
Congrats, everybody.
Wow. Excellent prizonation there, sir.
Yeah.
Excellent prizonation.
For those who don't know what pattern packs are, they are packs of patterns, quite simply. But to extend that a little bit, so you're not like, what does that mean? That basically means we have all these items in the game, and we've made these pattern, these sets of pattern items that allow you to take a similar item. Say a scimitar, you love the scimitar that you see in the store. Did I say that?
Scimitar.
Why am I using scimitar?
The
Bludgeon
thing we should
hammer.
use it like Corpians and make a scimitar
With a
spelled
K.
like an
SK.
I'm gonna,
SK.
the community is with me on this. They're gonna go with what I'm saying. So
we'll see. We'll see.
like
We'll watch the Discord here,
Yeah,
and we'll
they're,
see.
Yeah.
they're laughing at you. It's okay though.
So basically, patterns are the ability to make a weapon that you have look like another weapon, but without the effects of that. What it looks like.
Without changing its
change.
function.
Yeah. So details are on the website for that. If you're curious, also real quick, if you're just joining us, thank you. This is going to be a fun 12 hours. We are live streaming through Twitch. We have primarily all of our chat with the community going on Discord, though. Discord link, if somebody in the community could please copy and paste that into the Twitch chat for everybody who's watching on Twitch. Hop over to Discord and make sure you're in there as well, because as you just saw, we are giving away prizes, and those are primarily picked from Discord. For questions, we have a whole bunch of questions from the community today for all of our deep dives. Thank you, community, for submitting those over the last several days. We also are accepting your live questions either on Discord or Twitch. So if you want to win prizes, just Discord, please. If you have a question, just go ahead and shout it out on Discord or Twitch. We have guys standing by from the community who are helping us with that today. They'll give you information on exactly who to at the name to so that a question is not missed. And speaking of the community, we should probably say, like, thanks to everybody who's helped us today.
Indeed.
So we've got man behind the scene. Why don't you introduce yourself? I don't know if
Can you turn the
switch your
camera around?
Yeah.
Probably can't.
There you go.
I don't need to. I can just.
Oh, you
Nice.
look at there. You can do it.
Yeah.
Third camera.
How's it going, everybody? This is Jack.
And you're from NBNN, right?
Yes.
Jack from NBNN,
Yes.
helping us here at the studio today. Thank you, Jack.
Had to represent the Hawaiian shirt. just
Oh, they're
because.
very nice. There you
Excellent.
go.
Excellent. Wishing we were all there.
Absolutely.
And we have also, besides Jack is heading
Behind the wall, through the wall behind you.
directly through the wall. We've got three guys, like I mentioned, ready to take your questions. They are monitoring Discord and Twitch. They're going to be helping out with some other things too. And to our right, we've got Winfield from Pack Slayer. Pack Slayer is a player-owned town in the game and community. And also Mad Hatter saying hi to us.
Yeah, say hi. Say hi with a three-fingered salute.
And we also have, besides those guys here at the studio, hey Winfield, we also have a bunch of community members who are standing by in the game called Hospitalers that are there to greet any new players that come into the game today, because our free trial is still going on today. And that's another thing that's ending at the end of the day today. So it's
Indeed.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Speaking of people being in the game, I realized I logged into the game just before coming in here, so my
Yeah.
character is just standing there in the overworld
So
right
if
now.
you
If you find Lord British
what-
in the game,
there's your
pay no
chance to
attention.
take-
I'm /AFK at the moment.
Pickpocket them.
So let's see, what else we got here? Again, thanks community for making everything possible. We have community events in the game as well that are kicking off. Real quick for that news, Ordinus Mortis, player-owned town, there is a party in Ordinus Mortis in-game on the city lot owned by Minerva, just above the docks. So if you can find Minerva in the game, She will be kicking off a party at 6 o'clock during our community hour. There may be things going on throughout the 12 hours in New Britannia, so go ahead and explore the game while you're watching this live stream. We also have Strikers Happy Hour at the Filthy Steak at 8 o'clock. That's a weekly Wednesday thing. And also Algarian's Roleplay PvP event, Treasure Hunt, all day in Collie player-owned town. And then a couple of mentions real quick here. Thexidor Markham, thank you Thexidor. He has a big Airy Fund announcement a little bit later this week, so watch for that. Also at 5:30, I think I may have missed this, right before the community hour, we have the OMBEs and Royal Warrants to give away.
Indeed.
And you'll be...
I will be involved in
here for
that.
Excellent.
To be sure.
We've got some people that are going to be receiving the awards coming on stream. There's the examples right there. And so they're going to be very excited to see that. Also, as always, Jack, you again, thanks to MBNN for helping and covering the event. Marky Dragon's going to be, I think he already was live streaming earlier today as a pre-show to this. Marky Dragon on Twitch. And a bunch of other stuff, including one last thing before we maybe spin the wheel. SodaCon is coming up on October 13th to 15th. SodaCon is an event by the community here in Austin. We're going to be giving tours to the community that comes to SodaCon of Portalarium. That's going to be amazing. So check out if anybody in the community can share the link on Discord and Twitch. It's also in the forums and on the website, SodaCon. Details for that in-person event. It's going to be very exciting. You're going to be there. Possibly.
I will be there.
I'm going to be there. Chris, you'll probably be there.
I'll be there.
So
all right, so yeah, let's get a couple of spins. I see we were told to spin the wheel twice. Let's get a few things on sale for everybody.
And you'll notice we have the, do we want to show off the things on the wheels? We got the Lord British sign. If that one hits and
it's
LB
Lord
gets
British's
the
choice.
We got emotes, we got dyes, we got greenhouses, wells, fountains, games, gustball court, headwear and mask, pavers, fences, walls.
2 more
In
spins if
honor
we get
of
chaos.
The fallen chaos board there. 2 spins. Basements, trees, row houses, signs, pets, and music. Here we go.
All right, give it a spin.
Oh!
I got 3 things on
nailed it.
sale straight off the top. Chaos rules today.
3 rolls. 3 spins.
So now a total of 3. Games and gustball courts.
Nice.
The games and the gustball courts.
Next 2.
Oh, just...
Now we still have 3 spins to go.
We should wipe that one
Early
off
birds are
the
going to
way.
get the sales.
I think
Early
there's-
birds are going to get the
Okay,
sales.
we got a weight problem
Okay.
here.
Now erase that one off the board.
I think now that I
Okay.
recall Star had mentioned a weight problem.
Okay, yes, there we go. So there we go. So that's we're now 4 more spins. A bunch of stuff's going on sale here for the first hour.
Okay, trying this again.
If we get games and gustball court again, that's wiped, so we'll spin it again. Ooh.
Dies.
All right,
3 more to go.
let's be good to kick it off right.
Trees, if they were ready. They weren't quite ready with the tree packages. Trees
Let's skip that. What is that?
and
Greenhouses.
greenhouses, wells, and fountains.
Is there one
Trees.
One more, yeah, because we're...
Trees were before that. Did you get the trees? Did you get trees? Yeah, and I think that's it. Is that all, or we have one more?
I think we're shopping.
I think we're, yeah.
I'm getting. I'll try.
Okay.
One more time. We'll do.
All right.
I forget when we erased it.
Oh,
Games and
that's
gustball
right.
courts. So we got it. We're set.
Okay,
We're done with
alright.
that. All right.
Erase those.
Very good.
Those
So
and those are not all that's going to be
We're all
on
done.
the wheel as well. We've got a list beyond what you just see on the wheel.
we'll add them back.
Yeah.
We'll be adding other things back onto the wheel. But anyway, there you go. So the early birds, you have 4 categories of stuff on sale. I hope that gets us started. And by the way, as you guys are putting in your $5 or more to participate in all of today's stretch goals, when we get multiples of $2,500, I think they're going to put up a sign on the door,
Close it.
and they will let us know if we've made those multiples. And if they do, we will perform for you. Every $2,500, we in this room will either have a drink, or we will sing you a song, or we will do a dance for you.
We weren't going to do dancing and singing, but these guys really do good. Just close your eyes and imagine.
Yeah, yeah. Really does good. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I
This
see
is
we-
some new interpretation of really good.
we've got Kurt, Murray, Rada, Solazur. Welcome everybody into the chat. We see comments about the wheel, possibly getting a new one. That is a good suggestion, perhaps.
Yeah.
We also
100,000 stretch goal.
there is one person on the stream right now that we have not actually popped over to. And
Oh, yes.
Does he look like he's ready? Is he working on art or is he? He's
No,
not
he's
working
not
on.
ready.
He's not ready yet.
All right. I'm gonna go check in on him. We're gonna give away the trophy room contest. Well, there he is.
Oh, there he's coming back.
Oh, he uses his camera too. Wow.
And we can see the top half of his head, Fletcher. We can see the top half of your head. You want to turn your camera downward a little bit just so we can see you.
Hi,
There
Fletch.
you go. Hey, there's Fletcher.
Hello.
With Kevin in the background there, and maybe a little bit of Bob in the corner.
So what do you do, Fletcher?
I make pretty things.
Excellent. Can we see some of those things?
Yeah, here, give me a second. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, let's see. We're on live right now.
Indeed, we are.
There we go. Oh, what's that?
It's very
So
red and
right
green.
now, let me pull up the concept. Right now, I'm working on female variations of the elven armors. So I had drawn up a couple concepts. This is the mage, the female version of the elven mage. And then the other day, I had just completed the archer. So I got some kind of cool foresty, elven archer gear that I had made the other day. So yeah, I'm just working on a series of female versions of the elven armors.
So you'll be working on that all
Well,
day. We'll
not
check
just
back
that.
in with you.
I'm sorry?
Not just the elven armors, it's the elves themselves.
Yeah, exactly. 'Cause, like, these are going to be applied to the actual elf NPCs as well. I was just working on the player wearables for
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
But yeah,
All right. Well, thanks, Fletcher. Keep going on that. Looks really awesome. We'll check back in from time to time. We'll check back in with Fletcher about every hour or so, maybe sooner, to see what he's up to on those. Thanks, Fletcher.
mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we are up to, if we're done with our preambles, we are up to the trophy room contest winners.
Winners. All right. So we'd like to. Last time we had winners on the telethon. The last telethon, we just named them, and that's okay. But we'd like to actually see if we can show you a couple of screenshots real quick. We'll start with some of the honorable mentions. Do you have the doc with those links ready to go? It's in the Chrome window. You can go ahead and share it. Yeah, you can share that. We'll go from bottom to the top. We'll start with honorable mentions. There were so many. There were over 30 entries into this contest, and all of them had a unique way of decorating their trophy rooms. I just continually impressed. In fact, last time we had a winner in another contest that decorated their entire basement full of skulls. I was like, holy crap, that's so awesome. And we had one kind of similar to that this time as well that actually won something. So who do we have first? Why don't you let us know who you're clicking on here?
I'm bringing it up right now. The first one is going to be, if I can actually.
You'll have to share the whole window, I think.
There we go.
But they can see this person, so
They can see the image on their screen, and the first one is going to be Daden Drock.
okay, that Daendrock, hopefully we pronounced your name right. Congrats, you are actually the first place winner. We're going in reverse.
Wow!
reverse. So
Bravo!
there
Bravo!
you go.
Bravo! Bravo!
All
Amazing.
planned.
Whoops.
No, that's totally cool. It really doesn't matter. First place winner, congrats, Drock. With this contest, we asked everybody to submit your work in progress leading up to the trophy room that you designed. So you see here,
Wow.
the trophy room. Unbelievable on how he decorated. I don't know if there was help on this, but it just amazing on the you won the contest because you had a nice spread of the trophies, a nice decorated room, the other screenshots leading up to getting those trophies, because the trophies are not just, oh, I can just get one. You have to go out and hunt in many cases. You have to go out and kill other players to get skulls, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of work leading up to getting these trophies.
I agree. And by the way, I saw a number of the ones in progress. I didn't see this one's final form, and that is spectacular, really spectacular.
All right, thanks to Andre. Let's just go down the list.
Okay, so second place. As soon as I
You can just close probably that window and go back to the.
cut and paste.
All right, there we go.
Is going to be Asseltine.
Asseltine,
Or
Acceltine. I think Acceltine. I don't know how they pronounce it, but you are second place winner. Congrats, and you won second place because, like I just mentioned a second ago, nice decoration, full on all sorts of different trophies, and as we'll see in a minute here, a very special second part of the trophy room. Look at that! Isn't that amazing? Look at all those skulls. I bet you those are all Lord British's skulls.
I'll bet
they're
not.
Yeah,
Since I would have to be dead for every skull collected.
and those are different types, I believe, anyway. But it's just unbelievable. Look at the storage of the skulls. This is a skull room, I guess you'd call it. And we had a couple of screenshots of his weapons and other items. You can now place, by the way, weapons, armor, things like that, in your house, and there are holders for that. There are shelves that you can place on the walls. You can place them right on the walls now. So a lot of opportunities to decorate, and that's why we wanted to have the trophy room contest. All right. Now,
By the way, they're saying that those are store-bought skulls, so we owe him an even bigger thank you because he's supporting the project.
okay.
Excellent.
Well, there we go. All taken into account. So now we have. They're both kind of on the same playing field, third and fourth place. Third place being Treponin. All right, congrats for the runner-up, as we'll call it, Treponin. Here we had some help. We had more presence from the community, working hard, crafting, then placing all the trophies in the room and having some community members celebrate that. Look at the alligators and maybe actually I think crocodiles. I get those too confused.
You do.
And the troll heads and fish and bears. Oh my.
And bunnies.
And bunnies. Can't
Lots of
forget
bunnies.
those. And the dragon head. We made some adjustment on the size of those, so
Jackalope. We need a jackalope.
yeah, that's a good idea. Very nicely done. Very well presented. All of these, as you can see, are listed in the submission thread for the contest in the forums. If you wish to check them out in detail, visit them in game. All of them are still, I presume, decorated and accessible in game. Next,
The final one is going to be Frost 2.
Frost 2. This one was interesting because it had a very, again, a nice spread, nice decoration, taking into account a lot of different angles on how the trophies are placed. A lot of community attendance, not here, but I think, yep, right there. So very nice, possibly guild, I think, but a gathering of players. And just overall, also a nice story. So we asked everybody to submit a little bit about these screenshots and what they meant to the submitter. So congrats to all four of those. We also had a few honorable mentions. I don't know how we're doing on time here. We're doing okay. So we'll go through the few honorable mentions. The next one up being,
That's going to be
I think my phone is buzzing.
Caballero.
With the Hall of Hammers. This was impressive just because, well, I'm a fan of hammers. And he decorated quite thoroughly all of the room with hammers.
Nice. Is this the same Caballero who also does a lot of streaming?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Caballero has been a very active streamer. We notice everybody who streams, if you're streaming right now, thank you. If you want to be noticed and mentioned on us to retweet your stream, we do notice everybody who streams and appreciate it.
Then we also have Obsidian Tempest.
I think we've got, okay, let's do these two, but I have an announcement here of coming in, a special announcement we'll do right after this.
Yes, after
Okay.
get through this list first.
Obsidian Tempest, what do we got here? A map apparently to his place. It looks like some of the screenshots are loading a little slow.
Not loading.
If you're interested in checking out, go to the forums. We'll skip over that one. Obsidian Tempest was an honorable mention because he had, again, a nice setup, very thorough on a bunch of other helpers helping with it, and a video included too. So, and a little bonus there. And then finally,
Is going to be
Rudyard 2. Apologies again if I mispronounced that. Now here we had what I thought was quite interesting. After they're exploring out into the frostly wasteland,
Mm-hmm.
looking at
Nice.
a nice deer head, I think, over there. And yep, there we go. Taking down the deer, getting the head, gathering other trophies, crafting them, whole process there, and then eventually, there we go, placing them into their nice little cozy home. So it was a very cozy home. They had a nice flower setup on a garden and flowers, as you can see, on a stage. So it had a little bit of a different zest than we saw with the other entries. So there we have it.
Beautiful.
Thank
Bravo,
you, everybody.
Bravo.
There we are. Presumably Rudy are dancing. Everybody else that submitted, we really appreciate it. I want to give away something for everybody at one of these points because they're just so impressive. So,
You know what this makes me think about? I'm just thinking brainstorming out loud. We've actually said this before. This is not. It's not only not a half-baked plan. There's no plan, but it's just an idea. These places that people have decorated in, not only this, but like our Halloween contest, etc. Not only do I think we ought to eventually make a, Better Homes and Gardens yard sign or something that says I've been in one of these winners that you can place, but it'd be nice to eventually get like some way to take the tour and see them all. Print a book or something of all.
Well, we have SodaMap is working on some ways to connect towns and connect houses so that you can kind of go down a list of, here's all the guild houses in New Britannia, that sort of thing.
Right.
So
some of the decorating contest winners would be nice to create a list of, just so people can go visit them.
There is that.
At least I know I would like to go visit them. So.
Speaking of the winners, we're not just saying winners because yay winners. They also do get some store credit, and we are working on a custom title for the winners as well.
Great.
The name of that title is still to be determined, but we have gotten community feedback from the community on what that should be. So
Great.
Thank you again.
All right. Well, I think we are up to. We're up to that. We're up to that. We are up to putting our first numbers on the board. So hang on just a moment. Give me a pen there. Thank you very kindly. So we've begun to move the needle. $2,500. So we are
1/4 of the way to the first stretch goal.
All right. Stretch goal 1 is in sight. Pardon me. I'm gonna join.
Some of this.
Sure, I don't know
take
what
your
that
pick.
is. Yeah.
It's
Can you mix liquor? Can I go to that?
oh
one?
yeah, no, that's really good for you.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
All
They
right.
have different vitamins. It's all good.
Oh, that's fine.
Cheers.
Thank you, community, for kicking us
Cheers.
off here.
Cheers, Star. Have some whatever you're drinking.
It'll make you feel better. All right, so we've got. There he is.
Taking his medicine with water.
Very nice. All right. Well, we've gotten over the trophy room contest winners. Thanks to Fletcher for hopping in. If you're just joining us, this is the Summer Telethon. We just did a nice introduction and announcement of the winners of the trophy room contest. We'll get all of those details of the winners posted officially later after the telethon. But now we've got some time, I think, to answer some questions.
Exactly. So we're on the R42 postmortem. QA and review. So, Star, by the way, just in case you were wondering, R42 went live the other day. Not having you here
awesome.
Didn't seem to cause any hiccup at all. In fact, I would say if anything, it was one of the smoothest launches we've ever had.
Best release
ever. I'm not even sure we had to do much, if any, patching afterwards. Wow, Star, it went really smooth.
I should point out that we didn't have to do much patching, and it went so smoothly largely because I pushed a ton of stuff out, knowing that Star wasn't going to be here and it would be an absolute disaster.
That's true. That is true, Star. to your credit, when you were absent, we became far more conservative in our approach to what we were willing to risk.
And also when Star's here, it's like, no, we got to fix this and we got to fix this, and he's actually paying attention to the bugs as they come in all the time. For me, it's kind of like, let me drink my coffee. Yes, no, yeah, whatever. Anything below this line, we cut. So, few patches because we didn't fix much.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so who's got? I've got a list of questions, and you probably have them there too. I'm guessing.
Yeah. So, Gunmetal asks, "Can I make a $5 purchase before or after the telethon to get the rewards?"
Well, you
And
can't
the
make
answer is
before.
no, and you can't do it after. The point is, to make a $5 purchase during the telethon. So, no.
And second question came from Dr. Face. He was really asking you, Matthew, but he was saying, hey, how about some in-game rewards for people who are doing all the streaming, like a cape or a title or some special deco or pet? Which actually, that sounds like a pretty darn cool idea to me. What's the status of that?
We've actually been working on that for all our streamers. We've got a schedule actually that has not gone live yet. I wanted to go live, but that has promoting all of the live streamers that do the live stream, like Caballero and BNN and so many others, just to recognize them in some way. And we have the schedule, so if you're interested in being on that schedule, whether you live stream for a half hour every week or more, we'd love to have you. That's our first step, and then once we kind of get that together, we have some ways to award you and just to say thank you for streaming. And we are more than happy to discuss other little items that we can give away in the game for your streamers, for your followers, excuse me, that sort of thing. So yes.
Somebody else is also asking about, hey, what about the telethon being held for other time zones like Europe, who has to stay up all night to get a good deal on that wheel?
Well, that's why we do it 12
hours. That's why we're doing 12 hours. So, Zosaria, kind of like Zosaria. Zosaria, we're doing the best we can. 12 hours is, I think, as long as any of us could survive online. We'll be spinning the wheel the whole time. Hope you manage to make it during that 12 hours, but that's sort of our best cut at it. So.
And just so players know, Richard, how much sleep did you get last night?
Close to none.
I was up at 3 o'clock. I was already saying, and especially with Star already in bed, this could look like a crime scene by the end of the day.
But you got a kid. You got a kid too.
And well, mine was, I was doing just some general business stuff.
I had a nice, restful 9.5 hours.
Kick your ass. Oh, pardon. All right.
Did we do the presentation of, by the way, there may be foul language and...
Oh, we didn't. Imagine, if you will, we don't have a PG-13 here, but we do drink on the live stream in celebration.
And we occasionally curse.
Yeah, so imagine here, this is like your Doctor Who white...
Yes, exactly. So, but yes, you have been warned. This is, we're adults in this building, and we're broadcasting primarily for adults. We know there may be some younger people observing, but if you're a parent with a youngster who's observing, do know that we at least cross the PG-13 line, and use your best judgment as to whether you want your youngsters watching.
And that might be stretching it a bit to say that there's adults in this building.
By chronological age.
Star, you had asked a couple of questions, I think, from, I don't know if you're following the same document we are, but feel free to jump in if you want to take the lead on any questions.
Yeah, so Mr. Blight asks, what kind of success rates have you had with the free trials up to date? Are they attracting more and more players each time? So, one of the things, first of all, and why we call these free trial tests is they're really tests of the free trial system. Our goal, at least for now, with the free trials, isn't necessarily to bring in a lot more people. That's why you don't see a lot of ads for the free trials. That's why you don't see us doing a bunch of promotions around the free trials. We're really still testing out the system itself. So the question, are they attracting more and more players, is really not relevant, because that's not their goal currently. Now, that's going to be changing, of course, as we get closer and closer to launch. As far as their success rate for getting us data, they've been incredibly helpful. I mean, we're basically, tracking the quest completion and the activity and task completion of the players from the very beginning of the game through the Isle of Storms and through each of the starting maps, and then the outskirts map, Souls Bridge outskirts as they're coming online. And then as we're seeing people drop off in each of those areas, we're going and tuning those as needed. So that has been incredibly successful for us.
Hear, hear. And by the way, they have brought in a fair number of new players also. So whenever we do those free trials, I go in and I hang out in the Sultan, for example, and people and friend people. So despite our lack of advertising, the existence of the free trial, they have been bringing in important new people. And we know the new people are important to you. Not only are they important to us as a project, they're obviously the lifeblood of the project, but they're also important to you all of you that are the senior players, you want people to buy your crafted items, you want people to party with, you want people to share, with in so many ways. And so as soon as we have the free trial operating smoothly and we can actually spend money and measure whether it's having the intended marketing effect, which could be any one of the upcoming months, then you'll probably see us use it more deliberately. So, but like Star said, it's a very successful trial. And we'll be scaling it up as appropriate here in the upcoming months.
And I think we finally do have enough instrumentation so we can tell what's going on, where players are falling out. But the other thing is we know we don't want to bring in a ton of players until we do some of the upcoming polish work for like performance and memory reduction and load time reductions. Players will be seeing a ton of that in R43. But until we're happy with the game, we want their first impression to be great. Even if we could attract new players, we don't want to do it now and burn out some of those new players who will then go tell their friends, "Oh, I tried it and it was
it was too hard. I couldn't figure it out.
Load times are horrible, or I got lost on a quest or whatever." Until we get that stuff fixed, we don't want to try to bring in a bunch of people because that can actually poison the community.
Mr. Blight also wanted to know about whether we felt the game is going in the same direction we originally thought of it was going into the Kickstarter, and I would say absolutely yes. Personally, I mean, others may have individual opinions, but the vector that we chose at the Kickstarter is, I believe, precisely the vector that we are still on. What we have done since Kickstarter is deepen it. And when we were at Kickstarter, we didn't know how much of a game at all we would be able to build because we didn't know how much funds would be raised. But you are seeing the path we set ourselves on is the path I think we are still on quite tightly. I don't really see any deviation from that path. I think we may have been surprised hither and yon along the way about how easy or hard various features would be to attain, or how much time certain things would take. But fundamentally, I think we're still right on track with the way at least I had imagined it would be going at this point.
Yeah, I think the direction is the same. The thing that is kind of surprised us is how much, due to the support of the community, we were able to just make a much bigger, better game. For those who were here for the first few releases, you might recall that don't distract me, come on. You might recall that we initially were planning on making a game that really was more of a similar to Ultima Online in 2D, or an Ultima in 2D, where you couldn't jump and there was no actual like leaving the ground type stuff. It was basically all kind of Ultima / Guild Wars style movement, and that's one of those things that early on players said, we want to jump, and we looked at things and realized that, yeah, we could actually make it, even though it makes the game a much bigger, more complicated game. We actually did. So anyways, yes, what Richard said is the direction is the same. It's just already expanded way beyond the feature set that we wanted. Of course, we're still hitting some of our initial features, but for every feature we promised in Kickstarter, we've probably done 5 features that we did not promise in Kickstarter. Why? Because they made sense. So.
Exactly, and I see some new information came across the wire, which is that we have crossed milestone number 2. We are now up to $5,000 raised. Thank you all very much.
That is halfway to our 10,000.
We're halfway to the first stretch goal, where everybody will get these /smoke virtue signs. You'll be able to blow the virtue sign as a symbol. I hope you get a chance to gain that. All you got to do is have donated $5 or more, and you can get we're halfway to that first stretch goal. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Again, $5 is all you have to put in, but feel free to pay for the whole stretch goal yourself if you want to.
This, it's so much better
if your
in
bitcoins are doing well or
plastic.
whatever reason you want. And also, as always, I'm using my Dippy Bird glass here from Casey Cup.
We have a Dippy Bird here somewhere.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Dippy Bird in a while.
I think it's
when we're collapsed on the floor in a while, we will pull out Dippy Bird and let him do the rest of the talk.
All right,
Get him a nice full cup of water.
I'm gonna ask Chris Spears the next question here.
Uh-oh.
Eagle would like to know: is it possible to make pets stay a bit farther away from the avatar that they're tamed by? This seems related to another one we were discussing just a little earlier today, like during the stand-ups.
You mean this?
Yes, this.
Let me fight you.
Yeah, let me.
Yeah, that's totally possible. There's a lot of things that we need to look. As I go through and play the game myself, I'm seeing. I think I kind of spoiled myself by doing a little too much cheating and playing more high-end in-game type stuff, and I hadn't noticed some of these early easy things. The thing Richard is referring to this morning, I was fighting skeletons in Ravensmoor, and they basically stand like right here. with their arms,
Halfway in you.
halfway into you.
Well, if it's melee or melee.
Wyvern. But anyways, yes, that is absolutely. I'm going to be taking a look at that. I've actually bumped that up. I did a poll not too long ago to receive top complaints, and that was actually one of the things that surprised me. That was one of the top complaints is being too close.
So that's the second Jira of the day. For those who keep track of me Jiraing things, we're going to Jira the in-game rewards for streamers. Something we'll figure it out, and we're going to make sure that the pets as well as other creatures in melee. Take a half a step away from you at least
before they hit you with their
community
scimitar.
poll, melee or melee? It's up to you.
Melee. There's no poll needed.
Melee.
Wyvern?
Drake Adis asks, someone suggested a whittle emote. Shout out to Yordic Myers. And I think that would be an awesome reward sometimes. That's a great idea for an emote.
Yeah.
I like it too. Jira incoming.
Yeah. Like a looping emote.
Yeah, just whittling on a stick, making a few little
little particle effect going on.
I dig it.
Yep.
All right. Chattel asks, will it be possible to actually climb an object like ladders, ropes, walls, etc., and not just click on them and then poof, you're there?
Answer that one up, Chris.
Yes. So this one is not easy because it involves us touching a lot of content and it involves animations. But it is one of those things that I've said repeatedly, especially as a guy who is a big proponent of PvP. It's absolutely essential. Having those, they're basically they turn into teleporters at that point. And when you're climbing up, that should be a vulnerable state for the character that you should be able to, like, I'm going to be up on the high ground. It's another reason why the high ground is more important. I'm on the high ground. You have to climb a ladder to get up here. The way they are right now with them just being teleporters is yucky.
But because it will take time and because it's hard, we did set up the world where, the physical geometry is actually properly set for that. We just haven't done the animations, we haven't done the slewing of movement and all the other potential states that might come into play while you're in the middle of that climb. So put it in one of those things where, by episode 2 for sure I expect we'll have it. But it's sort of, in my mind, it fits into the category of riding on ships or riding on hot air balloons or riding on horses. Climbing up ladders is another one of these kind of unusual state conditions, none of which have we tackled yet because they're all pretty naughty. And but everything is being set up for that to eventually work.
And it's also one of those things that it's easy to say, oh, just play the climb the ladder animation. Oh my goodness, it's so tough getting the hands matched up, and then you can say, well, we don't care if the hands match up. It's like, players do care. It really bothers a lot of players. That's also one of the things that stunned me was how many players were complaining about just sliding feet in combat and stuff like that. Players do care about the little details. Some players don't, but a lot of players do. So it is the type of thing that we don't want to do it halfway and just have it like we play a climb animation that doesn't match up with the ladder. But anyways, we will get there. Like Richard said, possibly post episode 1, pre episode 2 polish type stuff.
Mugly Wumple wants to know, just to help, just to understand the process of going from ideation to implementation. Whether that's a new skill, a new item, what's involved before we see it. And so that's kind of related to the process you're seeing unfold here in front of you, which is, we manage pretty much everything on the project. Once anything that is formally intended to be in the game, whether that's episode 1, post episode 1, episode 2, anything that we have agreed should at some point in time be in the game becomes a Jira. And that can even be a pretty broad statement. It can be things like, we need the truth quest to work. That can go in as a Jira. That would then later get broken down into all the subparts that are necessary to have a truth quest, for example, that works, then become individual Jiras. And so we have lots of other ideas that get bantered around, but that's also why you hear this statement that I often make, well, let's make a Jira. Because once there's a Jira, that means that at least we have some level of agreement that it should be part of the game. Then the next question is what is the priority of when it should be part of the game? And let's use climbing a ladder as a case point. In fact, just to make sure there's a JIRA in there, I actually put JIRA on my sheet here about climbing the ladder. I know that's what we've talked about, but I don't actually know if it's being tracked. And so just to make sure that it shows up on the JIRA stack, I'm going to go ahead and add that in as a JIRA. Once it's added, then Star will look at it and go, well, here's our flow of implementation. Something like climbing a ladder, we had already agreed as a group is probably not going to prioritize before the launch of episode 1, which means it still might make it into episode 1 if the person who's responsible for that area, their schedule clears up and they can go beyond their intended schedule and kind of pull it in. But otherwise, it will show up in the JIRA stack as the due date for it, or the due release for it would be post episode 1. And at that point, once things are in JIRAs and once they're prioritized and scheduled, then every person on the team is literally at the beginning of every month, the beginning of every release, they sit down, they pull out all their JIRAs, they go to the critical and high priority ones first, go down to the middle priorities, and maybe they'll get to a few of the low priorities if they're lucky or fast or not overburdened. And as we approach the end of a release, the end of that cycle, that's where Star usually, but Chris this time, sits in and looks through each and every person's schedule, their JIRA stack, and sees how they're doing. And if it looks like this person is clearly not going to make it, he begins to then try to figure out if somebody else can help to move some of those JIRAs onto somebody else, or if they need to be pushed into the next release, or if the design needs to be modified in order to simplify the task because we've overscoped it, whatever that might be. And so that cycle of ideation, ideas just get bandied around. There's tons of supporting documents for ideas that we're thinking about, or the broad strategy for systems we're trying to implement. But once it's a formal task, it becomes a JIRA. JIRAs then get rolled up on a monthly basis as people's to-do lists that then get managed and reallocated as we approach releases with each release cycle.
Yeah, but it's how much design and who does the design, if that was part of the question. A lot of it depends. There's some things that really don't need design. Then there's some things that it's just like fall out of Richard's head, like a lot of the Quest stuff and how he envisions things. But then there's other things come up like big systems like Rent or Mail or those type of things. And for those type of big systems where it's not obvious, like what does Rent mean to different people, it means different things. We'll get together, and me and Star and usually an engineer or two and maybe 1 or 2 other people get together and we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about it. And so that's usually on those type of things, the JIRA that starts it all is let's have a meeting to talk about what this means. The other thing that go ahead.
Well, and then something like a skill, though. I mean, a skill is something that just about every single person on the team would touch, because a skill will require an engineer to write the functionality of the skill, like what does it do in the game. It will require the icons that, for the skill itself, then another artist to make the visual effects associated with it, another artist to make the animations if it has unique animations. But then it's got a designer is going to have to input not only the data values for the skill, like how much damage does it do, what's the duration for it, but also like what trainers teach it. So it has to be assigned to there are trainers in the world. If it's a high level skill, maybe it has a quest associated with it to learn it. So, I mean, there certain items like a skill touch just about every team member on the team.
And that's funny that you mentioned that, because that is one of those things I think anyone who's played on QA has seen me talking about, yeah, cool new skill coming, and then the QA server opens up and the first one is everybody says, where's the trainer for the skill? We can't actually learn the skill because pretty much every time I forget that I need to also make a JIRA for B to go make a skill. And then they're also like, it looks like it's using the wrong icon. It's like, oh yeah, right. I got to go make the other thing. So I did want to mention, we've got a update on money stuff, but I did want to also mention the other thing on Star being out. For this release, and why the release went so well is also because Star had pretty much everything for this entire release planned out ahead of time, and we were just acting on that. If
So you're
Star-
saying this release is going to be the
Yes.
problem?
So that's what I was going to say is if
Help, Star.
Star wants to make it obvious his importance to the team, he'll be out this entire release, and then we'll see how R43 turns out with nothing getting done.
Yeah.
Because all we were doing on R42 is executing on the all the JIRAs and all the planning that Star had done in advance. So.
But
Yeah.
since you did mention that, we
update.
are up to milestone number 3. We are 3/4 of the way to our first stretch goal. We are at $7,500, and that is time for a drink or a song. And because I've had so little
my
sleep,
whiskey.
I like it. This is
I'm
good
gonna-
stuff. You know
It
how to
is
pick
good
it.
whiskey. I know. That's why I got it.
I'm going to start by singing you guys a little bit of a song. Volare, oh ho ho ho, cantare, oh ho ho ho. And I don't actually remember the words of the song,
No
but
one
I remember
knows anymore.
there was the Ricardo Montalban did the with rich Corinthian leather. You know, he did that commercial for some car. Right, that's my song fragment.
A long time ago.
Yeah, well, probably before you were born.
Dead or Alive, Ricardo Montalban.
Probably dead.
I actually don't know.
I don't know either.
That's
You
what
could be
it
on
is.
The Voice.
That is my my dark game show. The pitch idea that I've done is the Dead or Alive game show.
Try to guess which
Yeah,
famous
you
people are
name
still
somebody.
around.
It's like, is that person alive? Because all these kind of B-level type celebrity type, you forget who's alive and dead.
Ah.
And then you throw the spoiler type of like whoever just died that day that I hadn't heard about.
Oh,
All right,
that's
the
exciting.
first hour of the telethon.
Yeah.
We're already at that. Oh goodness.
Yes, we're almost up wrapped to the first hour. We've
Yeah.
got 4 minutes left to wrap up the hour.
4 minutes for the hour. Why don't we give away some more prizes?
Prize a nation, prize a nation. Scotty.
I'm gonna check on.
We
my
surprised
Give me
them
about
with
5 minutes.
prizes. All right.
All right, Liz the Wiz asks, can we please give a /play timer in game?
Wait, what happened to prizes?
We're not ready.
We're not
He
ready.
said to give him 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Lum.
I was doing.
Hey, Chris, can we get a /play timer in the game?
Absolutely. Oh, really? That recently? Ricardo Montalban, 2009. Yes, we'll get back to the questions now.
We're looking up very important information.
Chris?
Yeah, so that information, we have that information, we track it. I go through and occasionally sort to see who's on the most time played, and you guys play entirely too much. I forget who it was, I didn't even think about it, but somebody had asked me if they had played 2,000 hours yet, and I went and looked, and there were like 70 players who have played more than 4,000 hours, I think. It was some crazy amount. Basically 8 hours a day for a year, multiple years in a row to get that many hours in there. But yes, that's absolutely something we can show in there so you know about when you need to go seek therapy. Or if you want to do your dollars per hour played. I know there's a lot of people like you only gave us like $25 during the Kickstarter who put in thousands of hours of play. They've got a pretty good ratio in terms of dollars per hour played. Fractions of a penny per hour played. Will there ever be discounts on player-owned town size upgrades? Let me look.
Matthew, didn't you guys look into this? And
Yeah, we
you
did.
weren't able to.
Yeah, we're considering that Dallas has that queued up. It looks like we're going to do it.
It looks like there is a item on here, but it also is one of the ones in red with
Yeah, that
asterisks
was-
by it. I think there's still some question.
Yeah, we'll check in with Dallas next time we spin the wheel on that one. In fact, now that Richard's back,
I'm back.
I'm going to go check.
All right, whatever you're checking on. Good luck with it.
Why is the mail I received marked as non-tradable? That I actually don't know. Do you know?
I know
sir?
why.
Why?
It's because when you get a pack of mail to deliver to someplace else, it is a proxy for the quest for you taking it somewhere else. If you were to give it away, that would make no sense.
Oh, that mail.
That mail.
Okay, not the player-to-player mail.
I assume
I've not received mail yet. I have not found
no. If you go to any of the town criers, you can get a mail delivery.
Okay, I thought they were
quest.
talking about the new mail.
But I assume they're talking about town crier mail. Those are quests to deliver that package of mail to another place. So if you gave it away, that would obviously end that quest. And so you can actually cancel the quest. You can delete the item and get rid of the quest. But it is not relevant to give it to someone else.
All right. Let's see. Are we ready for the prizing yet, Lum?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Uh,
Go ahead and switch
let's.
over.
So first, we've got 10 Kodos going to Roswell and 10 Kodos going to Cohen. And then we have bank upgrades. Vanquisher gets a bank upgrade, and Lancel 87 gets a bank upgrade. And speaking of banks, Imp gets a remote bank access device suitable for his home.
Nice.
And a seasonal rare. This is the last day it's on the store. A 2017 Lepus mask, so you can act out your fantasy of being in a certain movie. Bobacore gets that one. And finally, an ornate vial halberd goes to Nerfinia.
An ornate vial halberd. That's a super special item. All right. Hope you enjoy it. All right. So we're still doing.
We are back to Phil Scott. Or
no, we're up to.
Do we need to
1 o'clock? We're still doing we're up till 2.
Another hour.
We got a whole other hour. Okay, good.
And I've got like 20 pages of questions.
Okay, very good.
And then I have another whole document that's not even on here. So.
But since we are at the top of the hour, though, let's say thank you to everybody. If you're just joining us for our 12-hour telethon, we've just finished hour 1. We're going to be with you for 11 more hours. Very excited to be with you here today. Not only do we have a recent release, R42, that came out, we're doing a little bit of postmortem Q&A about that right now, but we're very excited about the next few quarters. We are definitely in the final stretch of Shroud of the Avatar, and very excited to be working for you to get this game out the door at the highest possible quality level and to meet as many of your personal dreams and expectations as we can pull off. And we thank you for the privilege of getting a chance to create this game for you and live in this world with you. So thank you. For those of you who don't know about how the telethon works, for any of you that donate at least $5 today, buy anything on the add-on store for $5 or more, you can participate in the stretch goals. And we are already 3/4 of the way to the first stretch goal. The first stretch goal is the /smoke virtue emote, to where you can blow the virtue symbol out of the smoke of your pipe. There'll be another, the stretch goal right after that. The $25,000 stretch goal would be a cluster of balloons that you can walk around with in your hand that has the black and silver virtue symbol on it as well. And so we can go through the rest. I think the rest of them, actually, the stretch goals are all listed on the website. But again, thanks for joining us here on Twitch or whatever streaming route that you're picking. If you have additional questions, we have a team outside that back door that are watching Discord chat to pull out other questions. But in the meantime, back over to you, Chris, to tackle some of the questions we already have.
I was just, in case people wondering what I was doing with my mouth, I was trying to imagine blowing a smoke virtue symbol. I was trying to figure out
Kinda
what
hard.
to do. Yeah,
Tricky.
That's Anyways, we will make it happen, though.
Phil Scott had some questions.
Phil Scott does have some questions. He has some questions about the API, which, for those who are wondering, the API is actually something we just turned on. Echo.
Hey, Star, you watch out for your echo there.
Echo. But the API is something we just turned on here recently that is similar to the tools we use for internal data mining. It's actually a Elasticsearch database where we're logging a bunch of strict data where we pull out all the like your IPs and all your personal information and just push information to it for the various
and we turn on the spy cams and listening devices.
Exactly.
Okay.
But anyways, it is not for us to use. It is actually a public server for you guys to use. And when I say you guys, I'm really just talking to the big nerds out there. Yes, I'm talking about you, Umari, and I forget all the other people who are doing it. There's a number of people who are now using some of the data from it. But you can go through and pull to see where things are dropping, how much they're selling for, what type of crafted items are being sold, where they're being sold. And that data is now accessible to players who want to. And the idea is not that every player out there is going to go use this. The idea is that it'll be used by the more hardcore people out there who are kind of techie nerds who are making websites and want to have websites where they can expose this data to the players and have players, using that information. I'm sure also some like guilds will probably use it for data mining to figure out better stuff for us, which even that type of information helps us. If the guilds can figure out what, see patterns that are wrong and things, that's super useful. But anyways, that is, if you click on your name, on your right click on your name, I think it's, I forget what the little thing is, but you can choose whether or not to anonymize your data or not. And if you, by default, it is anonymized. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're fine. If you want to turn on your name so that your name shows up in the API, you can do that, and then it'll show up in stuff like PvP kills and other things like that. So you can see your name will show up as your character name in game, not your username. But it'll show up as your character name in game if you think you're tops on the PvP kill ladder. You can turn that on. But anyways, that's what the API is. There's a few web posts on it, and you can go get more information if you want to go start pulling that data and using that for your own website or for your own data mining. Let's see.
Yes,
We are throttling that now, by the way, for those who were trying to hit it too hard. We had some people who were pulling, I think somebody pulled 30 gigs of data in a single day from the server, and we decided we needed to throttle that some. So it's being throttled a little bit now. But anyways, back to Phil Scott. For API, can we get the display names as seen by players of the items? I've actually noticed that too. Right now we're actually showing basically the archetype name, which that's what we call it internal. But sometimes that doesn't map up quite right. So
yeah. Good suggestion.
We do need to map that.
That's Jira.
The problem for that, the only problem that comes up with that is, of course, for the localized people, we have the archetype name that's the name in all languages. But the sword of, Bob might be called something different in French or Italian or German. So that is, that's a little bit tricky, but I think we should be able to expose that. I think players would probably rather have the English version than the archetype name, but obviously we can't log all of them. Let's see, next one from Phil Scott. Man, he's interested in the API. For API, we now have item destroyed auction expiration event. Would it be possible also to get the events to track the public and private vendor sales, buys, and posting of offers? We can see the end of offers if sale time's out, but not the start. Yeah, that's just an oversight. We should be able to get that.
Jira coming.
For those who don't know, this is one of my babies, but it's Undone has been the guy who's been maintaining it. So if any of these API things that you want, your best bet is to start sucking up to Undone on Discord, telling him how awesome he is and how amazing the API stuff is. Let's see, back to Phil Scott's questions. For API, am I correct in my assumptions that in a lot of cases, one archetype maps to many different types of items? Yes. So basically, that's one of the challenges that we'll have is, the archetype for two-handed polearm that's what it's going to say, even if it's being buffed with like 100 different buffs on it. So that is, we probably need to come up with a better way to do that. And again, that may be solved if we just switch it to actually show the full name. Really, that doesn't help either because then it's polearm +7 or whatever. That doesn't show these specific buffs. So we will probably have to get some more information in there. That may be one that we can just do by making when you enchant something, when you enhance something, that it actually has a log for that. So you can at least see what people are making in that terms. But of course, a sword may be, there's a million billion different combinations of ways to put together a sword and the buffs on it. So we're not going to have a separate log for any of those, because then you just basically have like a giant table of a million different variations of things.
So I have an update. I just got back from discussing some very important item strategies for the community to offer them a little bit more for what's going on the wheel. And I've got an update on town upgrades. Bad news first, sorry. Town upgrades, we're not quite ready to be able to do that during this telethon. It's a little more complicated than we expected. Sorry for that. That's for towns. There's, well, how many towns do we have in the game?
100.
A few hundred, yeah. So, I know there was some interest in that, but we are considering it hopefully for the next telethon. But now for the good news. Furniture, we have a process where we're working on getting the furniture potentially on the wheel. That'll be a little bit later in the day, so stick around for that. Probably a few hours yet for that. And we'd like to get ornate moon dials, those fancy new moon dials.
Oh.
Go to youtube.com/portalarium and watch the moon dial video that we put together.
Those are phenomenal. It's my favorite object in the game right now.
And there's a lot of story that you'll be able to tell about that later.
I can tell you tons of story about those.
Yeah, I think we'll even have Scotty and a few others on to maybe mention something. But we're hoping to get those into the store. But we'd like to ask, Star I see is out for the moment, but when he comes back on stream, we'll ask him if it's okay to do those.
Good idea.
That's,
Good idea.
I'm not sure. It looks like the players can't see that, but Stars, can you switch over to Star's screen
No,
there
no,
where it
no,
shows
he's
his
not-
picture?
he's
I know he's
offline.
not there, but I just want players.
Oh, there
You see anything different about that picture than the current Star?
Oh yeah, I do. In fact, you're right. That must be a slightly older picture because it's missing a little hair.
Yeah, there's no mustache.
There's
in that
no
picture, but the
Snidely
current
Whiplash
Star
mustache.
has the evil mustache. That's
Yeah, we
interesting.
can talk about
It's
that.
curious, yeah.
But
We
we'll
should
do that in the
wait for
story.
Star
We'll do
to
that in the
come
story.
back.
We'll talk about it in the story with Star.
Back to the questions.
Yeah.
Arc. When are we having more guild ranks and custom ranks? So this is actually one that I would love to expose just again through the API. Right now I think most people are using the API stuff for data mining for, right now I know it's being used for PvP and crafting and where stuff is selling and how much stuff people are buying, but that's another one that I would like to see. Although what does guild rank mean, I guess is also the other question, or what do they mean by guild rank? Oh, you know what, this is actually the guild ranks is in like the different guild levels.
Versus each other?
Yeah, different, not the guild ranks versus each other. I bet they mean, because they're talking about guild ranks and custom ranks. They're talking about like guild leader,
officers.
guild officer, guild whatever, how many different those type ranks. We should point out that we didn't go over any of these ahead of time. Again, we will
Well, I
say
reviewed
that's
them.
one of those things that
There's
you reviewed.
there's a few
Well,
interesting
why don't you
ones I
answer
stuck
them,
in.
tough guy?
Oh, I just make them look good.
We don't know.
That's
Good question.
I think in context, that's actually what he means. Is he's talking about the guild
Okay.
ranks in terms of guild officers.
We will explore that. Sorry for not having a better answer.
I think that was a fine answer. Oh, look, Star's
Star's
highlighted
back.
before. Star's back.
We have a question for you, Star, when you're able.
But in the meantime, can we get timestamps in in-game chat?
That's like a 5-second one. Can you go ahead and mark
Jira?
that for Jira? Because that is one of those that would take no time at all. Not 5 seconds, but
Sure.
30 minutes, yes. That would be quick to get into chat. And we have no excuse for why we haven't
Speaking
had
of
those.
time, we actually have, for all those watching, you'll see that we have a clock on the live stream now. So the recording, for those who missed the live stream, will be able to reference much more easily certain segments.
Yeah. But by the way, there's this thing called "Don't Lawyer Me, Bro," and so don't use this new power that you have to go. Well, yeah. Well, on the 31st on the live stream at 1 hour 12 minutes and 56 seconds into it, you sat there and said that you were going to add the timestamps into game chat.
Yeah, the thing with development that I have much less experience in the game industry than both of you guys and Star and many others here, but the game industry is very much it's an art. It's not a exact science, and as much as we like to for sure, I'm hitting the table right now, promise something. Absolutely, there's details that just, if we're gonna make the game at all, it doesn't always work out perfectly on what we want to give you in that regard.
But anyway, we'll do our best by all means. But again, anything we're discussing today is our intentions. As of this time, we reserve the right to change in the face of reality of implementation or other important design factors, or a variety of other factors that could affect.
By the way, that was Skaggy who asked the questions on the in-game timestamp, and the next part from that is there a way of keeping in-game chat when changing instances?
Yeah, I'd like that. Would have liked that too, but
so that's one of those things we keep talking about. Another one that comes up that will probably come with a major refactor down the line. Again, probably post episode 1, pre-episode 2 is when I would love to see it. Is right now you can't chat during scene changing. But right now, one of the things we're actually working on to greatly improve load times. This is actually a small piece of the greatly improved load times, but it's making that all something that doesn't get destroyed and recreated each time you change the scene, and that will actually help with some of that type of stuff. That we can persist that stuff between scenes more easily. You could obviously do it between scenes.
Skeggy, by the way, is one of our YouTubers.
Oh, great.
Thank you, Skeggy.
But that change, the other thing is that will also give you the ability to do things like, hey, you can chat while you're zoning. You can see messages you get while you're zoning and those type of things, in addition to the faster stuff, because we don't have to destroy that complex. But then again, that's also one of those things that I keep saying. The real problem is people keep requesting that. And the real problem is not you need to be able to chat while you're zoning, but we need to be able to zone faster, which is actually one of those things I'll talk about. I'm sure we have a tech talk sometime later today, but I'll talk about the goals for R43. Star's not heard these since he's been in a coma, but I threw down the gauntlet for the programmers. We will get at least 50% reduction in load times for scenes, or else I will shave my head.
Hopefully.
Oh,
That's-
wait,
that's-
what?
that's-
What?
I won't shave
Lawyer
my-
that one, bro.
My wife won't
Lawyer
let me.
that one, bro.
I'll shave one of my engineers' head.
No. That one you can lawyer. He will shave his head if he does not get us a 50% reduction in load times.
Let it
Woohoo!
be said.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll
I
shave
hope-
one of my engineers.
And I hope we don't have to shave your head. I really hope we don't.
I'll bring in my dog and shave my dog. Maybe that.
Yeah.
Cares about that.
Well, anyway, you guys heard it here. 50% versus shave head.
See, but if I throw that down like that,
At 1 hour, 16 minutes and 16 seconds.
the other programmers will go and put in like sleep cycles and weights and stuff
Just
like that.
till
'cause
afterwards.
they want to make sure that I shave my head, so that we can't actually do that. But anyway,
Wait, well, let's go on to something
but
Billy Baloney.
we will beat that. We will destroy it. We will get it down to a third.
So there was a question for me. Yes, those sales are fine. Sounds great.
Great. All right. Hey, I like what Billy Baloney says here. His first thing, would it be possible to receive a rested buff when you use a bed? This would make owning property and a room and a bed more meaningful, not just an extra room for storing things. Great idea. I'm going to add the JIRA for that. And for those of you who aren't homeowners, there's bedrolls and things that eventually will be more usable in the game. But I like the idea of giving a rested buff if you lie down for a minute in a bed.
Yeah, and that's also one that, in terms of rested buff for rested experience, that we've talked about doing, which will probably be coming online soon as one of the big things we're continuing to push for as I look at what things frustrate players and what they wish they had. And also some for me playing the game and things that I wish playing the game as a noob over and over again and restarting characters, but just making it so there's actually rested experience, so a fairly sizable amount of experience, which can also help with like the decay penalty that some people suffer. So every day when you log in, basically you'll have a rested buff that may be variable depending on whether or not you logged out in the town, or whether you logged out in your own house, or you logged out in a bed. Or logged out in a scene. But anyways, just rested experience bonus so that you get extra experience on a daily basis.
Okay, log out in bed gives you a plus.
Because that is
All right.
actually one of the things right now for those who are saying, well, I don't want to log in every day. That's one of the complaints people have, is there's a whole set of people that log in on a daily basis and they worry about going adventuring because then they die and the decay is basically accumulates for a full day. And this will help counter some of that. And again, push that level up to, we don't want to make the maximum level super high, but this will kind of push up the bar for what the target is for people.
Great. Also, Billy Baloney says, can we see pets like dogs and cats give unique buffs when you have them deployed and they're traveling with your pet, your non-combat pet? I think it's an interesting idea too, so we'll ponder that for sure.
Star's raising his hand. Maybe he's not. No,
I think
he was reaching for his head.
He was imagining
He was doing
flies
his
in
helmet.
front of himself, and he was hallucinating and waving his hands around. But Vladimir Bagamot says, can you release some templates for the UI so we make some, so we can make some other windows? I can't do the dark tiny look. Means he wants more solid, bigger window bits, heavier UI.
And the scripted UI is still one of those things that we will be doing at some point, opening that up. Again, that's one of those things I really want. I'm passionate about it, and I think it's really important to let the players, because as we all know, sometimes the players come up with better ideas for how things should work than we do internally. And this is also something most other bigger games have done. And when I say bigger, that of course means 10 to 100 times our budget. But anyways, that is one of those things that we really want to do so that players can customize and open things up. I was glaring at Richard because we
argue about UI all the time.
Yeah,
and,
that's one of the ongoing things of how to do the UI. Do we have it built in? Do we have it sparse? Do we have it completely floating? Do we have it do we have really stylized with pretty fancy potion looking stuff and those type of things?
And by the way, this is one of those things where, I am alternately accused of being either a dictator or utterly uninvolved, neither of which are true. But the dictator might be more true in this particular case, which is that there are a great many things when you make a game where very intelligent, very committed, on the same page individuals on a team or within a community can disagree as to what the right way to go is. If you think about UI, like I'm a huge fan of Ultima 9's UI, for example, but I might be one of the only ones in this building that is. And
I guess Scotty is as well, since he was probably the UI artist.
Probably was. And so I'm not saying that anyone's instincts are either the better or worse than anybody else's, but what we have to have is some kind of unified thought as to what the totality is. And so while we like to give everybody as many options as we can to turn various kinds of defaults to one state or another, the original sets of defaults need to be pretty, at least consistent. And so as the buck stops here guy, for better or worse, you get to live with some of a heavier impact of my preferences over maybe somebody else's preferences. And I'm not saying that's the best choice, the right choice. It's just a potentially, consistent choice, or hopefully a consistent choice. So.
Well, I'm going to grab this plastic.
Indeed, it's time. It is time. And I'm going to pour myself a drink this time.
Pretty big one,
because wait, before you drink, somebody has to change the whiteboard. Hang on a second. Hang on. Let's let everybody outside get queued up too. Let's change the board. Change the board. We have met stretch goal number 1. $10,000. Thank you very much, community. Here is to you. Here is to Shroud of the Avatar. Here is the future we are building together. Thank you, all of you out there too. Thank you. All right.
Just let me have the bottle. It's good. All right, if you're just joining us, this is the Summer Telethon of the Avatar here at Portalarium Studio in Austin. We've got 12 hours now going on. 10 and a half hours. We're already an hour and a half into this thing. We are currently into the R42 postmortem where we're answering your questions that you've submitted over the last, since R42 went live a little over a week ago. And we have questions coming in on Discord and Twitch. We've got community helpers out here in the office, in the hallway, helping all day to take your questions. I sound like I'm doing a telethon thing. It is a telethon. But it's with the community.
Indeed.
It's with everybody. So
and Inlight asks, why can we no longer see our group party members' names in the distance? If someone stops to loot or harvest or skin, they can end up getting left in the dust.
I can tell you about that.
Yeah.
That was not a design change. And we'll do some spins right after this, by the way. That was not a design change. This last release, we moved from Unity 5.5 to 5.6, and one of the things we were trying to do is our font system was really bad. For a lot of things that were in-game, we actually switched to a new font system. And the new font system renders in-game, and it actually renders. It's perfectly scaled. You'll be able to see that if you compare it to the old ones, it's much, much clearer and crisper and good outlines and everything's beautiful about it. We still have a few things to deal with in terms of how to handle the Z buffer and when it's rendered and how it fits into the scene. So that is actually a fallout from that change. We will get that fixed eventually. R43, one and only, is the guy who put that in and would be fixing that most likely. And I have him very, very focused on performance stuff for R43. So it may still be broken for R43, but no, that was not a design change. That was not intentional. It's just a bug that is not trivial to fix, so we haven't got around to it yet. But we will get to that within the next release or two. Time to spin?
That's great. Let's spin the wheel. So so anything coming off, or how long were those other ones up there, just so people know? So are those are coming down? They're coming down. So previous sales are going down. Here is a new sale going up.
Whoa, professional. We got a stand-in over there.
Here we go.
He's got it on.
Here we go. Round and round we go.
Color is.
It is Rohomes. Rohomes are now on sale. Rohomes, put them on sale.
Doing two? Okay.
There we go.
And we'll keep that off until we have some new stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And
pets, one of my favorites.
Pets on sales, row homes and pets.
Which may or may not give you buffs in the future.
We have
It's
some
true.
really interesting pets in the store, in the game in general. The ghost pets, the clockwork pets. I guess you could say
There
regular
are
pets.
ghost pets.
Yeah, they're like they haunt your house, and there is actually, if you want to put them in the haunted house to haunt your house, you can do that.
That's so cool.
Yeah, certainly.
Hey, speaking of things that are expiring, which you weren't, but we should again talk about it. It's, in addition to all the other things we're doing on today's telethon, don't forget that one of the things we do on this regular every few month cadence is we expire things. And so today is your last day to be able to get things like the ornate black leather aeronaut helmet pattern packs, the black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit pattern packs, the black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit, the ornate black leather aeronaut helmet, the aeronaut wearable pack, the aeronaut hot air balloon pack, the hot air balloon, the airship city home, the Star Citizen aeronaut helmet starter bundle, and the Star Citizen airship city home. Those are actually some of the coolest, by the way, items that we've ever had. They are, if you go back to, for example, that Star Citizen airship, it is magnificent. And today is the end. If you don't get it today, you are not going to be able to get it. So go get yourself a Star Citizen airship or any of the other aeronautically themed things that we are expiring this release. So today is the only day, last day to get them. And if you buy one of those, I expect all of them will put you immediately over the $5 contribution limit required to be part of our stretch goals. We've already just met stretch goal number 1, where you get the blowing the virtue symbol as a smoke emote out of as a smoke symbol out of your pipe. And we're on our way. We're almost halfway
What do we got for
to
next?
balloons.
Balloons, oh nice.
Virtue balloons. Carrying a little bunch of virtue balloons around with you through town.
So if you want to know what any of these items are, you can get some screenshots, preview, and description. If you go to the front page of the shroudoftheavatar.com website, the main menu to the right, I think I got this right, there's the store icon, and then there's a drop down, and you can peruse all of the add-ons and the bundles and all the other stuff, and there's all sorts of details there. Let the community know if you have any questions. There's many community members that have been through that store before, but some good stuff there on screenshots.
And I just want to say it's one of those things that came up as I've been playing a ton actually in game as a real player lately, because everybody on the team has been playing a ton lately. But the airship is actually one of those things when we first put it up there that I absolutely was like, this is horrible. Why are we doing this thing? It's so obnoxious. You can see it from a mile away. But now actually as a player, there's been a number of player-owned towns and other towns where I've gone into that, like, not only are they like there and they're visible and they actually look pretty cool, but it's an absolute fabulous landmark because they stand over the top of everything. That was actually the concern, is they were so high. But that's kind of like you build your, I've seen a couple towns where they built the town around an airship and it worked great. It's like there's the center of town.
And we're starting to see the moondials now, the village and the keep moondial, especially the keep one, which is massive. That is now being recognized, especially at night when they light up.
They glow.
Yeah, they glow, and they actually do something as well. They are there as a beacon to those entering the town. So I find that really cool.
Anyways, all my past hating on the airships that I may or may not have done publicly, I take it back after playing as a player, going to some of these player-owned towns and other towns where it's actually a super useful landmark and really stands out.
A couple other quick reminders. We have, at the end of the day, today is the last day of the summer sale. Today is the last day of some of these expirations we just mentioned. Today is the last day of the free trial. Today is the last day of, I don't know what else we have. We have so much stuff that is expiring today, so I hope you join us for this 12 hours because a lot of it's happening today.
It's the last day of the telethon.
There you go, 4 items. Perfect.
All right, so I'm going to answer Glutum's 3 questions, just 3, yes, and I'm going to answer them in rapid succession myself. Will we be able to swim underwater? No.
Hey, we already answered the other 2.
Correct.
We already answered the other 2.
I know we already answered the 2, which is yes. Well, I know, but they haven't heard the questions. But anyway,
Right.
will you be able to climb up a ladder eventually?
We already answered the other 2.
Okay, Mr. Abbreviate. So I'm going to waste time to cut off the abbreviation.
Right back.
All
By
right.
the way, I would love to have
Good.
swimming underwater. I think a lot of players who've seen these in the past heard me talk a lot about game design. It's not only did I play Ultima Online, but I also played EverQuest and Guild Wars and World of Warcraft. And that was actually one of my favorite things from EverQuest was there were a lot of
Swimming.
scenes that were underground or underwater, swimming underwater, and it actually added this crazy 3D-ness because a lot of it was swimming. So
Yeah.
I have a dream in the future. Not
Yeah.
episode 1. All water in episode
Hey.
1 is very shallow.
Do we want to try this crazy thing?
Your thing? You know,
Well, it's not just me; it's Richard too.
Yeah. Why don't we do? Well,
Oh,
let's
really?
talk. Let's talk about that in story time or now. Or,
No, it's got to be now.
it's gotta
Not
be
the
now.
last really tough.
Okay, so
Someone's
hang on.
not going to
So-
last much
So
longer.
hang on. Hang on.
Sorry,
Let me go
while
get
you were
something.
off.
Let me go get something.
Okay, while you were off camera, I pointed out you had that shows your picture for your hangout
Yeah.
pic, which and strangely in that you seem to be missing some key features in that picture of you on there. So I made sure to point that out while you were away last time.
Can you bring me the reliquaries, please? Bring them.
Looks like
So-
Richard's getting some things.
I'm getting
So-
a couple of artifacts to
So-
bring in for us to discuss this.
So we'll definitely do one of these because yours will remain intact. There's no guarantee that mine will work. So
Yes, but we will
I
find
think
out.
it'll work.
Yeah.
I have faith. We'll reconstruct it. We'll hire an intern to reconstruct.
All right. So, you guys know that we're infamous for our doing whatever we need to do to encourage people to participate in our financing of this wonderful game that we are all building together. You have to unscrew these screws.
Oh, okay.
These two sides.
Yeah, I'll get them. I got them.
And what these are reliquaries. Now you have seen us in the past. We have made some blood reliquaries that you have seen, and you may have seen us do all kinds of other crazy things in order to provide objects of interest to you, the player community. And in this case, we have acquired these two reliquaries. This reliquary will be for a big chunk of my braid, which will become part of this very nice official holy reliquary. And then this very beautiful reliquary. You may have noticed that Dark Star has been growing his mustache for many a moon now, and he's been doing that on purpose to be able to make this offer today, this offering, where he is going to shave off his beautiful, manly handlebar mustache. Can you switch to Star as the broadcast? There's Star. And so Star's mustache and my braid will become a new pair of reliquaries that Star, did we decide to do these the same as we did the blood ones, or could you just remember, other than the reliquaries themselves, how are we going to bundle these? Do you remember?
yeah, it's going to be the same as the blood reliquary.
And so they will come bundled with and priced at?
I was hoping you guys being there would have that information.
Yeah, well.
We will announce it later.
We'll announce the
build
press
some
ice.
suspense. This is intentional. We intentionally did not have that handy.
Yeah, we didn't
We'll
know if Star
decide.
was going to be alive for us to be having this discussion. So, but he is apparently.
All right, so I'm gonna.
Are you going to wax it all together? We lost you
Hold
there,
on.
Star. Okay,
Yeah.
now you're back.
All right, so I put glue in it, as per the internet's instructions,
All right.
to see if because supposedly the glue will help it hold together. So that's what I'm gonna try and do here.
I need some thread to tie above this. The suspense is going. Mr. Darkstar is in fact now cutting and removing. There you can see for up the upper left-hand corner of your screen as he is carefully clipping at the base of the hairs of his amazing handlebar mustache. 。 I hear the clippers going snippity snip.
You guys can answer questions while I do this.
Okay, very good. That's a good point. Let me go on here while we're on that. Brightstar asks, Deco, walls. Why can't we place items on wooden walls, like lights, pictures, shelves, etc.? Also, what about making some thin light stone or clay walls for indoors, just to change it up a bit? Well, we very well could make some other intermediate light walls to be able to have as an alternate to the wooden ones. But I'll have to explore. I'll mark this one for exploration as to why we can't hang things on the wall. Nominally, I would say because it's not a house surface. But of course, you can set things on top of a table. So setting them.
Are you guys skipping to the housing section?
No, we are not. Oh, that was the last. Oh, actually, we are player housing and POTs. But that was the end of the questions we had from the page before. So we can go.
No, I see some other ones from like, why don't you sell bundles?
Let me look.
I can't find any thread.
I am. Star is seeing a question about bundles. I don't see them here. Can you help me for this?
Sure. What's the question?
What questions do we have that go before player housing and POTs? I don't see any here. He sees some that I don't see.
Oh, let me check here for you.
We are checking right now as we.
I did not page number this. I just did the. Sorry, where are we building to? Or crafting and economy. Combat skills. Yeah, that's right. That's in the right order.
Oh, it's because Reese is adding. That's probably why.
Ah, okay. Well, send Reese in here with some new questions.
Yeah, he has some updated that are not going to be printed out.
Okay.
I will,
well, then find them up. Can you pull them up over here? Pull them up over here for me.
Sure, yeah, and I'll get you a printed list.
No, or just bring them up.
Fresh
Just ask me
one.
now. Just ask me now.
All right. So continuing on, Earl Adagrim, right? Is that the? Yeah, it looks like that's the one we're on. Von Draken. Hi, Earl Adagrim. Why don't you sell the bundles from the store in game with Coda merchants?
Eventually we plan to. So right now, the things that are only available on the website, in the end, we want everything to be in game. We'd actually rather do them all as part of the game than outside the game. But that's just not all ready yet. But that is the long-term plan.
And I found a mustache, by the way.
I know. It's
I don't
very
know
good
how
one.
it looks
Very
on me.
nice.
I tried this once like the last or two
Yes, very
telethons
nice.
ago.
Very
And I
nice.
shaved it off.
Oh yeah. Well, that's
Hello,
very
sir.
nice.
How are you doing?
Oh yes, very.
Anyway.
We're extra fancy.
I digress. Let's get to the questions.
Indeed, jolly good.
Why don't we do a write a quest contest? Now this sounds like one for me. Doesn't have to be epic. Doesn't have to be too fancy. Maybe just a quest in one specific scene. Something like that. I like that idea.
No, me too. In fact, I've been trying to. One of the reasons I've been pushing, as many of you may have noticed, I've been pushing a lot on getting you all the ability to put in quests. Meaning, writing books and notes is part of it. Having the geocache chests that either can take or give things is part of it. Also, being able to put a spawner, I believe, is part of it. Putting a spider egg in your basement, if it's a PvP basement, to me could be part of the giving you the tools necessary to create a quest. And once we have that, then I do absolutely plan on having one or multiple quest opportunities for people to challenges to you, to the community contest for you to make quests for in the game.
What is this, sir? I see eggs.
This is the alternate here. We're trying to make sure we don't get too intoxicated today. It's going to be hard to see.
Listen, wait, Star. Oh, that's half.
we
Can
have
you start
eggs
again,
that we
Star?
may be doing
Start again,
eggs
Star.
to
You were off the
celebrate.
camera. Hey, you're missing half your mustache.
Did it work? Did it work?
And that's because there is half your mustache. Oh, beautiful.
Whoa.
It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Holy cow, that
beautiful.
worked.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yes, this will work. Thank you.
How's yours coming along?
Well, I'm about to do this. So I'm about to put a rubber band above the cut point to make sure that
Wait,
there's
you're
no
not
bleeding.
you're not cutting that off, are you?
I'm going to cut the
Really?
bottom of it off.
What
yeah.
are you gonna do with it?
We're going to put it in a reliquary. And we're going to make the reliquary part of a basically a Lord of the Manor bundle.
Oh, one of these.
One of these.
Okay. All right.
And we're going to put, kind of like the blood reliquaries and other things we've done. These are now the Lord British and Dark Star reliquaries. A new set of reliquaries.
I hear hair lasts for billions of years or something like that. I don't actually know.
I hear it keeps growing after you're dead.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So they can buy it, and then they can grow a new
They
Richard.
can, grow, they can grow a new one.
Maybe get the DNA? Isn't that how
Or
that
hundreds
works?
of years from now when we have cloning.
How about some
Jurassic
super
Park,
glue? Does anybody
hundreds of years. That's like
have a little bit of
now.
super glue? I'm gonna go find some
Oh,
super glue
super
because I
glue.
think that'll
Yeah,
help.
I know exactly where it is.
Okay, that'll help it stay together
Scary.
even better.
But yeah, as I mentioned, this was the Cool Hand Luke. It's hard to see those eggs. They just kind of blend into the white bowl, I think, on camera. But as the trying to minimize how drunk we are, so we can make sure it answers questions pretty well throughout the entire day. Since I think we have had a few of these where we were kind of falling down drunk and people were laughing at us. We have eggs out here, and we'll switch to eggs here before we get too terribly drunk.
All right, so yes, there we go. So there's that reliquary now, all relict, all prepared. And then I get a push pin too. I think that's a block of foam, so we can pin it in. What's a few wood? Yes, I'll put a push pin in that, and we'll be in good shape. All right, so let's take a couple more questions while Star is still trimming.
Let's see. I'm just hoping he doesn't cut himself. He is on pain meds. I guess he wouldn't feel it. Let's see. Now we're down to
Don't go into the player housing in pots.
normalize. Let me scroll that up. That is normalize.
Okay, what about no malice?
Oh, you know what? That's no malice.
No malice. Oh yes. Oh yes. Well,
no malice. I
have
like
you been
no
drinking?
malice better.
Have you been drinking?
Anyways.
All right,
Oh,
number two,
Star's
second
back.
half.
All right, there it is. Left half and right half of the mustachio. I'll bet you're feeling like your lip is probably a bit cooler than usual right now. Voila, voila, excellent. 1 hour, 41 minutes and 40 seconds. There we go.
What about the soul patch? Is that coming off too, or is that hanging around?
Oh yeah, no, that's
and
coming
the
off
soul
too.
patch. Oh, deluxe, deluxe. Okay. Oh, I see. I've got some more worms back here too. Thank you, Winfield. Going fishing. Okay.
We'll go back to no malice.
No malice.
All right, no malice. Would it be possible to make headgear and cloak back visual options? This is, of course, all people who they want to wear a cloak, or some people don't want to see cloaks. It's a performance thing too, but also some people want to wear like a helmet, but they don't want to cover up their head. They want their face to be.
Well, we did that with helmets, I thought. Did we not do that yet with helmets?
I don't think we have that with helmets.
Oh.
We should have it with helmets, but that's the thing is you can go ahead and mark that up. That may
I don't
already
have
be
that
a
list.
Jira.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna add it onto mine. What do you call it? Is no show?
Yeah, just no show, and it's
No-show.
pretty common in other games as well. Just players like to show off their face, but the complaints we get is occasionally get people who complain from, well, I need to see what their helm is, so I know, because that may give hints about their play style or whatever. But
I think
like
we're cloaking
90% of the
helmets
time,
probably
like you're in town or whatever, and that's when you care about it the most anyways.
Yeah.
And having it in town is probably fine, except for the serious PvPers out there. And speaking of serious PvPers, the next question comes from Valo Frostbane. Any chance to discuss future sandbox game mechanics? This is a absolute wide open question.
To which we should not answer right now, because I think it's too broad. So
it is very broad. That's one of the things. Speaking of, since I know the person who asked the question, Valo, is a big PvPer, and his focus on the game is largely PvP. But that is one of the things as we talked about earlier, we want to expand the audience at some point. We don't think we're there yet. A lot of times I get the question of what do you think is wrong with PvP and what would you do to improve it? And pretty much the number one by a mile thing that we need to do to improve PvP is get more players into the game. But that's something that we're not quite ready to do yet for the reasons we've already discussed. We've got a lot of performance work to do. We've got a lot of polish work to do. We don't want a lot of players' bad experience to be, your first experience to be bad. I actually, in my talk yesterday that I did with Duke Violation, that was one of the questions that came up that was, and let's hear your answer. Do you think we went persistence too soon?
Absolutely not. So yeah, I think that if you look at, we need you all in play testing the game for us or with us and giving us advice on the game. And before we went persistent, when we were resetting the world every 3 months, that means everybody's progress in every sense of the word was being erased every 3 months. And starting over and over and over and over is one kind of frustration. We've traded it for a different kind of frustration, but at least for a year, that was a better form of a better solution. And I'm hoping that here this summer, when we do the final story wipe, that will provide you yet another good reason to kind of jump back in. Well, I see you brought food, but
Are these
I
special
did.
brownies?
This is not super glue. I didn't want
Uh-oh.
you to hurt yourself, so I got you kids.
Well, I don't think
That
I'm
will
not
not
sure that
work.
that
That's
won't
not
work.
gonna work.
That won't
But
work.
guess what? That's all we have.
yeah, we
sorry,
don't
I don't
have
have anything else.
Maybe.
Sienna, thank you for the custom brownies. Sienna, one of our community members, brought in a whole batch.
Nice.
Very
Okay,
nice.
special. No, I'm saving mine.
Okay, well, I'll leave
Save
this
my
here right
calories.
next to the eggs.
Save my calorie for the eggs
Right
and
behind that.
Alcohol.
the watermelon shots.
Now, did we explain to the community how these would be?
Oh yeah. Well, you've been missing out because it's Star has already removed his mustache and shown it to everyone.
Ooh.
And he turned off his camera now. He's lying down or getting back in bed.
Well, I'm
And
gonna
then I'm gonna cut mine off as soon as I get the proper glue. I really need some super glue. Nobody here has some super glue. I really need some super glue.
You can
No.
do with a rubber band.
I'll do a rubber band.
Do a
Well, then
rubber band.
I just want the other half to also get
Well, I'm going
loose.
to talk with Dallas to make sure we have these ready.
All right.
Or if we're gonna
Well, I was
start
going to
the
answer the same question I just asked Richard, which was the question of did we, I think the actual question was, do we regret going persistence when we did, as it might have been early? And same thing as Richard, I don't regret it. I feel a little bad, but the people I feel a little bad for are some of the players right now who've had to suffer through a lot of the big changes and rapidly changing systems as we try to balance things and get things going. But it was absolutely necessary so that players were playing like real players before we expanded to a larger audience. There have been a few players along the way who I've had lots of complaints for, but kind of that comes down to, even for the players I've talked to, that suffered as I changed systems and basically nerfed the things that they find that are optimal. Wow, you're going that far?
Yes, I'm gonna cut right below that.
Are you going to cut below that? Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
yeah.
You're trying to protect your own.
Well,
Okay.
I don't have any to rebraid it, so I'm gonna do both. I'm gonna do above and below.
But anyways, it was absolutely necessary. It will make a better game for the larger audience, thanks to us going persistent when we did. And as the players who are in the game now, a lot of them have said, basically every month they get a new game, which is challenging. It can be frustrating when you find the perfect way to do certain things, and then, oh, guess what? Next month that's no longer the perfect way because somebody's balanced it. So I do not regret it. Yeah, that's better. 2 rubber bands. But I do not regret going persistent when we did. I wish there was some better way, but as I mentioned yesterday, it's also one of those things I saw that we all saw with Ultimate Online was it basically did wipe live, and they never really had a time leading up to the live point when they actually had a long period of time to see how things actually worked out. And then of
With
course you
people
go
at high
live.
level.
Yeah, it's either we go through these growing pains once we go live and have attracted a large audience, or we do it before we attract a large audience, try to get everything nailed down, fixed, balanced, worked out as expected, and then go live and try to attract a live audience. So I think we did it the right way. There's no perfect way, and obviously there's been some pains with it, but I still believe it was the right thing to do at the right time.
Hold the fort.
And
Answer
the
the
game
question.
will
I'm gonna
be-
get some scissors.
The game will be better in the long run for that. But I see Star is back on camera. Wait, is that Star? Where'd Star go? Is
Yes,
Star? Star, here's our chance to answer. Do you regret going persistent when we did?
I do not.
All right,
I do
good
not.
answer. Moving on.
Okay. Hey, here's a good one. Unless you guys have already answered it.
Nope.
Caballero asks, when will the DX11 crash get fixed?
So this is one that there isn't a DX11 crash. There's a DX11 crash that some people are seeing. We did upgrade to the latest version of Unity. There's some performance gains that came with that, except as we've seen, there's also a few stability issues with some types of video cards. Whether that is on Unity or whether that is on the video card driver is uncertain. There's also some race conditions we've seen showing up, but many people are not seeing a DirectX 11 crash. AMD video cards are seeing more of the DirectX crash. We do track that. For those who didn't know, the launcher, when you run the launcher, when you click launch game, when you do that, it uploads if your last exit was through a crash, it uploads it to a server that we have set up. So we can actually see the call stacks and see all the information, which is one of the reasons to run through the launcher is so that we can get that information. But it is not everyone on DirectX 11 is crashing. Some people on DirectX 11 are crashing. We actually have DirectX 12 and Vulkan support in the game as well. They're just not on by default. DirectX 11 was the most stable out of the bunch, but still not super stable. We do, for those who don't know, Vulkan is another graphics API like DirectX that is highly multi-threaded and in theory should be the best performance of all and be awesome, except it was not necessarily the best performance of all and definitely was the most crashy. We're hoping that type of stuff can get resolved during R43, and for R43 the stability will be better. The actual crash rate for players, we track that as well. Obviously, but the crash rate for players increased slightly, but really what we've seen is that some players, their crash rate increased a lot, and others are the exact same as they were before. So, is it time for another?
No, I'm just
Okay.
prepared.
Yeah, I couldn't pass these up. Somebody brought in, they're like watermelon shots. There's a watermelon in there, so don't forget to
All right, so here
choose
goes
the watermelon.
Here goes mine to catch up with you, Star. You're a little ahead. Here comes mine. Going, gone.
Wow.
And there it is. And I will, just as a sample display, I'll put these together here. And then we'll get some pictures of them over to Dallas to put in the add-on
now
store.
it's shot time.
Whoop, here we go. Well, wait a minute, let me change the
And remember,
whiteboard.
there's watermelon in these things, so do not choke to death on these.
We are now officially halfway to the balloons. The balloon stretch goal. Halfway to the balloon stretch goal. Thank you all very much. Thank you for you want to tell us? Come on in and tell us about the drink. Introduce yourself to the community. Tell us what you've made for us here.
Hi, I'm Brazen Spirituality, and I work as one of the DJs on Avatars Radio.
Excellent.
And we decided to make this crazy concoction since it's the Summer Telethon. We were going drunken watermelon, but that's not a shot. So I came up with the glitter bombed drunken watermelon shot.
The glitter bomb drunken watermelon shot. Cheers.
You
Thank
get
you.
the glitter off the
Cheers,
outside.
team.
It's all very sweet.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Cheers.
Delicious. Fantastic.
I made it that way.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are most welcome, and there's more where that came from. Just put a little, waitress sign up. I'll bring more.
Okay, there. Now you can see what one of the reliquaries that will be going on sale will be, and
mine has a little proxy mustache.
yours does have a proxy. Where did
It's
it
right
go?
in front of you.
Oh, right, literally right in front of me. Here is the proxy mustache that will be soon replaced by Star's actual mustache. I will put the tops on these now, and we'll photograph these and get these up on the web. Of course, the proxy stash will be replaced with the actual stash, but otherwise, these are the two newest reliquaries to go on our website. I hope these are of interest to some of you out there. It'll come not only with these obviously one-of-a-kind, very customized items, but it will come with a large array of very high-end gifts from just like the cloth map, the original cloth map. It will come with that same set, or basically that same set of gear that included castle homes, a lot of themed in the Nordic and Norse themed stuff. But basically, it'll be for those of you who would rather have this kind of relic versus one of the original outputs of the game creation, the cloth map. It'll exactly match those and be available online as soon as Dallas manages to do the work for it. So I need to take these and get these over to Dallas, and these will be soon online.
It makes me sad. I don't have anything I can give. I could do like a toenail relic or something like that. But
Yeah, why not?
I
You know,
don't know
if
what
you
else
were,
what I could actually give.
if you were, back in medieval times, that would make a perfectly good relic. But pardon me here as I.
All right, moving on. Blood Omen. What is the rough ETA on the looking for group tool? So as you know, we did have to delay work on that so we could work on the mail system and other UI polish stuff. So that'll get worked on in Q3. Blood Omen. We've already answered this, but it wants to know about decreasing load time. So we talked about that earlier.
Yeah, and I mentioned to people already that I said I would shave my head. My wife will not let me shave my head. I'm sorry. But I will shave one of my engineers' heads if we do not cut our load times in half for R43. So throwing that down. That way that we will get the proper results. The engineers will definitely try to get that. Although I think only about 2 of them are actually working on it, and one of them pretty much shaves his head already. So maybe we'll just shave his head. Anyways, now through dead air, Nero says, from a feature standpoint, how far from alpha state are you with development? So this is a tough one. I'm sure Richard will chime in on this as well.
Yeah.
But it's a tough one to say because it's one of those. Alpha is, let's see, feature but not content complete. So we will always be alpha because we're always adding new features. We could say right now, like the feature set in game is what we're calling final, and call the game beta if we wanted to, and say that all we're doing is bug fixing. It's kind of been it's one of those definitions that doesn't apply as well to the type game we are because we are continually adding more features, and we're never really feature complete. But I think from the well, what do you think on that, Richard?
Well, so I agree that the old alpha, beta, and gold master, it was often referred to as, really go back to solo player games that once you had a gold master, you never changed it again. There was no patching, there was no updating. You were done with it and it was off into the world. And so alpha was described as a vertical slice of the game, all features except not all content, as you mentioned. Beta was all content but still bugs, and then finally the gold master. But even back in the old days, we found that if you think of 100% of the development time of a game, you would spend 80% of it in pre-alpha, and then maybe the last 10% we'd call alpha, or the last starting at 20% you'd call it alpha, and the last 10% you'd call it beta before you finally ship it. And not only is that too far backloaded to be useful, you actually need data to describe the earlier beats. But especially with online games, you're never really done. So we decided that those terms are kind of old. But if we were to try to scope it with one of those, and you were to use the saying of what are the feature sets that we originally planned to put in the game way back, and how close are we to delivering those features, I would say we are at the alpha state for, I believe, most all, if not all, of those features. Content-wise, in the old school way, I think we're past alpha, or we are at least now alpha. We're clearly not beta. There is still content. There's still skills that are missing. There's still trees that need to be fleshed out. There's still all the cooking has to be recipes for a variety of things cooking and otherwise need to be fleshed out. And so we're not beta in those states. But again, whether we ever reach beta or not prior to going live is an interesting question. So for example, we might say we want to make sake sometime. Well, if we have a sake recipe missing in the game, does that mean we can't go beta or can't call it final? Well, of course not. We can ship without sake if we decide we want to. And so, and just do sake post the original release. And so, again, those definitions are tricky, but rather we try to find milestones that are unique to the project. So like last summer, we went per system. This summer, we're gonna have storyline completable. And so that's actually the one I've been pushing now for, is making sure that you can finish the truth plot, the love plot, the courage plot, and the finale. And once you can do all of those, that means, at least to me, we're now in an alpha or beta state, or some new term that we would like to come up with that is, it means the game is finishable. It means we have the sandbox in sufficiently well to where we could stick a fork in it and call it done whenever we want. It means we had the story done to a level where as soon as we're happy with it, we could stick a fork in it and call it done whenever we want. And so what reaching story complete means to me is that we can then have a discussion amongst ourselves and with you, the community, and decide what is the proper day to call episode 1 finished and do a bunch of marketing and release a lot of balloons and some noisemakers and confetti and invite in the general public. And so that's sort of where we're headed. But the next milestone is story complete this summer. Yeah. All right. What's next?
Well, we have Bob and Hutch that are coming up in the next hour. I don't know if you guys
Oh,
are ready
really?
for that. Yeah, we got Player Housing and Pots, Player on Towns. They are ready to go.
Player Housing and Pops. They come in here to do it?
Yep.
Yeah, we're like 10% of the way through the questions. We will get through the vast majority of these and answer most of the others in the forums afterwards.
Very good.
We'll answer Nero's second part here, which is, will more shaders, etc. be added, or is the game going to keep its current look? We will continue polishing the current look, adding more things in. We will continue to change the visuals. This release we had a little bit of a change. There'll be some new stuff coming on next release. We've had volumetric light in game for a while, but it's never actually been turned on. We've had a lot of stuff with the reflection probes that were on but turned off due to bugs. So the visuals will continue to improve. Globally, they will continue to improve. But exactly when kind of depends on when we can turn on. Hey, look, it's Hutch. Hey, Hutch, when are we turning on lighting stuff?
Yeah, so we got a new volumetric lighting tech. That was the tech came online last release. There's been a little bit of a lag in getting the art ready to go as we've been working on other things. But I'm doing my best to get that stuff sorted out in this current release that we're working on right now. So hopefully in R43 we'll be able to turn on this new lighting effect, and you'll start seeing a lot more cool things like, you'll have the light rays coming through the forest canopy again. You'll have, we'll be able to do neat things like colored light coming through stained glass windows, that kind of stuff. Justin also got us a new decal system.
Who is this Justin?
Justin is our shader graphics. Oh, he's one and only. That's one and only. One and only got us.
My brain fell off. What happened to my hair?
One and only got us a new decal system, which will enable us to do eventually some novel things like footprints in snow and that kind of stuff. Maybe things that'll linger on the player, like if you walk through mud, you might have some mud on your boots for a period of time.
And that actually is also there's some performance improvements we can get from that, because we can cut down the number of textures we use in the terrain and instead move those to be decals for the things that are not used as much.
Yeah, so we're always improving on that kind of stuff, and I'm really excited about the new lighting effects, because that's going to make a big difference in our scenes.
Excellent. All right, well, shall we turn it over to, who are we turning it over to? You and?
Bob should be joining us.
All right.
And
You guys got it?
I hope so.
All right, well, I will remove the reliquaries. And by the way, again, thank you everybody for joining us. We are halfway to our second stretch goal, the balloons, the small cluster balloons with the silver, black and silver virtue symbol on it. Please join us, just $5 or more today during the telethon to get you in the running for getting a little more. So
This means that Bob is on his way.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Wow!
Do we want to do prizes?
We do. Let's do a prize while Bob settles in.
You're not on camera. Oh yes, you are. Thank you. Now you may be.
I'm not sure how I can follow up on that, but okay.
Butterflies, wood ducks. Thank you. Entourage.
Some madhouse.
This place is sheer Our chaos. department has lost its mind. Yes. Hello.
Yeah.
All right,
I'm
pick it away.
Okay,
Prizes.
prizes. Ornate kimono pattern pack goes to Infernal. Ornate floral kimono pattern pack goes to Simeon Crane. Cover art hoodie from Relics by Rill goes to Bruckner Rob. An Aeronaut wearable pack goes to Dr. Wiz. Airship City Home goes to Kunaj. And the shattered fragments of my sanity go to Bob Cooksey.
All right, congratulations everybody who just won prizes. If you're just joining us, this is the Summer Telethon for Shroud of the Avatar. If you're watching, you probably are familiar with the game, but if you're new to the game, Shroud of the Avatar is a completely crowdfunded game. So we depend on the backing of you folks to make the game, to bring in all the features that you guys want to see and that we want to see. And as always, we thank you for your support. We're 2 hours into our telethon, going to be here for 12 hours today. This segment is about player housing in player-owned towns. You might be wondering why this guy has butterflies and bats and wood ducks, why he's festooned in such a way. Bob, why don't you explain yourself? I don't even know if I could.
Okay, so one day, Hutch came into our office and started talking to our animator, Matt, about whether or not it was possible or, doable to animate large butterflies. And Fletcher was not really paying attention, but when he heard butterflies, he turns around.
Large butterflies.
Yeah, large butterflies. He turns around in his chair and he goes, "What? A large butterfly in here in the office?" And we just bursted out laughing. Classic Fletcher. But that's why. So I went to the store and bought him a bunch of butterflies for his office, which I am now festooned with.
Adorned even.
Adorned.
And the bat on your head.
Oh, what was that from? Fletcher loves bats, so I cooked up this scheme where I knew a bunch of people that rescued bats here in Austin. I didn't know them, but I contacted them and arranged a surprise for Fletcher. And I just said, "Fletcher, 4 o'clock, you've got to get in my car and go with me." And he did, and he just flipped out over the bats. They had flying fruit foxes, they're called, and just regular bats from around Austin. But Fletcher was so happy. He said it was like one of the best things that's ever, been done for him. So I was happy I did it. So we bought a bunch of bats and started hanging them around his desk. So
You're a good guy, Bob. And speaking of Fletcher, he's been working on some stuff throughout the day here, and we're just going to check in with him really quickly to see where he's at and what he's been doing. Fletcher, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Hi.
Hi, Fletcher.
Hi, Bob.
So you were working on the female elf mage outfit before. Are you still working on that?
Yes, I am. But real quick, I just kind of want to touch on Bob's little bat story. Let's see if I can get the camera over here. I don't know if you guys can see whichever hangouts it is, but I actually have a number of bats hanging up in above my desk. So yes, I'm a total bat fanatic, and Bob made my freaking life by taking me to the bat conservation thing. And that was a really awesome trip. And yes, we should have bats in the game, I believe. But anyway, yeah.
We did. Fletcher, that haunted Gothic mansion has got a flock of them perpetually flying over the top of them.
What?
Did that for Halloween.
What?
Just pointing that out.
But anyway, so yeah, I've been working on the Elven Mage. I'm just now getting it skinned, and it's almost done, ready to put in the game. But yeah, I don't know what screen you guys are looking at, but
we can see your Mac screen there.
Cool. But yeah.
Why don't you explain a little bit about why it looks red and green like that?
Okay, well, I'm having to dodge ballistic objects in the office here. It looks red and green because we use something called color masking that enables us to dye things in the game. I'm getting attacked. And So like the red color is the primary slot and the green color is the secondary slot. And if I go into Unity, oh my God, if I go into Unity real quick here, I'll show you kind of how that works. So like this, for example, we have brown and green and this kind of tan for the fabric. But if you look at the actual color texture, you'll notice that that brown area is actually red and the fabric area is actually green. And Unity just color codes those to change it to like whatever color you want here in the color replacement channel. But in game, for a player, this will translate as your dye colors. And one of the things that's kind of been something we've been working on is we want multiple dye slots. We want more colors, more dye slots and stuff like that. But sometimes we have to work within certain limits for now, at least like pre-episode 2 or whatever. So that's why sometimes we get items that like aren't, you know, the most dyeable things that people would want. But we still do our best to like give them as many options as possible given the limitations.
All right, Fletcher, that's really cool. Thanks for showing us that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fletcher is very talented.
Shall we answer some questions?
Yes, we shall. So, just to summarize again, we're back here talking about the player-owned housing and player-owned town. This is the subject for this hour. Just as an introduction, my name is Michael Hutchison. I'm the lead artist on the game, and what that means really is I help direct the creation of assets and also aesthetic direction on our world building. And Bob here is one of our senior artists. He's a senior environment artist. And what do you do mostly, Bob?
No, I make most of the player houses, and I make like decorations like the air balloons and airships and greenhouses and that kind of stuff.
Furniture is another thing you're working on.
We should talk about that. There's a huge amount of new furniture coming. So if you guys are wanting that, that's on its way. So.
All right, cool. So let's get right into some questions. I think Richard touched on this in the last hour, but I'll talk about it very briefly too. Brightstar asks, walls. Why can't we place items on wooden walls like lights, pictures, shelves, etc.? Also, how about making some thin light stone or clay walls for indoors just to change it up a bit? Now, I think what you're talking about here are the wooden divider walls that we have as decorations. There's a current limitation of our deco system that prohibits us from being able to decorate the sides of other decos. We can stack decos on top of each other, for instance, tables on top of rugs and plates on top of tables and things like that. But currently, we're not able to deco other decos. Now, if it was a player house, certainly you could put anything on a valid surface that is flagged for accepting wall decorations or ceiling decorations or whatever. So that's, but your suggestion for making different types, that's a good suggestion. We're always looking for ideas like that to improve upon, the things that we offer, and good suggestion.
Well, with the bulletin board, aren't we going to allow people to put notes on bulletin boards?
Yes, that is the intent, right? So
yeah, so we might be relaxing this slightly for a few select objects, but so there may be some changes to this, but it'll still be fairly tight. But we may be making some changes to this, relaxing slightly.
Yeah, and actually, there's a question later about bulletin boards too. That's a good subject. Maybe some of the fallout of being able to post placards and things like that on bulletin boards will sort of ripple effect into other areas where you can hang posters on other types of decos.
Yeah, since I missed 42, did we release bulletin boards in 42 or do that in 43?
No, didn't get to bulletin boards, but that is scheduled for 43.
All right, so since we've said bulletin boards like 3 times, like so many of them, let's skip over to Warrior B. Patrick's question. in NPC towns that are under construction, you get the attention message when you enter. Why not allow PO2 owners to access that as a billboard? So we're not going to give access to that. However, in 43, we are making billboard objects that players can put notes on and placards and things like that. And so homeowners and town owners will be able to put these bulletin boards wherever they want. And so you could theoretically put a billboard right at the entrance to your town with notes on it saying whatever you want. So that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that also it's he also asks about tools for cleaning up other areas of your player-owned town. Tools. We need a way to clean up a town other than placing lots in areas to down trees and cut grass. Now, this is a long-standing issue that we've known about for quite a long time, and we've had tasks in our schedule to remedy this problem that everybody suffers from. It is currently scheduled to be worked on this release, but I'm not exactly sure when it will, if it will actually make it, because we're working on other things at the same time. But we've talked about, we internally call it a lawnmower, and this is an item or a method that players will be able to use to cut down trees or clear grass that's infiltrating into places that they don't want those things to be. And it's a thing that will not count against your deco limit. A lot of people have been working around this problem for quite some time now by doing things like putting down a paver or other such deco in a place where they have a tree that they want to remove. You know, maybe there's a space between two lots and a tree is in between that space and is poking through somebody's house because of that. This suite of tools that we hope to create will enable players to remove that tree without having to have it count against the deco.
And he has one more question. Warner B. Patrick asks, need a way to number the lots that does not cost deco units.
Did you hear that?
So I don't know how we would do that without being able to use the decoration. So yeah, you have to use a deco to, if you want to be able to display it to other people. Yeah, so
Hey,
yeah, I don't think there's any other way you could do it with that.
can I interject something here? We miss you, Star.
Sure.
We miss you. That's all I was going to say. Star's
Oh,
been
thanks,
gone.
Bob. I missed you guys too.
Star's been gone for 2 weeks, and honestly, it doesn't feel really the same without you. So, hope
Oh,
you get
thanks,
better
Bob.
soon.
Believe me, I would be there if I could, man.
I know. I know.
Been hard. All right, Seamus McGinnis asks, what's the estimated release number for housing in Blood Bay, and how will placing a housing marker go? It's going to be sometime in Q3. We don't have an actual release number, and placing a marker is going to be just like placing a marker is for a town owner. But to get that ability, you're going to have to go on a quest first. So let's see. Frederick Lasco says, for some time, pot owners have commented that placing water locks and docks is broken. Are there any immediate plans to get this fixed? Well, technically, it's not broken. It's just that the feature has never been implemented. hopefully we'll get that fixed in sometime in Q3.
Yeah, I think it's probably closer now than it's ever been. But the release is not guaranteed. Like it's not nailed down what the release is going to be. But it's it's definitely, it was always on the roadmap to be able to do that. It's just the technical coding challenges of it, we just haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, all of our markers depend on terrain to be able to be placed. But being able to place on docks and things like that, you might recall that during our, or if you look at a template map and can see the layout of the potential lot locations on the website, we've always counted on being able to do lots hanging off of docks, but we just have not gotten there yet. But it's coming. They'll probably follow the same rules as it does for terrain, which is generally speaking about 4 meters of shore or dock or pier space or terrain, and the entire length of the lot would have to fit on that pier. So you wouldn't be able to put it at the end of a pier, for instance, and that's because some of our water properties have stairways in different locations. They're not always in the center of the lot, and it's also to your benefit too as well, because the area of the pier should be able to receive decorations as well. So that's that.
Frederick also asks, given the fact that you have been making performance upgrades to the game, our POT is going to have the deck open upgrade anytime. As we mentioned earlier in that telethon, we still have a ways to go on performance. But Chris has a lot of plans for Leagues 43, so sometime in Q3, we hope to be able to up those limits. And not just for POTs, for houses in general. Magnus Zarwadin, can we have a chest container that can hand out 1 or more rewards? Not be like public cash chests. Yes, that's been on the schedule for a while. I'm not sure exactly when, but sometime in Q3. That Sean guy asked, why was the NPC crafting building replaced with book crafting in POTs?
Let
I
me.
think that's just a bug.
Yeah, now let me jump in here. I'll give you a sort of a specific answer to this one. It's not specific. It's not technically meant to look like a book crafting building. Now, the reason it does probably now in this release is because we did make some changes to that building. The book presses were always in that house. They were just upstairs. We are trying to maintain a consistency now across these NPC buildings that you find in POTS, where the businesses are on the first floor of the structure and the living quarters or the living spaces are on the second floor. We're trying to, maintain that across all of them. So we did shift some of the decorations in that house around a bit we brought those book presses down to the first floor and created a more decorated living quarters for the shopkeeper upstairs. We also had to do some redecorating in that house. We had to remove some items that shouldn't have been included to begin with. For example, there's maybe some destructible crates in there. There were some bookshelves with too many books on them. All those things, the presence of all those books were bad for performance. So we did do some cleanup of the decoration in there. Like I said, the presses were always upstairs. We just moved them down. But we saw this feedback in advance of the telethon here. So I did a little bit of looking into it. We're going to make a few adjustments to the way it is currently to clear out more space on the bottom floor. And we also noticed that there's an error in the building where there was a magic printing press included by mistake, and that was an item that was only supposed to be a reward for the expired patron pledge tier. So we're gonna have to remove that. But it wasn't intended to look like a specifically book crafting building, but some of the rearrangement of the decos was intentional.
All right. The same Sean guy also asked that POT signpost teleporter networks are start. When can we expect a system that is controllable by POT rules? No ETA on that. Can we get mannequins for mounting armor and clothing sets? Yeah, we wanted for a while to have mannequins for mounting them, but the first step was to do what we're doing now, which is going through and making all of the individual pieces deco objects. Once we've done all that, we'll circle back and do the mannequin stuff. The mannequin stuff requires a little bit of code, which is why we haven't touched it yet, because we've been trying to leave the programmers alone. That's the short answer. Let's see. Fister McGee. For decoration about games of skill, they can be played like darts, pool, bowling, card games. Yep. Love to do those. What did Bob whisper?
Gross.
Oh,
Sorry.
oil.
Hey, yeah.
Sorry, I forgot I was getting filmed. Sorry, Star. Carry on.
Let's see. Rosemore asks, regarding the rent system, will players pay manually via sending mail, or will they pay via current interface and sent to the player on a periodic basis? It's manually mail. Also, so it's going to be done manually in the mail system. And let's see. Also, if the player rents out the space and is later forced to move out, the items in that space go to their bank. Yes. Teddy MIT. Yeah. So to elaborate on that further, one of the basic pieces of tech we had to do before we could even start on the rent system is the concept of individual ownership of items placed in a house. So when an item is placed, that item has a concept of the person who placed it is the owner. So that's how we know that this piece of furniture is owned by the renter versus the owner. Today, MIT wants to know, can we dye the outside of our buildings with different colors? We do not plan on supporting that for episode 1.
Hey, Star, let's take a break and do, we're behind on 2 spins. We need to do a couple spins. I got a few edits to the list.
I'll spin.
Bob wants to spin. Come spin, Bob.
Oh, by the way,
Bob,
before you
spin.
do that, Chris, the wood duck has laid eggs. There's an entire bowl of them now.
Bob, did you know that no man can eat 50 eggs?
I can eat 50.
You cannot eat 50
He probably
eggs.
can.
You cannot
Sorry.
Look at this little egg. It can even fit
Easy
in little
there. Get that egg out of my face. God damn it. Anyway, the wood duck is fertile.
Go spin. Are you
All right.
getting our eggs
All right.
dirty?
Yeah, that's kind of gross.
Yeah, that's.
I'd eat those eggs.
It's natural. It's nature.
Where has that duck been?
All right.
Bob, go spin the wheel.
On to the spin.
Why do I have to?
Because you wanted to.
Because you just said you wanted to.
No, I wanted to spin in my chair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's
All right.
fun.
Anyways. Here we go. Spin number 1.
Ugh. It's gross.
Basements. Basements. Here we go. Spin number 2. Pavers, fences, and walls. 1 hour. 20% off.
Okay. All right. We also have another announcement. Thanks to everybody out there who has pledged during our telethon. We've now reached the $15,000 stretch. Well, it's not a stretch goal, but it's a $15,000 amount. Our next stretch goal is at 25. But thank you very much for your support.
Yay! Thank you.
Yay!
Thank you. And I'm here to sing.
Let's take my
Oh,
pill.
maresy dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy divey, a kiddly divey too, wouldn't you? You're showing your age.
This is good stuff.
Let's try that
Hey,
next time.
Chris.
I didn't see it sitting there.
Can I spin the wheel now? I've
You
changed my mind.
You can spend next time, Bob.
Okay.
Come back in an hour.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right.
All right, let me touch a little bit on the answer Star gave just a little bit ago about dying houses. Yes, there are no immediate plans to do that. So we've talked about it as a possibility, but to do something like that would require a whole new system that hasn't been coded yet, hasn't been designed yet. And more than that, every house that we've ever made would have to be set up to accommodate that. And so we haven't authored anything with that in mind. And that's unlike for instance, clothing dying, where we know up front what the system is, or we design the system up front to accommodate it, and so we can author the assets to accommodate it up front. There would be quite a bit of circling back to be able to create the system and also the content support to be able to do house dyeing or painting. So Liz the Wiz asks, can we have some buildings like the crafting pavilion for sale or making so that we can decorate houses? I think what you're asking is, can we have a player house that is in the style of a crafting pavilion that people can decorate the walls of and the floors of? Now we do have something like that, the Pavilion Village Home. But it's expired. If we did something, we could make something new, but it would have to be something new. But if there's a demand for it, those are things that we can certainly do and create new things for the players. But the existing crafting pavilion is an expired house. Hildegard asks, why is there no mine deco? I have a 5-story mine basement with nothing in it. That is a great idea. So we'll have to add some of that. We do have mine decos that we've made to prop our world with, and we should be able to make decos out of some of those things. As a start, we've gotten a start on that by some of the light sources that you might see placed in the world in mines, hanging lanterns and things like that. We're in the process of making those into player decorations as well, so that's a start. Vulgarin asks, will stretched hides be a deco option? I think that's a good idea. Sure.
Yeah, I think that's cool. And then Regolith asks, what are the benefits of upgrading a player-owned town to a larger size besides the obvious ones, more space and lots? Well, obviously more space and lots, but your decoration limits go up, number of NPCs you place goes up. There's a lot. I mean, if you go read the details on the page, there's actually a lot of more things. A lot of numbers go up when you increase to a larger size. So it's not just the number of lots. It's number of decorations you can place, the number of NPCs, the number of player-owned town blessings you can, devotionals you can place. So the number of blessings people can get in your town, that also increases.
And what about player tenants? You'd have more tenants, right?
Yeah, with more lots comes more people.
Yeah.
Okay, so next question. Drasankas 2. Can we have the Obsidian row house roofs switched over to internal object placement? Probably not. There are some there's technical decisions that we make about what is considered an outside surface versus an inside surface, and the reasons for that are related to um, performance in many cases. Uh, Decorations that are placed inside are able to be culled sooner, that is hidden or thrown out sooner than decorations that are placed outside. So as a performance measure, we're able to take interior items and hide them sooner so that they're not a constant drain on the performance of the game. Having roof areas which are literally outside be considered inside would also enable would make those things not cull as fast, which would be a drain on performance. And also, there's certain decorations that are only for exteriors, and so you might not be able to place a decoration on that surface that you otherwise think you should be able to. So chances are unlikely that we'll make that kind of a change. Rhiannon asks, or says, I love being able to put weapons on my wall display, but my Royal Founder Crystal Sword is not placeable. Is that an oversight? That is absolutely an oversight. And
No, no, it's not an oversight. Nope, nope, not an oversight.
You can't.
No, that is, remember, that is the kill anything with one hit, quote unquote, sword. So that's the uber powerful, does like, a gazillion points of damage with one hit. And so it's purposely marked not tradable.
No, but that's not the question.
And so,
but the question is.
It is. You can't decorate with non-tradable items because then you could put it on the wall and then someone else could take it. And then one person could then all of a sudden have a whole bunch. We've thought.
You broke up a little bit there on that last. Say that last point again.
We've thought this through very carefully. It is not an oversight. It would be a way to bypass the no trade flag.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
Fair enough.
Let's see. Next question. Billy Baloney asks, can POTS be given the option to place a seed vendor in town? Currently, farmers need to go to NPC towns to buy their seeds. This is, I spoke with some folks earlier, and it's possible, but we'll have to discuss this more internally to decide on the delivery method or how we would want to approach this and what other fallout there might be of that. But it's possible. We just need to discuss that more. Dayton Drock 2 asks, would you please consider other types of flowers such as tulips? Sure, we can discuss that. We have discussed other types of flowers. Making the art is straightforward, but we'd also need to consider other things like other applications that might come out of it, if any. For example, how they fit into crafting or things like that. But sure. Would you consider deeper, more vaulted, and more complex basements? He also asks. So we're always thinking about new types of houses and basements that we can offer. As to when we'd be able to put something like that into development, I'm not sure. But it's a good idea, and it'll help keep things varied and fresh. But again, we're focused. Most of the team is focused right now on getting various elements of story and main game complete. So that's the kind of thing that may not happen very quickly, but it's certainly, we're always looking for new ways or new items that we can offer. Also, thirdly, can we get dance music wax cylinders, please? Well, all the music that's in the game comes from the community, but it also has to be approved by Lord British himself. So that is out of my hands for sure. Okay, next question. I'm going to jump ahead a couple here, unless Star, you want to take Vladimir's.
Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, I'm going to answer the dance music. I mean, unless the dance music is period and themed, then it won't go in the game, with very few exceptions, like the Shooter Jennings stuff we did, because that was a cross promotion and also benefit for cancer. So, and with like that super rare exception, quote dance music, it would have to be period and themed. And then Vladimir Begmo asks, will long-time inactive player vendors ever be returned to the owner's bank? Abandoned shops are super annoying. I agree. That's a great suggestion. We should share that. So should make a note for Reese to write up a JIRA for that. And Baragon asks, can we have a way to move decorations on lots while keeping decoration mode toggled off? Can we have a way to? I'm not sure what they're asking for.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the
He wants
the
to
intent here.
decorate with decoration mode off, which means everything's locked down.
Yeah, probably no.
Yeah.
When decoration mode is off, everything's locked down. So on this one, probably no is the answer.
Yeah, I don't see how we would do that. I mean, maybe we could do it, but that would be pretty complex tech task. So, Hutch, I'll let you answer. Z-Talks.
Okay, Z-Talked asks, can the stanchions on the roof of the Viking two-story stronghold and similar houses be made useful, like for placing lamps or torches? I looked into this earlier today when I saw the question and discovered that they already are marked as decoratable surfaces. They're marked as exterior wall surfaces. However, it looks like they're buggy because I was not able to hang torches on them like I expected and like you obviously expected to be able to as well. So we will fix this, and I've already entered the JIRA for that. So yes, thanks for catching that and letting us know, and we will get it fixed.
Hold on, I'm scanning the rest of the doc. There's some miscategorized stuff. So I'm scanning for other questions. Go on.
Okay, well here's a new question that came in. Echandus asks, how about dog houses as an item for placing outside homes, and some pet-related accessories for inside houses like water and food dishes, litter box, pet bed, scratching post, etc. We actually have
yes,
items like this on the queue, or in the queue.
Yeah, I think we put those in a long time ago, and we just sort of deprioritized them.
Yeah, as things come up release to release, it's one of those things that we entered into JIRA a long time ago. But as things come up as we're working in each release, other things take higher priority, and this is just one of those things that falls out of releases in favor of more impactful system design or system art and other stuff like that.
But let me interject here that I already have a few. It wouldn't take much time to complete them. So might eventually be moving that up the schedule.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that Bob gets a start on, but then we kind of have to, yank him off it and put him on something
I'm
else.
a
And
hoarder.
so there's a lot of things that might be half complete that maybe wouldn't take as much time to complete now. Vulgarin asks, on this same note, will there be wind chimes craftable or purchasable as decos, different lengths with different tones, etc.? Now, this is something that I would like too, and I've actually, this is another thing that
Pushed off.
that has been in the Jira queue for a while and has gotten pushed off. But I think it would be great, and especially now that we've got our ceiling decos active and live for the first time in R42. We've got our first suite of decorations that you can put on your ceiling. We have a few light fixtures and things like that. This is a perfect item, perfect kind of item that we could make as a ceiling decoration. And so if you, and also on that note, if you discover any houses that don't allow ceiling decoration, please mark that as a bug. Some of the earlier houses we made may not have had that decoration surface added to them because we didn't have ceiling decoration at the time. So
yeah, this thing has been evolving, so just keep giving us your requests.
I keep getting glimpses of you on the screen.
I'm eye candy, Hutch.
I've heard that about you. Yeah.
A lot of effort went into this.
Here's one, and I seem to remember there's a reason why. Maybe we just don't have the right art for it. But Kron Kaladon asks, can we please make the sacred orb of obliteration placeable as a decoration? That's the grenade for the evil rabbit quest that we do at Easter. Have the right art for it, or?
Well, we've made the art for it, right? If it's not placeable as a
decoration,
yeah, that's probably just an oversight.
Okay.
Yeah. So right. So thanks for calling that to our attention. We'll take a look at that. Sort of scanning some of the other questions here.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. Let's see.
So until we get another,
will we be able to?
Go ahead.
Will we be able to dye the newer craftable canvas furniture? Right now, we don't have the ability to dye furniture. It's something we want to support eventually in the future, but we don't have that tech yet.
All right. And speaking of furniture, what do you, that's one of the things that Bob has worked on quite a bit in recent releases, because a lot of the feedback we've gotten is that you guys want more of that kind of stuff, so we've made an effort to get a lot more furnishings for your house so that you can get it just the way you want it. What are some of the things that you're working on right now, Bob?
Well, right now we've got a Renaissance bedroom set that is coming. And it's very ornate and shiny gold and brown. And, well, the other things that I worked on, I'm not supposed to talk about.
Yeah, we'll keep those as a surprise. But there were other, you just finished a bunch of chairs.
Right, yeah, we just did, sometimes I don't know what's been already given to the public, okay? So yes, last week I made a bunch of leather chairs, and now I'm doing Renaissance bedroom, like I said, and I know I've got a couple of more JIRAs, which is a task for me to make more stuff. So if you guys have requests, feel free to talk about them, but don't get mad if they don't get made because, like I said, I've got tons of stuff that are like halfway done. Um, I just need to find time to finish them. Um, Especially when I hear stuff like tulips. I've already got tulips. Um, they're just not finished, and Hutch probably is the first time hearing this, but it's true.
Well, tulips, you know, if we were going to make tulips, we would probably make them as a, uh, you know, what you've got are probably, you know, cut tulips, right? They're static props types of things. But we'd probably want to integrate that into our agriculture system, you know, have seeds, you grow them, you harvest them, and you know, if you plant them in a pot, they grow and they blow around in the breeze. So we probably tackle that by making a speed tree out of those. But
Okay, that's true. But what I have made are in plots of like 4 feet, I think by 4 feet or something
yeah.
like that, 2 by 2. Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Here's a question from Lord Andernut. Hutch, you'll love this one. When can we expect grass to stop coming through the pavers?
Well, I think this feeds into an answer from a little bit earlier. Now, I know that this has been a bane of your existence for a few releases now, and probably more than just you. Um, the method by which we remove flora from terrain is based on the footprint of the collider. Is going to get just a little bit technical here. It's based on the footprint of the collider that is associated with that decoration. So in the case of a paver, like a giant roadway paver that has a big curve in it, what you would naturally expect is that the big curve would have a collision surface on it that would then serve to remove the grass from underneath it. Well, because it's a decoration, there's other things that come into play with being able to literally place it in the game. The colliders have to be sometimes on a certain level of the prefab hierarchy, and they also have to, you know, and so when you pick up one of those pavers, it becomes convex during dragging around. It's so something that has a big curve in it, that shape would become a convex shape, which would then prevent you from being able to place it very easily. So in order to get around that problem, we made the placement collider very small so that you could, you know, it's basically the center of that large curved roadway. There's a very small square in the center of that large curved roadway. So that enables you to actually place it. The system has no concept of the fact that there's more roadway. All it cares about is that there's a square collider there. So that enables you to actually place it, but the fallout of that is that it's only going to clear the grass where that one little section is. So to get around the initial problems we had with being able to place the item, we had to sort of rig the colliders in a way that doesn't match the contours of the roadway. But the fallout of that is that now there's nothing there for the terrain to know that it has to remove the grass from. So that's a long answer to your question, but I think the silver lining on this is that we are working on a suite of tools that will hopefully be delivered sooner rather than later, which should allow you to remove either by direct means or through some kind of an editor. It depends on the approach that we take. It should allow you to remove areas where grass and or trees or bushes or whatever are not getting cleared from the terrain in the way that you would expect. So just please be patient. We're working on it, and it's a complex problem that we're trying to solve. Yeah.
All right, one couple of last ones. Malahari, can we get an ornate mailbox on a post for the add-on store? Yes, that is in the schedule.
It's actually being worked on right now.
Sweet.
Yeah, we have a crafted mailbox that went live in R42, and it's present in banks, the bank NPC buildings that you'll see in POTS and throughout other NPC towns. We have a crafted version of that people can make. But there are other types of mailboxes that we're going to make, including mailboxes on posts and ornate versions of both of those. So. Okay.
Let's see. Not housing related, but sort of indirectly. It's about mail. Womby asked, will we be able to send gold to other players using the in-game mail? Yes, that's mostly the whole point of it, because it's part of the rental system. And is it time for prizes?
It's getting awfully close.
Let's see. While we're waiting for that. Lockheed Abernathy asked, will we be seeing craftable racks, stockades, splashes of blood on floors and walls, as well as tools of torture for those trying to set up a dungeon? Well, we have some torture things like a wheel of pain and other stuff, but we can look into making more torturous stuff. I know we have some world objects that we have. We could look at turning more of those into decorations. Don't we have more stuff that we've used?
Yeah, we've made well, we've got a few things that a breaking wheel, and we've got a gallows and things like that came up during holiday time. But yeah, we can certainly make other types of decorations to outfit your dungeon or whatever, wall shackles and things like that. Sure. We see any other questions here? Otherwise, we can go right. We're getting close to the end of the segment, and we can maybe go to, if there's no questions.
Prizes?
Yeah, we can go to prizes.
Yay! We can do prizes. You just had to hold on a second. Let me switch over. I'm killing bears in Solus Bridge Outlook while we're waiting for you guys. It slows me down a little. Okay, so we have two 10 Kodo packs we're giving away this round. First one is to Inara Dragon, and the second one is to Mute 209. And next up, we have Ornate Wealthy Merchant Outfit Pattern Pack, so you can look like your favorite banker. Those go to South End Al and Cara Bray. A smaller Ancient set goes to Rhiannon. An Avatar's Radio Mug goes to Lord Bloomy. And expiring today is an Obsidian Starter Bundle that goes to Luca Zante.
All right, nice. Congratulations, everybody. That's a great. Those are great prizes.
Oh, here's a good one. Says. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
Okay. Rosemore says Darkstar's bedpost looks pretty awesome. Any chance we could get his bed in the game? Sticks out tongue. Actually, I could take some photos of it.
I know, yeah.
It is a pretty cool bed.
Just take some pictures. You can have the bed of the Darkstar.
Yeah, so.
That's a pretty cool bed.
Yeah.
Very grand.
It's 1850s French colonial. Yeah, we'll get right on that.
That just proves that Star is probably a vampire. He probably got that in the 1850s French colonies.
Yeah, except I don't think vampires get this sick for 3 weeks.
Yeah, maybe not.
All right, so I think we've got the world building tours up next. Is that right? What's on the schedule? Wait, what's on the schedule next?
I believe you're correct.
Uh,
It is.
Those guys ready?
There's a bunch of people staring at
Yeah,
us.
there's people loitering. Let's go get them.
All right.
Be
Try
my
to get in here.
staff.
Okay,
All right.
let's go.
Thanks, guys, and thanks for your support. We appreciate it.
Yeah,
Bye.
and I'm going to be signing off, everyone. Thank you very much. Beginning of the telethon. I've been very ill the last few weeks. I'm still
We
recovering.
miss you, Star.
I don't think I'll be. Thank you. I don't think I'll be, my voice is starting to fail, so I don't think I'm going to be on air the rest of the telethon. I might pop in later, unlikely. So thank you. We really appreciate all your support.
Yeah, here, and thank you, Star, for making the Herculean effort to take part today. We know how hard it's been for you over the last few weeks, and we all wish you a speedy recovery and get some rest.
Okay, Star.
All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
All right, so we're at the next segment. It's going to be world building, some world building tours of some new maps. So let's bring in some of our guys.
All right, you guys. I'm gonna swing around to this side. We're gonna switch the camera here in just a moment, to the computer with the actual. I guess we're gonna use Unity, guys. Is that right?
Yeah.
Give a little in tour of Unity of our game and how that works. We do these we actually have these guys on a regular basis on the community live streams. Every Friday we have a community live stream, and these are streams that we just kind of chill out with you, the community, and are showing off some things that are coming up in the game, new scenes, that sort of thing. And we've got, it looks like Unity up now. Was I not on the camera the whole time? I was like flexing and everything. It was great, and I wasn't even sure. So upset. All right, so let me swing around, since what we'll do is I want to give the community a sneak peek of something, that video that we talked about as well.
All right, just put this and then keep it. Do what you need to do.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I wanted to.
Right, get up.
There I am. Where's the camera? There it is. Okay, so this feels like one of our community live streams all over again. So as I was saying, I don't know if you guys heard me, but are we still doing the mic over there? Okay, cool. So on the community hours on Fridays, 4 o'clock, we'll have these guys come in, show you new scenes, and this is the world building tour. We got an hour and a half of really juicy stuff to show you, some stuff that's already, I think we're going to start off with Souls Bridge Outskirts, right?
Correct, yeah, there's 4 scenes that we're going to go through, and then Travis and I are going to start with Souls Bridge Outskirts.
And this one is already in the game.
It's in the game. We are continuing to refine it, and we'll talk about some of that as we go. But yeah, Souls Bridge Outskirts is already there. When you finish the Battle of Souls Bridge, you come to here, and you learn some more things about the world, and you venture a little bit and make some friends.
Perfect. All right. So before that, I'm going to try and show you. I want to show you guys a sneak peek of one of the videos of the last scene we're going to show this hour. It's a video we put out a week ago, and put it in our weekly update, and give you a sneak peek of the kind of what you to expect on this tour at the end here. So it's a little taste. Follow us along for this whole tour. But let's see if we can we get the, how do we show that, Mr. Tech Guy? So many things going on here that the community
Start
saves
clicking
the
buttons.
day.
Start clicking.
Yeah, click that, click. Yeah, there we go.
What?
Oh, is it already in? You just gotta click that button. Really, is it that easy?
Pretty much. If as long as it's in
Probably has to
window.
be the Windows speed actually up probably.
It's, then it's just a matter of going back to exploit.
All right, there we go. Okay, so I just gotta click the button and go. All right, perfect. So before I show you this video, a reminder, we are on the Summer Telethon of the Avatar here at Portalarium. We are talking about all things Shroud of the Avatar, and we have some updates for you. Remember, at the end of the day, we have expiration of several items. These are all items that you can see in the list. If you go to the front page of the website for this telethon, it details out what's expiring. We also have some really cool stretch goals. We are at $15,000 right now today. Thank you, community. We really are. This is making the project able to be finished, and we're working very hard with you, the community, to do this. And it's been a long journey so far, and it's one that we've worked on for over 3 years now. Yeah, but that's game development. That's how long it takes. But we're getting closer and closer to the episode 1 completion, and today is your additional help. And we are again at 15,000, and the next goal is 25,000. Not that far away. Balloons, holding up a little set of balloons there. Small cluster of balloons held in hand.
And black with a silver virtue symbol.
Black with a silver virtue symbol. Nice. That's really cool. So I can't wait to see those in the game. So that's the next stretch goal. We got more. You can see those on the website. The expirations, I'm looking at the whiteboard just to see what we've got. And also a reminder, if you're just joining us, join us on Discord chat as well, because that's where you're going to get a chance to win some prizes. You can ask questions on either Discord or Twitch. We've got some of the community helpers here that are making a lot of this live stream possible, and we couldn't do it without them, that's for sure, because we have 3 guys on taking questions right now, and they're barely keeping up. If we don't get to your questions today, we will have Star spend the next 3 months probably answering them into the forums. So apologize in advance if we don't get to it, but we are trying. All right. So enough of that. Now we're going to show you 3 outskirts scenes after this video. This video is a sneak peek of the final 4th scene.
It's Oracle Colossus.
Oracle Colossus. And this is in the game now?
Yes.
It's in the game now. Yep. All right. Let's see if I can click this right here. I'm going to actually move this over and enjoy. And if the sound is too loud, we will adjust. And there's our social channels. Be sure to join those. Hopefully that didn't blow out your eardrums. The next video, all sorts of crazy good videos here. All right. So we're back. That will be the last scene of this tour. So what do we got here?
So first, Soulsbridge Outskirts. How do we switch?
We're looking at
this. No, this.
Which one do we want to click? Just click on the scene right here, and it'll follow over. Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Do you want to switch seats? That'll be a little easier.
If we can bring in Travis.
Oh, yeah, Travis. Yeah, I have not built any of these scenes. I don't know why I'm standing up here right now. Let's bring in Travis. Sounds like a better idea than me.
Well, you have helped me update the player events book.
There is that. I do try to do a little bit.
So you're dabbling now. So my name's Keith Quinn. I'm a level designer, and I've been doing a lot of quests lately. I've done quests in other games, but I'm still pretty new to how we do quests here on Shroud the Avatar. This is Travis. Travis, how do you pronounce it?
Where's the... I don't know what to wave to. Wherever the
something went black.
Oh, there it is. Thanks, Jack.
Oh, here we go.
Oops, sorry. I'm also a world builder. I do more of the physical shell and the decoration and things like that. And then gameplay fun and work.
How's that? Get everything sort of like. There we go. I'm gonna jump to the start of the theme.
the audio low on that.
We just
So players who have finished Soulsbridge Battle of Soulsbridge, they come here. I'm not going to get too close to this guy in front of us because he's going to pull me into a conversation. But this is a scene that we introduced a couple months ago that Travis built, and he also did most of the spawning, which is all the good guys, bad guys, resource nodes like trees and ore. And then
did last year, kind of my mentor. This is the first one I ever spawned in.
Right. And so I also came in after he did, and then I added several characters that would give quests, and then I had to add in some bad guys that were related to those quests. So right here is what we call the bivouac. It's the first area that you come to, and you can see some characters have quests right away for me. Let's get a little sky-high view right here. 100. Yeah, like go fast. So here's the whole scene. Pretty big. We're down in that little camp in the bottom center of the screen. We have relative safety over here in the camp with the quest contacts and the things to do, tasks. And then over in the top left, we have our swamp and the bandits in the swamp. Over the top center, we have a farm, and just past them are some wolves. Apparently have been harassing the farmer. A little bit to the right over here, we have a graveyard, and there's an alchemist in there who's been studying things going on in the graveyard. And then we have this abandoned village over here. Has a lot of undead and also some curious characters who. So our basic pitch was, let's have that's not full of everything that can happen in the Shroud Avatar. Wanted to include some nice general adventure area, some good resources, and some introduction to some quest and task type activities.
And you could do it all in one scene. You didn't have to.
Yeah, you didn't have to go to town and come back here and go to town and come back here. So you can actually do some crafting in here if you wanted to, or learn how to craft for the first time. You can interact with other players for the first time, because it is the first time you are in a scene that you're not just by yourself.
There's a lot of training dummies. Just want to take bits. A lot of people training dummies on live to practice their skills when they're.
Right. We have our trainer right in the middle, in between the two archery targets, and then the practice dummy. By the way, across from him, we have our crafting trainer, crafting patients all over. If you're not sure what sort of question you might be on, if you're not sure if you go to help, there's Captain Kinsey over there. She's in charge of the soldiers. She's waving us over, but we're busy right now, Captain. So. We have some civilians here who are lamenting the losses from the Battle of Soulsbridge.
If you don't mind, the audio of the music is a little loud, so notch that speaker on, pull it down to like the lowest level.
I'm going to do this.
Or you can do that too. Sometimes already done.
Look at the background.
The birds and all that's going to be. They want to hear you, they don't want to hear the birds.
I'm awesome. All right, so so we had a few sort of like we had a sort of a block out and a pitch discussion about what we wanted in the scene, and I sort of went over some of it. You know, we wanted some safe areas, we wanted multiple sections where you felt like you were progressing from one section to another. You know, here's a camp, here's a swamp, here's a farm. We also wanted, what else do we want? We wanted a progression of difficulty, nothing too difficult. So it starts off easier near the camp, and then the further you go in, it gets a little bit harder when you get towards the end. And what else? We had a certain set of basic decorations at the camp with the assumption that maybe it was going to be more civilian. But then later on, we had some feedback to make it more. Let me kill all this then. To make it more soldiers, few civilians, and we added some extra decorations and structures to sort of catch your eye in certain areas. So Travis, do you want to talk about that stuff?
Yeah, here in the camp, yeah, we started with, people had left Solus Bridge, and kind of thinking now is that most of the refugees made it to Soul Town itself, and that their little group of wagons is still there with that line of quests for the survivors and escapees. So this is mostly the.
Right. And I want to point out those refugees in Sultan, they're still there. We haven't moved those. We've just inserted this in between the Battle of Solus Bridge and when you get to Sultan.
So now it's more the military element, and hopefully they're going to try to make a push back and take back Solus Bridge at some point when they can. But there's plenty of bad guys to deal with in this town. If you talk to some of these people, they've gone and scouted the village over there, and the undead are a problem here. So you can help these guards out, kind of turn the tide, and hopefully someday.
Right, so
with Solus Bridge itself.
Initially, they don't talk about the undead in the quests, but as you go through, they mention that there's, they're aware of the undead on the far side of the map. The quests that are in the scene, we're not done adding them and refining them, so there's still a few more to go, but we're putting them in several passes. Like there was the first pass, just put in a few basic tasks, and then the second pass, let's get rid of one that didn't work, the fishing quest. People know the fishing quest, they found it difficult, so we pulled that out. Instead, we have the character that's in front of Travis right here, who gives you a simpler, please gather some resources and I'll give you some arrows quest. And he'll probably get his quest refined a little bit more in the future too. We have other changes we made. There's a bandit. He used to be called Sullen Bandit. Now he's called Outskirts Fence. He's by a little shack by himself. See that? Turn the pig on the spit. So awesome. So the bandit was changed because what used to happen with him was you would kill him and then his door would open. So it was more of a gaming mechanic. And now, based on feedback, we've changed it so that if you kill him, then you can loot him and get a key to get to his house. Hopefully not too much of a spoiler there, but if you want to get in his house, that's how you can do it. That's one way of how you can do it. I'll give you a hint there, and I won't spoil too much for you.
How long do we have? Should I be flying through this, or is running going to be okay?
Let's go a little faster.
I'd like that somebody gave Hot Tub some armor. That's great.
Yeah. So we've also made some adjustments with these bandits in the swamps. People were saying that they weren't respawning, coming back fast enough after they were killed. So we made some adjustments that hopefully should fix that, and also added in a couple of extra bandits here and there. Also constricted their awareness radius a little bit, so maybe you can sort of like sneak around and not, pull the whole camp on you if you start combat. It's just the guys in front of you. So some adjustments are made based on observation and feedback as the game went live. After this scene went live, we made some adjustments with the wolves. I guess you made those adjustments.
Yeah, when I first did it, there was nothing but wolves, and I ran it in Ghost and watched the whole scene, and there was lots of stuff spawning. Just the wolves killed everything on the second the scene loaded. So now it's a nice little. There you go.
Yeah. Maybe I did something to block it. All right, we'll have to look into that. Oh, there you go.
They're too far into the ritual to be stopped.
The point was that if you turn it off, they'll turn it back on.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So that's it. That's it. We're not bringing out the ritual master, but we can see the ritual assistants are here doing their dirty work and perhaps doing something related to why Solus Bridge itself was under siege.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get more clues and find out how to help them.
Yep. Yeah, we're going to be adding in more layers of detail and tasks. We added a little bit this last release, and we're going to add more next release.
Yeah, I love all the new additions. I don't want to spoil them all, but they're cool. I like the quest.
Yeah, the outskirts fence, the newly renamed outskirts fence, he's going to get a larger presence or more purpose at least with the next update.
Was the painter's, what was her name?
Liliana?
Yeah, Liliana. Her story. That got a lot.
Yeah,
more depth.
yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, it'll get even deeper. And
Cool.
heart-wrenching.
Thanks, guys.
All right,
Thanks,
so
Travis. Thanks, Keith.
we're going to pass back to Matthew, and we're going to get the next team in here. And there you go, Matthew.
All right, so we've got the next outskirts scene. We have 3 outskirts, and 2 of them are in the game, and we've got Seawolf and Damien who are going to be joining me. Beers in hand, good going. I do not have a beer. I don't know where it went. Somebody stole it, I think. So I will get out of the seat in one moment because we just can't quite fit 3 unless we hug in here, and that's just too crowded.
Yeah, I'm not a hugger.
So an update for everybody. We are here at Portalarium Studio working on Shroud of the Avatar, and this is, I actually just put out we've been working on it for several years, but I put out a community article on what has been happening over the past year, and these telethons are a celebration, a quarterly celebration. If you're just tuning in and you don't know what a telethon is, why we're talking about all this stuff, we celebrate for 12 hours, and that's today, talking about the game. You guys are going to show some cool stuff about your outskirts scene that you've been working on, talking about what you've been doing, and also really supporting the project. And one of the ways the community does that, we have a ton of community members that have already contributed today. We are at $15,000 for today's telethon. This is how you, the community, can support the project to get us to the completion, to episode 1 and beyond. It is all crowdfunded by the community. We had, the original Kickstarter, and then a whole, several years of development afterwards. And this is a big project, and this is what it takes, and we can't do it without you. And right now we are just 10,000 from the next stretch goal, which is balloons. So you hold this really cool set of balloons up in the air, and they also come with a silver virtue symbol, one of the symbols of the game lore. So if you're interested in getting us to that, all you have to do is to contribute $5 to anything in the add-on store, the bundles. If you go to the shroudoftheavatar.com website and you go to the right where you have the main menu, there's a store icon. You can take a look at all of the things that we have on sale for the store. If you contribute to anything on that existing, you already have funds in your account. Does not count. You have to contribute new funds to it. At least $5 or more, and I've just been told, thank you, community, that we are at $20,000. So this is it, 2 shots. So we do a little thing for you, community, to celebrate as a thank you. I will see if we can get this camera turned around just for the moment.
I have an extra.
So this is it. This is what happens. We've got Lord British himself on camera shortly here, as soon as I can figure out where it is. Oh god.
You can grab a mostly clean one.
Nice. Boy, clean shots.
There you go. You got your own glass, Eric?
There it is. I do. It's this wonderful HEB. It's the HEB cup. There you go. That's it.
There you go. Oh, you switched the camera over here. Oh, there you go. There's alcohol there.
Should I just go from there?
You just drink from the bottle.
I just drink from that.
Hey, but to you, community, sorry, Dallas and I were a little preoccupied. We actually missed one in between. Apologies, but we're here to celebrate you supporting us. Thank you so much. These guys are doing some phenomenal work. I know you are. You're probably already playing in a bunch of their work already, but these guys are just doing a phenomenal job as well. We couldn't have this team together if it wasn't for your support. Thank you very much. Cheers to all of you.
Cheers. Skull.
Cheers. Skull. And we are only 2 notches away from the second stretch goal, the balloons. So we're well underway. We're 4/5 of the way there. So thank you, and please continue to pledge if you can. And if you would like to show us support and you're kind of at your own personal limit, which I also could understand too, please share this link around. Please encourage others to come join us. The way that this game is going to get over the finish line and be the best game it can, and get out as soon as it can, as the best as it can, and give us the ability to bring in more people is with the support we get from people like you. So that support can come in many ways, one of which is financial, which a lot of you are already doing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But another great way to help us out is just to participate in spreading the word. Let's bring Shroud of the Avatar to a larger and larger audience. Thank you very much. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Lord British. Let's get this camera back into the game. There we are. Nice hat. That's a wizard hat of some sort that we're wearing right now.
Who's wearing
Whoever's in the game.
I don't know. It's the
I don't
hot
know
tub.
who this is.
No idea
The
who
hot
it
tub wizard hat.
There you
go. No, I mean it's the hot tub. It's
The
characters.
we should have the hot tub, by the way, for anybody who is wondering what the hell we're talking about, is the conference room here. We call it the hot tub, where we all get together for stand-ups every morning. We also post those stand-ups, by the way. If you're curious on the development of the game, we are very open about where the progress is going. We try to give you quarterly updates on how things are progressing, what we're working on over the next few months. All of that goes into the forum. So if you're interested in getting to know some of the other community members, know some of the developers, you guys post blogs in the forums as well.
Yep.
And we put those into the weekly updates that we send out via email and on the website every single Friday. We have more updates every month as well. The forums is really where to go to get that information. The website, shroudtheavatar.com, and then you can find the forum link in the community section, and you can go and find all the great stuff we've been putting up there for you guys. So I've got the game back here. I'm going to get out of this chair so that I can get Damien back in. You guys can chat about this scene, which we are now on Highvale Outskirts, right?
We will be, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes, right. We got to swap over here. We got the
scenes.
old Solus Bridge there. If you guys could give the community a little tie-in on how the outskirts scenes, like why is there 3 outskirts scenes, or why are they called outskirts?
Sure. Basically, the buffer between the tutorial levels that you start in and getting to the actual meat of the game. Okay, am I in?
You're in.
Yeah, I'm in.
I can scoot over.
Okay, it's a huge head, so it's really hard to get in there. So it's the buffer zone in which you can actually learn what your character can do, from fighting, through crafting, gathering, basic interactions with other players, understanding the quest system, all that stuff. So, in a nutshell, that's what it is.
So we're taking a little bit of a shortcut in Unity using some commands. Do not try this at home, folks. You
No,
can't, actually.
it didn't work.
Oh, it didn't work? What do you mean it didn't work?
It's probably not connected up to it yet.
Oh, so we can't go to the scene at all?
No,
Oh,
we
there it
can.
goes.
We
Oh,
can. We just got to do it manually.
Okay.
I hope I remember the scene correctly.
So all of the stuff there, actually they're just seeing the center window, so you don't even see the UI right now. But we are in Unity.
Pretty sure this is it.
We'll find out. Or you get a sneak peek into something else.
or
something yet to be shown officially, but that's happened before.
This is taking a while.
This looks like it.
This does look like it.
I see a lot of indicators on the screen.
Yeah, so these are just labels that we use to help communicate, where certain points of interest are, because there's at least 2 people, touch a world, sometimes 3. So that way I don't have to explain anything. I can just.
So you see work that's being done by others. So you'll pop into the map, do something that you need to do, and you'll see progress that other people have made before?
No, not typically. Usually we just do it in stages. So I'll usually do the world building, and then the spawners usually do the spawning. I actually did the spawning for this map.
And spawning is like the creatures and
it's putting in the creatures, and then you have the quest designer who puts in the quest. That's it.
Which I have not started on this one yet because I'm currently working on Blood River Outskirts.
Which is coming up next after this, I believe. Are
Yes,
you
it
going
is.
to be on camera for that too?
I will be in there too.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Hopefully nothing cracks.
This is Barrick, by the way, community manager, talking off camera. And we know it's blasting, you guys. You're listening to one moment to turn it down.
Be quiet.
We'll keep that low as possible, basically. Lower, much
I
lower.
can keep the music.
Trust me, it looks sounds all
Okay, like that good?
Yep, I think we're good there. Sorry about that. Please continue.
All right, I'm gonna slew over to the start.
I think that the audio resets in Unity every time the new scene or something is loaded.
Yeah, so it doesn't do it in update, so you have to tell it to set audio
Okay.
every time.
We'll do that for the next scene.
Because if you ran an update and if it was constantly checking all the time, it would be kind of performance heavy. I'm guessing. I'm not a programmer. I don't know
Can you go to his character window? Can you see what hat that is? I'm really curious.
It's a hat.
What does it say?
Witch's hat.
The witch's hat. That makes sense. All right. Which I think can be gotten in the game by the community, I believe.
I don't know. I don't have one.
See, we talk a lot about, like, right now, obviously with the telethon, we are focused on, you know, presenting some things that are on sale that are in the add-on store. But the add-on store is not the whole. It is not the whole of what you can get in the game. There are thousands and thousands of craftable items and other things that are in the game too, and I think that's one of them.
Let's see what he's talking
I think it's a store item. I think it's a store
item. Oh, okay.
There's a wizard hat, which is craftable, but that's the.
All right, so I'm going to start showing off this scene a little bit. So as you walk in, that was the main entrance that we were just at. As you walk in, you'll see this monastery kind of up above. And there should be an NPC around here walking who will eventually greet you. He shouldn't be over this far.
I've been told that is the witch's hat that is actually available in the store, but there is a craftable version. Many of the items in the store, there's so many craftable versions of them anyway.
So this NPC will end up directing you up here, and they may not end up looking like that. It's going to be up to Damien. Yeah. We're going to take the elevator.
Well, it is named High Vale Outskirts, so I assume you designed it with a height issue, or I should say a height thing in mind.
Yeah, I mean High Vale, Vale meaning valley, so it's a high valley. Yeah, you know, we definitely wanted a very mountainous scene.
I really think this scene has a great vista view.
Yeah.
And you stand on the corners and things and just get this huge view. And
Can you fall off the bridge?
You can.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I won't die because I'm in ghost mode.
And very important question for those, I'm sure, wondering.
Let's get a view real quick.
Yeah.
What if the elevator?
That's pretty phenomenal. I love that.
That's really great. Now you can get up there with the elevator. What if the elevator breaks? Like if it breaks down there, regular maintenance is required. Some guy that comes out of nowhere fixes it.
There is an alternate route, and we'll go through that here in a minute. Hopefully that won't happen. If the elevator in here breaks, that means that something's wrong.
Good design is always an alternate route to get where you need to go.
Yeah. We'll get even higher up. Let's see if I can get a better view. Things are lagging a little bit here.
Well, you're in Unity right now, so that does
that's going to do it.
When you run the game through the editor, it's always
it's
50% slower at least.
We have a lot of NPCs around here. So I don't want to rush through this, but I don't want to linger too long either. Because when we're nearby all these NPCs, everything gets really laggy. And it's just because we're in Unity.
And just for a little story background, this area belongs to the refugees of High Vale, who were attacked by the elves, and this is where they're going to basically seek refuge and get their stuff back together.
Yeah, and we got the military here too. They've kind of retreated here, and they're here to kind of defend the refugees. So let's see. This is kind of a little chapel. A lot of this lighting is going to be temporary. We're going to end up replacing it with some volumetric lighting that will look much nicer. And hopefully, if Dr. Bog likes me, we'll get lighting that rotates with the sun. Like that sort of greenish stained glass lighting that rotates with the sun.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get a quest that kind of works with that mechanic.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So over here we have a little crafting station for all your crafting needs. And up here you have this is kind of where the refugees hang out. And I imagine there will be some quest givers in here.
Oh yeah, there will be. I have not started on this map doing any quests or anything yet because I'm currently busy working on Blood River Outskirts. But yeah, a common theme that I'm trying to work with both of those maps is letting the player choose who they're going to align with, basically. Whether it's going to be the good guys, the refugees, or it's going to be the bad guys, the ones that attacked and did the massacre or whatever at the tutorial. It's going to be up to you who you really want to side with. Or you can be real dastardly and play both sides against each other. This is something that hasn't been tried yet in the game, so I'm experimenting with it and having quite a bit of success actually using a lot of global variables. So it's coming together, and I plan, like I said, I'm planning on using that same type of ideology in this map as well. So it keeps things about as open as possible on what you want to do.
Yeah, that'll be cool, and it'll be the first time we have it in a game, which I think you mentioned. But...
It's okay, it can be mentioned again.
I'm not sure where this leads. Oh, that leads to the exit. I don't want to go that way. All right, I'm just going to walk all the way down. So yeah, the draw distance in this map is
pretty crazy,
pretty far, and I'm surprised that Unity doesn't crash.
And the good thing here is if you fall off this bridge, on the bottom there will be a wizard of some sort who can actually teleport you back to where you need to be.
Oh, that'll be nice. I didn't put that in. He's going to put that in.
Yeah, it's not in.
Like, I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Over here we got some kobolds. I'll climb down this because the bridge is broken. Got some automated ballista traps that'll shoot at you.
And this is Seawolf's own creation.
Yeah, yeah. Traps are kind of my...
Yeah, and he made this with the eyeball and everything. I think this is fantastic. I love this. I want this to be something I can put in my plot, in my house or something. I
just shoot at people as they walk by. Yeah.
Or even just sit there and animate. It just looks so cool.
Thank you, Fletcher, and I'm not sure who did the ballista. I think Fletcher did the eyeball artwork. I kind of stole it from the spider and stripped it down a little bit. Over here we have like a little kobold encampment.
And keep in mind you'll be able to work with the kobolds too if you wish.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Of course, you got to prove yourself to them, but because they're not going to like you right off the bat.
I'm going to take a shortcut. Just so I can show you more stuff. So as we come up here, they have this kind of abandoned mine.
And so it's a back way to get to the kobold camp. A little sneaky way.
There should be some mushrooms in here. Yeah, there's one. These guys are pretty low level, but I think they're tier 1 actually. So if you're a tier 0 character, you have to be careful in here.
You should be able to handle tier 1 by the time you get to this part, I would think.
Yeah, and I can't see anything. I'm going to slip. I think I'm up against the wall. And I don't want to burst the wall. Here we go. So exit around here. I'm just going to go ahead and fly through a little bit of this, just because there's a lot of leg time in this map. It's a big map, which is nice if you enjoy hiking, you like the views. But there's also plenty of animals to hunt and things like that as well. So.
Yeah, it's going to be my job also to put as much interesting things to interact with as possible once I finally get on this map.
Let's see, over here we have some hunting grounds. Let's see if I have the tiger trap, if I can find it.
It's a tiger trap?
Yeah, here we go. There's no tigers in the game, as far as I know. It's just a tiger trap. I think there are lions. Do we have lions?
I thought we had some kind of big cat.
Anyways, tiger trap is basically a pit with spikes. If you fall down there, you have to use one of the ladders to climb out. There's a little piece of meat hanging to attract.
Humans, evidently.
Yeah, humans. Humans or some of the wolves in the area.
Or some of the Texans, because they always like their steak.
Yeah, it's pretty rare too. Not cooked just the way I like it. Yeah, and there's some, if if you guys notice, there's some hunting platforms scattered throughout this map. I think there's a total of 6. So I'm going to run back up onto the trail.
Yeah, so if your thing is hunting here, you want to do a lot of skinning and getting meat, this is the place to do it, that's for sure.
So let's see.
So what are we coming up on now?
So up here should be the elven encampment, and it's a little bit of a walk, so I'm just gonna scooch us over there.
So on this particular map, they're considered the bad guys. Am I correct?
Yeah. I'm also gonna set the game time to. There we go. That's better.
And bad guys is the way I look at it anyway, is a kind of true neutral kind of person. Bad guys is relative to what their ideals are. So again, you'll be able to interact with them if you don't want to fight them and you want to find out what they're about and maybe side with them, you can. Be traded to your human race, but that's fine. It's a choice.
Yeah, and I'm gonna come up on their actual camp up here. And they have their own crafting station, so if you side with them, you still have access to all the crafting tools you need. This is their camp. Here we got some crafting stuff and some vendors as well, or merchants.
Another big thing we want to do with the outskirt maps too is also to emphasize the particular virtue it represents. For example, Highvale here represents courage. So a lot of the quests will revolve around standing up against opposition, getting the courage to actually standing up against this opposition to make a better situation for whatever faction you'll be working with.
Let's see. Up next is this farm, which has sort of become a battlefield. And if everything spawns correctly, which it looks like it's going to, you'll see a little bit of a fight with the elves versus the humans. Humans are going to be late to the show because it looks like they spawn according to player location, which makes sense. There they go. Here they come.
So one of the things we're going to try and do, especially with this scene here, is something that I came up with in Tabula Rasa, in which you get the 2 NPC sides fighting against each other. And based on player participation, you can actually turn the tide of battle to one side or the other, which will actually end up spawning like merchants and that kind of thing for the side that you helped after a certain amount of time, certain amount of kills, maybe killing in general or whatever. But it emphasizes the cooperation of actually fighting together for a chosen side to help it with its progression, for lack of a better term. So it's a mechanic that I'm toying with, or will be toying with, and trying to get to work. Hopefully it will work, and it'll be engaging for all the players.
Yeah.
Well, I see Esteban just came in here, so he is eager to team with you, Damien.
We're getting kicked off.
On Blood River Outskirts.
Yep.
To the third and final outskirts scene.
Mhm.
So we should probably move on to that one.
Okay.
Hopefully I didn't cut you guys off too much here.
It's all right. It's all right. We missed
much
one
to
thing,
show.
but we don't want to.
Well, guess what?
We don't want to spoil it.
You'll have
Yeah.
to come back and share that on the weekly live stream at some point on our community hour at 4 o'clock on Fridays, promoting that advertising for anybody listening. Okay,
You
thanks
wanna sit down
guys.
here and-
Yeah, for a moment,
Thanks
sure.
for having us.
And then Esteban, you can take Seawolf's chair. Thank you, Seawolf. Appreciate that.
No problem.
And there's Seawolf. Everybody knows Seawolf. Well, what am I saying? Everybody knows Esteban. I'm getting all the names confused. All right,
So many names.
These chairs have these wheels. I don't know why they have wheels. They're in 5 different directions. All right. This is our third and final outskirts scene that we're going to show you guys. It's Blood River Outskirts. This one is not yet in the game, right?
No. No. That's correct.
So
Not-
still being
not
worked
live.
on. So we have a few new things to show the community.
Definitely,
from what I
yes.
understand. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so we got this one, and then right after this, we're going to fit in before the next overall segment of which is going to be about story and then quest and lore and things of the game. We have Blood River Estimate's going to show, and then wrap that up with one more scene. So let's get Unity probably should load into the
Sure,
scene.
yes.
Do
Let
something
me
like
go
that.
ahead and load into Blood River.
Okay, we in the meantime, community, we are updating our boards and seeing what it is you're talking about. If you have any questions for any of these guys, please ask in Discord and Twitch chat. And we also have, I think, we haven't done the wheel in a while.
Let's do the wheel.
I'm hearing voices from Lord British himself.
The wheel.
Let's spin the wheel.
And let's not only do the wheel, but I'm gonna do one bit by chance and 2 bits by decree. And so first we'll do the part by chance. I have the wheel there. I see the wheel up. Here we go. The part by chance is headwear and masks. Headwear and masks is the part by chance. And I'm gonna make 2 more swaths by decree. 1 swath by decree is all the moondials. So moondials are now by Lord British decree also on sale. And then the last Lord British decree, the biggest of them all, is all bundles. All of the bundles that we had planned for today to potentially be on sale. All bundles.
Wait. Not like all of them.
The bundles that we have on our list of things that could go on sale today, all bundles from today's potential sales are on sale.
Wow, let's do it.
Bundles. So I'll put it here for Elven bundles as a placeholder for bundles in general. So bundles, moondials, and headwear and masks. There you go. Continue with your stuff. Good luck. Happy purchasing, everybody.
Alright guys, well we are loading the speaker. We've got the audio is showing up here. But we just announced a whole bunch of sales here that we're going to put onto the...
Yeah.
What is that noise?
That is a duck.
Wow, okay, that was Unity for you guys. Okay, so...
Let's see, did you also unmute it?
Yeah, you can unmute the... Now that we're past the quacking of the... whatever the heck that was. So we got some new sales for you guys that are going on to the flash sale ticker on the live stream. You'll see those pop up shortly. We had a Lord British decree of some of them just come in just now. Some of them, I believe some of the community has been actually waiting for it. And we are loading into Blood River, right?
Yes.
Is it 1 word or 2 words?
It is
One
word.
I really thought that I've been promoting 1 word this whole time. Now I see on the screen 2 words, so that scared me.
Yeah, typo.
Yeah, it should be Blood River, 1 word, then outskirts.
Right, yeah. But yes, here we are in Blood River Outskirts.
Okay, I'm gonna actually give up my seat here because I'm not one of the world builders. Back to Damien.
Thank you, sir.
And so Blood River Outskirts is what we're looking at right now on screen. It is just a tad bit north of the Blood River Massacre area. And so here's the player arrival point. So the player would arrive by boat, kind of go upstream the river, and kind of land in this position.
And that's the first person you'll meet, Eliana.
Oh, yes.
By the way, this is the one I have been working on lately, so there is some of the quest mechanics in it. And she will automatically talk to you because you'll have the truth virtue already applied to you from the previous map tutorial. So she will automatically talk to you and tell you what's going on and what you need to do next. And from there, go on to the Elven Village.
So let's make a trek into the woods here. And so when we were designing this map, we wanted this area, so this is obviously a forest, but we also wanted it to be, to provide a lot of seclusion for the refugees or the survivors of the Blood River Massacre. So kind of as we're making our way down this trail, we'll eventually come up on a plateau. And at first glance, it looks like a typical plateau, but that is actually where our survivors are hanging out. And we're coming up on the plateau up here. So this is once again just giving a very heavily forested feel, as opposed to the other outskirts maps that had a lot of elevation change. This does have a lot of elevation change too, but you also notice just a very heavy use of brush. And so here we come into the elven camp. So here we see our elven survivors. And Damon, can you tell us a little bit of story here about the tree house home?
Yeah. Well, like has been said, these are the refugees, and these are the refugees from Blood River Massacre. They came here to basically escape being massacred, obviously. And so they set up camp, and the main tree that you see in the background right here, if you can show that, a hermit lives there. He's not too pleased that all these elves moved in. He's an elf himself, but still he's a hermit, and he likes to stay by himself. There's a mystery why he's a hermit, and I'm not going to get into that right now. I'm going to let that be kind of a surprise. But you'll be able to interact with him and find out why he wants everything to be alone, and be able to work with him to kind of maybe make him accept the fact that the elves are living here at this point, or maybe find some way of actually giving them the boot. It's going to be up to you. Also, there is a commander in this area. I believe he's over by the dog, the dog kennel, or maybe by the tent, one or the other.
Oh yes, there's a dog.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, that's the commander. And this is the person that Eliana in the very beginning tells you to go meet, and he explains exactly what's going on here. He explains that the vigilantes that attacked the Blood River village are basically, what is this, northeast of the camp, and they're basically hunting the elves as elven scouts and that kind of thing. They have a bunch of hunting parties, and their primary prey are the elves because they want to eradicate them. Again, if helping the elves is not your thing, you can find a way to get into the camp of the vigilantes and start working for them if you really wanted to. At first, the vigilante scouts that are scattered around will attack you thinking you're an elf.
Right.
Once they realize you're not an elf, they'll still attack you because it's just fair game at that point. They haven't been given orders otherwise. But if you're able to get into the camp, and it's up to you how to figure out how to get into their camp, they will not attack you. They'll figure, okay, you're in the camp, and maybe you should be here. And you can talk to the commander of that vigilante camp, who's Phineas Drumplemouth, and he will give you certain quests, diabolical quests, to prove your worth to them. And again, you can play both sides off each other. You can actually do quests for one side and the other, and just keep the conflict going if that's your nefarious thing to do. Mm-hmm. Or you can actually choose a side, working for the elves or working for the vigilantes.
Yes, and part of designing this camp was also making it seem like they were sustaining themselves. So you will see, like they're raising a few crops, got a couple pens for animals. So they're getting by. You will also see some defenses, very ramshackle stuff. And along the entire perimeter of the camp, you will see traps. So they're protecting themselves against these vigilantes that are hunting them. For example, you'll see one here. Yeah, similar version of what Seawolf just showed off. But yeah, essentially a tiger trap. And we will see other traps. So there's various traps scattered all throughout the perimeter.
And you can climb out of it, just like in the other one.
Correct. This is another one right here. So we really put our mind to work when it came down to making traps. But this one right here, you're walking along the path, and then it's a swinging log trap. And our friend here, you can see, had an unfortunate demise.
I still say you should be able to pickpocket him or something. See if he has something on him.
Right. And you can trigger that back up. And so that was one of Richard's feedbacks was, once you get that log swinging, how do you bring it back up? And you can do that as a player. If you were to look up, you'll see a tree house. We can make our way into that tree house and reset our trap. So we crank this lever, and we catch a glimpse of the swinging log coming back into place. And so now it's set again. It's ready to go.
So now you can play a trick on another player who passes through.
Yeah, exactly. So while designing this very heavily forested region, it was almost like I felt like it was a very much type jungle setting.
Now it's raining too.
And then now it's raining too.
You
And
get
so
your clothes wet, It's no good.
Get my clothes wet.
Catch your death of cold.
Yeah, no kidding.
Not if I take cover underneath this pillbox.
Oh, nice. Yeah, very nice.
So I was partially inspired by kind of like the Viet Cong, like in Vietnam, but kind of just.
And lightning now, I see too. Yeah, you should stay there for a while.
It's like Texas
Safe.
weather.
Safe.
Very
Is
unpredictable.
there any creatures that are? You gotta watch out for that too, don't you?
Yes, there are some creatures, and we're actually going to come up on some mushroom men.
And slimes.
Oh, and slimes. That is true. Yes. So.
Slimy mushroom men.
Well, I think that's a given.
So despite the fact this is the entire map is forest, I did try to differentiate between different areas. You do have like a lowland type forest. You do have more of a mushroom under cove area of the forest. You do have a spider cave area of the forest, and we'll see some of that as we go on. But right now, going with what Damien was just saying, we're heading south towards one of the main vigilante camps. So this is a camp where they bring the elves that they've captured, and they just hold them hostage there.
Or they basically skin them and take their bones and trophies.
Or that. So here we're coming up across on the camp. This weather kind of gives this map a spooky vibe.
Yep, which is a good thing.
I usually don't always play with stormy weather, but it's kind of nice to see the map.
You'll probably be able to see Phineas too if you just go around the corner. But yeah, there you go. And that he's probably in there or he's walking around, one or the other. No, okay, it's not in this version of the map. All right.
But we do see, here we can see a mutilated elf.
Oh,
just hanging.
well,
yeah, poor guy.
This
See, see a couple cages where elves would also be brought here.
I have to interrupt. We don't like to normally end up in the middle of flow, but did you see these goosebumps on my arms?
Yes.
Goosebumps on my arms? That's because bundles are selling like hotcakes.
Wow.
We are behind
Oh, wow.
6 shots.
Wow.
6 shots.
I'll start lining them up.
We're at $35,000. That is a new stretch goal, even. The miner's helmet with flames on top.
Wow.
Generating new lights. $35,000. Thank you, community. Thank you. Clap your go to the cameras.
Excellent.
All right. So I'm going to assemble a team in for shots, but you keep going, and we'll set up a little thank you for everybody.
Absolutely.
Go right ahead.
All right.
So here, once again, you can see these cage wagons. So once again, where the vigilante squads would go out into the woods and bring back elves here. And this would act as the main base camp for bringing back elves, but like I said, there are various other smaller camps of what you would refer to as hunting squads going out.
And I will tell you right now, all the vigilantes are hostile outside of the camp.
Oh.
Because, again, they don't have orders to say not to kill you.
Right.
So they just figure, hey, well, you're just good practice.
Yeah.
In case they do run into elves.
Right. So, despite the stormy weather, there are a couple of great POIs in this map. And, especially with a map that's so heavily forested, we thought about, what would be the best way to guide players through this map. And so, you see that ruined tower, point of interest. From that ruined tower, if it wasn't so stormy, we would be able to see these landmarks better. But, ruined tower, plateaus off in the distance, all this is meant to provide some guidance amongst this very heavily forested region. You do have waterfalls in this map, signs of a very wet environment, kind of going with the flora that's also here too.
Did you want to show the automaton area?
Oh yeah, let's make our way there. So this will take us to the automaton area. We'll cross some traps here. So this is another one of the new traps in the game. So this trap
Watch out!
closes
Watch out!
the spiked walls close in on you.
Oh, the humanity! Oh, the humanity!
So a lot of the traps in this map were inspired by Indiana Jones movies growing up. That's where a lot of inspiration came for this.
I think it's funny to say. So what was since my last trip to Austin? What was one of the mantras that you always hear me say when I walk in y'all's room?
Traps.
Traps.
More
and
traps.
What else did I say? Traps and more traps, and then more traps and more traps.
traps.
And I think we actually got to the point where Star Wars actually there's too many traps. And so, but anyway, thank you all so much for these amazing traps. And so I hope you, the players, dig this. Frankly, I think it's been a long time in coming to get this many traps in the game. And now these will be able to, not only are you guys still making unique traps, but these are populating or kind of spreading out now around the world, around the other maps as well as we go back and revise those. Sorry?
40,000.
40,000. Okay, that's
Wow.
2 more. So now we're to 8 shots. So we better.
You're on camera, guys.
One of the black pins.
No, we do
Okay,
shots
sorry.
too.
Hey, everybody, come over here. Sorry to interrupt your flow over there, but it's all for good reasons. We're at 40,000. We're only 10 away from the next stretch goal, which would be the flame pattern stained glass oil lamp table, packs of 3 for everybody. But thank you everybody so much. That's really, we've made 8 stretch goals, 8 in a row. So I've poured a tall pour, but either 8 shots or you got to sing a song, whatever it is. Thank you all so much for supporting this game. Thank you.
Thank you
All
all.
Santé.
Cheers.
And
So flame pattern stained glass table lamp is 50,000. Also, we've got a couple more fire elemental statue with flame effects that's after that, 65. And 80, the flame shaped shield and
It's like rubbing alcohol.
how do you pronounce it? Shield and
where?
scimitar.
Scimitar. Just skip the in the middle. Just scimitar.
All right.
Scimitar. How do you pronounce scimitar?
Scimitar.
How do you pronounce scimitar?
Scimitar.
How do you pronounce scimitar?
Nice.
How do you pronounce scimitar?
Scimitar.
All right. How do you pronounce scimitar? All right. Okay. So
I pronounce it. You need to take another shot because we're up to 42,500.
we're up to what? 42.5. Okay, we'll take one more while we're here. And we're almost at 50.
Keep going.
We're almost at 50. 42.5. I will take another shot, and then I'm going to demand a song or a dance from you.
I'm gonna do a dance.
Dance. So they want to see
But
you
I have
dance.
to, I have to get a fish.
Okay, the fish dance? Oh, you have to go
The fish dance.
Okay, we're going to see the fish dance here in just a minute. We'll get back to your tour momentarily. Whoop, nobody's on camera. Wait, what's that on camera? Come on, join me on camera.
Dead air.
Here we go, 42.5. And here we have Winfield's Fish Dance. Well, the rest of us toast you, the wonderful community. Thank you so much for joining us this day on this fine occasion. Greatly appreciate it. We're here for you.
Thank you again.
Yes, Dallas?
45,000 shot down.
45,000.
I gotta go.
We're now
Them are great eggs.
Very, very close again.
Great eggs.
Great eggs, great eggs. Thank you all so much.
Guys,
Outstanding. Let's see,
you're not
Barrett?
done. You're not done. 45,000.
We're at 45. We did the 4. You guys still got the 45 on the board. Lum, let's give away some prizes. This is very exciting. Give away some exciting prizes,
Okay, we'll
Lum.
give away some prizes, and then I need to come join you guys. I think it's time for our thing. Okay, so I had it up a second ago. Here we go. Okay, so we're giving away 2 bank upgrades first: Sebastian Storm, and then Tree.
Congrats.
An ancient wall sculpture set goes to Yankee. A wooden duck. Wendell Moon wins a wooden duck. Neg wins Demon Wings. And Rex Regis wins a black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit pattern pack. And you can often see me modeling that when I'm playing online because I really like that set. Anyway, that's your prizes for
Wooden
this
duck.
hour.
Wooden ducks.
And this is not just a normal wooden duck, folks. This is a wooden duck pet. So you can
Oh
go
yes,
out
I
with
forgot
you
to point
on an
that out.
adventure
Cat,
somewhere.
it's also wooden duck.
Outstanding. Thank you all so very much. Back over to you all to finish your tours before Lum joins me for story time.
Hey, Lum, can you bring my hammer too, please?
What?
Will do.
Thank you.
Brilliant.
Back on Blood River.
Nope, right now.
So let's go ahead and I know you were preparing some great quest stuff in the ruin section of the map, so I'll fast forward to that.
Yeah, the ruin section is actually the culmination of all the quests.
Right.
Right now I'm just working on the critical path stuff, so when this is released, you'll get the critical path. Hopefully there'll be some side quests to it. But this is the culmination of everything. I'm working on a bad guy that I call at this point the anti-druid. We'll see what I can get away with. It may end up being a lich type of thing. I'm not really sure.
The anti-druid, that sounds like it could be a movie.
It does.
Part 1.
But it has a lot to do with what's going on with the hermit himself. So there's a lot of connection between those two things.
And so, yeah, I came up with this pyramid structure, and there may or may not be an Easter egg somewhere nearby. I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, once again, showing signs that at one point, even though this is a mostly overgrown area, there may have been former civilization here, in which now, has been overtaken by the forest. But yeah, I'm excited for you guys to visit Blood River Outskirts.
Yeah, I'm excited too.
A lot of cool stuff, lots of new traps and
Traps, more traps. I hear somebody here at our development studio loves traps.
Yeah, I don't know who that could be though. It's some obscure individual.
And Blood River is going to be in release 43, which is coming up.
That's right.
Yep.
We just released R42, but we're fast on to R43.
Don't say too fast.
Not so fast. Every month we have a release. All right, thanks guys. We've got one more segment here for you, which is going to be with
Richard and Lum.
That's going to be after
after.
That's the segment. Yes, that is a story time. But we have one more world building tour, and we're going to bring in Travis. If you could go and grab him for me. Travis and whoever he has to possibly be his second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, community members, players, elves and mages and warriors alike. We have one more segment that this is a very exciting scene that we've been talking quite a bit about as well. We're moving beyond the outskirts scenes now. We have the Oracle Colossus. We showed the video sneak peek. It's available on youtube.com/portalarium. That video is a sneak peek of what we're about to show you here. And we could fire it up again, but we'd have to adjust the volume here. And I think they are ready to go. So come on in, guys, if you're ready. We'll show you a little bit more about Oracle Colossus. We showed you some of this scene, right, Travis? This was a week or two ago on the community live stream. We have those every. I think it was last Friday actually, because we had that video too that introduced it. So we have these community live streams as well, in addition to our telethons. Those are every Friday at 4 o'clock Central Time. All right, why don't you? I'm not the master of this scene. We're gonna have to switch over to Unity. Warning to the community who is watching this: when we switch this over, it happens every time because we're in Unity. The sound is very, very loud as we're loading the new scene. So if you just give us a moment on that, we have to mute it after it loads. Not sure why Unity does that, but if you guys help me with that and just kill the sound down to like 5%. Actually, I'll mute this. Yeah, great idea. Okay, problem solved. And here's the guys: Travis and Dan. Dan, the I can't rhyme this thing. There you go.
All the damn names.
And as you guys are settling in, if you would turn that camera back, flip-flop it back around again. I got it. So you guys come over here. You guys in the Shroud shirts, come on over here. As he flips the camera, come join me over here. With you, what you're picking up.
I have a Shroud shirt. Here it is.
Quick, I need something. Okay. Hang on, and I'll explain. Obviously, I'm sure people can figure it out why we're coming over here with a glass.
Speaking of Shroud shirts, we haven't mentioned this yet, but relicsbyreal.com has his community member has his own shirt designs, glasses. He's contributed a lot to our project here. So check him out if you want a shirt like one of ours.
And by the way, we are now more than halfway through all of our stretch goals. We have hit the $50,000 stretch goals. That's and that was two shots or a song and or dance since the last one. And so now you have got you not only have the smoke, the blowing a virtue symbol smoke emote, the carrying around a bundle of virtue balloons. You also have the miner's helmet with the flame on top that generates the light. But now you also have the flame pattern stained glass and oil lamp 3-pack. 3-pack for your homes to put out very nice colorful light. So here is to you. Thank you, community. Thank you very much for being with us on this fabulous journey. We work for you. We love you. And we couldn't do this without you, literally. We work for you, literally. And we're honored and humbled to be on this journey with you. So thank you so much. Cheers. Now, do you want to sing a song or do a dance? Or how about a demo?
A demo? I'll do a demo.
Yeah. But for you, though, song or dance? Or another shot.
I can do a dance. I
Do
don't
the
know
fish
which
dance.
one
What
this
is that? That's Scarleton
Isn't this
thing?
into the game? Yeah.
I don't know.
There's that Scarleton one where you're like fighting another person.
Automaton.
Remember the
Yeah, like this.
we already have the gypsy dance in the game though, so.
I can do that. All of my liquor is going all
Stand in front of the
Oh yeah,
wall.
and by the way, flip the camera back over the other way. Let them guys cue up.
Yeah, they don't want to hear. They don't want to see me dancing.
And we'll cue up here with the woohoo wall.
One more. It's your turn for the dance
Ooh.
too.
Oh, no dance.
That is a
just
great
sing.
wall.
Oh, sing.
If I can pull up lyrics.
Now the demo is fine. You guys can demo and stuff.
No lyrics.
Oh, is that okay? We can just demo.
You can just demo. As long as you make it a good demo, we expect to see some really great things.
Can you sing the demo?
Unmute the speaker.
And by the way, if I can I just want to jump back in here. Pardon me for just jumping in the middle of other people's streams, but I know all of you that have seen the game and playing have at least gotten a taste of this too. But we're always, maybe a month ahead of you. We see what's happening here about a month ahead of what you guys get it. And I am so excited about what the world builders are doing these days. Right now, some of the stuff you're going to see here, and a few of the things you've already seen. The quality of these maps, the diversity of these maps, the puzzles that are going into these maps, the traps that are going into these maps. I personally just think are phenomenal. I am having personally a great time. You combine that with the great progress that we'll be talking about in a little bit with Lum on the story, and that's why I've told you guys many times before, the last 20% of the development of a game is the most exciting, the most meaningful. We're in it right now, and so enjoy what these guys have to show you.
Ooh.
Make it good, or else.
Wow. Hyped us up.
Or else I'll
Gotta
cut off your
deliver.
hair. Well, Dan,
Yeah, I'm ready ahead of you. All right.
So I see we're going east, traveling eastward.
Yes, well, that might be deceptive.
Is it loading?
It's more
loading, yeah.
more central Novia we're heading to, but.
So we showed the video sneak peek of the Oracle Colossus at the very beginning of this series, and by the time that it loads, there it is. You get even better than a video. Oh, it looks good. Sorry, community. We will fix that shortly.
Like not. All right. Can we jump over to?
Can't.
No.
We can.
Could we please, Travis? Okay. So this is the Oracle Colossus scene. It's in the Midmare region of Novia, smack dab in the middle of the Blackblade Mountains, and features a segment of the Hellfire Rift, which is the lava flow we saw a moment ago. Travis and I worked on this scene. He was the world builder on it, and I did the spawning and a lot of the puzzle logic, which he also provided a lot of the VFX for the puzzles and for everything else.
Can you take the? You can take the rum.
Uh-oh.
Take the bottle.
Where's the rum going?
Give it to me.
Nope.
Give it to me.
So I don't know. Maybe you want to talk a little bit about the some of the backstory of this first puzzle. I don't know how much we want to show off of it.
Yeah, we don't want to give the spoiler on how to fix it though. The first day, it seemed like a lot of people figured it out. You can't just blink through the barrier.
Not anymore. Yes,
Okay.
we're on to you guys.
Yeah, and I don't think you can vault yourself with instruments and frog rings over the barrier anymore. You have to do puzzle. Hopefully, if you can sneak around it, please bug it because we're trying to. So there's an expedition. Oh, is Lum waiting on us?
I don't think so.
That's fine.
Okay. There's an expedition sent here from the University of Britannia, which I believe Chaos, Rick's character was in charge of, and it didn't go well. So some of the remnants of that expedition are kind of scattered through this first zone, and that'll give you kind of clues as to what occurred here.
And that ties into the spawning too. The expedition, that failed expedition, and the spirits of potentially ancient spirits of the whoever lived in the civilization that is ruined up ahead. You see at the near the Hellfire Rift area. But this scene gave us a lot of opportunities to have some creatures that we don't usually feature all too commonly in other scenes. But we'll kind of show those off as we go. You can see the scorpions there, which don't get a fair shake, I think, in our game. They got an opportunity to show up here.
I like the ghosts. They're my favorite.
Yeah, and they're not the most commonly used dead or undead enemy type in our game, so it was an opportunity to use those.
We have to do 2 more shots.
Oh, 2 more shots. We're getting
two
the
more
signal.
shots. Oh my god. So that means we are at 55,000. Do you guys know how to change that camera?
No.
Alright, I will go over
What's the
here.
keyword? Hangout?
Yeah,
Is it that one? Can we click and see what happens?
uncheck Unity.
Oh.
Because Unity, no, right here. Uncheck Unity is covering it up.
Is that one?
Yep. Yep. Boom. There it
we
is.
go.
All right, community. We are at 55,000. Where are my shop people?
I gotta do a song
Where are all the
in good
people here to
conscience.
celebrate with me?
Can you just sing the rest
Thank
of
you,
the live
community.
stream
We just
the
hit
rest of the time?
55,000. We are currently working our way towards the fire elemental statue with flame effects. Fire elemental bonus flame effects. That I can't wait for us to actually get that. That's my favorite one. Yep. Of all those, although the flame shaped shield and scimitar, I said that right this
Scimitar.
time. At 80 that's pretty cool too.
That's a cool one. I get to sit next to Reed in that.
Where
that
is
statue. It's pretty
my?
neat.
I'm totally not prepared for this. I do not have my eraser.
Uh,
There it
if-
is.
If you try to run,
Running around like that.
they can't see the screen. You have to do that.
Alright, you guys can cheers while I update our board.
Obviously, community hour is approaching, 6 p.m. If we make it there.
That's right. Yeah,
If we
we,
make
we
it.
actually have 5:30, a special
I
one
just
meeting.
decided I'm leaving my car here.
And between that,
Special and yeah. Or.
Alright,
We are
thank you, Winfield. Thank you,
making
Matt
progress.
Hatter.
Good. Keep up that progress.
In case anybody has no idea who these gentlemen are,
Oh, yes.
let's do an introduction.
Please.
So here first we have Winfield. Winfield, you own
Of the Fish.
You are a leader of the Pack Slayer.
I am.
Governor.
Governor of the player-owned town Pack Slayer, and you, sir, Matt Hatter.
Mad Hatter of Xenos. Some like to call me the mayor of Xenos.
And we're going to be talking about Xenos a little bit later.
Absolutely, we are.
We are. Xenos actually, well, as you know, Xenos turned out mighty fine.
Yes.
Mighty fine. And largely due to your participation, by the way.
Thank you.
The fact you were here and participated and helped really guide it into something that is perhaps the most beautiful city in the world at the moment.
I agree 100%. Next to Pack Slayer.
Well, yeah.
Of course.
As you know. But the fishing is so much better in Pack Slayer.
Absolutely.
So stick around, community, for that. That's going to be closer to 10 o'clock this evening, where we give you a tour. We're going to have Scotty on, and you as well, Matt Hatter. My name is Matthew Anderson. I am Barrick in the forums. I'm the community manager here.
Oh, I was going to say one more thing. Another thing I really admire about your presence in our community is the wonderful Mad Hatter artwork. Who is the artist that did that again for you? That is me. You did that piece? Oh, that's phenomenal. That's actually another really beautiful piece. And you're doing a few pieces like that for other people, aren't you? Or
A couple, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, they're beautiful. They're
Thank
great.
you. Thank you.
And so anyway, I've always admired that placard, and I saw that more of them
appreciate
were
it.
popping up, and I thought it was the same artist. I didn't realize it was you. But anyway, those are beautiful, beautiful things.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. We'll see you very soon. Thanks, everybody. Be back in an hour and a half or so. Make more. Stop that.
All right, in good conscience, I think need to do at least a verse of a song here.
I think we got a couple more minutes and then we're on story time.
Oh.
So sorry to cut you
Should
guys short on
maybe I
that.
should do that so we can
Take your-
get
take
more of
your
the scene shown? Yeah, maybe that's more important here. So I kind of interrupted you, but you were kind of getting into some of the backstory of this puzzle, I guess.
Oh, the expedition went wrong. They were trying to figure this puzzle out. I'll spoil it, and I know Moon's first, and I'll do no more. But as you activate these statues in the correct order, if you do them in the incorrect order, guardians don't like that.
No, I mean,
whoa,
they burn you with fire. And so so that ties into this gate here, and if you try to pass through it,
I did that once already. Yeah.
You did that. You showed that off. I'm a little bit behind here. I haven't been drinking, but you think I have. So this is the second key puzzle. Oh, is it loud?
It doesn't sound, it's not loud for you guys, but trust me, it's loud for them.
Okay. Is that a little better? Okay. So there's a sequence of switches here, and they shift around different stone pieces, and they also have some of them, at least most of them, of the three here anyway.
I need some effects for these bricks coming out of the wall.
Oh, some little VFX on those.
I think that's a Jira, if anybody's watching.
There you go. But the switches have a function when you flip them in one direction and another function when you flip them in the other. So that's kind of a key to this puzzle. I don't know how much I'll leave it up to you how much we show off as far as the puzzles go.
I think that's enough.
Okay.
That's enough. We have a frog ring. I don't know what Hot Tub has. I'm all set to cheat in every way I can on my character.
Not on this one. Is this, oh no, this is a word minus, it's Hot Tub.
It's Hot Tub. Somebody give Hot Tub an outfit, though.
Yeah, that hat is fetching, I can say. So here's another enemy that doesn't get featured a lot, are imps.
I like it.
Yeah,
Are they working?
Yeah.
Do they steal from you yet?
I can either confirm.
They steal your gold. Yeah.
Oh,
they have. All right, so Travis can confirm.
Which I discovered by
having
by making a player unable to move and surrounding him by 12 of them, and then he started to scream that, oh my god, they're stealing all my gold.
And by the way, right now there's a bug / feature, which is if you kill them, you can find some gold back, but it is unrelated to the amount of gold they stole from you. So
it's sent to another realm.
So beware the imps.
That was Core. He's watching. He's Kingu Starfish, but yeah.
So a little bit more on the creatures. So we talked about the ghosts. We have the scorpions. Closer to, as you get closer to the Hellfire Rift, you start finding the elementals. Common in our game, I'd say, are the fire elementals, but I think the sand elementals don't get a lot of.
Not really. There's some in Blood Bay.
And by the way, they're also getting improvements where they're not just a singular creature; they're getting more special effects and surrounding dust storms and such too.
Oh, nice.
I've noticed they're during earthquake a lot more often too. We don't want to give the whole puzzle away, but you're trying. There she is. We haven't really looked at.
Yeah. Do you want to get that? Get that money shot there.
There's the little dial-up. We're in a different day right now. There's a specific day that we can change. What am I unchecking?
What's up?
We just got an update. 57.
Oh.
500.
57.5. You guys have a
Unchecked.
glass in
There we
your
are.
hand over there? Do you have a glass in your hand over there?
I do.
I have a song in my heart.
There you go. What would you like? Little rum. There you go.
Mix.
And are you alright? Are you gonna sing
no,
a
yeah,
song?
yeah, I'll do a song.
All right, there you go.
I've been getting away with not doing them.
How about eating a worm? Like here you go. Here's a worm.
Oh.
Eat a worm on camera. That'll cover for
Oh,
you.
no.
All right. Okay.
So,
Travis, have your shot. Cheers to everybody. Thank you
Cheers.
for
Thank you, everybody.
57.5. We're on our way towards the fire elemental statue with flame effects for all of you.
Ooh.
All of you who contribute at least $5 today.
That thing is cool. I like that.
That was my favorite. All right, guys, we're gonna have Lum come in here in a moment, tell you about a story, but these guys finish up their tour.
Should I
Absolutely.
should I
Take
sneak
your
in
time.
my song here, or?
You're all right. You ate the worm. You're okay.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, you can just. I guess that's off screen. Right? That's okay.
I think
Flip
so.
over
Oh,
to
they,
the
yeah,
scene
they
if
I was just
you
gonna
guys.
lower it, you know.
Yeah, because yeah, about to say, because I think
Okay,
we're
there
there.
you go.
There we go. Better.
Okay, good.
We're doing stuff over here. Okay. I hope that wasn't in everybody's ear.
Probably was.
Show off the.
Yeah, so Hutch made the statue. I really like how it turned out. I think there's talks to work on it even more in the future.
And I really like what you did in kind of previewing it. Like as you come into the scene, it's blocked from view by these rocks here. But as you come down far enough past the first puzzle, you get this kind of vantage point through this stone archway, which I really like.
Get a peek at it.
A peek.
Just a peek.
That's what you get.
And of course, the only thing we need to figure out a way to do is have that dragony lizard guy, fire lizard, up on the shoulder of that statue.
We've had this conversation. We want it to be soloable for story. I think our lowest dragon is 10. I'm all for putting the dragon at the statue, but that means if you want the thing that's in this chest that only people who've gotten this far will know what that should be in the quest I cannot
Oh, by the way,
mention.
that is a late game secret, so I think it's fine. Put a dragon.
We may need a little more real estate if this is the area we're thinking about for
I
him.
think so, yeah.
But I mean, there is some. If we remove some of the rubble,
maybe.
Yeah, and maybe expand some of the real estate
We can
there.
expand this island a little bit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'd like.
Oh, yeah, worth pondering.
Yes. So, like I said, yeah, as you get closer to the Hellfire Rift area, you get more of the fire elementals as opposed to the sand, and then it kind of becomes a little more earth on the other side too. That's.
I think this lava is the most deadly hazard in the game right now.
Yes, this is not messing around. Any
Speaking of,
I died a lot last time.
It's good to be in God mode.
Isn't it?
Yes,
Nice.
it is.
have you warned everybody that they're like sealing spoilers?
A little bit.
Okay, spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
We haven't solved any puzzles that have choices so far. Maybe that's enough. But yeah, this is the zone.
But that was a good shot at least to get in there because I do really like the VFX on that as it comes up. Travis really kicked that into the.
See,
Oh, look, they're speaking of dying.
No.
Speaking of dying.
There's a lot of ghosts in the scene, and now Travis is also one of them.
Join them to haunt it from other people.
And apparently we're supposed to give 4 maple wood to Sergeant Sedgwick.
One of these days we'll make it all the way back there for. Still just sitting there waiting for it. But yeah, the lava is really deadly. How many hit points do we even have? I have 304.
And yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
That's not happening.
Have you turned God mode on yet? Or
Oh, I just turned it off. I was dying on purpose to show how that's the most deadly hazard in the.
Indeed it is.
Bring your ruby warding gems in your gear.
We went through the trouble of making the lava swimmable, but we advise against it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You went to the trouble of making the lava swimmable.
That's right.
Despite the fact that it is the deadliest object in the game.
You can swim for a couple seconds.
Especially for beefy characters who want to show off.
Say, I can swim across that river of lava.
And then only die, in
Halfway
20
across.
seconds instead of 5.
I don't know if you got 2 one-handers, both with ruby ward gems and a chest. I think you could swim for a few seconds.
That's for the
Few
players.
seconds? All right.
Yeah,
For the
maybe a
adventurous.
water
There's a challenge to the
elemental.
community. There's a challenge to the community. Record a video of how far across
can you
this
swim?
river of lava you can swim.
Was this north? Yeah, can you make it to the falls from here? Maybe a water elemental dousing you continuously? Somebody could do it.
I think they could.
All
I
right,
have
we
faith
got
in the players.
More people in?
Are we bailing? Is that it for us?
You don't have to leave, but
We can't
we
stay
are ready
here?
to take over whenever you are wrapped.
All right.
I'm
Well,
hanging out.
All right, let's get our camera operator back to give us a flip back to our side. So hang on.
And thank you, Dan, for making everything in this scene actually function.
Oh, shucks. I tried. Thank you for making it.
Wouldn't it be cool if, and then.
If I had no scene to put it in,
I'll hide under there.
that'd be the other side of the coin.
I'll give my entire.
I figured it out.
You can kill my lyrics. My parents will be happy. I was told by my parents I have a terrible
terrible rapping voice.
Your rap voice?
Yeah, rap voice. I was gonna say singing, but I don't know singing, so.
All right. Okay. Well, that's probably one of the okay things to not have as a great asset, based on your career.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
All right. So we are now shifting gears at 57,500. Thank you all so much for your support of our game, for your employment of us to be creating you a great game.
We like being employed.
We do like being employed, and we work for you, and we greatly appreciate it. And already today, through today's telethon, just as pardon me as I take a little time to give everybody a reminder, today we are, in addition to doing our 12-hour telethon here, of which we're in hour 4 or 5, we have a bunch of explorations. So if today you are interested in any of the aeronaut stuff, today is the last day ever to get a chance to buy any aeronaut stuff. That means the black leather aeronaut helmet pattern pack. That means the black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit pattern pack. The black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit itself. The ornate black and leather aeronaut helmet. The aeronaut wearable pack. The aeronaut hot air balloon pack. The hot air balloon itself. A very popular item, a thing that I'm very excited about. And by the way, even though this can't be a guarantee, hot air balloon travel around Ultimas was always a big deal, so you might eventually think that one of these days we'll figure out a way to make that thing fly. And so getting yourself a hot air balloon might be a good investment in the future. Airship City Homes, the Star Citizen aeronaut helmets and starter bundle, and the Star Citizen Airship City Home. Probably one of the most beautiful homes in the game, definitely the most exotic, the most futuristic to be sure. The Star Citizen Airship City Home, the last day ever to buy one of these is today. So you've just got a few hours left before there will be no more. And so if you want one of those, grab one today. If you buy anything that is $5 or more today during this telethon, you are in for all the stretch goals. Everyone who has bought in at $5 or more today gets to participate in the stretch goals, and we've already made 4 of our 6 stretch goals. Stretch goals, the first one we already made, we made early in the first hour, was $10,000, where everyone who put in $5 gets a chance to blow the virtue symbol in smoke out of their pipes. We also, everyone who gave $5 at least today will get a cluster of balloons they can wander around with that has the black and silver virtue symbol on it. Also, everybody, we reached our $35,000 stretch goal. Everybody gets a miner's helmet with a flame on the top that generates a light, I believe, directionally. And we've also made the $50,000 stretch goal, which is everybody gets a 3-pack of the flame patterned stained glass oil table lamp, which by the way is actually quite beautiful and also projects a really beautiful light.
And they're waving things at us.
And I am told that we've reached 60,000. Will you do the honors of changing that 57.5 to a 60,000? And that is the first shot of the storytelling time. Would you like some of this nice fine mead? It's a little higher if you would, just because it's full bottles at the moment. And $60,000. Now we are, by the way, that's only $5,000 away from the 4th, probably one of our favorite stretch goals of the night, the fire elemental statue with flame effects. And I presume that means it'll be burning the full time, 24/7, like the eternal flame. So cheers to you.
Bon sensé.
Bon sensé, which means?
Good sense.
All right, good sense.
Well,
so your good senses that are going away. Okay. All right. But now we are into the story segment, and I know I'm going to repeat myself a little bit each hour, so apologies on that. But as I was mentioning over there with some of the world builders, getting into the last 20% of the development time frame of the game, to me, is one of the most exciting times. The first 80% of the time, you're building foundational systems. You're making sure that you can turn switches on and off and make things operate. You're making sure combat technically works, that a skill technically works, that just the fundamental pieces work, and you kind of glom them together, and they sort of work together because you're building the interconnections, but everything's way out of balance. Huge swaths of content are either missing completely, or broken, or just not well polished. And but that's 80% of the work that has to be done is just to get that stuff functional. And you guys have suffered through bringing online that 80% of work that we've done. What we are now in my mind, the joyous time of is this last 20% where we actually put in we polish the content, the content was already polished, the missing content we fill in at high quality, and the game really begins to feel like and get its running legs and become kind of the experience that we all hoped for 42 months ago when we first started showing you the chicken room. And so one of the key milestones coming up right now is the story complete this summer. In just a month or two, we plan on reaching story complete, which to us means that you can run all the way through the truth quest, run all the way through the love quest, run all the way through the courage quest, and the finale to ultimately have your spoiler alert, your audience with the Oracle. And
that's in currently.
I'm about to say, I think there is one person who has done it.
At least one.
At least one. So, but I remember we were on like
you were actually.
I actually came running into your office.
You were
like, is this possible? Is this possible?
How did this get out? And I was like, let's put this in, and we've had it in. And
no, I knew that it was technically in. I just didn't realize it actually worked. So
sometimes stuff in our game works.
But yes, but we're getting to the point where now you can actually run the game top to bottom. The fact that apparently a couple people have pulled it off, to me, is still a miracle if they pulled it off today. But within 2 months or so, we think that it'll be in a not final form by any means, but in a form where anybody could start and honestly expect to make it through if they chose to. And that to me is a very exciting time. So let's do we want to talk about the story itself or go straight into questions? What do you think?
Your choice.
You're probably new to most people here, aren't you?
Have you really made an?
Have you been on a?
Sort of, kind of, little.
Were you on Telethon last time? Were you here?
I was not here for the Telethon last time.
Well, Damien here, even though he might be new to some of you, he's not exactly new to us.
No, I'm old.
We've you got a few gray hairs in there.
A
few more.
That's why I kind of short like this. You can't see.
You can't see that long. But we've actually worked together for years and years. Mm-hmm. So that's another one of the great joys of this company is kind of the mix of people we've worked with and loved for many years. Experienced people that we haven't had a chance to work with, and a mix also about a third of the company is young greenhorns that are coming to mix things up and tell us old geezers where we went wrong.
Right.
But you've officially been on board for how many weeks?
Oh gosh, I think I'm at least 6 to 7 weeks.
6-7 weeks. And so how many maps have you either built or touched in a significant way? How many things have you shepherded or redone, revisited?
I revisited all the tutorial maps: Blood River, Massacre, Highvale, I guess
Ruins,
Battle Highvale,
Battle Highvale,
and Solus Bridge, Battle Solus Bridge.
Great.
So we did that and streamlined it a little bit. I didn't change any really with the storyline, just a lot of streamlining and putting up points of interest so people know where to go. New pop-ups, rearranging a few little things, and cleaning up the encounters battle encounters that the player reaches on the bridge or anything that's on the outside of the gates. And now I'm working on Blood River Outskirts.
Which is from scratch, or are you populating it? Or what was the partnership team that it?
Esteban built the area, and he put in a lot of the spotters. Right now I'm putting in the quest lines, the major characters as well. And so that's what I'm working on right now. And the new thing that I'm trying to bring to it is letting the player have a choice on who they align with. It could be with for example, in Blood River, it could be with the elves, which are supposedly the good guys, or it could be the vigilantes, who are the bad guys, but from their perspective, they're trying to get rid of the elves because they're an abomination and they are not natural and they see them as a threat to all humanity. So if you see it from that perspective, you can actually side with them. It takes a little work because all the little outskirts from the main camp of the vigilantes, they will attack you. But once it gets inside the camp, you can actually befriend them and start doing quests for them.
And they won't attack you. So you're actually
They will not
setting,
attack
and so you're
you.
setting a flag. Actually, will a faction align you with them?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, that's fantastic. And I think I heard you talking about this on the stream earlier too.
Correct.
Okay, great. And and so that begs a little repeating. I think you guys all just saw a bunch of these outskirts in a row, but it might bear repeating that these outskirts were put in as a buffer between the solo player scene of the first battle that you fight through, that used to then dump you into the first player-run town that also had plot in it. For example, Solace Bridge directly into Sultan was the first key example of that. And so new players exiting the first time they'd ever had a combat, the first time they'd ever kind of picked up and used things, would then go into a town that had lots of player housing in it, including lots of player shops, which were all sitting there trying to market you stuff that was often well above you in level, or at the very least confusing you as to where am I supposed to be going now as a beginner. And so so all of these outskirts came in to give you a multiplayer space, but it was still focused on kind of getting to know the game, getting to know tutorial, getting to know the plot that you were involved in before we let you go into quite as hectic a lifestyle. And so we're pretty pleased with the way those are coming online. I hope you guys like them too. They're also much bigger spaces because those early spaces, the original spaces, were much smaller before we knew we could build them bigger. And so a lot of the new spaces we're building are both built modernly. Have a lot of the new traps and things we've been putting in them. Tons of better distribution of resources and creatures and tutorial activities. So anyway, I hope you like those. So let's jump into questions if you'd like.
Well, first is from Garfield, who wants to know if our avatar from episode 1 will be created new again in episode 2 and future releases.
Say it again. I'm pardon. I was
okay. No problem. He's asking if the avatar from episode 1 will be created new again in episode 2 and future releases, or if the character will carry over.
Oh, the character carries over, to be sure. Yeah, episodes 1 through 5, our plan is a continuous story. So so by all means, your character will continue through them.
And there's two sides to it, really, isn't there? Isn't there a light
We,
side and a dark side?
There is, but that is, spoiler. So
Okay.
we don't talk about that much. But yes, but your path beyond episode 1 has options, and it depends on how you have lived your life through episode 1 as to what options of a few are available to you. So beware the advice of the Oracle.
No, the Oracle is your friend. The Oracle cares about you.
She does.
The Oracle knows what's best for you. Trust
She does,
the Oracle.
as you should.
Speaking of quest-related things, Magnus Zarwadam. Oh, too many shots. Can we get an NPC?
But by the way, speaking of shots, one of the things that went off in my pocket was 62.5. 60. I'm ahead of you guys. 62.5. So here we go. 62.5. We're rolling.
Oh boy.
62.5. So are you gonna sing a song? Are you gonna have a drink?
Well, nobody wants to hear me sing. Trust me. I drink. That's one of my good things I do.
All right.
I haven't heard it described quite that way in a while.
I'm pretty much an expert in that spirit in my field.
All right. So again, to you community, we are only $2,500 away from fire elementals statues with flame effects for all of you. Here is to
playing to our expertise.
Indeed. Okay, you were saying.
Can we get an NPC for that we can set as a quest giver? There's already NPC rewards in the game. They just don't do much.
Yeah, we have talked about the what we used to call it, like the Mad Lib. I think there's a Jira even into that. The Mad Libs NPC. And so yeah, we hope to get that to you. It's not in the canon for episode 1. It's not in the official release, but there is a Jira for it. It will continue to be tracked. whether it makes it for episode 1 or comes shortly after episode 1 launch, or even makes it for episode 2, is not determined yet. But that's a great idea. We love it and we want it, and we'd like to provide it as soon as we can. Yeah.
Crafty Method asks if there can be a way of getting in-game events notifications. Maybe there could be a local child who is an official assistant to the town crier, offering an opt-in service of ringing a church bell for audible cues for commencing in-game events. I would say we already have a town crier. They don't seem to do very much.
So we got to put it on the town crier.
Yeah.
Put community events on the town crier.
Right. We already do have a book that gets updated every month.
But a broadcastable.
Have a broadcastable.
Broadcastable. So I will Jira broadcastable in-game events.
Right, and that could just hook into the town crier dialogue.
Because
that should be pretty easy to do.
I agree. Okay, so we'll put a Jira in for that. Again, no guarantee on time frame, but at least it will exist in the backlog. Great idea.
And here's a question for you from Fister McGee. Are Lord British, that's you, and Tracy Hickman actively working on the other 2 Shroud of the Avatar novels?
The answer is in fits and spurts. But when you say the other 2, well, let's talk about one. There's the next one.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yes, Tracy and I have had a couple of calls on the framework of the next one, and we're overdue. Actually, we're already overdue to deliver the results to the publisher. So we're well behind schedule. Tracy got a bit busy with his work on the Void, a cool VR system. So that's what put us behind primarily. But yes, we are at least slowly moving forward on that. And so hopefully we'd wrap that up before this year is out. And so sometime during the release of episode 1, you should get book 2. Is what I hope will happen.
Okay. I don't know how to do strike through in this, so we'll just.
And then while you're looking, I'm going to say, can we approve more restricted beasts that are not tameable and higher level to be tameable, such as
actually going to
ghost
skip that because that's more of the combat session.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, you can answer that.
Well, I don't know the answer. Can we we approve? So let's move that to combat.
Let's wait until we get that.
Combat. Sorry, Teddy Mitt.
Yes, we're not the pet masters here. There is something we can answer from Undo. Any chance of some quests that involve crafting items for experience and gold rewards?
Why, yes, there will be.
I'm about to say, I think that was in the queue. So
yes,
you're working some.
Yes, there will be in the outskirts maps. It's definitely something that needs to be in there, and they will be in there.
All 3?
Yes, I believe Keith is working on his Soulless Bridge outskirts, putting them in. He has a template for it, and I will work off the template for Bloodriver outskirts as well as Highvale, and hopefully make something that's kind of interesting and not just go gather a couple of skins and see what you can make of that.
No, we already have that in for some of the some quests that do that.
Yeah, but the outskirts are specifically to teach players, so
yeah,
hopefully I can make it interesting.
Yeah, and again, anything else that we think has never been taught to players or any of the main systems, where the outskirts should pick them all the lower level ones. Actually, I moved one out of outskirts, which was the advanced combat techniques. I think I've actually moved out.
Yeah.
But anything that any of the primary roles of activity, you should find it eventually a quest that leads you to that to go do it.
And he also asks that if you'll remember in Ultima Online, there's a system called bulk order deeds that gave rewards for crafting items to fill work orders. Do you think something similar could be added in the future?
Yes, I think, well, in the future, yes. So I agree that's a good way for people to generate income and experience and other things, but it'll take. What? Did you see? But anyway, that'll come in time. We both got the same buzz. We got the same buzz. Can you change that 2 to a 7?
Wow.
2 to a 7. 2 to a 7.
There have been requests, so while you two do shots, I have to apparently sing.
All right, but by the way, because this is recording, nobody talk over him singing, because I'd love to make some. We haven't put a singing rock in the game in so long. It's been years. See, you don't even know what a singing rock is.
No, I can imagine, but I do not.
But listen to this beautiful song, and then I'll explain Singing Rocks.
Okay.
Hang on a second. I have to get lyrics up.
And I'll pour you a drink while you're.
All right. Okay. Here you go.
I'm going to dry here now.
Yeah. How can I explain when there are few words I can choose? How can I explain when words get broken? Do you remember there was a time when people on the street were walking hand in hand? They used to talk about the weather, making plans together, days would last forever. Come to me, cover me, hold me, together we'll break these chains of love. So don't give up, don't give up. Together with me and my baby, break these chains of love.
Wow.
Beautiful, isn't that beautiful? Yes. Isn't that beautiful? And so what a Singing Rock is at one of our earliest telethons, Lum sang a song, and somebody made a digital file of it, and I think it was in Owl's Head.
Braemar.
It's probably still there.
It's still there.
But if you go to Braemar, you will hear Lum. If you wander around in this rock, you're going like, where is this sound coming from? And it's just a very faint song by Lum.
It's not very faint.
So we need some more of those, is what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
So now you have a new challenge.
Yeah,
Yeah. I'm ready to cheer for you.
Thank you, sir.
May have another. You'll get plenty.
Apparently, I frightened all our users.
Okay, but we have to do our drinks though. Well, here's your. You actually technically earned yours already, so you don't have to do one. But
well, you already poured.
All right.
Shot glass.
Oh yeah, you want to? Is one of those yours? This one?
Yeah, that was one I was lipping.
Very good. Oops, sorry.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, and I didn't ask if that's what you wanted, so apologies. But
I love mead.
All right. Okay, so we were back on the list, and thank you again so very much for 67.5. That put us over, by the way, the fire elemental statue with flame effects. So thank you. You all have the fire elemental statue with flame effects, and that means all of you who have donated at least $5 today now have that going for you. And that leaves us shy only of our last scheduled stretch goal at $80,000. If we make $80,000 today, everybody will get a flame-shaped shield and scimitar. Flame-shaped shields and scimitars. It's a tongue twister, I'm telling you.
Community, this is your fault. You did this.
I'm telling you, that's what it is. Flame-shaped shield and scimitar.
And we got to hit that number just so we can hear you say that again.
I know. I agree.
After about 4 or 5 shots, 6 shots.
You know, that reminds me of, speaking of flames, but this is a complete non sequitur to anything else we're talking about. But last night, I went out with some of the community members and a friend of mine, Dale, Elad, from Elad's Lighthouse. And he's looking for black.
Oh, here we go. There's black right here.
Yeah, there you go.
I can't see.
And we went out and poured. We did some smelting in the game. There is smelting.
Mm-hmm.
So we went out to the property. We did some smelting. We smelted aluminum in this case, and we poured a couple gallons of molten aluminum into a fire ant mound.
Well, that's actually cool.
And then we let it cool overnight. And Elad has been there this morning trying to dig it out. Mm-hmm. And the vertical shaft that goes down to it goes down like 3 or 4 feet before it spreads out. Mm-hmm. So I was hoping to bring it in and show it to you guys today, our flame effects ant mound, but we won't be able to get to it tonight. It's too deep. It's probably going to take us a week to dig it out.
Okay.
I've seen those before, and they're actually pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, so far all we have is a stem going down, down.
One more brief announcement. Everyone is saying that it's going to be impossible for me to give away prizes because I'm in here.
Nothing's impossible.
Nothing is impossible. So, 10 Kodos go to Zahn and Angus Piper. Cobblestone roadway pavers go to Cargug. A hot air balloon goes to Abbas. A spoopy pet bundle, it's spooky. Goes to, yeah, I like spooky too. Goes to Lou 100. And Obsidian Tool Bundle, which is expiring, goes to Talis Suvorov and Zerimo. And I'll tag you guys on Discord when I get back to my desk, but
you have them written down somewhere.
I have them written down.
All
That's
right.
why I.
Very good, very good. And you said something about a tool bundle that's expiring. I don't see it. Is that
Obsidian Tool Bundle is what it's called.
Yeah, I don't see it on the expiring list. So did it already expire?
It may have already expired.
So it's actually
it's marked as expired on my list.
Okay,
so.
it's expired. So all right. So that's a very, very rare because you can't even get it anymore apparently.
Now let's get one more question in. If you.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay. Vladimir Begamot brings back something that we've talked about before, and there's been a lot of active discussion on it. So obviously, the community still wants to know what's going on. He's asking, how do we plan to incorporate context into the narrative of NPC conversations? To quote him directly, he says, emotes aren't up to the task.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what he's suggesting, if not emotes and sounds.
Jay, based on the discussion they've had, they don't like your directive of not having nonverbal communication cues in the dialogue itself.
Not having nonverbal communication cues. Well, do you mean for people or from NPCs?
From NPCs. Lum looks at you expectantly as you.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So yeah. So this is a place we disagree. Right. Well, so I am personally of the mindset, and so this is blame me for this. That the text that comes through the game, in my mind's eye, if we could find a text-to-speech generator that worked worth a darn and had voice fonts in it.
You asked for this back in release 1.
Yeah, then that is what that text should be. That text, you should hear it playing in your mind in the voice of that character. And anything that is the nonverbal looks at you expectantly, in my mind, should be handled by emotes. And I agree that literally, I cannot imagine us ever getting to the point of looks at you expectantly. I am personally also, though, of the opinion that that is not a critical piece of communication. I, again, may be wrong, but just so you'll know where it's coming from, I am of the mindset that, if we need something that is critically important, like if he stares at you to make a point, or if he's angry at you to make a point, then we should create an emote to meet that coarse, important nonverbal communication. If it's so subtle we cannot think of an emote for it, I don't like breaking the wall of hearing the voice in my head and seeing it acted out.
And Matt Schmitz does do some great emotes.
Sorry?
Matt Schmitz our animator, does do some great emotes. So.
Yeah, and so every time I see one of those, my challenge is, let's sit over to Matt, ask for it, ask for the emote to go along with it instead. And even if you go, emotes aren't up to the task, it's hard for me to argue against that. I don't disagree that they're not up to the task for looks at you expectantly. We will never get that subtlety. But I'm at least on the journey of trying to make the game animate its communication, speak and animate its communication, not tell you it.
Sir Michael asks if we can have chapters for the quest journal, a way of sorting from where the quest started from, like Arteris, Sultan, Braemar, etc. I can answer part of this in that part of the journal entry does already store what scene, Braemar, Sultan, whatever, that the quest is, the task is, technically the task was assigned in. Like if you picked up a quest in Arteris and it sent you to Perennial Fields, it would be listed as Arteris. We don't list it that way currently, although we don't sort it that way. If you look at each journal entry, it says that in little tiny letters at the top of each journal entry. So it wouldn't be that major a task, I don't think.
Well, so we'll ponder it. I mean,
Yeah,
there are
we
other
have the server support for it.
we have other things that we are, starting to sort more. And I apologize to a lot of you are not able to. If you have a character you've been playing since last summer, it probably has a whole smattering of broken quest threads in your journal.
And that's why we're
doing a final story wipe this summer. Hey, we hope.
Yes.
So
final story wipe. What do you mean by that?
Oh, I'm not even sure have we ever described it that way, by the way, or
No,
am
we
I tipping
haven't.
something?
I think the players have, and we just picked up on it. We'll reset quests so you can redo them.
Yeah, and there's a reason we haven't done it now. We could actually be letting people reset their quests right now, like anytime they want. They could start over the plot. We could have provided that capability. The reason we're not is because quests also give out a bundle of experience points.
Okay.
And so a way you could really ramp your character up in a cheatful way is by repeating high value quests that you really only meant to complete once. And so we've not been letting people reset them. So what we're doing is we're going to do at story complete, we're going to do one final erasing of your story status for everyone. No matter what you've completed or not, it will go to 0. The good news is, by the way, that means for all of you who have anybody who's played basically all the quests they can will get that bundle of experience once, and they'll be able to repeat it and get the bundle of experience a second time. So it's an advantage to get into play now and finish as many of them as you can now before the final story wipe. Because in theory, that means you could get 2x of the total value. And then after that, if we make any other big changes in the quest flag system, we'll have to find a way to repair it for each person for whom we make a change or a needed fix. But at least till now, it's been too hard. There have been so many moving parts. There's been no way to practically do that. And we never thought of a way to let you reset your quests and kind of undo the proper amount of experience.
So I think we're just going to let people earn it again. Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I'm going to take one question here from Discord, both because we've kind of run out of the original ones, and I've already been doing some brainstorming on this.
Take it.
Well, I can if we can stop the scrolling.
Yeah, and
oh, that's going to make it scroll more.
It's now. You can give me the crayon, please.
The crayon? Yeah.
We now are at 70,000.
Wow.
So let me get this out. Liz the Wiz asks, can we add the smallest feature, please, where shift-click on an NPC bypasses their conversation rather than having to bypass all? So you can bypass just for bankers or whatever. I actually have an idea about this.
This is to get into their buy-sell or
buy-sell. And we have a option that players can set if they don't want to talk to merchants. They can. But the thing is that they're worried that they'll miss, vital clues that come from a merchant. A merchant may be a quest giver. For example, early on in Path of Truth, you have to go find a blacksmith in Erie, who also is a merchant. So you can bypass this conversation unless you target him and say hello to open it. So let's do the show.
There we go. 70,000.
And then I'll tell you my solution for that.
Cheers.
I actually have one. So what I'm going to do is give myself a lot more work.
Okay.
And I'm going to put a setting on NPCs where you can set them as quest critical, so that, like for Kyle and Aerie, we can set him as quest critical, so that if we set the NPC, then he will ignore that setting and go into his conversation, even if you have that turned off. And we can do that for all NPCs that have quest data that you would want to talk to them.
Right, and that way you'll get a clue that if he goes to conversation first, there's a reason.
You may want to talk to him.
All right. Well, I hear it is time to spin that wheel. We need a camera operator. Camera operator.
Camera two.
Camera operator. And once we get a camera operator, we will spin us up. A couple of them in here, but hold your horses. And by the way, just as a repeat, we're at 70,000. At 80,000, we get the flame-shaped shield and scimitar. Said it correctly that time.
Yeah, they did.
At what level do we get egg roll?
And egg roll?
Yeah, at 70,000 you get egg roll.
There's eggs right here.
No. I'll just roll them.
Oh, okay.
I think his legs are starting to sweat.
All right, so let's take the camera over to this wheel of doom. And here we go.
This is my first time spinning it. So
first time spinning the wheel.
And
around she goes, and where she stops
row
homes. Row homes.
I think they like it when I spin.
Row homes are now. What was it? I will.
All right. We have a Lord British mandate coming after this.
We do, after the second spin, and then I have a Lord British mandate. Fireplaces and lamps. So row homes with fireplaces and lamps. And by the way, by Lord British decree, we are putting all of the reliquaries on sale.
Whoa.
They're in the Make a Difference store. They're in the Make a Difference store, which means that a pretty good chunk of the money also goes to a charity. I can't remember if it's a set charity or you get to choose the charity.
Choose the blood charity.
So you get to choose the charity. And
blood charity.
the blood charity. It's the blood charity in this case. Because those reliquaries that are on there are in the Make a Difference store in that charity category.
Hair charity.
Yeah, the follicular. Yeah, so the if you look at the reliquaries in there, I know the 2 new ones from today are in there and now on sale. That is the Lord British Follicular Reliquary, the Dark Star Follicular Reliquary. I believe the map for the first generation handmade by Lord British himself map of New Britannia or of Novia is also that one is still available. And I don't remember if any of the blood ones are still around. The actual blood ones. One each. So 1 or 2 each. So there's a couple of the original blood reliquaries that might still be up there too. But they are all on sale right now. And by the way, those are very valuable setups because they are castle lots, deeds, etc., down through all the gear you would want. It's basically a Lord of the Manor pledge for all practical purposes, which have long ago been no longer available. And so this is really the only way to get in on one of those is to get one of these reliquaries, and they are on very rare special sale right now. So if you want, in fact, if anybody buys one of those, we are over, and we get to our final known stretch goal of $80,000, a flame-shaped shield and scimitar.
But are there unknown stretch goals?
We will, when we reach this one, we'll find out. I actually don't know myself, so
They
I'm
are
guessing
unknown.
that somebody has. To me, they are unknown. They may be known to someone else, but to me, they are still unknown.
So let's go back to the questions for a second. Baron Dracus von Dorlatus asks, and of course he says question and then it's immediately not a question. But we'll start with a question. Can we please consider where all the time is being invested in this game, farming? And because the first part of it was describing how there's a lot of too much farming in our game, too much grinding basically, and begin to remake scenes so that you can only kill things one time and they don't respawn to limit grinding.
Well, so we are actually, there's already some scenes where that now takes place, and we look at it based upon, whether it's an open scene or a closed
or if it's a solo scene,
etc.
Yeah.
And so the more you are either in solo player mode or soloing scenes regardless, we're turning off the respawns. And that's exactly for that reason, so that it feels more like, hey, look, I'm winning. Or I'm clearing it out, or I don't have to worry about the thing that I just killed somehow respawning behind me. But in the open areas, it's actually really important to have that respawning. But we try, even on those areas, we're trying to make sure that the method of respawning is not just a time-based respawner. It's actually a technique that is now being used where, let's say there's 100 spawners on the scene of 100 creature spawners. The game, the scene only tries to keep 30% of those or so spawned at any time. So statistically, the one that you just killed won't come back, but somewhere else on the map, something will come back into existence. So that if you circle around the map, you won't just come back and find the same things all respawn back in the same place. And so we're trying to fix that from a couple of directions at once, but hopefully they'll get better and better as we go on.
Not seeing too many questions. Let me see if I can cherry pick from some of the ones. Question for each of the table. What's your favorite JIRA that was ever put in, no matter how insignificant?
My favorite JIRA?
Your favorite JIRA.
Ooh, I don't know if I have a favorite JIRA. Do you have a favorite JIRA?
Well, sometimes our team members will put in joke JIRAs. Like, someone will put in one that says fix game.
Yeah.
And then we can resolve it and says, game's fixed.
Yeah,
or
right.
Working as intended, game not supposed to be fixed.
Yeah, I don't know if I have a favorite. I mean,
Oh, I know one that's definitely your favorite.
Well, I have a favorite that keeps getting kicked down kicked further and further down the field, like things like cannibalism.
I'm thinking of the story complete Jira.
Oh yeah, no, that is definitely my favorite Jira of the day of the moment to get.
Even when I wrote that up, I put this is Richard's favorite Jira.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I can honestly say I don't have a favorite at this point.
All right, too early for that. Okay, sorry, I'm checking some data there too.
Going for more. Also, feel free to keep asking in Discord. I have my eye open on that. Although if you're asking questions not about story, they will probably be bummed. Also, Bubonic is asking repeatedly for you to join that forum thread about that thing we had an argument about 15 minutes ago.
All right.
Ooh, refresh me. What was that about?
Oh, the thing about contextual clues and conversation.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks at you expectantly.
Looked at me expectantly.
Is that the look?
That is the look.
That is the look, exactly. Kind of creeped me out, but it's okay.
Are these the droids you're working for? Spin the wheel again. You go spin the wheel. We're gonna put something else in sail. While he's looking, we're gonna put something else in sail.
That sounds great.
Time for you to spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel.
All right, ready?
Oh wait, well, but the camera's not on it, but that's okay. We'll just tell
just
spin it, and I'll tell him.
Okay.
Which means I can make up the answer, but I'll do it legitimately. And it is. It's pipes, fans, umbrellas, and canes. Pipes, fans, umbrellas, and canes. Indeed, indeed.
Someone, there's a couple questions here. Cream is asking where there'll be quests to specialize in a combat tree.
Say it again.
Cream is asking if there will be quests to specialize in a combat tree.
Well, there's not currently, but I like that idea of basically somebody, if you meet an advanced trainer in some technique, they could give you a quest to reach that.
We do have a couple of those, like to unlock pet summons, you have to do a quest.
But for example, you could meet a pyromancer who could say, "Hey, I'm eager to give you your summon fire demon, but come to me when you're ready. Complete the 5 below that are prerequisites, and I will give you the fire demon."
And that's kind of what we do, though. I mean, we've got that in already in a couple of them.
Okay, I'm going to cheer that. I'm going to cheer that.
More.
Yeah. I think he's asking for like specific quests. So if you actually do this quest,
Ooh,
then you get it.
This is
right. That's what I mean. The way to get the last one is to do a quest, and they'll open up a.
This is a good one. Twofold Silence asks, when will Soda get more mid-level quests? All the quests I've found are either extremely low level or extremely high level.
Well, I think that's filling in all around you. So, what we find is if you follow one quest line, like say the compassion, the love quest, that was the easiest to complete, you will quickly go from it is easy for you, and then if you just play through it linearly, you'll rapidly get into a place where it's way too hard for you. And then if you actually manage to level up and finish it, it became strong enough to finish that one, and then you go start at the beginning of another, it will then be way, way, way too easy for you. And so the goal now is that all 3 quest lines, Truth and Love and Courage, cross-connect shortly after their first major city, so that you can see all 3 when you're low level, which lets you progress to mid-level, see all 3 when they're at mid-level, and then progress to the finale when you're all high level. Did I see something go by behind me?
Mm-hmm.
Is there something to be changed on the wall
Yes,
behind
there
you?
is.
All right.
And just to capitalize on what you were saying right there too. I mean, one of my goals is once I get done with the outskirts map is to
Wasn't
actually,
that full when we started?
It was.
It was.
Indeed. It was indeed.
I do want to go back to a lot of the mid-level places and actually put in some more quests and stuff like that.
Yep.
So that is a goal of mine.
So yes.
And there's one that scrolled back. Let me go back here. Oh, yes, this is a good one from Roderick Filiason. can we have more multiplayer quests, not just in terms of have the party slay the dragon, but also smaller quests with a real story that are designed for multiplayer?
Ooh, multiplayer quest.
I am a little leery about that just because we do have players who want to play single player, especially offline, and they'd be effectively blocked from that.
I know, but if we put
we'll
in,
have
you know,
companions, so that'll mitigate that some, but still.
But I still think, you know, just like there are the PvP zones, you know, if we had, you know, one multiplayer quest per major thread, you know,
It's essentially-
especially with, like you said, with a party, if that's what it took to do it, I think that's not a bad idea.
It's actually a small raid, is what
Yeah,
it comes down to.
But even if you, it's a raid. It's what even imagine with a party you can even do. I think there are some puzzles in the games already where one person has to stand on a pressure plate to keep a door open for let another person through.
Yeah, I think so.
And so with a party member, you go lead them over there. You tell them to stay here, and you go and you let yourself through. So I think we could do that.
Yeah, and definitely use
We'll look
the
at it.
environments
We'll
or
look at
beat
it.
the
It's a
boss
good
or
idea.
something like that, sure. All right, so shall we do our toast?
Indeed. Oh yes, and yes.
Oh, I'm sorry,
72.5. We are only 3 steps away from the peak stretch goal of the night: flame-shaped shield and scimitar.
Wow.
Cheers!
Cheers,
Cheers!
cheers,
Cheers! 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 All right.
Oh, this is a good one. It's kind of related. This is also from Baron Dracus. To broadcast events, can that be a part of the mail system? For example, getting mail sent to your cell phone.
So can we have a reminder system that
Correct.
basically really sends something
that pings your phone?
Yeah, you know, I was earlier on. You know, I have a. You know, there's a game design in a folder that I have, physical folder somewhere I have way before online documents, about Project X, sort of Ultima 10 kind of era, and part of it included collecting everybody's cell phones so that the game could. So imagine the Guardian being able to make a phone call to you and saying, "You haven't played in 3 days."
Discord is yelling, "No, no, 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 no spam, no, no, don't do that." So they don't like that idea.
Oh well.
So there you
Well,
go.
too bad we're doing it. We don't have your cell phone number. How could we? And so, but
It's got a volunteer basis at all.
yeah, regardless, it would be opt-in. No matter what it would be opt-in. But I've always thought it would be fun if the bad guys in games could, you know, reach beyond the game and harass you in the real world.
Here's another question that hits one of your sore spots from Anvar.
Mm.
I know you're trying to avoid the typical go here, kill X mobs.
Yes.
Type of quests. But can there be some more of those quests?
Oh yeah, no, I don't mind those. There's nothing wrong with having some of those. Yeah, the thing that we're trying to specifically get rid of is, you know, you create your character, you jump into the world, and oh look, there's the, you know, level 1 shopkeepers with the level 1 exclamation points, and right outside of the level 1 creatures that I need to bring back a handful of level 1 pelts to turn in to get some gold. I don't mind having some of those throughout the game. We could probably use, you know, 1 per town or 2 per town even, but I just don't want them to be the preponderance of quests. But yeah,
Because they are really easy to do, although ironically we don't have support from, you were asking this today actually, we don't have support for killing 10 rats, and that we don't have a counter that will show up and tell you have killed
No, but you can say bring me
rats.
10 rat skulls,
Right.
you know, you know, corpse waxes, whatever it might be.
Or scalps.
Darth and Hatch has a question about our schedule. When are we getting companions for single players who want to play solo online?
I don't know. When are we?
Well, it's on the schedule. It's after story complete. He's also asking, I think, if they can get them online as opposed to offline, because we limit that to offline.
Companions in solo player online.
Well, I think he's asking if he can have them online mode as opposed
Solo
to
player
offline.
online mode, which we could. It is plausible for us to turn on companions if you are playing solo player online. But we'll have to explore it. Well, we'll explore it. Maybe.
Why is everyone staring at us?
It's not a good TV night.
Okay.
Apparently not. All right. Any more questions, or are we come to a wrap?
I think we've come to a wrap.
All right. So we are close to the end of our time anyway. So I'm going to get Barrick in here because I want to confer with Dallas on something. Can Barrick be sent back in? Can we send in Barrick? And
you're not foreshadowing at all, are you?
Well, since he will be setting up for the next 30-minute chunk, and I'll have him go through our reminders of the events, and maybe we'll give out. Are you able to prizinate?
I've already prizinated a half an hour ago.
All right.
I've been summoned.
Yes,
off
indeed.
Camera.
Indeed, you were. And so we're basically wrapped with the questions on story time. I need to confer with Dallas briefly for some other activity, but I know we have the ONBE session coming up, so I was going to pass it back to you while I go confer with Dallas.
Okay, that sounds good.
Review the principles of the day while I confer.
Are you guys sticking around, or are you taking this chance to escape? I would take this chance to escape while you have it.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. Bye, guys.
Can I get
Bye.
Winfield or somebody in here so I'm not by myself?
We can't trust him by himself.
Yeah, all this, and everything.
That was full when we started.
Really?
Yes.
All right, everybody, we've got an exciting community hour and a half coming up here. We've got OMBs. OMBs, what are OMBs? Well, Richard Lord British himself, we will explain these to you. They stand for the Order of New Britannia Empire, and they are awards that we provide to those upstanding community members for helping new players, helping the community, going above and beyond the call of duty. Isn't that right?
Why are we here?
We
New
are
players?
starting the ONBE Royal Warrant Hour just a little bit early without Richard. He will be here in a moment. He's doing other important tasks for
the game.
For the game and for us here. But he'll be along shortly to award some of those ONBE and Royal Warrants. We have a few of those that are going to be awarded on the camera as well, joining us on Google Hangouts. And after this half hour, after we do these awards, we are going to also have, well, I don't know if you're going to actually be on, but we have a community hour that's coming
I might
up.
be fishing.
A whole hour of fishing. So we're
I'll
going
be
to
here.
have a great community hour. We're going to have more people on the stream. And we're going to also have more community members that have been helping us here, like Winfield himself, on making this possible. So it looks like we have Minerva. Hi, Minerva.
Hi.
We'll can we get a camera guy? We need
Cameraman.
a cameraman. So we'll get the Google Hangouts guys to show up on screen here as well. A couple of other little updates. I don't know how often we've been doing. Actually, you know what? Let's see what Fletcher's up to. I know he's been hard at work. Can we get Fletcher on the camera too?
Yeah.
Look at those guys running around the hallways.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, who's that?
That's Fletcher.
Hey, Fletcher. It's been a little while, so we're just getting a camera guy in here right now, and then we'll flash over to what you're working on. It'll just be a second. So just keep doing what you're doing there, and hang out on Google Hangouts with us, and we'll get somebody to switch it over. In the meantime, if you're just joining us, this is the Shroud of the Avatar Summer Telethon. I'm here with a community member, Winfield, and we are celebrating 12 hours of deep dives, celebrating a whole bunch of wonderful prizes.
Getting a lot of stretch goals.
Stretch goals. We are currently at 72,500. I think, Fletch, if you want to mute that for the meantime, I think we're getting some feedback just for a moment.
That must have been him.
It's like a little
maybe
thing
not.
going on or something there. Fletcher, can you mute that, please? Thank you. All right, so we also have, like you said, we have the stretch goals, and we are coming up fast on the $80,000 flame field and scimitar. I'm told it's not scimitars. We also are acquiring a whole bunch of stuff at the end of the day today as well. At midnight, at the end of the telethon, the ornate black leather aeronaut helmet, pattern pack, a couple of other pattern packs, hot air balloon, airship city home. The list is on the shroudoftheavatar.com website. Go ahead and check it out and see what's expiring at the end of the day today.
Have a worm.
The worms are expiring, I think, by the end of the day today. I think they're probably wood, actually, at this point. I don't do worms personally. You can have this one if you want. The summer sale event is also ending at the end of the day today. And what else is ending at the end of the day? I know I'm missing something.
Telethon's ending.
The telethon, that's good. But I think there's something free.
Just a quiz.
Yeah, I think we've had it going on for almost 3 weeks now, and today is the last day of
Something about newness.
the free trial. We've been running these and getting new players into the game. This is the last day of the free trial. Test number 3 is we're calling it.
So do we know if there are many new players watching the telethon right now? If you're fairly new, say something in chat. You know,
say hi.
If you are so daring, you know.
If you're joining
Have
us,
everybody welcome you.
Yeah, right now on Twitch chat, go ahead and say hi there. Otherwise, you can join us on Discord. Discord is our chat channel where, Fletcher, I think you're unmuted again. Are you ready to show something?
So we see down here now. Minerva's there, unmuted.
Yeah, you get all the guys.
Roper's unmuted.
Can you?
I don't know.
Jack.
You haven't checked in with Fletcher in like forever.
We're trying to get him. He's setting up right now. Can you go help him, please? Is it somebody else? If you guys are waiting right now to get your OMB or Royal Warrant, we have guests that are jumping on the camera. You can please mute and make sure that the sound
Minerva, you're not muted. So you have to, she's working on it. Out of it. We'll get there.
I've got a lot of great community members joining us.
We like
here
chaos.
That's right. Okay,
all right.
So we have a lot of cool stuff that is still coming up for the rest of the day today. We're just trying to get Fletcher here to show off some of his work. Fletcher is one of our artists, and I am also very excited to see that we have. It looks like we have all of, I think, the OMB and Royal Warrants holders. Actually, we have one more, the Royal Warrant.
Where's the piece of wood?
That is yet to come.
And Fletcher said he's screen sharing and everything with you if you wanted to pop over and see.
Is he ready to go? Okay. Fletcher, if we can show the Google Hangouts window and then click over to Fletcher, please. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Fletcher, you are on camera. It looks like your camera's tilted perhaps a little bit. You can go ahead and unmute if you like as well. You'll have to do the screen sharing as well.
Jack, you want to go?
Can you help Fletcher, please? He needs to screen share.
Or
we can't see his great artwork. Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, there he is. 4 OMBs. And one more. Roper, I see you, Roper. How you doing, man? Go ahead and unmute if you want to say hi as well. And then as I'm introducing them, I'm going down the line, starting with Roper on the left. You can just click off Fletcher for now, please. Now you can click that back and then go to the guy on the left. See, there you go. Thank you. Name David there. Hi, Roper. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about y'all?
Great. It looks like you're outside.
Outside, we're somewhere nice.
Shoot, yeah, it's Tennessee. We got nice warm weather today. It's got a clear sky.
Okay, well we'll get back to Fletcher in a little bit here, but I have Lord British with me to talk about these OMBEs and one Royal Warrant, and we'll keep you on. Let's actually switch back if you could to us. We're going to explain the OMBEs, Royal Warrants, and then we'll go all teach.
Great. And we'll come back to you, Fletcher. Sorry about the delay. But yes, for those of you who are relatively new to the community or don't yet happen to know about a couple of community rituals we like to do, you hear us say all the time that we work for you. I mean, all the money that has gone into creating this game has come from crowd sourcing, community sourcing. As many of you, if not most of you know, so has basically all the music, so has some of the art. So has things like soda maps. So has tons of other community events that are run by you. it's not just the funds that the community is putting up to make this game, but also the rich investment of your own time and skills and community participation that is making this world come alive in such important ways. And so we like to recognize that as best we can, all of these community contributions that people are making outside of money. And the two ways we do that are both for individuals and also for teams. And for individuals, we have something that we call the Order of the New Britannian Empire. Hold it right there. And the Order of the New Britannian Empire is an individual award we give to individuals, obviously, who provided great service to the community and to the project and to the people and to the lands, without regard to what that individual contribution might be. They can come from a diverse array of activities, but that is what an ONBE is for as an individual. And there are some projects that really take teams that are group efforts, like one of the first recipients of this other item we call a royal warrant, which is the award we give to teams. One of the first recipients was the poets of the Bard Circle, the people that organized the community of musicians that ultimately created most all of the music in the game. And so we give out royal warrants to groups like that. And in the case of ONBEs, we give people the physical award to wear at any LARPing events that we might have, or trade shows or fan shows we might see each other at. And we give royal warrants also for people to have at their place of business or wherever their group might get together. I know it's a little bit more awkward since often things are spread out, but
we've had ONBs and royal warrants. Those who were awarded them appear as guests here at Portalarium, and you provided the award to them in person.
That's right, and we also give the royal warrants digitally to the members of the community that earned those. And I can't remember if we don't. I'm not sure we have a digital ONBE. It's too small at the moment, but we know who you all are, and so if we get the ability to wear medals, we'll probably give you guys one of those too. But anyway, that's our community awards that we like to celebrate those of you who have kind of risen to contribute above and beyond the norm in a community to community way that deserves celebration. And so today we actually have 4 ONBs and 1 royal warrant to give out.
Yeah.
So do you want to do any further introductions of who's on the line, or should we, since you already did one introduction, should we dive into that one right now?
That sounds good to me.
All right, well, let's just dive in. So, Roper, since we already said hello to you, hello again. Great to see you as always. And obviously you know well, as we know well, what an amazing contributor to the community you are. You help new players constantly in all corners of New Britannia. Your guild was one of the first to name a town for new players, in fact. Most people know you from all of your events that you've been planning, including with your guild and the end of the world parties that you throw. And so I myself have been to a number of your events. They are truly great fun, from a personal standpoint. But additionally, this community would not be what it was. The players coming into this community would not get the warm welcome that they so commonly receive because of you. So for you, sir, we award the Order of the New Britannian Empire. Thank you very much for your service to the community. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You are very welcome, and really very heartfeltly meant as well. Thank you. I look forward to both our next chance to meet online as well as in person.
And if there's anybody that is being awarded today, if there's anything else you would like to say, to talk about, anything related to what you're getting awarded for, please feel free. This is why you're here, to make a mention of your great work.
Great, absolutely. Well, let's see. So we hit the Minerva. I see you're over there, Minerva. Can we jump to the other side of the screen? Minerva, great to see you as well. Obviously, you and I know each other very well from both the real world as well as the in-game world as well. Like Roper, you do such a great job of engaging the community at all levels, being such a positive spirit and welcoming spirit. You have a great ability to match the needs of players with workable solutions. You not only run a bunch of these themed parties and events, but you assisted greatly with the previous Shooter Jennings album release event. And in the physical world, when the community got together, for example, here at Hoblaw 3, literally yesterday, last night, we were out pouring molten aluminum into a fire ant mound, and we were discussing how much my daughter still loves to make stone soup. And even though I've read her the book about a half a dozen times, and she's sort of getting around to understanding that the stone is not an essential ingredient in the flavoring of the soup, but she still insists on having a stone in the made-up stone soups that we have about once a week at our house. Anyway, that's just a personal anecdote. But really, across the whole community, online and off, you are deeply respected, greatly admired member of the community, and we thank you for your great contributions to it. For you also, you are awarded the ONBE, the Order of the New Britannian Empire. Thank you so much for all of your great contributions.
I thank you so much for the honor, and now I get to yell for virtue also, right?
That's with you. It's damn straight. I see you're wearing a chaos symbol around your neck, so now I expect you to, balance it out.
And a girl likes shiny things.
All right, that's true. Well, now you'll have. I see you're wearing 2 chaos pieces, so I'll have to figure out some other virtue-like thing to balance it out. Maybe get an onk to go under the chaos symbol or something.
That's a deal. That's a deal. Look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much. Sure appreciate it. All right, well, let's go to Jacob. Jacob White, are you online? Do I see you?
I don't know if he's connected yet. There was a couple of them that we're not quite sure if they.
We're not sure if they make it. Okay, bye. Oh, I see Lazarus there. I see Lazarus there in the middle-ish. Laz, welcome. Great to see you, sir. I'm sure most all of you know Laz, and we have some of your compatriots, your co-conspirators, here in the room. But you are even though the New Britannian News Network is not a solo activity, you are the man of the hour here to be the representative as the official recipient of our royal warrant of the evening. NBNN, you guys know very well how much I think of it. Not only do I retweet all of your tweets, but I show up and sit in the lawn and listen to your broadcast as often as I can. And even when I can't show up in person, I'm often listening to the feed. Your guys' ability to engage the community, be part of the community, make sure everybody knows what's going on, do critical analysis, think about it, talk about it, get dialogue going both ways between the community and the team is exemplary. And so for your whole team, for the New Britannia News Network, here is your official royal warrant.
Thank you very much, sire. It's much appreciated. Of course, I know my partner in crime is right there behind the other camera, so I'd like to call him out to just come on out and say hello and thank you, because without him, a lot of this isn't possible either. And of course, I got to just thank everybody who makes the New Britannia News Network what it is. Everybody from the guys who started it with us, Casey Cupcakes and Scrota, to Arius Coilmore, who plays Wayne Klotz, running around doing the latest news, and all the people on the WRFB team who help us keep the radio running and keep that news going. And the community, of course. The community has been there to support us, keep us going, join in those discussions, and you guys for making such a great game and allowing us to do what we do here. I got to thank everybody from top to bottom. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. And we have one more of our ONBE recipients here online, Caballero. So, by the way, I have a little story to tell about Caballero. By the way, Caballero, when you first started streaming, you were one of the first what I'll call independent streamers of Shroud of the Avatar. Somebody who wasn't already, kind of known in our inner circle. You dove in, you started streaming it. I immediately started watching your streams. Not only you were doing great streams. You were doing them deep. You were doing them frequently, and so I became a big fan, like straight off the bat. But what amazes me is how it's built and built and built. How your community has grown around it. How much that really helps our community as well. How you've grown as a broadcaster, I would say. I hope that is seen as the compliment in which it's meant. But really, I'm thrilled that you've had such success and such longevity as a streamer, Shroud of the Avatar. And so it's truly with great pride. In fact, I didn't even read my notes. You run the fantastic live stream, very professional daily social updates about the game's development progress. You can view his videos at www.caballero.info. If you've not already seen them, I retweet his going online every time I get the chance. Anyway, really great stuff. Thank you so much for being a part of our community. And again, congratulations and thank you. Congratulations for being a recipient of the ONBE, the Order of the New Britannian Empire. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Lord British. It's finally got to meet you, even though it's online. And also, thank you to Barrick. Receiving this award is it's a great honor. Okay, I've been following the game since 2014. I believe that's when I first recorded and a gameplay of the video and uploaded it to YouTube. And right now, I'm just live streaming, visiting towns, and checking player vendors for everyone, so that they won't have to do it themselves. So I'm doing the job for them. So again, guys, thank you and congratulations to everyone in the Hangout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if anybody has not yet checked out his streams, you definitely need to do it. You'll learn all kinds of great new information about the state of the game, and not just the development state of the game, but I mean the community state of the game. What's going on city to city, what things are looking like, what things are feeling like, how things are priced, and just kind of following one man's journey through the gameplay experience as well. So great at many levels. Thank you. And so we are missing one person, so hopefully get him on the next cycle.
Yeah, if you happen to be on the stream, Jacob White, we just wanted to mention Soda Map. We are awarding an OMB to Jacob White for producing Soda Map, and now Soda Map is integrally integrated. I don't know if I can say those two words at once into the game. He's done such an amazing job at providing basically a map, a way for you to find your way around New Britannia. And you can go to sodamap.com, check it out. It's also, you hit the M key in the game, you get the map up for the game, and the map within the game. And it shows player-owned towns, it shows everything that we put into the game.
It shows all the detail, it shows all the spawn points, it shows all the resources.
So much stuff.
Yeah, it frankly shows more than probably we would want to show. But it's really funny because all of you that were waiting for maps to come into the game, we kept putting them off because we were doing it as an individual piece of art that would have to be revised every time we revised the maps, and we were revising maps till now at least, and so we were dissuaded from starting. And Jacob's work not only was first out, but it was actually frankly far superior to the work that we would have been putting into our maps. And so as soon as we realized that, as soon as the idea even came up to just integrate it directly, we were pretty excited when he agreed to allow us to do that.
So we
saved the project a ton of time, money, effort,
Absolutely.
And provided a very high quality solution for all of us.
Yeah, we'd love to have him back on the live stream.
We'll do it. We'll give him his own live when we get a chance.
Yeah. All right. So thank you, Lord British, for awarding these. Do you have anything else to mention?
Yes, I do. Before we go, because I just came across the map is 75,000. We hit 75,000. So you and I have one more round to take care of.
We are getting mighty close to that 80,000.
We're only 2 clicks. Can I borrow that pen? We are 2 clicks away from the big stretch goal of the night: Flame Shade Shield and Scimitar. 75,000. There you go, 75,000, and you and me. Hang on, you want a little something out of here?
I would like that. Here's my HEB inspired. Still holding up.
All right, here we
I
go.
think that's 3 shots.
Well, you know,
I'm
you'll survive.
behind.
You can come in late tomorrow if you need to.
Wow, that's really smooth.
All right. Fantastic. Well, that's it for me. I think I will pass it back to you, and I think your community hour is coming up.
Yeah, it's coming up. We already have a couple of community members who are joining us on live stream again for this next hour. Feel free to visit as you like.
I will.
British, pop in when you want.
I will.
All right, thank you again, all OMB and Royal Warrants. If you're able to depart the live stream, we are having others that will be joining us. Thank you, Minerva. I see you waving. See you in game. All right. And there's Caballero. How you doing, man? Thank you. See you later. Okay. Well, let's go get Fletcher. I want to grab this, sir. Mad Hatter, over on the other side of the window that you can't see. Are you falling asleep? We'll get a couple of the community members who have been hard at work helping us here for the telethon to come in as well. We've got a really great lineup for you for the next hour here. Let me get my to-do sheet. Where did I put that? I always lose track of this stuff.
Let me go grab Winfield.
Oh yeah, Winfield. Yeah, we're gonna do some fishing a little bit later, I think. All right. Okay. How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing well.
Do I have my community hour?
Do I need to go yell at Fletcher and say, hey, we're ready for
Yeah,
it?
go see what Fletcher is doing. He's working on something right now. All right, so community hour. We're going to start this a few minutes early. We've got a lot of news here, but I want to remind everybody again that we've mentioned SodaCon. SodaCon is on October 13th through the 15th. SodaCon is produced by the community. It is also going to be here in Austin. So this will be, if you're just tuning in and you want to, you're excited about meeting the developers for this game, we'd love to see you. We're going to be giving tours at some point during SodaCon. We're also going to have a bunch of things to talk about, and it's most importantly going to be an in-person gathering. We have a lot of these throughout the year. There's also Hobloth 4 that's coming up shortly after the... Hi guys, how's it going? Shortly after SodaCon. So there's a lot of fall events. If you want to check out what is happening both in-game and in person, check out the community calendars. They are linked on our calendar. There's two actual community-driven ones on different websites. But if you just go to shroudoftheavatar.com and you click on the community main menu tab, there's a bunch of information about what's happening in the community, including the calendar that we put together. And you'll see more information on SodaCon and Hobloth and others. Also, just about to kick off, guys, we've got in-game events kicking off as this community hour starts.
Oh, they're going to do stuff?
Yeah. Or have you been to Ordinus Mortis?
I have, of course.
Player on town. Ordinus Mortis, if you know Minerva, who was just on the stream, she is putting on a party in Ordinus Mortis in the game right now. The community runs some really crazy parties. And we're going to celebrate with you in game and out of game as well with jelly gum. What are they?
Worms.
Oh, the worms. Yeah, the worms. Do you use those for fishing?
We do. Obviously.
Are you ready for Fletcher?
And yes, let's do Fletcher. See what he's doing.
Fletcher, as long as whenever he's ready.
Hi, Fletcher. We see your symbol, and you're muted at the moment. So if you could switch over to sharing your screen and then unmuting, we'll see what you're doing. In the meantime, I need to take care of something in the hall here.
We can take over. Just go on.
I've got an amazing list of events.
Give us access to your account. We'll take care of
Here's the access, the whole complete list of some of the cool things that have been happening in the community. Event mentioned. So if you could help me mention some of the events, I will be right back.
All right.
I also have...
What's your password again?
456, flip the page, and here is our breakdown of what we're going to talk about too. So you can do your town gathering there too if you want. Up to
How
you.
long are you going to be gone?
Maybe 2 or 3 hours if you don't mind.
No, just kidding. We got it. We'll order pizza on your behalf.
Oh yeah, that's coming too, I think, guys.
Scoot over. Come on, you guys, get in here.
If you're off camera, you're like, you don't exist. So.
Mad Hatter, did you just want the picture of the?
Yeah, just sit in the
organized-
event.
Just.
There, everybody in. Elwin, get in there. All right. Hey everybody, I'm
There we go.
Winfield, one of the fishermen. Unintroduced also, we'll go around the table real quick. So who is everybody?
Yeah,
Who are
Mad
you?
Hatter. I think everyone's familiar with me by now, but I think the hat says it all. But I'll be talking to everyone here very soon.
Ravelox.
Ravelox what?
Oh, well, Ravelox Darkshire.
And you do what?
Well, I do some stuff with this thing called Sodabot, and
Sodabot.
I'm the governor of Darkshire Hills in the game.
Okay.
I'm Elwin
Elwin.
in game, and I've got a little shop of stuff in Kingsport.
Kingsport, yeah, okay. Excellent. Now we've got people on the stream. So let's, Jack, help us go around the room. Well, and then we'll let Jack, who's the cameraman, introduce himself in a moment.
Why would I want to do that?
I don't know.
Okay, so on the stream we have Laz.
Howdy, folks.
Then we also have Jackdaw Foxlawden.
Hey, how you doing, all?
I don't know Ryan's in-game name.
Silas. Hey, everybody.
As well, Lum the Mad, but he doesn't matter.
Lum's on the.
Lum the Mad.
It's always here.
Yes.
All right. All right, so welcome everybody. I'm filling in for Barrett for a few minutes. So the community is huge, and how do you say that, Laz? It's just huge. Come on, Laz.
It's huge.
And Laz, what do you say about being involved in the community? You love what?
We love this shit. You know that. Come on now.
Absolutely.
Gotta love this community. Gotta love what goes on. And again, I gotta thank everybody out there for all their help, all their appreciation, and of course the support that they give. But community here is awesome, and one of the great things that keeps this community going is people like you out there, and the fishermen of the world who supply us all the energy. Fish.
Fish. Everybody say fish, but don't spam the channel. Don't spam the channel yet.
That's right.
Don't do that.
But of course, you have a whole lot to cover, starting with, I believe, what is it, town gatherings you got for starters for everybody today?
Yeah, so you're helping us stay on track. That's good. So I got a royal warrant to run town gatherings. I haven't done any for a little while, so we're going to start them up again. And we started town gatherings. It was like all player-owned towns that wanted to come and explain what their towns do and everything. And we started with ideas of 10 or 20 towns, back when towns weren't towns yet, but we started an all towns gathering, and guilds came and said what would they do when they built a town. And so after towns came into the game, player-owned towns, people built up their towns, and then they came to an all towns gathering on some Saturday or some Sunday for a couple of hours in a big auditorium area in game, and then we were on voice. So we were able to talk to each other and do things a little faster. And for a couple hours, we introduced our towns. So after 230 towns plus were sold, from within Shroud of the Avatar, it's like, man, it's a tough time getting around the whole circle. So I think in the future, what we're going to do is I'll start up these town gatherings again, and they might be in-game virtual. Get this, SodaCons of some kind, kind of last the whole weekend. We may have, things that go on at different times in different places, different discussions, and we can talk about our, and then we can record all this, and it can be rebroadcast later on as well. So I will have to enlist the services of some of the people out there who are video smart, okay, and audio smart to maybe pull this off. But I think all towns gathering, there's a lot of good towns out there. They're going to grow when the game fully launches, and each one will have their own character. Each one will have their own goals. Each one will be anarchy, throw the mayor out and with pitchforks and whatever else. So I'm very interested in getting that going again. So real quick, what do you guys think of my ideas? Should I just go fishing instead, or should I try to do this?
It's a great idea.
It's a good initiative.
I remember
Player town gatherings revolving around fishing.
A player-owned town gathering revolving around fishing. That would be ideal.
How's it going, guys? This is, the community is this community is so fantastic that I don't even need to be in the room. I mean, it seems like everything's going good.
You need another 2-minute break?
Sure.
All right.
Although I really love to kind of chill with you guys.
Well, chill.
See what's going on. What are you talking about?
We're talking about the player town gatherings. Just finished that up.
Oh, cool. Okay.
And just and it looks like people think it's okay.
Well, I'm going to take a little bit of a backseat if you don't mind. So just continue.
All right. So actually, you can guide us from the back of the rear of the boat here.
All right. So
tell us what to do next.
Let's see here. Well, we have a wide open ocean. Which direction should we take here? One thing I wanted to mention. State of the community, although that's not, what did I call it again? Well, it's called A Community Like No Other. There was an article that we put together, talked about the community and what's happened over the past year that's kind of led up to a lot of things like some of the spotlights that we put out about player-owned towns and a lot of things that we've been trying to ramp up over the past year. And we put an article, again, it's called A Community Like No Other. You can check it out on if you go to the Community Spotlights page or the front page of the website in general, scroll back 2 or 3 pages of news. I think now it's a couple weeks old. And if you're a new player and you're just wondering who is in the community and what goes on and what events really are happening and what is this game about around this wonderful community, I like to think that article was, very well-rounded as much as possible to describe some of the cool stuff that these guys have been doing. We try to, like we did with the OMBs, give a nod to all your work. So there's that article in case you're curious about that. Streamer shout-outs. Caballero, once again, thank you. NBNN, thank you. And we have... there's over 24 active live streamers that live stream at least sometime once a week. So I just want to say thank you.
I want to give them a hand. Everybody give them a hand. That is so cool, the live streaming going on.
Yeah, and actually we're working on, and this is, for you guys, that live stream, we want to put a schedule together that's transparent to the community that is listed like in the community event calendar somewhere. And this schedule will basically give the whole community a chance to watch their favorite live streamer. Know that NBN is live streaming at, I think it's noon every day, Monday through Friday, or whatever the frequency may be. So we're working on that right now. Isn't that right? It's noon, right?
Noon every Monday through Friday, of course, except when we have big telethons like this, we can't compete with you guys. So, of course, you've got half the crew right down there. But yes, every Monday through Friday for the past 2+ years, we've been cranking out a show live right on stream and on the in-game radio here in Shroud and Avatar.
And why do you do the noon NBN? What's your slogan? Why do you do it, Jack?
Otherwise, we'd be two guys just sitting around doing nothing.
That's not it.
The answer was, I love this shit.
And we report the news.
We interpret the news so you don't have to.
We interpret the news so you don't have to.
That's right.
Outstanding.
And where are you based when you run it in game?
Owl's Head. We have north of the bank, so all the way at the back, the north side of the scene. You have to go into Upper Owl's Head. Behind the bank, you'll see the NBNN. I love this shit. Lots.
It's actually labeled as that?
Cheese sign reading by Wilstrom. That's right.
Is it a...
No one report us.
Is it things on the ground? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
that
yes.
It's deco writing?
Yes.
Okay.
We did some cheese sign writing.
Right.
And if you guys watch
in Runic,
want to check it out, you can go to Soda Map and find where Owl's Head is. One of the very first scenes that was.
Yeah. It was the first town put into the game.
By the way, I like that shirt you're wearing there, Jack. Cause I don't know why, but I do.
I don't know why you would like this shirt either. I mean, what's not to love about this shirt?
Hey, how'd you get on camera, Jack? Oh, you're the cameraman.
He's the guy running the show down there. You should be very afraid. That's right.
Speaking of camera, do we have Ravalox on stream right now? Ravalox, you there?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's not gonna let he's live.
He's live.
Wow.
So we've got
Ravalox, where are you at?
schedule here. I've got some cool points for you. I don't know what you want to talk about, man.
I wrote down some notes so I won't get too lost because I tend to do that. Well, first off, I have to take care of some personal business here. I want to give a shout out to Worrit, who's out there hanging around my town decorating it. So thanks a lot, sir. And I'll talk to you as soon as I get back to Dallas. And of course, my beautiful, wonderful wife who lets me follow my dreams that led me down here. And all my DDF friends over at the MGT. Okay, so the first thing we want to talk about is hospitalers. Basically, it's players helping players. We know a lot of us know about this already, but of course, you know, we're doing a free trial test right now, and a lot of new players coming in who probably don't really know exactly everything about this. So, if they're new to the game, basically, in the game, there are going to be folks running around, other players that have titles above their heads that say Hospitaller over it in purple. And if you don't see names above people's heads, this is because you have titles turned off, and you're going to want to hit the letter N, that's the default key, or go into your options menu and see what you have it mapped for to turn those on. If you have questions while you're running around in game and you see somebody who has that title, feel free to bother them. That's exactly what they're there for. They want to help. There's another aspect to this. If you're running around with the Outlander title over your head, which is the initial title that's given to you as a player, then you might have a hospitaller come up to you and ask you if everything's good, if there's anything that you might need help with.
We've actually, Richard and I have had a lengthy discussion on how it is actually pronounced. So it's good that you brought that up.
Oh, good.
It is officially Hospitaller.
Ah, there you go.
Hospitaller. Hospital.
And that, and as you mentioned,
pronunciation I was used to, yeah.
And as you mentioned, the tag, anybody has the Hospitaller tag. So if you want to help out newer players, it doesn't matter how new you are yourself. If you really want to just get together and find new players and tell them, hey, I just discovered this, help them on their way. Maybe they're lost or just have a question. You see it, feel free to turn on that tag, and you can be a Hospitaller yourself. This is not any group that's a secret group that nobody we limit. Or the community, I should say, limits. It's not a guild. It's just anybody can be a Hospitaller at any time, and that goes the same for the tag switch for the Outlander tag as well. So if you feel that you don't want that tag anymore, you can turn it off.
You don't have to be a Hospitaller all the time. If you feel like doing it for a few hours, you can turn it on and try to find people to help, and then if I have to get busy for something, you turn it off when I AFK.
You want to go farming XP or whatever, you don't have to have it on. Basically you can turn on the Hospitaller tag as soon as you feel comfortable with giving out information. As you feel comfortable in the game, then go for it. And again, the Outlander tag, you can turn that off over your head as well as whenever you like, using the title menu. Now, the Hospitallers aren't actually restricted to in-game. We have Hospitallers in Discord as well. Anybody who joins the Discord server, which we have a link on the Twitch channel here. If you scroll down below, you'll see a link to join the Discord server. I hope you don't mind.
Actually,
no, absolutely. That's perfect. Thank you.
You can get to it from one of the main pages, and then it'll pick up automatically the link that puts it in if you install the Discord client.
Right.
But it has built into the web server one that I believe we can get to from one of the menus on the top of on the soda pages has chat, and that will bring up a window or it'll bring up a page with an embedded Discord.
We added Discord about a year ago for the communities to just a better way to get together and to talk about the topics they want to talk about. And there's tons of channels on there now. We have the Hospitaller channel, as you mentioned, the general channel. We have an announcement channel so that you know what we announce. We throw tags and links and things in there as well. And Discord has become, I would say, the de facto chat place for the community.
Absolutely. You could do voice in there, text. You could immediately paste up screenshots
That's what I like about it in particular.
Yeah.
So you can separate the voice and text depending on what you want to do.
I mean, this is a little off topic, but I mean, with Windows, if you're running Windows, there's a Snagit tool that's built in the Windows. If you bring that up and activate, say, new, it'll make your screen milky white, and you just highlight what you want to grab. And as soon as you do that, it's in your clipboard. All you have to do is go to Discord, right-click, and say paste, and bang, it's there. You don't have to save it. You don't have to do anything else.
Okay.
No searching for the picture. So it's really useful. So you have a question about something in the game, or you want to show somebody something in the game, you can do it right in Discord very easily.
All right. So we're gonna keep moving on. So keep going.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
So the last thing on the Hospitaller front is that if you're in Discord, you could actually log in and change your name, right? So if Ravelox, for instance, you could change that from white or green or whatever color you are to purple. So then that way it'll tell everybody that you're available to either a direct message or that you're monitoring the Hospitaller channel in Discord. And
Nice.
just like in game, you're available for answering questions. So that's really useful information, useful things that the players are doing to help each other.
Yep.
So
players helping players.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about.
And we have a question from Wiselp. How about additional titles as you become more experienced? I only have two choices, Hospitaller or Outlander. That's a good question. I think titles is definitely a very welcome thing to have. I think we should have more, personally.
I pretty much expect that once we get the main game going, that more titles will be added.
We
Quests and stuff.
Yeah, we definitely are hearing the community on the interest of more recognition like that in the game. I love titles personally, so we'll see what we can do as we move along in development here. But that's what we got at the moment. Good question.
All right, great.
So of course it also, with the Hospitallers, this is actually a pretty wide-reaching program. We have meetings on Sundays. Every Sunday morning at 11 a.m. we get together and we talk about what our experiences when interacting with new players are. And of course, all players, new or veteran, are welcome to join that meeting, come in and give your input, or even use that time to ask us questions there.
Yep. So that is 11 o'clock every Sunday morning, 11 o'clock Central Time, New Britannian Time. It's in Discord, in the Hospitaller channel, in the same server you're in now. And join us. We talk to new players, old players, frustrated players, whatever. We try to help, and we talk about how to help things long term. And Barrick even shows up once in a while and talks to us.
I want to hear.
We actually have some fun.
Yeah, and we have some fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that's I won't say spawned from, but associated with this whole player helping player initiative. Is the initiative that's supporting the Trevor Project, is targeting at-risk youth and the LGBTQ community.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, I said that right. Okay. So there will be various in-game events. I have to read what I wrote. Sorry.
I think there's something coming up on.
Yeah, something hosted by the Prism Guild and Lace.
Okay.
I don't know what the event is, but I believe that's going to be posted up someplace on the forums.
Yeah, we do our best to get those events.
That'll be coming up this next month. It's posted on the forums, though. Yes.
Excellent. So.
All right, thank you, lads, for that.
So it's our hospitaller thing. So Hospitaller thing. Sorry. So also now, of course, like I said before, I work on SodaBot, and that's actually a team effort. Right now, I'm doing all the coding, but we also have Alcetis involved, and he's working on a side project, which I can't really mention a lot of details about, but we'll just say that certain lords named British in our midst are very happy with that, and it participates in the pre-alpha testing on our bot server.
Okay, so before we go to the next segment,
go ahead.
You're probably going to get into it, but I'm really excited to know what is SodaBot? Just real briefly,
Gotcha.
what is it?
Yep, not a problem. So SodaBot is a Discord tool. It's a bot that runs on Discord and listens into everything that's going on the channel and watches for commands that it recognizes. So there's some basic stuff in there. Like, for instance, the hospitaler thing we were talking about before. If you wanted to become a hospitaler on the Discord server, you would go into the hospitaler channel and type ! login or sign in, and then it will change your name to purple. That's the bot that's doing that. So we have a number of commands there. That's one of the most common ones used. The other one that's very popular is the next release countdown. So you can go into the Discord channel, type ! R, and then a space, and then the number, like 43, and it will tell you how many days, hours, and as it gets closer, minutes and seconds until that patch is expected to be released on live.
Is there a
server.
command for fish?
Not yet, but there can be.
Jira, let's Jira. Who can Jira that?
Jira that.
Is there anything else
Soda
you got?
bot command
Otherwise,
for fish.
I'm going to ask Merrick Dragon.
What? No fish command?
The fish command. I believe that he's watching right now, and he can take care of.
Is that the one that slaps people with a fish?
I believe I
Would that
I
be
think there'll be.
slash
I think it should randomly do things.
That'll be
You know.
flash fish slap.
That's right.
Bang fish slap.
So, in addition to these commands that are out there now, and they're, the bot is actually written, if you type ! Help, it'll give you a list of the commands that are available to you, things like that.
We've got people in Discord here trying ! Fish right now.
So, not all the commands are documented. There are actually some mystery commands in the bot. And there are things that are coming. Some of the items I wanted to relay is that there will be a command called game stats. All the commands are prefixed by an ! So I don't want to bother have to say that over again. But we're going to take some of the API information that Undone has introduced and bring that into SodaBot. So that's going to take a little bit of development. I got other commands that are first in line to be worked on. But I'm hoping to bring that in and other things that will bring the Discord interface closer to the game itself as well.
Well, we're definitely looking forward to a lot of those. I think I hear some, I don't know where it's coming from, but I think I hear another community member on the live stream. Let's actually switch this up a little bit. If you don't mind here, I just want to see who is on the live stream. I know we have Laz. Laz, you're sitting there all nice and cool. Who else do we got on the live stream?
Keeping my eye on the news.
There you go. Anybody else want to say hi?
Yeah, we went around the table. But yeah.
This is anybody who's just joining us. This is a Summer Telethon, and we've got the community. This is the exclusive community hour. No developers except for myself, I suppose. And we are here talking with. Okay, who's this again? I can't quite see the name.
That is Ryan.
Ryan.
Silas.
All right,
And
so we got our
you
next.
got Jackdaw being very silent out there with a big smile on his face. I don't know why he.
Muted.
Oh, I'm just sitting here laughing and enjoying all of this. This is, I don't get to do this nearly often enough.
All right, so we have. Thank you guys for taking time to jump in. We also got a bunch of community members here with me right now, and intruder alert, another dev. I was feeling
I'm just
lonely.
here for gummy worms.
Just
worms.
Sarah, Sarah, would you like to say hi?
Say hi to Sarah, everybody.
Do you guys like seafood?
Serafina with that wonderful customer service.
Sarah is our customer service lead, and you take care of all the support tickets and concerns.
Can you get us more discounts as customer service?
Bye.
Darn.
Before we go to the next segment, everybody, we've got just a couple of usual announcements. What do they usually say when there's like an advertisement break? We've got
word from our sponsors.
So yeah, there you go. Word from our sponsors.
After the following messages.
The following messages. We are at Portalarium right now, developers of Shroud of the Avatar, and we are currently in early access for the game and celebrating for today's 12-hour Summer Telethon event. And this event we've got at the end of it here. I just heard some screams. We'll see what's going on out there in a minute. But we have all sorts of things expiring at the end of the day today. And we're halfway through this 12 hours.
At the end, we have the end of the summer sale event, which you can find out more of what's on sale in the add-on store on the website. We also have the end of the free trial that ends at midnight. And what else, Winfield? I keep forgetting this long list of ending things.
Oh, there's all these things on the expirations board over here.
Bunch of items that are expiring at the end of the day today. You'll never be able to get them in the game again.
It's my turn to spin.
And Lord British has appeared.
Because we need to spin.
We
People need
must
stuff on sale.
more
People
discounts.
want some-
Speaking of sale, there we go.
People want some more stuff. They want more stuff.
So Jack,
We do
bring up the
3
cat.
spins.
All
Go
right.
for it.
I'm gonna spin. Wheel of Fortune,
Customer
round
service.
and round.
Can
Where
everybody sing
it
it?
stops,
Has
no
she seen
one
it?
knows.
Emotes.
Emotes.
That's the first one. Let's do number
Emotes.
2.
Clothing.
Clothing and wings.
Clothing and wings.
Clothing and
All right.
wings.
Okay. Lucky number 3.
No, three, man, 3.
What does that say?
Pipes.
Man.
No.
We already did that. We already did that one. Do it again.
Oh, we
Do it
did that
again.
one.
did that one.
Yeah.
Statues.
Statues, finally.
Statues.
They wanted
Statues.
statues. They wanted statues the first hour. Now we have them. So
At long last. At long last.
Uh-oh.
I'm just erasing the
Oh.
stuff. he's
Oh, yes,
did,
sir.
So that's all. I'm just
Long last.
Updates.
Oh.
So since everyone that's actually controlling all the messages that you guys are getting, all these updates, we're all here in the room. So we will update as soon as, actually probably when after I do my segment, I'll walk out there and I'll do the updates on Twitter and Twitch and all that good stuff. But for the live people, we got to hear you got emotes, you got clothing and wings, and you got statues. And I will do that update as soon as my segmentation is done.
All right, awesome. Thank you. We'll get that on the ticker as well. That'll be coming soon. Usually takes a couple of minutes for us to make these switches in the store for you to be able to get.
So as you can tell, all the support people are in here right now supporting the telethon. We're talking to you, so nothing's happening outside except the money is flowing and the Dallas does all that stuff.
And all the
Rick does
cool
that.
in-game events. We've got
And the
those
cool
running.
in-games.
They're running right now. Like you could, or Dennis Mortis, if you go there, Player on Town, find Minerva and her group. They're dancing the night away, I think, right now somewhere.
Come on down. There's a ton of people down here hanging out.
All right, so let's move on to the next segment. What do you think?
Some online folks.
Some online folks.
Yeah.
All right, let's who can we say hello to that is joining us on the stream? Anybody want to jump in back
Explain
in there?
what they do.
Well, sure, I can jump in if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you do? And say
so-
your name and where you're from and what do you do in the community?
Well, my name is Jackdaw Foxloden. I am a DJ with Avatars Radio. It's exactly like it sounds. Avatars Radio is a community focused music, or we're a radio. We do music for the community. It is our main focus to provide that to everyone. Community, as has already been mentioned by Laz and so many other people, is paramount, and it is one of the best parts of this game, hands down. If you don't believe that, you should take a look at the story for Avatars Radio real fast. They just started off talking about providing music to everybody back in January 2014. A few months later, they've got a radio set up. Amber Rain is the manager of Avatars Radio. She's actually normally the one that comes on to the live stream with you guys, but I think she actually appreciated taking a break for a change. But yeah, so that is what all of us do is we have put together this radio that you can actually listen to 24/7. And it's can be found. It's actually you want to talk about how awesome community is, can actually be found in game using the etheric vibration amplifiers. Those are a fantastic tool that not only broadcast our radio, but you can actually hook up to any radio. As a matter of fact, WRFB does they're right there. Pretty low, same as us. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So for those who don't know these radios, could you describe, the basic item in the game, what it looks like, and on a very basic level, again, what new players can expect of it?
So an etheric vibration amplifier, it is, you start by looking for a jukebox. It's a very simple item. It's actually found in most of the inns inside New Britannia. You will go ahead and you'll interact with it, and it will offer you selections. There are a couple currently available, ourselves, Radio Free Britannia, and when you turn it on, it will actually play music to you. You'll be able to hear it, and so long as you're within range of that amplifier, you will continue to be able to hear it. Another fun object that does the same thing is the etheric vibration headsets, which that's an exclusive item, right? I'm not sure who all has those.
Those were given out as a reward to everybody who was a backer before we went through persistence, and then again offered as a special reward, which is sold out now, the Star Citizen promotion, which is now sold out as of today.
Helmet in the bundle that's expiring, doesn't that also tune them in?
Absolutely. The armor has a helmet that has a radio in it as well, correct?
So there's your opportunity right there. If you wanted to get one of the helmets that could tune in, you got your chance right now before it's gone.
The Star Citizen Aeronaut Helmet Starter Bundle.
And just been updated that Avatar's Radio is looking for more DJs.
Yes, it very much is. And as a matter of fact, we're looking for DJs. We have always been very much a part of the community. I'm one of the more recent ones, but members of the community have either are DJs now or were DJs previously. As a matter of fact, I know Brazen's in the studio with you guys somewhere back there right now. She is a DJ with Avatar's Radio as well. Don't suppose she's around anywhere.
She's behind the control booth.
That was the
come on in.
Came from.
Come on in.
I'm here.
Hey,
Keep going, a little more.
Hey, Brazen.
Oh, no more. Hi, Jack Guy. You're a rock star.
Hi there, Brazen. It is awesome to see you, Brazen. But yes, she is a fantastic radio personality, as is everyone that we have. Some of them are part of the community that do events. You're probably familiar with Striker Sparhawk's Happy Hour. He's a DJ with us. And speaking of events, that is very much something that we are very centered on. As much as our projects like MBNN like to do Britannia news, we like to provide music options. So one of the things that we got started really big for was doing dance parties. We would be if people would get the new dance emotes, they'd start dancing. It became a thing. As a matter of fact, the release parties that happen every month are dance parties themselves. The Fire Lotus is actually a DJ with us as well. She comes in every month and provides music for us. I haven't seen her today, but Fire Lotus, if you weren't already aware, is one of the developers as well. She's a fantastic lady if you haven't met her before. They do. She provides music. We do dance parties. It's become this whole mess of emotes and dances. I just caught a picture the other day of a couple people waltzing. That was quite amusing. But that has become probably what is the most or the most enjoyable part of being a DJ with Avatars Radio, is that we have been able to provide this service to the community, and that in turn we have been able to become a part of all parts of it. We've been to all sorts of events, from competitions to dances, balls. We've done coverage for things like the Virtue League. It's a PvP event. We used to give blow-by-blows of people, what they were doing, how they were fighting, and we also provide all sorts of community music, artists that have provided music for the game or have just provided music for the community itself. You can hear that stuff at the Avatars Radio. Music by folks like Imbra Zolte, Kylet of Holt Ironfell, all the folks from from the New Britannian Theater Troupe. They've got their podcasts going there, community readings, basically just about anything that you can think of that you can actually hear. We do our best to bring it to Avatars Radio and through us to the rest of the community.
Yeah, and you do a really good job of that. It's fantastic. Definitely appreciate it. Dance parties around that is always super, super fun. I want to get to one more guy here.
And what's on sale right now? Emotes.
Yes.
So you want to go to these parties, get the
Mm-hmm.
emotes.
Gotta have the emotes.
Big
Yeah, I
hit,
gotta
big
love
on the
those
emote.
fire
Also
spins, you know, get dancing.
If you guys are wondering what the watching the live stream, the yellow ticker at the top is telling you guys what
Emotes,
is currently
right
on
there.
sale right now. So there we go. We've got one more person on the line joining us remotely. Is that Ryan again? I want to go back to you and just to see if you have anything you want to say about what you do in the community.
Hey, Bear, can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Hey, this is Silas in game, and I run Blackgate Dojo with Audacity from Rift's End in Moongate Travelers territory. We aim to promote PvP and run typically a monthly lesson on game mechanics and PvP to help demystify and get more people interested, take that first plunge into flagging and getting out there and actually fighting. We tend to get together on Fridays as well in Discord and hang out with Jackdaw and possibly drink as much as you guys do on this telethon, but we have a good time.
Not me.
Apparently Jackdaw doesn't like to do that when he's on the air, but you should come hang out on Chaotic Casualties with Jackdaw and hear all of the requests that come in, and definitely check out the dojo videos as we do them. The next one's on June 15th, where Core, Kibu Starfish, will be going through some equipment details, giving people some ideas of how to equip for PvP, how the enchants work in the game, what kind of masterworks can help you with PvP, and generally give you a leg up on getting your gear together if you're going to go out into the world and try to fight with other players.
So tell us about your t-shirt.
This is the Blackgate Dojo t-shirt. Our logo was created by Almar from Moongate Travelers. We put these t-shirts together because we just visited Port there in Austin a couple of weeks ago and handed out these shirts to the developers and all of the travelers who were able to make the trip. And a few are going out to friends of the travelers, such as Jackdaw, who will be getting his in the mail before long here, to those who help support our endeavor at the dojo.
Yeah, we actually have been wearing those quite frequently. I see at least every day there is at least 2 or 3, maybe more, of our developers that are wearing the shirt, and it's really appreciated that you guys not only came out to see us here. We had a lot of fun giving you a tour and just hanging out with you guys, but providing us another shirt to wear because we're working so hard on the game that we don't go shopping very often.
Or they need more free clothes.
We got to keep you clothed as best we can.
Yeah, always appreciate it. All right, thank you for that. And I think that is the end of those who are on camera. If we missed anybody, if you guys see anybody, let us know. Otherwise, we have you, Sir Mad Hatter, here in front of me with some really cool stuff to talk about too, right?
Sure, yeah. Hi everyone, Mad Hatter here. I have 3 community events that I would like to talk about. The first one I want to mention is about the fine arts of the Forsaken Virtues. If you recall, about a month ago, we started a thread saying that we've been blessed by our friends here at Portalarium to go ahead and get these art projects that our community is so well and deserving of getting into the game. And that project has been put on a temporary hold. So I wanted to give the community an update about that. I was able to speak to the manager and director here about the fine arts, and he actually gave me a list. Actually, I had to write it down. But it's a complicated process. It's not just taking a JPEG or bitmap file for that matter and just simply throwing it into our realm of the world of the game. But there's a big process as far as there needs to have art leads, there needs to be technical considerations, there needs to be community side terms of service agreements, submission, pipeline, hookups, technical stuff, and post venting and internal, external. There's a large process for that to go, for it to take place. And right now, the main focus is get the game to where it needs to be, and I clearly understand that. And if I'm talking to the fine folks here, I think it's a good choice to put it on a temporary hold to make sure that when we do that, we do it right. And that's the main thing. So I will start to put some kind of things together. So some things will start to slowly trickle out, maybe some requirements and some things that we can start to leak out for those people that like to make some community art. Other than that, we also even talked about how about stained glass. Well, we got some stained glass lamps already in the game. How about having some stained glass into the actual housings, or maybe even book covers. Some of these systems are in place currently right now, so maybe we might be able to get that incorporated as well too. But the first thing we want to make sure that we get done right, is make sure that the fine arts and this whole program gets kicked off in the correct way.
Carry on.
So that's on the fine arts issue. The second point of issue I want to talk about was just an update about Xenos and the wonderful work that Scotty did. If everyone remembers back in R38, the release of Xenos and the massive amount of work that Scotty put into this. For those people that are new, because we do have a lot of new viewers watching, please, if you go to YouTube and you just type in Xenos R38, you will see a video that I put together. Just commending Scott and his work that he did from past to present, the way Xenos looks today. But I also, and Richard's back here as well too, I also started working on storyline. There's so much story that was lost at Xenos, but I start to put together a storyline with there. And what I want to do for the community, because a lot of people ask me, is I want to start giving guided tours through Xenos. So on the community calendar, look to see that very soon, where Mad Hatter is going to give some guided tours through Xenos and hitting all the key points of interest, and also some other things that I kind of found on some of my places up on top of Hatter Hill. And it's a good story that I'm going to share, and hopefully you can join with that. So look forward to seeing that very soon as well on the community calendar.
Wow. Fantastic.
And also a lot of people do ask me where is the Xenos key, because you remember there was two people that were the recipients of the Xenos key that I made, and that would be Scott and also Darkstar. And people asking where is the key in game, because on my lot, if you go to the Xenos Welcome Center, there's an actual pedestal that we will get that key put into. But again, that's kind of like the fine arts program that's on the backlog, and I understand that. But eventually, that key will be there for everyone to see and display as well. So the last event that I want, and what I really, and Jack, make sure. What we're going to also do is one thing that I've noticed that about community events. We've had a lot of community events in the Austin area out here, and we also had some out on the East Coast, but it's time that we spend a little love and send something out to Central. So if you can display that on the screen, this is just a preliminary drawing. It's up there. You can actually see we're going to have a LAN party. There's nothing better that I think, since we all played a game, let's get together and have a LAN party. Everyone bring their laptops or computers, and let's get together. And I'll actually have a breakout as far as sessions that we'll do. We'll do crafting, we'll do combat, we'll do all this kind of stuff. It's going to be a 2-day event, and of course it's going to be on October 6th, 10/6, right? Over here, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to start it off on a Friday and 10/6, and probably Saturday as well. All these fine details will come in very soon, and possibly even, since we're right there at the city of Chicago, maybe we'll go see Blue Man Group or something like that on Saturday night, and maybe have some deep dish pizza, all the good things that Chicago has to offer. So this announcement will be coming very, very soon. I just need to get the place where we're going to be holding the event to confirm it. and then the community will see that as well too. So those are the 3 events that I wanted to mention to you guys, the great community, and please, I welcome you to join me on all these events.
All right, thank you, man.
Bravo, bravo. And behind you, it's shot or sing time. So
Shot time.
So everybody get yourself a shot or a drink or whatever you need, whatever your poison is.
Or an egg.
Or an egg? What's your poison here?
Sure.
Whatever you're pouring, my friend.
All right, well then, beware.
Beware. Oh,
beware. You can fill it up.
That's good.
Just get a little,
Okay.
little
Give it a
taster
look.
there, a little taster. We've been doing a lot of these.
We got
here,
your 2 or we got?
Just one there, just one.
And we're how
Got a
close?
spare for anybody that's drinkless?
We're close
we
to
are
the
one,
next
We're one spot away, however, from the
80.
flame-shaped
Yes.
shield and scimitar.
This one's for the community. Everyone.
Thank you,
Community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Community.
Cheers.
Us. Oh, now I see why you didn't fill up your shot glass.
And I'm going to actually excuse myself from this time because I have to update those people who aren't watching live about these sale things. But please, thank you everyone again. Thank you for stopping me in Xenos. I really am excited about what Xeno has to offer. And if you haven't been there, please stop on over and hit me up. I'll be more than happy to show you around. All right, thanks everyone.
Yay.
And you'll be back a little bit later with Scotty.
Yes, absolutely.
10 o'clock. Cool. Thanks.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We have an open seat if you want. You can sideline or sit here and chill with us.
Thank you, sweetie.
All right.
You want a worm? Want a worm?
Worms?
They're
Why,
still
yes.
good.
I think I shall. Thank you.
I think they actually last for like 1,000.
You guys want a
worm?
Everybody have a worm.
All right. So we got a little bit of time left.
I've been eating those worms a lot today.
Yeah, we got.
Yeah, I think that's probably
We're all
the
on
only
the
thing
sugar
keeping us
high.
going.
And I see pizza has been delivered too.
Indeed. Oh yeah, I haven't had any pizza. The pizza is here, by the way, but you know, not
You
long.
don't get
We're
any
busy.
until the
We're
hour's
busy right
over,
now.
so you get cold pizza.
Well, that's okay. I brought the fried Phoenix earlier today.
So we have our community is so awesome. They not only attend the live stream here with us, but they feed us so we're not starving at the end of this 12 hours. So
We do the Christmas
And we'll
party.
bring you amazing shots.
and
I
amazing.
know.
These-
Those are
these-
delicious.
These
Delicious.
shots have colored salt. I don't know what
Glitter
they're-
bomb.
Sugary.
It's a
Oh,
sugar rim.
sugar?
It's a glitter bombed
That's-
watermelon, drunken watermelon shot. Yeah, so there's watermelon.
That explains. Wait, there's a shot in there. I shouldn't have had 5.
You shouldn't have had 5. You should have 5
So-
more.
They were so good.
There's so much left.
All right. So what else? Yeah,
So-
we got time.
If I may ask a couple of questions. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't drink, and I didn't
So you
do
have to-
dance or sing yet.
Well,
Yet.
See,
Operative
word.
word.
I was already dancing.
But
I did a fish
I
dance.
have, I could do a little bit of a reading here.
Ah, perfect. Perfect.
All right.
And, okay.
I'm not going to read the whole thing. I guess maybe, I don't know. No, I'll start in the middle. All right.
That's not a good list.
Don't worry, you can't do worse than some of them.
This is true.
All right.
Cold-hearted orb that rules the night, remove the colors from our sight. Red is gray and yellow white, but we decide which is right and which is an illusion. Pinprick holes in a colorless sky, let insipid flickers of light pass by. The mighty light of 10,000 suns challenges infinity and is soon gone. Nighttime to some, a brief interlude, to others the fear of solitude. Brave Helios, wake up your steeds, bring the warmth the countryside needs. That's it.
Hey.
Oh, I know that from a record album.
Yes. Days of Future Past.
Yeah, yeah.
Moody Blues.
Mm-hmm.
I am old.
As am I.
Oh, is that what the... I thought it was something else entirely.
That's you too. A few years
So it looks like you're queuing up a song here as well, Winfield. Is that?
We do. I wish you could. Oh, I don't know if you want to go to Soda Wiki and look for Fish Song.
What is Soda Wiki?
Yeah, I know where it's at.
So, and put that on screen, and we're all gonna sing the Fish Song
So
together.
Soda Wiki is the
Somebody has to teach us the
wiki for the game,
Yeah,
right?
Soda Wiki is a wiki for the game, run
If
by
you're
the community.
in the game, I believe you should be able to just type /SodaWiki fish song.
Oh, yes.
So we might plug that little feature there.
So someone can Discord that in, and Mad Hatter can show them the way. Mad Hatter's in the control room. Lord British, have you ever sang the fish song?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I gotta take
He
my phone.
has an important appointment.
But I have a feeling you know it really well.
We know it well.
Okay.
So does everybody have it up on their screen out there? And we're gonna put it on the telecast screen, or are we gonna?
We're gonna do something.
Yeah. He's doing something.
Snap.
And then you can scroll it down, make it left.
If you misclick, it totally. You have to go right back to the line item again.
This is cameraman advanced.
Wasn't prepared for this at all.
Look at that, it still works.
Look at that.
Who could be?
So that's live. You can. That is so cool.
That is very, very live.
All right, very, very live. So I'll sing the first verse. I'm not the greatest singer, but as fishermen normally, you just sing along. Okay. So it goes kind of like this: Pay the monger, pay his fee. We have to get out to the sea. Load the cargo, get underway. We just can't wait another day. And then everybody sings, bait my hook, cast my line. Fishing is my way of life. Okay, so now everybody, including everybody out in Discord land, sang the chorus. Ready? Bait my hook, cast my line, fishing is my way of life. All right. So, next, unfurl the sail, pick up speed. Our poles are ready for the deed. Man your stations, I do say. No time for games or your horseplay. Bait my hook, cast my line, fishing is my way of life. Boy, we suck. All right. But it's fun.
Boy, that's an
Watch for pirates,
enthusiastic crowd.
they're on the loose.
What was that, Les?
I says, boy, that sounds like an enthusiastic crowd.
All right, well, Laz, you got to sing too.
Yeah.
Sing, Les. Sing, Jackdaw.
Watch for pirates, they're on the loose. Fire the cannon and give them the juice. Take no prisoners, this ain't the day. They'd slow us down and get in our way. Bait my hook, cast my line, fishing is my way of life. All right. Drop the anchor, set the mast. The fish are here, we found at last. Hook a serpent, get a sword. Kill it quickly without a word. Bait my hook, cast my line. Fishing is my way of life.
Sounds long.
Jackdaw's in there.
How long is this song?
It's really
Go,
long.
Jackdaw.
Catch the fish, fill our hold. Markets are waiting and have our gold. Raise the anchor, head due west. Follow the sun while I take a rest. Bait my hook, cast my line. Fishing is my way of life. All right, we've come to port. Our hold is filled. A better catch than we had willed. Sell the fish, get some grub. I'm buying ale at the nearest pub. Bait my hook, cast my line. Fishing is my way of life. All right, and that is the fish song. Sung in R6, I think. There was some history here back in whenever I wrote it. And you can see on the wiki, release 3. This was sung at the first Lotus party back in 2014. So, huzzah!
All right, we promised you no singing, but the community singing way better than ours. Yeah. I just sat here and watched, frankly.
Yes, we know.
Okay, so we got like about 10 minutes or so left. We have, I know, in-game events kicking off. I don't know if we have anything else to talk about right now, but we could go check out. I don't know if we're ready to get in the game.
Prizes?
I may actually have something.
Who are we getting in the game as? Me?
Sure. Actually, no. Are you at the Dennis Mortis? Can you get there quickly if you log in?
Possibly.
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 He's being challenged again, Jack.
Loading again?
Okay.
It's loading.
There was somebody on stream. You wanted to mention something?
Yes, while he's loading that up, did we want to give a shout out to Real here? I noticed he didn't make it in, and we do have all these fine products he's made.
Perfect. Yes, thank you. We did have a Rild on the agenda here. He has made I don't know about those, has he? He makes a bunch of stuff. So Rild is one of our community members that has made
dozens and dozens, hundreds of items that are themed around the game with the virtue symbol on it, the Lord British and Dark Star symbols, the Shroud of the Avatar symbol itself, and the Hospitaller symbol. You can get T-shirts and cups and all sorts of stuff. And this is all a community member. He does all this stuff. And you can check.
He does stuff like T-shirts for Moon Tower Travelers
and for other guilds
and
community
for
members,
Avatar's Radio.
Yeah, yeah.
The bumper stickers.
Bumper stickers too. I didn't know that. I wonder if
I
he
did
makes
not know
bike
about the
stickers.
stickers.
I love that bumper sticker.
That I didn't know. That's really cool. So
That's the NVNN I love this shit bumper sticker available on Relics by
So
Real.
famous, trademarked. That's
Shroud, if
That's right.
you guys are interested in checking out what Rild has to offer, you can go to Relics by Rild, Rild spelled RILD, relicsbyrild.com, and see what he has to check out. And we are loading the game right now. It is super loud. We know that. We will turn that down once the game is fully loaded. Apologies in advance for that, everybody.
It's been a couple of questions.
We've got questions. Any community questions? If you have questions about anything in the community, we've got a few minutes left. We can answer those.
I don't know if these are related to this session or not.
Let's see. Wait, go back.
Oh.
I'd love to play other streaming stations on my in-game radio, NPR, for example. How do I do that? Is that function working?
Yes, it is. If you have the IP address of a stream and access to, if they're using an Icecast or a Shoutcast server, you can actually launch that.
Yeah, basically,
Go,
it's a
Matt.
simple
Add a
stream
station.
it's a simple stream that doesn't need an app to play it. Then you can enter its URL and have your own custom station tuned in.
Nice. That's very nice. All right, did we get another goal, or are we just drinking?
No, I'm just drinking.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to catch up. He's like 12 shots overdue.
About radios, likewise, you can tune in one of the in-game stations on a regular thing that will play generic streams, if that's what you'd like.
If you go to nbnn.info, you can see what's going on the community calendar, which is not the same as the official Portalarian calendar for all of the different community events, since it is an aggregate of all the available community calendars that Laz has been able to track down.
That is correct. And don't forget tonight on WRFB, Eclipse Maiden not taken to the airwaves during the telethon, so don't forget that. And one quick thing for Barrick before I have to get out of here. We were talking about SodaCon earlier, and you were talking about tours. The VIP tours for Portalarium have been sold out. They sold out like in the second month. So the VIP tour with Richard down at Portalarium is sold out. Those are no longer available for SodaCon 2017.
But everybody can still.
You can still buy tickets. You can still pledge for the cloak. All that stuff is still in play. But the VIP tour by Richard down at the offices, those tickets were sold out.
Well, we'll have a really interesting event around that for everybody else who can attend the general event for sure.
And speaking of selling out, when I was doing an update, I did notice that the Star Citizen Aeronaut helmet is also sold out.
Oh, that one is sold out?
It was sold out before it was expired.
But the Star Citizen Airship City Home is still available.
Oh, the City Home, yeah. Yes. That thing is really amazing. When you,
but the Aeronaut helmet is sold out.
Okay, wow.
Good update, thank you. So while we're loading the game, we may have a few minutes left for that. We have another question here. Looks like a question about can we schedule a karaoke night at the Metro Cafe at DragonCon this year?
Players are going to DragonCon.
Great question. We're
Lord
usually, Lord British will be there. If we can get a couple
Talk to Crazy Phil.
we can get a couple more developers over at DragonCon, we'll see if we can do that. I think that'd be fun. All right, you had something else that you wanted to talk about real quick.
Yeah, just briefly. The QA server. There's a bunch of us are aware of it, and we go on it and everything. Those of us with Dev Plus access, which was developer level and higher
and then
pledges.
After that expired, I believe it was Ancestor was the level that you had to have.
Gotcha. And now you can still get in on QA if you purchase one of the bundles. which are up on the add-on
I
store
believe
now.
it has to be the bundle that comes with a village lot.
Actually, the 4-story row house.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So-
So,
They qualify
okay, so
for
they have one
QA.
that corresponds to
Yeah.
because
So-
that's what developer came with. What I remember was a
Gotcha.
4 or 5-story row house.
Right.
As their special house.
Yep. So anything from the 4-story row house and higher, you get access to Dev Plus. Now, what's this? Basically, this gives you access into the server that the developers actually use to test in-house, and you'll get access to it approximately 10 days before the patch goes live on the monthly patch cycle. So this helps the developers, helps the game, and gives you a little insight on what's going on. And personally, I found it. I have found it over time useful to go in there and test things in my house and to play around town. Which, of course, if things don't work right, it also generates bug reports.
Yeah.
But gives you an opportunity to play with things, claim rewards, and do all sorts of stuff, including even delete your character without any penalty on the live server. So you can experiment there.
Also, you can explore PvP areas like Blood Bay without having to worry about somebody jumping you.
Exactly. So you can explore areas of the world that
Oh, we
normally
got it!
you would try to hide from or never get to.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
I'm so excited.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! $80,000. The flame-shaped shield and scimitar belong to you, and you, and you, and you, and you, and any of you who have given $5 or more
Of
today.
new money.
New money.
Well done.
And you get a scimitar, and you get a scimitar if you get $5. And go log on and get $5 today if you want all those.
Even
Scimitar.
just to store credit, all you have to do is spend $5 of new money today before midnight New Britannia time, and you are eligible.
Now
Does that
5 hours.
include the $5 gift?
I'm gonna get one of these.
You can buy that, but you have to spend new money
today. Not credit.
Yes,
Right.
you cannot spend existing store credit.
You can buy
But you
credit.
can buy new store credit. That's
You can
what I
buy new
meant,
store
yes.
credit. That would work.
Well, that
Here's my shot
That
glass.
deserves a shot from
It's a
this
fisherman's
wonderful.
Thanks to all of you.
This is an HEB.
We will go off and
plastic
doodle
shot
on. We have some stretch goal design now to do to come up with the next stretch goal.
That's right. Yeah.
The secret stretch goals. The secret.
We actually
stretch
don't
goals.
have them decided, so I'm gonna go out and noodle with my compatriots. And then we'll put something down in the front.
There's a
We'll-
Google
Thank
Doc
you.
that Dallas has.
All right.
Some,
Thanks everybody, and more
Cheers.
sales
Cheers.
coming on. More sales.
More sales.
More
Thank you,
repeat
community.
sales.
In fact, spend it one more
Spin.
time. Just
Oh,
spin it.
yeah.
Jack, put
Add
on
a
your
sales.
Road
spin.
Hey, Road Grayson's gonna spin.
What's
it gonna be?
And let's see what it is.
Whoa!
City
Homes!
City Homes.
Oh my,
That'll bring us.
City Home
City Homes.
City Home bundle, you can get a lot for that airship home. We still have them left.
Yeah.
Good spin.
Good spin.
That can bring us to the next
City Homes.
Spin again?
Yeah, we spun City Homes.
Oh, home's not lost.
City
I'm
Homes.
sorry.
Do you
I
want to
thought that was
spin?
Yeah, we'll do a second spin.
Let's
So
do a
it's the
second
property
spin.
deeds.
Sarah's doing a
Sarah,
second spin.
Customer service lead.
Customer
is
service
leading our
lead.
way
Yes.
to
There, here we go.
Spin. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Furniture to go in your city homes. Furniture galore.
So you get a city
Come on,
home
decorate
and then
it,
decorate it.
Yep.
That's perfect.
Does it include
Furniture
fish?
There are fish decorations.
Fish
Or
decorations.
trophies too.
Trophies. Get them while they're hot.
We just had the trophy contest winners announced this just at the beginning of the telethon.
Announce them again.
They are. I don't have my I don't have my list with me.
Come on, Jack. What is it?
I closed it.
I actually have to get that into an announcement. We'll make an announcement on the forums. If anybody who's listening right now wants to remind everybody who the winners were, feel free to respond to the main trophy room contest thread in the announcement section of the forums with the list of the winners. I would very much appreciate that. We'll have a more formal announcement later. All right.
We'll let you slide this tech.
Well, we have a couple more minutes left. We can hang here, just talk about community stuff, or we can get more developers in. Our next segment is coming up at 7 o'clock. Crafting economy.
Hey, Barrick, I got a shout out I'd like to throw out if that's all right.
Let's do a shout out and then we'll do prizes.
All right, I just throw a shout out to Virtue League run by EVL every Wednesday at 7 p.m. in Virtue Oasis. If you're looking to start some PvP, they got tiered combat, so there is a tier for new players. Feel free to jump in and talk to one of the proprietors of that particular tournament, season long, ever evolving rules to try to keep an even playing field and make for some fun duels.
Awesome. Cool.
All right, I have something I would like to add.
Sure.
All the people that have maybe newer guilds, smaller guilds, not quite sure how things fit in, you can still host your own events. You just have to let somebody know to post them on the community calendars. Avatars Radio would be happy to DJ your events. New Britannia News does their coverage of certain events, and they will post them all on their...
So you don't have to have access to the calendar to write onto the calendar. You can find one of you folks.
Find somebody, yes, and they will put it on there, and then...
Private message you in the game even?
There are
Find
about
you in the game?
Yes,
35 people that have access to different community calendars that can get
it out there.
your event
Yeah.
listed
Right.
on the community calendars.
Absolutely. And if nobody else will do it, just peg Winfield. He'll do it for you.
That's right. As long as it involves fishing.
Or
That's right.
spirituality.
Tell Winfield, let him do it.
I just saw a flash of a party going on in game. What is
What's
this?
up, There we are in game.
Which
You're in
party
game.
is this?
Or Dennis
Well,
Mortis,
this
I
is,
think, right?
we're out in Ordinis Mortis.
Emotes on sale.
Emotes are on sale. You can come join the dance party. You could say hi to Spec out there, who just had a baby.
Congratulations,
Spec.
Spec.
Congrats, Vic.
Spec.
New money.
And don't forget, she does say that if you move, she will eat your face. So
Ooh,
be careful.
wow.
She is a little hungry.
Okay, good. That's good to note. Most important information for today, for sure.
So what town is that, or where is
Ordinis
it?
Mortis.
Excellent.
Thank you, Rufus. Rufus posted the telethon schedule on Discord. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Rufus.
Prizes. Let's do prizes. Are we ready for that, Lum?
I wasn't on camera. Yes.
I do that so quickly. I can never.
Wait. Lum.
We can't hear you, but we see you.
You're unmuted, but your headset is muted. Still.
Hi!
No. Your headset is muted.
Okay. no
Okay, we'll get
prizes
back
yet.
to that. We
Welcome
will do
to
prizes.
mime.
All right, we've got the. Let's see if we can get the next segment in here. I think if we miss any community events, it's all listed on the website. We have the community event calendars. There's just so many to put out there. There's always
two more
something.
questions.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. So what do we got here? We have an announcement.
Please announce in coordination with the Airy Fund and the Trevor Project on June 24th through 26th, Arius is putting together a 48-hour multi-streamer live stream to raise money, and the screen went black, to raise money for the charity. Huzzah! And Sean Silverfoot wants to know what Winfield's actual fishing skill is.
Classified information. Only Chris can find it.
2.
All right. So the next hour here, we're organizing the developers for the crafting and economy deep dive. Ooh, that's going to be good. That's one of my favorite topics, right behind housing itself. I could talk about housing all day, but I could talk about crafting all day too. I'm kind of curious actually while we wait for the developers to come in. For you guys on stream as well, what has been your more enjoyable crafting results? Like, what have you crafted that you're really proud of?
Recall and teleport scrolls? I don't know.
I think I like it, yeah.
Those are
Easy to
for
sell
me-
stuff.
For me, it was the first time I made the hat in game because they had become a recipe, and it took me about 8 times to make. I failed 8 times in a row, and then I got an exceptional.
Oh wow!
Well, huzzah for the 8th time.
Yeah.
8 times the charm there. There you go. All right.
So now I've got a whole bunch in my inventory because I wanted to masterwork them, and then I found out in the previous release it was broken. You couldn't masterwork them, so I made a bunch and I stowed them in, and then I crafted some in QA just to see what happened, so I could have some tries.
Passing out more shots.
We're 12 shots. Are we doing delinquent?
I'm behind, but my HEB glass is leaking.
Can I break in?
Hello.
We hear you.
There.
Okay, I can give away prizes now while you guys load up your shots, and we have 2 hours worth to give away, so this will be a bit.
Wow. Okay,
We
go
can't
for
see
it.
him, but we can hear him.
Cameraman's back.
Put Lum on camera. No. Yes, we love Lum.
Okay, go for it, Lum.
Hi, Lum.
Hi. So we have a tabletop Dead Tree 3-pack that goes out to Falcon Rainfeather. An Epic Fountain Palm Tree goes out to Horatius Marcellus. A Wooden Duck Pet goes to Apple Rust. A Golden Oracle Coin looks like this.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow.
That goes to Gray Mouser. And an Obsidian Tool and Potion Bundle goes to Brother Oak. Now, again, we have two Team Kodo packs being given away as well. One to Menchie and one to Hildgar. A Stone Elemental statue to Atropa. A large Guardian Lion statue to Stanel Zolol.
More.
An Arteris Priestess outfit goes to Pyra. And a Chained Obsidian Shard goes to Oba. And we now bring you back to the drinking already in progress.
Huzzah.
Excellent.
Thank you, Lum. You're amazing and we love you.
Well, we've been told that we should stall a bit, but we can maybe talk about crafting ourselves.
We have to
since,
vamp.
since that is what this hour is for. So,
absolutely.
Have you done any crafting with fish yet?
I have crafted trophies.
All right.
Many trophies. Many trophies are up in my castle, of course, and so part of the crafting, since last when they did the final wipe and everything, so people are crafting a lot of stuff, and it's like wood, or particular silver. Okay, so who here can tell us a bit about the silver industry? Anybody? That would be Jack.
What?
Tell us about the silver industry. Where do you get silver? And what do you do, and why is it such a huge deal?
In order to get silver, you have to go into the mines, and you have to spend a lot of quality time in those mines. And since they have just recently modified some of those things and made them a little bit more difficult to get, the price of silver is going up a little bit.
Okay.
Something about fighting multiple ghosts at the same time, not exactly indicative.
Not kind of a solo thing anymore, is it?
No, it's
some of us have found silver in other places that are on the overworld and
yes.
possibly
some of the
guarded by skeletons and bandits.
Some of the random scenes do have some silver, but you can't really mine 300 silver an hour in those.
Right.
So do we know some of these mine locations where it's
anywhere.
really silver?
Well,
really,
I was specifically talking about.
I'm not a
nodes
miner.
for silver.
I'm not a miner.
So the Elysium mines is good for silver down on the third level down there.
Oh, third level of Elysium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can we go anywhere in game?
Kind of like, I can get down there with my fishing skill and get silver?
No. You
can't
only
do
get
it.
past the entrance.
I need help.
That's what you have a guild for.
That's why I have a town. Come to my town. Take me silver fishing.
Right?
Sure, right. Absolutely.
Everybody loves you, Winfield.
No.
In game,
Everybody in Paxton loves you.
I was dancing by myself, but someone moved their character to dance with me.
I'm surprised somebody hasn't gotten you drunk yet. Like you can actually.
Okay.
Oh, they're still dancing.
I can't see who's in the dance party. Can you tell me if Jackdaw's there or Amber Rain's there? Anybody else from Avatar's Radio?
Okay, so
put them back on screen. Yeah.
Okay, you want to see everybody's names that is in the scene.
Oh my.
We will
keep that
do the name.
nearby players. We've got Laz there. We've got Minerva. We've got.
Great.
I do not see Jackdaw. I do not see Amber. I do not see. But we do have Lady Addie.
Yes.
Yay.
She's amazing. Oh my God. Anybody, please just never ask her to say bacon. You'll swoon.
I'm sure some people watching right now would want to know where is the dance party, and we've said where it is.
It is. If you use the teleporter at the scene entrance and go to Central, it is right next to the river.
Well, why don't we give them walk around, give them a tour of the town?
No.
You want to do that?
Jack
Is that
says
a bad idea?
Too much for the cameraman to handle.
Oh, really?
Well, no, too much for the system to be running the game, Unity,
Yeah.
hand stream.
getting CPU
Staring at it.
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we.
But you have some soda, Matt?
Maybe we should go somewhere where there's less people for the moment. At least we can give a tour of something.
Something came up to my attention.
Or do we have any more questions? People ask questions.
And finding your party. Apparently, the names are no longer showing from a great distance for party members.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you mean
So it's become much more difficult to find people that are teleporting to you. You need to meet them at the entrance until they work this out.
Do we have any questions queued up that we can answer?
Well, most of them relevant to this session have been answered.
Okay.
They've got crafting questions.
Some are very developer questions, and we don't have the answers to those because we're not developers.
Well, we can try.
We can always answer them
We
on their
can
behalf.
guess. We can lie.
We can give the
I
dark
can
story.
hear you
Yes,
guys.
Fruits, I can do that.
Yeah, no problem.
No lying on the telethon.
No lying, no lies. No
Who
lies.
was that?
Because
That
anything
was
said
Love.
is
He said
truth.
no lying allowed at the telethon.
We are not allowed to say anything that's not correct.
Okay. So
Well, it would be with the obvious disclaimer that we're lying. We're just making it up.
I think Llama's laughing into his doing the face palm thing right now.
Except we can't see it because it's overlaid by.
We can't
by
see
the
your
live
face
stream.
because the dance
Llama's
party's in
keeping
front
us
of
in
you.
check.
But we see your head shaking.
He is.
So is there anybody else we haven't mentioned yet that has done work?
This is for you, Love.
Oh, love.
Love her.
I loved you.
Anybody else? Like we've talked about so many community groups and members. Is there anybody else that you want to call out and mention that has crossed your path?
So there's groups out there who wonderfully do a lot of competition tournaments, PvP competitions that continue to do that since like the first time that the first release that allowed people to combat each other and do duels and stuff.
Violation of the Order of Vengeance. For Vengeance Magnus. We also have to think about the Bear Tavern crew.
Great.
Yes, Bear Tavern.
We also have to mention EVL with the Virtue League. And then there's two other PvP tournaments. One of them is Friday Night Fights, which has been on hold for a while.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to that coming back on the schedule.
Who's hosting that?
I can't remember. I only read it every Friday. I know.
It's not Friday.
It's not Friday, so.
It's not
why
Friday, so you
should I
don't need to know
remember?
yet?
Yes. But then if you, Al, Sky City, the Al crew have some of the most entertaining PvP fights, especially with the Al Sky Arena, where at times there are people just blowing each other off the top of the arena, killing each other.
Yeah.
There's also been the Tower of the Shuttered Eye, where it was abusing some game mechanics.
The pen vanished?
Did I say abusing?
No, go on.
So there is a ton of potential for different PvP types, whether or not, hey, you're going to be able to use whatever skills you want, or if you're going to be restrictive, you know what, no healing in this PvP fight, and you end up with different rules.
Okay.
You also have to think certain people that Chris occasionally has a love-hate relationship with, and that's some of our PvP community.
That's a lot of them.
A love-hate relationship with.
Can you be more specific?
Valo?
Oh, Valo. Okay.
Yeah.
Lord British.
Indeed. So first of all, I think you guys are wrapping up your community hour.
We were vamping for you.
Yes, thank you very kindly.
Yeah,
And so, hey, Dallas, you want to come in here too? You want to get a
And everybody else wearing a Blackgate Dojo.
In here. So we have a very exciting announcement.
Oh.
And this is a complete surprise to all of you.
We
actually meant it to be at the beginning of tonight. And if you've been noticing, I've been running in and out, making a lot of phone calls, and why I was up all night last night, it had really nothing to do with killing ants. That was a fun time.
It wasn't the barbecue?
It wasn't the barbecue.
Okay.
It was actually what I'm about to announce here.
It wasn't making up watermelon shots either?
It wasn't.
Big reveal.
No, there was a big reveal, very, very big reveal, big announcement. Just happened right now.
Dun, 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 dun.
And it includes legalese. So I have to actually be very careful what I say.
Only the
because it
truth.
involves something involved in registering with the SEC.
Now this is the first time we've announced that this is
the
not
first
on
time.
the website right
It's
now.
not on the website. It's not public in any way, shape, or form. This is news being made right here, right now.
Live press conference.
Live press conference right here. So, as you all know, Shroud of the Avatar is at a very exciting time in its development. As you know, we're in the process of putting the finishing touches on the story, polishing the user experience, and a host of other efforts to prepare the game for commercial launch of Episode 1, Forsaken Virtues, later this year.
Huzzah.
We are forever grateful to our backers who have helped us reach levels of support we never dreamed of having, and that support has brought Shroud of the Avatar to where it is today, and the commercial launch is now in sight, and it's now time for us to focus on marketing and user acquisitions as we scale up the player base and the service. But that means Portalarium is also entering an exciting new phase by becoming more than merely a developer, although that's what we've been, but we are also taking on the role of publisher. This growth of our studio is allowing us to provide the community and others new opportunities to become part of the community, to realize and have a stake in the efforts of Shroud of the Avatar. In addition to today's telethon activities, we are announcing the chance to directly invest in Portalarium through the power of equity crowdfunding, also known as Registration CF. That is a brand new form of investment that is now online or now possible, called equity crowdfunding, RegCF. To learn more about it, or for yourself or anyone else that you might think might like to now join us as an actual formal member of Portalarium as an owner, please visit the official Seed Invest portal linked to our will soon be linked to our main website. And what's important, the reason I had to read that is because of SEC regulations. It's actually really important that there is a separation between the offering, which can only come through that website, and anything we might talk about the general gee whiz of the game. So, for example, I can't tell you the start date or the end date or the amount of the offering, the price, or anything like that. You have to do all of that through the official website only. So even though people might have a lot of questions, know that other than saying, rah, rah, we're excited about it, virtually no details can I describe on the air. By law, all potential investors have to see and participate equally in the information. I can give no extra information to the people who happen to contact us. And so for the period of time of this offering, actually for the whole time the offering's up, we won't be able to discuss it live, the details live, only discuss it through the website.
So it's a bit like a government source selection.
As opposed to the forum. Well, you all can talk about it, but we cannot.
I don't want people getting confused.
We will not talk about it on the forums. We can only talk about this through the Seed Invest website. And so if you want to check that out, it is www.seedinvest.com/Portalarium/series IES.B. That's a series. Let me just clear that up a little bit. Series.B. And it literally just went live moments ago.
Can we put that out
We
on?
confirmed that it was up. You can tweet that.
Okay.
But by the way, an interesting thing for all of you who are semi-insiders, it's actually, they call the information about like the price and the dates and other details, that is called tombstone information. It's not only illegal for us to mix general topics and tombstone information, but it's also illegal for a reporter like NBNN or anyone else, or the press in any way, shape, or form, and all of you can sort of become press if you're not careful. Tweeting can be considered press. I mean,
We're getting knowledge.
the lines are blurry, but you're actually not allowed to mix tombstone information and non-tombstone
In the same
information
message.
in the same message
You
of
can
any
do a
kind.
post that's pure tombstone text, and then right below it, you can do a post that's pure marketing.
So in order
stuff.
to stay safe,
Yeah. So in order to stay safe,
learn how to do this properly.
Learn how to do it. Just say, wow, it's cool, or if you think it's cool, whatever you think about it, feel free to say it. But refer people to this site.
Okay.
And check it out, pass it around, share it with your friends. but I would just be very careful not to mix
Tombstone
and
information
non-tombstone.
with
Yeah, and
just
basically
generally what we've been talking about normally versus the Tombstone stuff to keep it separate.
Keep it separate.
Separate
Keep it all
channels.
Separate channels.
Separate forums.
Separate
Whatever.
forums. Separate anything. And if people have questions, they're going to do Q&As on that site and things about it too. And so, you know, there will be more information to come on that site. It's just gone live. It's not exactly bare bones. You'll actually see an incredible amount of detail.
Do we get in trouble if we don't?
Time.
Do we get in trouble if we don't keep it separate, or do you get in trouble?
That's actually not clear. Most likely it gets us in trouble, but it also could get you in trouble. But especially if you were the press, if you were officially the press. Anyway, that's my vague understanding is they're not supposed to be mixed.
We'll read the rules.
So read the
You
rules.
guys can't see him, but that is a really
The rules
amazing
mostly are
innocent
for
look Jack's
us.
trying to
They're
pull
not
off.
mostly for you. But in any case,
we can
we're very excited to say that in addition to supporting us in the normal ways, you can now go to Seed Invest and participate even more directly.
And that investment is actually in Portalarium, not just this one game, right? Any future projects and stuff?
That is in the company, but again, we're
Tombstone.
quickly going into Tombstone information. So
go there and find out.
Go there, find out. Go read up at seedinvest.com.
And can I get a discount on Texas fishing licenses?
You have to go to Seed Invest
and find
out. Series B.
And find out.
And find out there.
Find out there. All right. Thank you. And I'm now going to turn the floor over to, it is now for crafting and economy and a few things like that. But anyway, check it out. I know when you guys
get out of
step
here.
out there and check it out because there's other fun things.
Goodbye, everybody, and thank you.
Have a worm.
Questions are rolling in. So.
And finally, everyone in channel say fish once, and then we'll stop the spam. Fish.
Fish.
Fish. All right, watch the Discord.
Fish. Fish.
There we go. Thank you, everybody who's on stream. If you're a community member on stream, if you could please leave the Google Hangouts, we appreciate that.
And here comes the fish.
Here comes the fish.
There it is.
Just once.
All right.
There we go.
Fish, fish,
600
fish,
people,
fish,
1,200
fish.
people saying fish. Just once and then stop. Or British will
Expect
mandate
them to
something.
stop.
All right. So you can occasionally now, by the way, through your thing, you say, hey, everybody, go check out this website as another way to participate with Portalarium.
Good. Written this a little cleaner.
All right, you got the floor, I think, with Chris, and do you have anybody else coming in?
Beach coming to join you. All right, B.
You guys do not need anything else, right?
Need anything else? What do you mean?
Not changing the string?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Not for a while.
No, this should be good.
All right,
Hot in
folks,
here.
bear with us for a few minutes. Entertain yourselves by going to this website up here that is listed on the board that you may or may not be able to read. I'm sure somebody will paste it in chat. I am going to have to pull up some documents here because somebody screwed with my laptop in the last.
Yeah, sorry, we were looking at all sorts of crazy stuff,
that's a
and
huge
I think
laptop.
we didn't like the color theme personally, so we rearranged some of your colors on your laptop. Hopefully, you don't mind. Do you need a question list?
I'll take one.
There you go.
Sure, I'll take one.
That's going to be more updated.
Okay,
this
that's
is just a printout, but you're
It's
going
all
to have
good.
to
Thank you.
Where's the where's this live? What
Where does that live?
like
On our
where's the
Google-
no where's the
Document over there.
where does it start? Where's the crafting start?
Search for crafting.
46 pages of
Yeah, you don't want to do
questions?
that. That's going to take forever. Thank you, community, for all your questions. We have. Star is going to freak when he sees that. It is still way up there. Just search for economy, crafting economy right here. Search for this or that name or something. Crafting.
Yeah, this is not my keyboard.
There you go.
Whew. All right. All right, guys. Hope you like these faces because you're going to see us for the next 3 hours, I think. Hold on, give me a minute here.
There's some up above, I think, that we should address that were in the NPC one that are related to this.
Oh, really?
It's kind of like combat stuff. Basically about pets. There's a couple questions in here asking about, being able to tame dragons or being able to tame certain ghost scorpions and things like that. And I think there's always going to be creatures in the game that you can't tame. There's always meant to be, creatures that are out of reach of the player. So, I mean, I think we still want to add more natural creatures to the game and make sure that those are tameable. But I think we'll probably avoid having sort of certain higher level specialty creatures, and certain creatures like dragons just present too many problems. So,
and can you imagine going to like a dance party and like, hey, everybody's got a dragon? It basically would be impossible.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to, taming stuff, there's some of those things in there like the squirrel we haven't added to taming, and a couple things like that that are kind of like the non-combat pets that can be tamed. But I think as far as like combat creatures go, we have a lot of them in there. We've been tweaking some of the powers of those and things of that nature. But, I think, if they're not already added so far, at least the archetypes of them, there's kind of a reason why we've done that. I just remembered hearing people discuss this in the previous, so I wanted to sort of address those.
And something that could happen at some point is, like they mentioned, the ghost scorpion is something they could tame. We could make it so the visuals match the ghost scorpion, like a smaller version, but sure. We couldn't. I mean, we just can't make the power as powerful as that. As a ghost scorpion or a dragon.
Yeah, I think we can do things like, change his stats a little bit to where he has more avoidance, where the other one is more damage resistance because one's, more corporeal and one's not, and things of that nature. So we can kind of change it to where, it's another option on as far as scorpions and skills and stuff. But, we're always trying to sort of control the power of pets such that it doesn't become insanely overbalanced. And I guess there's sort of there's two more about pets, talking about sort of elemental power and then related to the demon pet. I don't think we sort of gone back and fully reworked the progression of all those summon creatures like that yet, have we? I think we made some tweaks.
No, I've made some. I made some adjustments.
Sure.
Last release, R41, I think.
But I think it's something we're still, looking at. There's a question here about has the strengths of summoned elementals changed, and then one other related pets about are there going to be improvements to the demon pet. Right now it looks awesome, but hits like a damn tissue. And I think that's definitely the case. Some of the demon in particular, we need to customize that guy because he, fits a little, like you say, looks really interesting, and so we need to customize his skills a little better. But
guess what time it is?
He's one that certainly has fallen by the wayside. So
we're getting yelled at because we need to spin. I wonder if I can figure out how to make this thing spin. Let's see. Hang out with spin. There we go. No, that's not it. Jack, help us!
Find the whiskey.
Why doesn't hang out with spin work?
Spin wheel. Are we spinning wheels? Is that what's going on?
We are. We're trying to spin the wheel. I was trying to find the thing to make the thing happen.
The thing for the thing.
I think it's labeled as wheel. For the wheel.
I don't see a wheel on here. I see hang out with spin. Except
not the boxes. Ignore the boxes.
Oh. Matthew window trophy.
Probably scroll.
I don't know where these things are you're talking about.
Somewhere
there it is.
There.
Prize wheel. Okay, I see it.
There's the prize wheel.
All right.
Give it a good spin.
Oh, nothing.
Everything's free.
Whoa. Water homes and decorations. Are we doing more than one?
They said to X2.
What does that mean?
That's the Lord British. Lord British gets to pick one. Hold on, we gotta get LB in here. You get to pick one. I do? The LB came up. Yes. I get to pick one. Okay, hang on. That's right. We should put the 100,000 up there.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to tell you that.
You should announce it since you picked it.
I think all lot deeds should go on sale. All lot deeds. Because we want property owners. We want owners, property owners in the game. All lot deeds go on sale.
Yay!
And everybody here today, right now, gets a free
Where's Reese? Come write your thing on the board and tell people.
It's dump 2X tax.
I voluntarily ate a gummy worm.
So,
So I was
You guys
gonna,
roll those?
yeah, it was just another question about NPCs that I don't remember if they talked about, but I remember talked about from a tech side. Is someone's asking about dog houses as an item for placing outside homes and some pet-related accessories for inside houses. We've done some tech work as far as like that your pets kind of have a home, and so we've talked about associating a home with some of the pets that are used as decorations. Certainly talked about that. At least me and Eric have, the programmer working on the tech for it. And we have the ability to tag certain items as far as to be an item that an animal plays with. So we can sort of have something to where the pet is interested in certain things. That's a fair amount down the road, but we certainly have the tech to sort of say this is a decoration that this pet is interested in. So it'll be fun in the future to sort of explore decorations that are associated with certain pets and things like that. So I know it's not necessarily related to crafting per se, but it's a question on here related to housing that goes with some of the work that I do related to pets. So just want to address that one.
And another thing, I think people don't understand why we're reluctant to have a lot of lot pet things. It's one of those things when you go into a town right now, that is the biggest performance drain, not the lot pets, but just general AI drain on the scene. We hope to be dealing with that in R43 and making great strides towards that. And so again, we're not a lot of these decisions we've made to limit number of lights, number of pets, those type things. Those are not because we're trying to enforce some Richard's writing stuff on the board here. It's not because we're trying to enforce some design goal that we have on it. That is purely a tech decision for performance. So as soon as we fix some of the performance problems, then we can start opening up some more of those things.
And we have the new stretch goals. Darkstar on his sickbed has decreed, after much debate on the manager chat channel, that the next stretch goal will be flame leather armor to go with your flame-shaped shield and scimitar. We will place that one at $100,000. We will also on the flame plate armor will be the next stretch goal, which we will kick in at $120,000. And by the way, should anybody be pledging here on this site today, we'll fold that into our total. So in any case, those are the next two stretch goals: flame leather armor, flame plate armor. Either go directly to our regular add-in store, or if you want to, check out www.seedinvest.com/portalarium/series.b. Check it out. Is that something new coming up there? It's I see him writing something. 82,500. That's what he's trying to write. So he's trying to write.
That's what I was pulling here for.
82.5. 82.5. Yay. And with that, I will stay here for a drink. I will stay here for. Can I join you, gentlemen?
Sure to double here.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Cheers. Thank you all, community. Thank you. On to the flame armors.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that the armor is made of actual particle effect flames. It is flame themed, just like the leaf armor is not actually made of leaves.
Correct. Exactly.
It has that type of feeling.
Exactly right. Carry on, gentlemen.
So here's a question from Brightstar. Can you fix it so some items that are not counted as lighting items, such as the blacksmithing table? I think it's the fact of some of our like the blacksmithing table has lights built into it, so it counts as lights. It pretty much has to count as lights.
This is not a design choice thing. This is where that light limitation. The most expensive thing we have in the game in terms of the rendering side of things is adding lights and also having the shadows that the lights cast inside of a tight space where you have all these objects, because the way it works is basically shadows that touch things end up re-rendering them. We've had some improvements to performance on that, but I don't think anybody here. How many here think that towns run like dog crap right now? Right here. That's R43. We hope to make some big strides on that. And again, this is one of those things that as we make improvements on those things, you can expect those numbers to go up. Blacksmith will probably always count as a lighting item though, just because it has a light built into it.
Sure. And I don't know if it counts as multiples, but if there are certain ones that, count as too many lights, we could possibly revisit some of those. If there's one table that counts as like 5 lights, could possibly revisit that and sort of minimize it. But, they're always going to count for the number of lights they have unless we, have to remove the lights from the tables. So here's one about containers from Brightstar again. Can you create a storage container that can hold other containers other than the bank? And I think this is the problem of trying to stay away from containers inside of containers.
Yeah, and that is, some of that was a design decision, but also we'd have to get, I forget the exact reasons, but there's actually tech reasons and design reasons for this.
Sure.
So we're kind of trying to stay away from it. We may change our minds on that. But for the foreseeable future, we're not doing the containers inside of container stuff.
Yeah, I think it just creates too much confusion. Okay, there's a question here from Dr. Face. Any chance of getting some new clothes to wear around for summer? Grass skirts, Hawaiian shirts, some equipable pina coladas. Yeah, I think we always try to do, seasonal type things. I think these are, fine examples. If it's something that the players, that feels like it'll sell and players will like, then, we try to do things that are associated with holidays or, the months that things are released. So I think those are as good ideas as any. I don't know if there are any necessarily on the list, but, your idea we'll start that kind of conversation, I think.
And I'm a big Hawaii fan.
Oh, yeah.
I'd planned on singing Moana songs here today, but and also go to Hawaii whenever I can. So I would love to get those in, but they did not make the list for this release. Maybe the late summer. I'm sure we're going to have another one of these where we'll do a lot of stretch goals. Sure. Maybe if you start pushing on it now, we can get that to be a Hawaiian themed.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
We have coconut.
That's true.
Let's see. What about hats for our pets? Maybe add a pattern for whistles that makes the little guys a little more customizable.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those tech things of like, it's we'd be nice if we could better customize our creatures, better customize these pets, do all this sort of customization like that. It just sort of takes time and it's just down the list.
Yeah, and especially like making a hat for a player, we get to make a hat and put it on the one player, and then we're done.
Right.
For making it for your pet, we got to have a patent or
yeah,
a hat, and then we have
everything.
to okay, where does it attach to this thing and this thing and this thing and this thing? And guess who gets to do all that stuff?
Yeah, I do.
That guy right there. If you ever have a sword and it's like 2 pixels off, that's what this guy loses sleep over, if not
exactly.
for his 1-year-old.
So I think that we definitely, want to get to where our pets are more customizable and are different than the next one, and you can do certain things to customize them. It's just, it's just a ways down the road. But it would be nice if you could, give your pet a hat and he would wear it, something like that. But I feel like we're fairly far off on that. But it's something that, from a design perspective, it's easy to think about. But from a tech perspective, there's just other stuff that's kind of in front of that.
That has been one of the fun things. A lot of us have been at the office here, been playing through the game, trying to play as new players and play in groups, just so we can see some of these things that we haven't seen recently and how things are playing out. But Undone has been playing. He sits about 5 feet from me, so we've been playing together in a party. And that is one of the things that came up that I had not seen before, because I hadn't played with anybody who really keeps pets out all the time. He keeps a pet out all the time, and that freaking cat keeps stealing the heals that I try to cast for him, because I don't hard target him. I cast the healing.
Directional. Right?
That needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
I never want to heal the cat. The cat should just die, and it does almost immediately every combat. And then he summons again.
Yeah, it just needs to not exist, basically, for combat. I guess Liz the Wiz asked, would it not make sense to have Master at 100 and Grandmaster at 200?
No, and again, I think there'll be fewer Grandmasters coming up in the future as people try to, deal with decay, as decay is now kind of in full force and people are feeling some of the pain of that. I think I did some drawings yesterday diagramming basically the problem with the curve, which I can go over again. But a 200 skill is not achievable by players. I know it is theoretically possible, and you may see a GM with a 200 skill, but in the experience stuff, it is not even. I forget what it takes, but it's more than. It would take more than 10 times the experience that like the highest player in the game has right now, all in one skill, and it would have to be a pretty simple skill. I'd go look at the numbers, but that is not something that is. I mean, you're talking about 5,000 plus hours of gameplay, and then dying at that, you'd lose 40 million experience points off that single skill all by itself. So that's not realistic.
Yeah, I mean the 200 is meant to be not to be an achievable goal. You know, the cost of those levels gets to be exponential as you get closer to them. So, you know, the cost to go from 150 to 151 might be as much as it takes you to get to, say, 120 skills. So those things get pretty costly as it goes. So you're never going to get to 200 effectively. So there's a soft cap. You know, there is a hard cap, but you're never going to get to it.
And here's the graph I drew for people in the tech talk that I did yesterday, maybe. I forget if that was yesterday or the one before. I think it was yesterday. Man, it all blends together.
Yeah.
But really how we expected if we'd had decay in from day one, the curve would kind of look like this. It'd kind of be as you expect, kind of a linear up and then kind of flatten out until you're kind of you're approaching some maximum level of experience. But then because we didn't have that, and then there were also some poorly balanced scenes that gave too many rewards, experience too easy. A lot of people did this, where they're basically going up through the higher point, and now the decay is kicking in, a lot of them are falling back down, and that's kind of where a lot of the pain is coming from players with the decay stuff. Yes, there will still be some players that have a GM of 200, and maybe we should have set GM to be like 120 or adjusted the curve so 120 was there. We just didn't, especially as we hear players already, I mean, we hear complaints both on it's too easy to GM skills, and then we also hear it's like too hard, you got to grind so much. So we set it so the casual player can get to an 80 skill without a ton of effort, which is kind of where we feel players should be effective enough to be competitive with almost anyone. But yeah, I mean, 200 impossible. 100 is probably a little too easy for the super hardcore. Yeah. But again, I expect you'll start seeing those guys dropping some of those GMs. But yeah, like 120 probably would have been a better number. But again, we're trying to make sure it's easy for the casual players. We continue flattening out the power curve quite a bit.
And a lot of the bonuses that are given from skills like that are kind of exponential in a reverse sense, as in at lower levels you get more benefits than you do at high. So whenever you're at 100 skill, you know, you're roughly 77% of the way through the curve. So, you know, at 100 skill, you've gotten a lot of the power out of the skills, and then it's just sort of diminishing returns from there. So, you know, you get most of your power curve in the first 100 points of at least a lot of the passives.
All right, we got 40 pages of questions to get through here. We better just start giving quick answers. So we're going to do all yes, no answers from here on out.
But there's only 2 pages of crafting.
Oh, there is? Okay. Well, I got lots of combat stuff to talk about here and elsewhere.
So here's a final one for Liz the Wiz in the crafting recipe book, crafting tables. Can we please get how many of a given something it makes? So we can certainly do that. There's, I think, a lot of little UI issues, you know, that we have need to sort of fix with crafting. With our classification system, it kind of creates a more complex situation because there's not explicit ingredients. So a lot of times it's, you know, this thing needs a sword blade. You know, you don't know it. You know, there's different classifications of that. You might have 3 iron sword blades and then 2 bronze. So it's kind of difficult to kind of do that calculation as compared to when you have explicit ingredients. But there's certainly a lot of little simple UI things like that, for example, on crafting that we need to clean up. But it's not quite as simple as always having deterministic recipes. But certainly something we can still do. It's just going to be a little more dynamic than most sort of list of those with explicit ingredients.
On to Grave Dragon. When are we going to see more love for plate armor customizations? More plate armor patterns, different colored armor enamels, and plate armor artifacts. Well, as for the artifacts, as you'll notice, a lot almost all the artifacts are not really normal type things that you like. There hasn't been really any like here's the artifact leather gear. That's because I'm trying to make sure that those aren't competing with the crafted items. I think we've said all along that the best items in game are going to be player created items, and we try to stick with that. And that's I try not to compete with have the artifacts competing with player crafted stuff. So they're kind of all these weird fringe things, and some of them do compete, like the rings and the necklace and those type things.
Yeah, I think we try to stick with accessories and weapons, since those are easier to swap out than the armor sets is a little heavier like that. So generally, we've kind of kept the armors to be, derived from crafting, with some patterns that can be applied to them. I definitely think that there aren't as many patterns that can be applied to those, just from the nature of how armors handle differently than weapons. So I definitely think in the future there will be more patterns for armor, plate armor and the heavy armors, but we'll probably won't be as many artifacts. We've always had the idea of having enamels, in there as sort of a metal dye system, but that's still sort of down the road. But that's been on the backlog and needed for a couple story beats. So it's something still we're definitely certainly still investigating.
Didn't we just announce a new plate armor thing?
Yep,
We announced
flame
that,
armor
so
pattern.
flame armor pattern could be coming up here at 120 in a while, or possibly not. Another thing, if we do end up adding like plate armor artifacts, it'll be something wacky and weird. Like it'll be plate armor that has like a max durability of 10 and can't be repaired, or something super crazy like that. Again, just because we don't want it competing. Let's see. Another container. We kind of already answered that. Let's move along there.
I guess Mugly Wumple. What are the plans for dyes? Will the dyeing system get a revamp? Just like I said, we plan on extending some type of enameling to metal armor, but I think we're pretty happy with the dye colors and sort of our system for dyeing weapons and armor. So I think it's more about us making sure that all the existing armor fits in there before we would sort of do something else with the system. So I think it works pretty good as it is. Also, it works pretty good as it is because it doesn't take me that much work. So that's why I like that.
If there's anomalies, is what it says there. Should I start bugging dyeing anomalies? I would start bugging dyeing anomalies.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any, but again, I don't do that much dyeing stuff. So.
But then also, like I said, it's a situation where, for an item to be dyed, there's a lot of ways the data has to be set up and named correctly. So it's not really obvious if these items aren't set up correctly because it's kind of hidden a layer deep from the design data. So it's not something that, like I said, it's nice because if the art is set up right, it just works, which is great. But it's difficult sometimes to sort of surface those bugs.
Rosemorn. Many of the detailed decorations, such as spice bowls, baskets, many of the pitchers and mugs, that take your design from good to great are still only attainable through theft. Are there plans to make these items on vendors or make them craftable?
I didn't know spice bowls made things go good to great.
Spice bowls always make things better. We should get that on there. It is not something that has come up before as a request that I'm aware of. But yeah, most of those things probably should be craftable. I think they're pretty simple things, but maybe if it takes it from good to great, maybe it's a fabulous spice bowl and I just haven't seen it.
Yeah, a lot of those, we try to have everything in the game be useful, but we put a lot of stuff in the game before it had a use, and then you could loot it, and then you could get it acquiring it. So, a lot of these things get stuck in the middle, as in they're not really part of the crafting system, and they're kind of part of the deco system, and they're kind of part of the theft system, but they're not part of the merchant system. So some of these things, like the spice bowl in particular, is one that sort of sits out there in sort of a no man's land. It's going to be part of the game because players like it and have access to it. It just sits in a weird place where it is something that almost fits into cooking, but is strictly a decoration only item. So that's why some of these have kind of set in that area. But I've seen jurors before, discussing that we need more bowls and plates and things of that nature. So if they're not craftable, we'll put them on a merchant or something of that nature, so that the only way to acquire them isn't through theft.
Has anyone ever guessed correctly what the special effect of the Oracle Cloak does? I thought people knew. I didn't think it was a guess anymore. But now I'm kind of afraid to say because it may be maybe one of these guys here will jump in and will tell us what the Oracle Cloak does. Because I thought players knew, but again, I don't know what we've exposed to players. So if anybody out there watching the immediate area around us in these rooms, anybody knows what the Oracle Cloak does, feel free to come in and tell the players. But I think we'll pass on it since I'm not entirely sure if we've told them or not.
And here's a quick one from Regolith. Will we be able to craft belts anytime soon? Certainly belts were sort of added, and we haven't fully rolled them into the enchanting system and all the other systems. So certainly they're our least supported slot right now. So I expect us to expand those out in the future. They'll probably be treated similarly to a ring. Think of it as an alternate ring slot, so you can accessorize it in a similar way that you can the rings.
Yeah, and of course I added belts as what are you here for?
Boss fight.
What?
That's supposed to.
So if we can just merge.
Oh, that's yeah, because we had the extra stuff in there. Yeah, we'll just keep talking for the next 2 hours. It's cool.
Okay.
We got 41 pages to go through, so it's good.
And Reese is actually helping organize some of the questions from the live chat into your categories.
Oh, good, because we didn't have enough questions from.
Hopefully, I'll have some now. Let me know if we need more fill with something.
Yeah, and the belts was actually something we'd had the slot there forever, and I was like, just when I was grasping at ideas for what to do for artifacts, I was like, oh look, there's a belt slot. Let me see if this works. Oh yeah, I can make a belt and make something, put it in the belt slot. It's like, why don't we use this belt slot? And I created an artifact or a couple artifacts that were belts and told B, and B pretty much you could just hear the exhale of not happy that, oh, now we got to do belt stuff.
It's not that, it's the context of belts. Most of the time in games, a belt is visualized on the player.
Yeah.
It's part of the armor set. You have a plate belt, a leather belt. And so if we craft these things like a plate belt, it's not going to synchronize with your armor set. It's not going to be visualized, right? So we'll probably keep belts on a different path, which is more like similar to rings in a sense. But a lot of our armor sets already have belts built in. I mean, you can see the belt, so it's weird. I mean, traditionally, you don't visualize rings and amulets because they're so small.
Let's call them
Belts is a
girdles.
separate thing.
And then it goes under your armor.
Just call them draws, It's fine. But it's fine. Well, like I said, we'll treat them from a strategic perspective like you're accessorizing a second ring, and it'll be fine.
All right, I gotta get on the whiteboard again. So the next one is, can you explain the heat system? So first, let me explain why we have the heat system. The heat system was created. One of the things that came up as a both most loved and most hated aspect of combat when I talk to people is the random deck system. A lot of people love it. A lot of people hate it. But a lot of the people who hate it feel they have to play with a system they hate because it offers more advantages than using everything locked. But it forces them to, some people really like to keep, some people actually do like playing the toolbar and getting the extra power out of it. But many people want to just like stare at combat, don't want to ever look at the toolbar, don't even want to have to be reminded that it's down there. So the heat system was an attempt that so far seemed very successful to balance out those two things, make it so players who are playing a locked deck get some of the same advantages that the random deck people get, and that make it so they can basically be competitive with those guys, so they don't have to play a random deck. So basically, the idea, I think most people know that when you have a skill, when you first get the skill, you get one rune, one copy, and this is all the logic from if you're playing an unlocked deck, how many you get. When you get to a 10 skill, you have 2. When you get to a 20 skill, you have 3. When you get to a 40 skill, you have 4. And when you get to an 80 skill, you have 5. 5 copies of the rune. So we extended this to the heat system. If you're playing with a random deck, that means you can put 5 copies of Firebolt or Thrust or whatever into your deck, use them however you want to. When you're playing with the locked deck, of course, you only used to have 1, but now really if you have like an 80 skill and you have 5, when you use your, say you use your Thrust skill, it only uses up 1/5 of it. And then you'll immediately start seeing the cooldown timer start. That basically the cooldown timer will go through, but then the heat will remain for that one, and slowly it'll cool off just like it would normally, a normal cooldown for that skill. And then if you use again, it basically adds heat. You use again, it basically adds heat. And so it lets you use a skill much quicker. You don't have to worry about cooldowns, which is you don't have to worry as much about cooldowns, which is the big advantage for unlocked decks is they don't share cooldowns, the 5 different runes, if you have 5 in there. So it gives you some of that same advantage. So there's so many times, I've been playing with this a ton the last few weeks as a non-cheating character. And actually can be very competitive. And there's so many times it saved my life, like for heal spells.
Sure.
For a lot of times, like I play with a polearm fire deck, and that's all go. Oh, looks like we're gonna take another shot. I'll start off combat with basically 3 fire fist to light up people on fire. You here for extra credit?
Will you change that number there? And can I sit in for a while, listen in and harass?
Sure.
All right. After I pour a little.
So anyways, when you use this, you'll actually see the bar fill up with red and fill up each time you use it. It'll fill up a little bit more. And again, I have people who are like, why are you making it more complicated? It's really no more, you press the button, it goes. It's no more complicated than it was or any other game is. It does give you some more options though. The one thing that it does make a little more complicated is...
I'd say more options sounds more complicated to me.
You can use the skill multiple times. You can, by building up the heat, it uses more focus as you get around.
Sure.
It was doing a lot more cooldown. That's actually been reduced greatly, so the maximum amount of cooldown I can add is an extra 2 seconds. But that's pretty much the heat system. Again, as you get fuller, you'll get more and more heat, but also these things empty out. And again, it's really just a way to increase the speed at which players can do things and give them more options for deck building. And by deck building, I mean locked or random or mixed or whatever.
Here, here. Cheers. Thank you, everybody. We are on our way to flame leather armor, flame style leather armor.
And there's just a question about why don't we have more plate variations? So we told them they need to.
Well, there's one coming.
Get busy.
If we get on it.
Are you guys still on economy, or are you moving on to combat?
We're just talking all the way through.
Oh, is it? Okay, cool.
Okay. I mean, still got a couple more crafting, but
Yeah,
they're not
some
so bad.
community members are wondering which segment we're on. So you're gonna get
Oh, I see. You're ahead of. You're after boss fight. You got out of order.
Well, I think we're skipping the boss fight, so we can
tell
talk
them we're
more.
not doing that. We haven't
Yes.
announced that, I don't think.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's fine.
Oops. Whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah, but I think the heat system is a way for, you using locked skills to be able to get yourself in more trouble, but then have more options. If you just spam it, then you're not in a situation where your focus runs out faster, but you at least got more damage out. The efficiency isn't as great, but I've definitely, enjoyed it, especially now that we start you with fewer skills and you're trying to acquire skills as you go. It gives you sort of more options when you don't have a full skill bar and you're trying to start the game off. So I think it definitely works pretty well and starts to, address some of the differences between our lock system and our unlock system. So.
And again, that just went in this release. Yep. And actually fairly late in the release. This release was pretty chaotic. Mm-hmm. Just due to a lot of different things, including the thing that's on the board back there. Richard, do you want to mention that while you're here?
Yes, I
would.
would.
It's been at least 10 minutes since you've mentioned it, so go ahead.
Yeah, it's been at least 10 minutes, yes. In addition to supporting our game in the traditional fashion, we have a new way that is available to you as of about an hour ago. And as of about an hour ago, we started a campaign with Seed Invest. Go to www.seedinvest.com/Portalarium/Series.B. It is a way for you to invest directly in Portalarium into the game we are making together and participate with all of us. And it has a completely different set of challenges and rewards, shall we say, all of which you have to read about on the site. It's actually because it is a SEC registered event. We actually can't discuss the details openly on the air. All the details of the offer have to be gotten through directly from the website itself. But we hope that you'll go there and check it out and consider joining us here in Team Portalarium and deepen your experience with us as a company.
Why, thank you, Richard.
You're very welcome.
All right, where were we?
Volgar and Ask. Will there be wind chimes, craftable, purchables as decos, different links with different tones to create an entire collectible set Then we turned on to provide constant sound of the chimes blowing in the wind. I think it's a good idea. We kind of worry about constant sounds because that can get annoying at times. But
Right at Jira, it can only happen when the gusts come. The same gusts that swing signs.
sure, yeah. I mean, I think as far as more interactive decos like that is interesting, and just a noise is interactive enough. So I think something like that is an interesting idea for kind of an advanced decoration thing.
Well, you've got different than me.
Well, I think you got more questions than me.
I got more questions.
Yeah. These are pretty easy. Bulgarin asks, will stackable surfaces be added to crafting stations? For instance, I'd like to stack pots, pans, food on my cooking station. Right now, yeah, those aren't set to receive to where you can put decorations on it, and I'm not exactly sure why. So we could.
I think it's just because it would look stupid if you had stuff stacked and you go up, because we basically have that you get locked into the station and you're doing stuff.
Sure.
And
I think it's
if
more
you
the
had
fact, yeah.
lamps on it or whatever.
Yeah,
your
the fact that the
barns
player
going through.
interfaces with it would allow you to put stuff in a way that would make it look weird. But outside of that, I think it is an interesting idea, but I think it's sort of, try to prevent it from looking too off whenever you're interfacing with it. Yeah, that's a good one.
How about some mechanism of allowing people to buy experience scrolls with gold? What is this experience scroll? I'm guessing this is they want something kind of like many other games have the
bonus
bonus experience for X number of hours. We try to get away from doing that too much, but I mean, it's kind of been one of those things we've just avoided because it is one of those things that a lot of games use that as a heavy monetization item. We, of course, buying it with gold would be in-game gold. There is still some concern, a little bit of concern of we're selling the wrong kind of stuff with gold. And again, we have not gone over these in advance. We can consider it, but I mean, that's kind of the other thing is if we had it, would probably be, I don't know, maybe it's easier with gold versus Kodas. Maybe it tastes a little worse. Yeah. By the way, in my, I just want to say I was playing today because I'd heard some players complaining. Playing on my level 34. Got a Koda.
Oh, nice. Sweet.
Yep. Iron Koda. Dropped for me legit. So.
What did it drop off of?
It dropped off of a skeleton.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. Probably a tier 3 skeleton.
Cool.
So yes, it's something we can consider, just the more experienced thing. I think I mentioned this in a previous talk, but just mention again, another one of the things we're considering doing just to help with the players who are the, like, I play once a day type people who are worried about decay, because those are kind of the people that hits the most, is people who play like 1 hour a day and, oh, I just happened to die. But also having the daily login bonus, bringing back something where it's just a daily bonus experience that basically just goes straight into your experience pool for skill advancement. Whether it goes into your pool for character advancement or not, we don't have to have that, but we could actually have it just go straight to your, you log in every day, you get, the first thing you do is you get 10,000 or 5,000 experience points straight into your skill pool so that you can level stuff up. And that is actually what decay hits, not your actual experience. Decay will never reduce your level. It'll reduce your skill levels, but it'll never reduce your actual level.
There's a question from Black Rogue. When we would be able to dye leather or metal armor? The idea always with our sort of leather and metal armors has been that, that it has a color from the material that it's made from. And I believe the idea with the leather armor was for you to dye some of the secondary channels, so like some of the little bits like that, and perhaps the same thing with metal armor. But we want to preserve the material that means certain abilities that then synchronizes with the color of those armor. Now, we talked about enamels on metal armor as a way to, somehow tint it a little bit. But for the time being, we're going to keep the armor inheriting the color from the materials it's made out of. There's a question from Rhiannon. Will we get any new plants to be grown before the official release? We did a big pass a couple releases ago, adding about a dozen new plants. So I believe most of the things that are in the food system, like bananas or grapes or things of that nature, we've made a pretty big push as far as getting those in. And then we made a push to get something that's more decoration based, like the roses, kind of get those in. So I think from a plant perspective, we feel pretty good. I think there's probably a couple more sort of stragglers we could add, but I think from a crafting perspective, from the food perspective, and the decoration components related to roses, I think we'll probably see more use of those materials and different decorations and different crafting recipes before we'll see many new plants per se, because I think there's more work to be done from the making the outputs of these plants be more useful and dynamic than necessarily adding more plants. So certainly there's always room to add more plants just because it's a pretty easy, flexible system. But I think from the outputs of it and how it interfaces with the crafting system, we feel pretty good about what we have, at least for episode 1.
So if I can interrupt for just a second, it's the top of the hour, so it's time to give away some things. First, we've got bank upgrades. Winners of those, we have 2 of them up. So we one goes to Chemist and one to Phoenix 007.
There's only 2 more crafting questions.
Now we have a Silver Baby Clockwork Dragon, which goes to PT Dragon. A wooden duck pet to Lancer Main. A soda concept art mug from Relics by Real to Charles.
on the duck?
And the big one for this hour, a Star Citizen Airship City Home.
Oh,
that thing is massive. And Alchemeister wins that.
Whoa.
Congrats to Alchemeister.
Wow,
Congrats
that's
to
amazing, Alchemeister.
And Richard with the duck.
Excellent, excellent. And it is time for a spin. We got a couple
Winfield's
more
working
empties.
on it.
He's quickly trying to fill out a couple more empty spots here. But it'll be time for a spin and a degree.
You want to answer with one more?
Sure.
Sound like we only had a couple of crafting.
There's only a couple more
left.
crafting questions. Someone's asking about being able to search through the recipe book. As far as the recipe book goes, there's the book and there's the list interface. Whenever you're crafting at the table, the list interface has a search option where you can type in. I use it all the time to filter out your recipes. I understand the fact we have a massive amount of recipes, so we have that filter on there. We don't necessarily have the exact same functionality in book mode, but we have that functionality in sort of list mode, so it's certainly in there. I think we sort of want to try to keep those feature comparable, but certainly the book is always lower on the totem pole than necessarily the list interface. So it works good for the list interface. We can explore how to extend it to the book at some point in time in the future.
Want to do one more before I spin or spin?
You can go and spin.
All right, here we go. The spin here, the fully honest spin is signs. Signs are going on sale. And then there's also a Lord British decrees. A Lord British decrees that reliquaries shall not just go merely to 20% off. Reliquaries should be 30% off. 30% off all reliquaries. They're all in the Make a Difference store, I believe.
Is that what were you calling them? Folliquaries?
They're Lord British and Dark Star follicular reliquaries.
Okay.
But also there is the original soda map. And I believe there's a couple of blood reliquaries left in there too. But all the reliquaries, 30% off.
For how long?
For the rest of the night. For the rest of the night. The reliquaries are 30% off for the rest of tonight. Thank you for asking.
It's good to be the king. There's one final crafting question. Can we have patterns for standard armor, such as the epic cloth hood or bucket helm? So the goal with patterns, we've tried to create some consistency here because it can be confusing when we're switching around the visuals kind of as we are. And so the goal is that if you can craft the item, then it's it's meant to be an archetype, so that thing that you craft can accept patterns. But we don't want to basically make it to where you craft an item and then salvage it to get the pattern. So if you look at it from that perspective, anything that you can craft can be turned into something visually that is related to that archetype, but we don't necessarily want patterns coming explicitly from crafted goods. So for example, you can craft a bucket helm. That means you can make a bucket helm look like any other plate helm, but we don't want a pattern coming out of plate helm, because then it starts to kind of get confusing. So these things that you're crafting tend to be archetypes, and then the patterns are associated with archetypes that can be applied to those. So it's with weapons, it's a little clearer because there's only one archetype for each particular item. Like there's only one longsword archetype, but for like plate armor or leather armor or cloth armor, there's 4 different cloth chest archetypes, like you mentioned, the epic cloth chest and the fortified cloth chest, but any of those can have patterns applied to them. So we're trying to keep that consistency to where you're not just crafting an item and then salvaging it to get a pattern. It's things that drop from the world are the ones that have the chance to drop a pattern. Things you buy from the store, give you eternal patterns. Things you craft are meant to be receivers of patterns. So we're trying to keep that, little consistency there. So that's kind of why you don't necessarily get patterns out of things that you craft.
All right. I'm just going to start going through these guys.
Sure.
We got a ton of these questions in here. And I'm going to try to get through a bunch of these quick because we have, even though we have almost 2 hours, again, we've got 40 pages. Ark asked, when will we have hold locked spell skill at the locked deck to use at 5 stacks at once? I think they're referring to the suggested idea of if you have a locked thing and you're using, because you have the heat system now, you could actually have make it so you click and hold it, the button to charge it up, and then do the effective equivalent to doing stacking with the random deck. That's definitely something that I am considering. That along with there's also the suggestions and ideas on how to do combos with the locked or with the heat system now. We will be looking at those things. Right now, I kind of want to let it sit for release and see how it feels. Early response to it's been super awesome, but of course, anytime you give players some new feature that is beneficial to them, guess what? Players love it when you give them beneficial stuff. But I need to watch it to look to see, again, trying to keep an eye on the power, because as I've mentioned before, there is no formula we can plug in to say this is now exactly the right power. It's really, we just have to see how players use it, how it, the different combos that can come out of it, and just kind of judge based on player behavior and our own experiences when it's balanced. I hate going and adding whole new features to it when I don't even know, my confidence level is low on it being balanced. Let's see. I think we're down here.
Okay.
Let's see. I drop patterns. Why are artifacts able to be salvaged? I accidentally salvaged my Sage's sash. Yes, I actually got a CS report on that. Because I'm stupid. That's just a bug. I did not mean for those to be salvageable. A lot of those went in kind of on the last day of the release, basically not even on QA. Basically put it in after QA, like the Tuesday before we go live or something. But yes, that is just a bug. They should not be salvageable. Maybe someday we'll make them salvageable and have some thing you can get out of it. That'd be great, actually, and pull a lot of artifacts out of the world. But we have not even started planning on that. So the short term is they shouldn't be salvageable. I just need to remove it. Why do silver ingots weigh more than 4 times the ore it takes to make?
Because the ore doesn't weigh enough. Of course, that's why. We need to increase the weight of the ore. Basically, it's like everyone just wants it to weigh less. I get that, So we'll increase the weight of the ore, and that'll make everyone happy, right?
Yeah, so we're going to say that it is conservation of energy. You put a lot of energy into it, and then whatever, MC squared.
No, but seriously, you can start at the most fundamental level and work up, but it's probably not going to go the direction you want it to have that consistency, because then you're going to get stuck in a situation where plate armor is going to weigh 15 pounds. So you have to be careful in the sort of weight rules that you create, because you're going to sort of design yourself into a corner effectively, right?
Richard's in here for a reason.
There is. In fact, look, I only have to change one
us.
digit here, but look what digit I have to change. I have to change the 8 to a 9. 95,000. That is 4 shots, or 4 songs, or 4 dances, or 4 something for all of you, and much thanks to the person who bought one of the blood reliquaries. Thank you very kindly.
Did Star's blood reliquary finally sell?
No, this was mine, I believe.
Oh, the last blood reliquary.
British blood reliquary.
Poor Star.
And
no one wants his blood.
And here, I've loaded a tall one there.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yep.
Wow,
I got mine as full as I could go here.
Thank you, gentlemen and ladies and community and everybody here. Thank you all, team.
It's good whiskey.
Tasty.
Have you tried it? Have you tried the whiskey?
No, I'm sticking with the clear.
All right, back to our actual question answering. Let's see. Those questions being added as we're watching this in the crafting stations. You want to answer that one? I know we're done with crafting, but
we have some wand patterns. The thorn wand has a pattern, and there's a wand that the Kabbalist dropped that has a pattern. So certainly not all items have the equal number of patterns. I think it added a pattern for a two-handed mace for the first time this last release. So we're certainly getting there, but certainly there are more one-handed sword patterns than anything else. So, as we create those weapons in the game and they fit into these categories, then certainly, we make patterns for them. So there certainly are some wand ones, but I get the fact there's not as many.
All right, I skipped ahead to the combat stuff since I guess we're officially supposed to be in boss fight, but we're doing more combat stuff. And it looked like Reese was adding more and more crafting questions up top. But I'll jump into the combat stuff and try to reel off a couple of these guys real quick. Uncle Spin asks, we've heard about the long list of combos that will eventually be in game. When the Heat style lock decks come into play, we'll be able to create combos with those decks. And that's one that I've already mentioned that I will be adding that. I will have some way that we can find some parallel system. I don't want to add that right now until I see how the balance works out with the Heat stuff. So I'm going to let it sit for at least this release, and then maybe next release we can start looking into some of that type of stuff. I do plan on having something in there. And again, I know players they've sent me a ton of love it, at least now that a couple of the bugs have been fixed with the global cooldown stuff. But I want to make sure that things are not crazy powerful, because when people love something that much, that usually means that it's unbalanced and overpowered, and I need to take a look at it. So before I start making it even more unbalanced, I want to, like I said, I want to have a little time.
One step at a time.
Let's see. Concerning these combos, heard about when will we be using them? What is the reasoning behind them not being in game yet? So the reason they're not in game, well, first off, I'm sure you've all been playing the game. How about those new particle effects for the spells that get added in every release? That's actually the main reason that we don't have more combos in game. The time to actually add the actual skill, the effects for it is actually much quicker than that. And like B can do it, or I can do it, and we could probably crank out 100 plus in a release easy. Yeah. The problem is they would all have no particle effects, and you'd be confused and wondering what the hell is going on with them.
Yeah, and then sometimes we want unique animations or something like that. When I was working on combos, it wasn't necessarily about sort of just cranking through them. It was about strategically what do we want to add, because every time you add one, I mean, it's kind of like the mixed color decks in Magic, that you're trying to create a bridge between two of the spell schools. So if we just do it based on what we have, we kind of make some easy decisions. But I think now's the time to make it sort of based on strategically what we think we should add, and then wait for the correct effects and perhaps animations.
We've got Kigu Starfish, aka Core. I'm not sure how Kigu got to Core, but anyways, how does spell crit gear affect spell crit? If I have plus 20 spell crit gear, is that a flat? And this is, for those who are wondering, this is the question of if I've got a 13% chance to crit, I don't know why I picked such an odd number that will be tough to multiply, and I have gear that gives me plus 20%, is that 33%? 13 plus 20%? or is that 15%? I said I would look into this. I have not looked into it to verify which way it is because we did. It's
spell crit's flat.
Yeah, I think the spell crit is adding right now. Again, though, that's one of those things that long term we will continue to evaluate. I know I've seen some players that are crazy high on the crits, but we'll see how that goes. Right now, it is flat though.
Yeah, I mean it's sort of a one method one way, one method the other. When you do a percentage-based increase, you have to worry about the base amount. If it's a flat, then you don't. Then it's detached from the base amount. So for the most part, if it's criticals, they're flats. If it's damage percent, then of course it's a percent. It's just we happen to, use criticals as a critical chance. So we call it a percent, but it's not necessarily and explicitly a percent in the same way, right? So I think that gets to be the confusion. We're calling it critical chance percent, but that's not necessarily the same percent as far as multiplicative. So I definitely see there is some confusion there. And sometimes we've kind of gone back and forth on some of those or changed underneath, we've changed underneath the hood kind of how we defined it. So certainly there can be some confusion there, but I'm almost exactly sure that spell crit is flat.
Next up from Core, when will we be able to interrupt a monster's attack? For example, if I stun Mez a Lich before it starts whirlwind animation, it will still attack me while stunned or Mez, or if I blink 20 meters away, it will still hit me. So we actually do, it should now have the cover in there, so if you get behind a wall that you'll get the cover effect for it. But this is mostly AI related. And again, that's one of the areas where we are completely overloaded because the AI guy has, not only does he have to deal with like the pets in towns, and people wanting pets to behave differently, but then he's also got Richard requesting a million different things from him for story-based stuff and making it so, guards are playing emotes or those type things. And then on top of that, he's got the this type stuff of that type balance. So we do need to get that fixed. That is just a bug that is obviously not by design, that he would ignore being stunned or mez. But yes, if you don't stun or mez him before he starts the thing, right now most things just continue on. That is just a bug though. We will get it fixed eventually. Baron Droxus, since robes have no armor resistance, could we allow robes have greater durability similar to bone armor, thus allowing more enchantments to be applied to them? No.
I mean, for the most part, we're moving forward. We're probably going to treat everything like armor. So we're probably going to move to where robes are treated more like cloth armor, then try to get rid of the designation of clothing. And for the most part, we keep that durability on clothing, at least on the chest armor, at 100, and sort of the heavy armors at 150. But basically, the future is going to be we're going to treat it, to kind of remove the designation of clothing and just treat it as, similar to the cloth armor archetypes.
Second one from Baron Droxus. Stabs, and by the way, they were discussing earlier, how do you say his last name? I don't say his last name. I just say BDF or Baron Droxus. That was their somebody was having that conversation outside. That was not me. But yes, that is Baron Droxus or BDF. We're not going to try to pronounce your last name. You can change it to something shorter and we'll try. Stabs are currently less effective than holding two wands. Will this be resolved soon? I think I speak for both of us when I say whenever we start talking about wands and stabs, B and I both cringe as to figuring out the exact right way to balance them.
Yeah, I think we're going the right direction as far as giving these explicit caster bonuses when those are equipped. So ideally we would want, two stabs to be a similar effect, or two wands to be a similar effectiveness to a staff. So it's certainly, we've tweaked some of those bonuses when you have nothing equipped versus something equipped and all those. So those will continue to be evaluated, but certainly this particular situation is something I'll take a look at, because I definitely agree that it shouldn't be necessarily that way. Or if I look at the numbers, I can probably find some way that there is a choice there. Well, you don't want one always better than the other. It'd be nice if if there was a choice between the two. Yeah, and I've always thought two wands was crazy, but yeah, that's just me.
Grave Dragon asks, will sieges ever take place inside a war-torn version of the cities or just in the pseudo Forest Hill siege scenes that we have today? They'll, for at least episode 1, they're going to work the way they work right now. Some of that comes just from the simplification of content, making the space interesting, something that you can actually fight in, whereas many cities are not that type. But also some of it is, hey, who wants to fight a siege scene with a lot of creatures in Brittany? Anybody? How's that frame rate working for you guys? So some of that was that wanting to make sure you had a good combat experience without putting a lot of more restrictions on those guys. Obviously, we need to get the frame rate in those cities higher, but at least for the when we were working on those things and working on the design for how those would work, that was a major consideration, is we wanted to make sure everything in the siege ran smoothly. And even if we did have the, we do get the frame rate up, which we expect to be able to get the frame rate up to 30 for the target machines in big cities, it still would be that much more load on top of that that we'd have to find a way to get performance out of it.
Yeah, I think those are pretty complicated scenes with a lot of unique behaviors. So I think we want to make sure, we feel pretty good about the tech in those before we sort of expand, the number of scenes. I think we can take some of the tech in there that we've done and extend it to other scenes and sort of give a little bit of feel in other scenes, but sort of doing another one of those from scratch is probably, or related to other cities is probably not the best idea right now.
Grave Dragon again, can we please get a detailed explanation on how the taunt skill works? So this basically comes down to how the aggro system works. When you aggro something, there's a bunch of different numbers, and it's basically just there's a number score for how much the creature hates, one person versus the other. Some examples of things in there is if you, when it first picks its target, it gives that guy 100 points and says, you're my target, you get 100 points. If somebody does it damage, it is, I think you get 5 points aggro plus 1 point per point of damage. When someone does, let's see, I'm trying to remember all the other things. Healing somebody is 5 points for the person, or 0.5 times the amount healed. There's basically just a whole list of things for, okay, your pet doing damage, your pet gets some amount, gets half, and you get half whatever your pet does. But basically, it's just a constant number. That number decays over time, as in it decays, I forget how much, but it's like maybe 2 points a second. So over time, it'll drop if nobody's doing anything. Like if the guy who's getting attacked wants to lose aggro, he can always, there's skill 1. There's, I think it's called escape.
Yeah.
Will basically put negative aggro on it, so you can try and lose aggro from the creature. The taunt skill just adds a large amount of aggro to a large number of creatures. So it'll hit, I think it'll hit up to maybe 8 creatures and add 50 plus aggro to them. So you could actually do more aggro to something if you can do 50 plus points of damage consistently to a large number of creatures. If it's one single creature, taunt might actually, you might actually just be better off hammering it. But again, taunt is an almost free skill. It's fast and it does a lot of guaranteed aggro. So again, that's 50 plus points aggro, and if somebody gets aggro, that's like 100. So it basically 2 taunts should pull something off, unless that person who's got the aggro right now is adding aggro by doing whatever.
Yeah.
And every rune you have has an aggro amount attached to it, so it may actually be more than just the damage that it does. Maybe there's some things, I forget what they are, like Rens and some other things that have some extra aggro. But that's kind of the short version of how it works. Anything else?
Oh, it's Mr. Blight one's a good one.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Mr. Blight, are there any plans to offset some of the massive amount of hours needed to reach a point a new player will be able to PvP relatively successfully against our current average player? So this is, we continue to flatten out the power curve in various ways. There's a couple points to this. So one is we continue to flatten that out. This release, I think all the high level people, all the current people, saw that their hit points dropped anywhere from 50 to 100 points. That's continuing to flatten out the hit point and focus curve, which is part of trying to make it so newer players can be competitive. There's no difference, like if you're level 100 and he's level 5, there's no difference in his chance to hit you in PvP. The skills, again, we continue to make them. We have a lot of contradicting concerns. We have people concerned there's too many GMs, people have too many GMs, and we have concerns of people say it takes too long to get skills up to 80. But really, getting skills up to 80 goes pretty quick, and I still believe that getting skills up to 80, you can be competitive. Now, maybe in just a one-on-one arena combat type thing, where it's get ready to fight, or in an EVL tournament or whatever combat group you're in, you might get your butt handed to you. But again, that's not how most PvP will work in the long term. That may be how tournaments work, and there may be enough of an advantage in tournaments that the difference between an 80 skill and 100 makes a difference. But in the long term, anybody who's played many PvP games, you rarely have a tournament style situation. It's usually one guy's out fighting and the other guy comes along and starts trying to gank him. Uh-oh, we have another intruder.
We have an update. It's actually just for you, Chris. Can I have that?
You can. I'm just kidding. That's what this is for.
I know.
So I got a
It's
mustache.
Evil Chris.
Slight tweak.
Oh, that's the
We made
130.
it. Yep, we actually had it right on the website, so you can let everybody know.
Okay. Just to be clear, Richard wrote that. And if
Okay.
Richard wrote it, that's the law. So it should change on. Anyways, this is the Evil Chris mustache. I just found this in here. I'm not sure who brought it, but for those who've watched my tech talks or any of my talks, if I'm saying evil things are going to upset you, I usually put this on to make sure you know it's Evil Chris.
Watch out, there might be shingles on that.
Oh, is this the star thing?
Here's a Magnus ask, can we get an NPC to act as a mini boss to have people fight against? We certainly, want to expand the areas, to where you have more group encounters and more mini boss type things, but I don't know if you're specifically calling out an NPC as far as like, a townsperson. For the most part, we wouldn't have that happen in town. It would be somewhere outside of town, but certainly we get the fact that we need more bosses and mini bosses. I'm not sure where the NPC fits in, like an elf child mini boss or something, but
Here, tell me what you think of this. Instead of having that type of situation, something that has been batted around occasionally has been the idea of you actually earn an item, get an item, quest for an item, you get an item, and there's a place to turn it in, and when you turn it in, then that summons an actual mini boss that will then have loot. So that's kind of a, you can go and quest or, craft some crazy item that you then have to, for instance, like sacrifice at an altar, and then once you do that, then some named demon with special type stuff shows up, and then that could also serve for that same situation you're talking about. If you can get together and summon many
talked
bosses.
to tons of ideas about that. That's something that, we should definitely, something of that nature is something, we could do, but definitely see the fact that we need more mini bosses and fights of that nature.
Yeah, but that is one that could also satisfy, and that would be the type of thing that like guilds could get together, and the way at least I saw this was guilds would get together and they'd save up, the 10 items they need to go and like, okay, everybody get there, we're gonna summon, creature X 5 times or whatever, and do it as a guild type thing, as an evening type event. So, but anyways, that may satisfy some of what you're looking at. But having a mini boss to fight against, I don't know if we're going to have like a summoning creature, like, trying to think where this would actually be used other than, again, like I said, like an altar in some scene. Having mini bosses show up in the middle of town is not great.
Yeah.
They're telling us we need to spin after this. Yeah. But again, think about the idea that I just threw out there and see if that sounds like something that would satisfy the same type urge. Let's see. Okay, I'm doing 2 spins. B, why don't you do the spins? I'll turn on the camera.
Sure, let's spin it. Spin the wheel.
Hold on, don't spin it yet.
I'm
Don't spin it yet. Don't spin it on
spinning it.
camera. Okay,
Why do we have eggs again?
That was for people who didn't want to drink shots could eat eggs.
Ugh.
Oh, we got it.
You ready?
We're on it. We're
we
pros.
ready?
Do it. Don't hit the blank one.
What's it gonna be?
Nice.
It's the blank one! What do I get? What do I win? That's a good spin. Moon dials!
Oh, the moon dials. Yeah, those are quite popular.
So
Moon dials!
So should I raise moon dials now?
Yeah, you can erase moon dials.
So just one spin or two?
I think we're supposed to say pizzeria style or something. Moon dials!
Moon dials!
Moon dials!
So one spin, two spins?
Two spins.
Okay.
Obviously two.
Here we go. Spin number 2. Look at that spin.
Tech director figure out.
Yeah, I got the red one again. Well, I was over here clicking on this one over and over again. That one was just showing 11.
Water homes and decorations.
Water homes and decorations! Oh, do that. We just did that one. Water homes and decorations!
This is exciting. There it is. Make a difference.
Make a difference store!
Is that good?
All right, only took us 5 tries.
Not bad. Okay. I raised the dead ones.
All right, where were we?
ETA for ranged ammo types like exploding or poison arrows. Everyone's favorite.
That's one of those we've talked about.
Sure.
And we keep deprioritizing, to be honest.
Really, it just comes down to it's going to end up having to be a consumable associated with ranged.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we tried before to have different reagents that were more themed for each skill, but that just got to be too much of a pain in the ass to manage. So we went back to just having, you know, a single arrow that is a reagent for every skill, but there is certainly room for a consumable that is associated with ranged weapons that then, you know, create certain animation and effects so that you could shoot something like that. So that'll be the direction we'll go. It's just more about, you know, finding the right time for that.
And that is also one of those things when we looked at it, and I think actually in a meeting officially we pushed it post episode 1, pre episode 2. Yeah. But also when we look at things like of all the groups that need love, archery is actually pretty sweet right now. That's actually with my alternate character, the guy I've been playing with has been archer most of the time, and it's, yeah. Sometimes I don't get to the thing before he's got the thing dead. I'm playing with a polearm, by the way.
Poor bastard.
Yeah. This full of web. ETA for armor changes. Reduce fizzle for chain armor.
Did we want to reduce fizzle for chain armor?
I think I was going to take a look at various things, but I don't think I committed to reducing chain armor.
I mean,
the thing that will be coming for all the different armor types will be the set bonuses changing. That's one that's been on me in every release. It's on my list, and every release I end up pushing it a little bit. But that, for those who don't know what that is rather than right now it is, if you have a set of armor, you get 10% bonus to the effectiveness of the armor, which for plate mail is awesome. For chain mail is a little less awesome. For leather is almost pointless, and for cloth is completely pointless. Also, since cloth guys really don't care about damage resistance.
Yeah, certainly we just need to have a set bonus per type. Wouldn't be too hard to do.
Yeah, so making it so there's different bonuses. You know, like leather does a crit bonus.
Sure.
Cloth does a something that helps the casting bonuses. But anyways, so yes, there will be changes to armor coming up, but I'm not guaranteeing reduced fizzle's one of them. We can definitely take a look at it.
Yeah, we have to be careful with fizzle on chain armor because chain is almost like the heavy armor that's hybrid. So the second you reduce fizzle on that, it gets it closer to the point of being the uber armor. So I think we have to be careful with that. We'll certainly look at those numbers, and I'm excited about set bonuses having their unique benefits. And that won't be too hard to do in the data because I've sort of set that stuff up before. So That'll be an interesting way to go. Certainly, we could have some variants of chain armor that has less fizzle, but you have to be really careful with that because we don't necessarily want it to be, here's a person in heavy armor that can cast every spell, So fizzle and chain armor is kind of meant to where you can cast a couple spells, without too much fizzle problems, but the higher tiered ones, you're never necessarily going to get to with that much certainty. So you have to be careful there.
What is currently timeline for filling out and refining the skill trees? Most of them are. There's going to be some more that'll come up. This
is out the refining skill trees.
Oh,
those are the ones.
Filling out the refining.
Yeah, originally, one of the original variants of the design, we actually had refinement as a single skill, and inside of it, it was sub skills for each of the ones. In the final, in the actual version of the game, we broke those out into different refining skills, and so that's why those have kind of suffered as far as from the skill perspective. But certainly, we have our raw, refined component final product. I feel okay about the gathering and the raws. And the final product skills, those feel pretty good. But certainly our component creation and that initial refinement step, there's a lot of room for expansion there as far as making sure that your skill is useful throughout the whole range, making sure that there's fuel or something that's consumed on failure. A lot of those have no penalty for failure. So I think at the same time that we kind of revisit that middle section of crafting, is when we need to revamp those. So certainly it's something that's on the list, but it's not that not as exciting as working on kind of gathering and then production. So it's certainly on the list, but been just deprioritized.
Are there plans to revamp how producer experience is gained? We have not talked about it at all. That's one of the things that we have to look at, though, in terms of decay, and right now there is no decay for the producer experience, and that's one of those things, as I mentioned earlier, part of the pain that people are suffering right now with decay is because we didn't apply it until too late, and guess what, we still haven't started applying any producer experience, but part of that is coming up with just the logic behind something that feels right for on adventuring experience. It's really obvious when to apply things. It's kind of both a set standard in other games and makes sense that on death, that's the you screwed up dummy, and that's when it gets applied. What the equivalent for producer is, that's a little tougher. I'm not sure what we can really say is you screwed up dummy.
Yeah.
And that would be the time when we would apply it. So coming up with that, it can't, just saying anytime you failed, well, that doesn't feel fair because you're going to just fail, and then you just can't have people cursing the random number gods again.
Yeah.
So anyways, coming up with that side of things, we have not yet. We will in the not too terribly distant future, but in terms of revamping how its experience is gained, other than that, I don't even know if there's been any talks.
Oh, really?
There's some of the people up here, actually, I mentioned everybody's doing playthroughs. Some are actually doing crafting playthroughs, where they're focusing heavily on crafting side of things. So we'll probably get some feedback from them, but it had seemed to be working pretty much as expected. But again, if you have specific concerns, glad to listen to you sometime.
So there's a question from Matt Harris. Could stabs be given moderately decent damage and parry amounts? Certainly so. I think now that sort of stabs fit in the bludgeoning categories, we need to bring them up to par, at least, like you say, from a decent damage and a parry perspective. So that's something I've written down that I'll revisit. And that's always kind of been in my head now that they are, when we're classifying them as bludgeons, then to beat them, make sure they're on par with at least reasonable bludgeons. So certainly we'll try to bring them up to not necessarily be a good weapon, but at least something that's not, that's not as poor as it is right now.
Are there any plans for new weapons or armor artifacts? Or any plans to add artifacts that drop off specific bosses, monsters only? Yes, there will be in the future. What the exact plans are, I will not share with you, and I will pretend I know what they are, but I honestly, as I already revealed earlier, those in the past have been things that went in right at the last minute and honestly, QA didn't even see them a lot of times before they got out to people's hands. But yeah, I mean, we'll continue to add those things and hopefully have a little better plan for them going forward. Really just trying to add more compelling loot. This release was the first release I did not add new artifacts. I think about the only thing we did to improve loot is basically boss monsters got a pass in terms of their loot bundles so that they always had some, medium quality stuff. And that was really just trying to solve the problem of, or improve the problem. I'm not saying it's solved. Improve the problem of, we fight and we fight and we fight and fight and woo, accomplishment. We killed the boss mob and then he's got like 8 gold and a mandrake root or something. Try and get away from that, so it always feels like there's something on them, that you got something for your time.
And certainly, I always talk about trying to have loot that's themed to the races or to the classes, so it's like make sure that we have some loot that is specific to a skeleton archer, or some loot that's specific to kobolds, or some stuff that's specific to elves. So, always try to work from the perspective along these sort of racial bounds or creature bounds. It's just difficult sometimes because when we don't necessarily add too many new items, we try to put them on the bosses or try to work on incentivizing that stuff. So sometimes it's difficult to prioritize adding stuff that's a little smaller across the board that helps the loot in a way. So certainly along those veins, we've started to introduce more loot bundles based on the sort of class and race of the creature, and then have that link to that. But I think the goal would be, eventually to have artifacts that are specific to elves, artifacts that are specific to control points. I think every time I always say, rarity breeds value. And the second that I can get this one thing 20 places, it's not that valuable. The second I can get this thing one place, then it kind of becomes value. But we kind of want to expose, players to or have a different chance to get these items at a lot of different places. But I think as we start to fill up that, there's at least, some reasonable loot that you're getting out of this, then we can start to specialize it a little more to where we make artifacts that are for one specific creature at one specific place. So I think it's more about getting the backlog of enough, rewards that people feel the risk reward gets a little bit better, and then can start to kind of specialize that stuff. But certainly stuff we talk about all the time.
Would it be possible to have an option to allow buff duration timers to appear over the buff ability icons on our hotbars? Oh my God, how good are your eyes? What resolution is your monitor at? I can barely see the little icons there when I play, so I can't imagine how small that text would be for the little countdown things up there. I'm gonna say no. I think it is pretty clear right now. I mean, that's something I watch a lot because when I play, I'm usually the buffer and try to keep people buffed and see other people's stuff. It obviously having times would be cool, but it actually works pretty well. One of the things I've considered is making it so it sorts based on, or you can sort it based on how much time is remaining. So like the buffs that are going to expire the soonest are like all the way to the left versus the long duration ones, or vice versa, so that it sorts based on time rather than on when it's cast, because right now it sorts on when it's cast rather than how much time is left on it.
Sure.
That is one thing that might help with the clarity on that, but I can't imagine putting tiny text over those things. This release made it so the buff bars actually fit well and you can actually have a reasonable number of buffs without covering up your whole party. Let's see. Will poisoning be added to ranged weapons? I'm going to say no. I know this is something that's popular right now. We may add it at some point, but again, when I look at ranged weapons, I've considered also adding an ignite weapon to them so that you can shoot the arrows. But again, it's one of those things I don't know that range really needs love right now, and it's hard to justify how it would make sense. There might be a change coming to poisoning in the future, now that players have started figuring out that poison is awesome, especially some of the things like the festering and scorpion poison in some situations. The poison might be moved to have a certain number of hits again, so rather than it being, it'll be either X amount of time or X number of hits, whichever comes first. Because if not, there's some ways you can open up just a crazy number of extra DPS based on the poison you're using. If we did do that, though, it probably would also get like, time would be extended on it as well. So try to make sure it stays fair in terms of the amount, what you get for the amount of work. Let's see. Can you explain how threat mechanics are intended to work? I think we kind of already went over that, but the next one is actually a good comment. This is from Armitage. Would you consider adding a stance that increases threat generation to make it easier for tanks to keep the target's attention? Yeah, I think that is, as I mentioned earlier, there are some things, basically DPS a lot of times equates to threat. But yeah, that actually is a good idea to add to some of the different stances, like either make a new stance or probably just add it to one of the, like the berserkers, basically that make yourself vulnerable but do more damage.
Yeah, I like our
style
stances, and I think we can extend and balance and tweak those more. So I think one that is has some more explicit threat generation is a good idea.
All right. Zumba asked a question, but I'm just going to skip to his comment. I love the game. Thanks. You're
Great
welcome,
comment.
Zumba.
Perfect.
There you go. We'll just skip your question now. Actually, Zumba's 1953. I guess that makes him
We've got Fletcher who's
64.
eager to give away some, show off his artwork.
Oh, Fletcher's here?
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you guys if you're in the middle of questions, but
Well, we're on page 11 of 51 for questions, so I think it's probably okay if you interrupt us.
All right,
We're not going to get through all 40 pages.
Let me see if I can get them on there.
Are there any extra ones? I've got like two pages left.
I'm sure a lot of these are not combat specific questions. Probably some junk got added onto the end. Oh, we got some dead air here. Anyways, Zumba 1953, now 64 years old, coming up. Oh, you can start doing 401k, taking money out of that. Social Security, you can start that anytime. Quiver and regs bag, reagents bag would be cool at different stats, or less weight to carry, depending on the level of enchant.
Yeah, just right now, whenever items are in bags, it's really just an organizational thing, and we don't necessarily change the weight based on that. I get the idea of having a bag of holding type thing that would reduce the weight, and I like that concept. It's just not necessarily in there right now. So containers don't really augment the things that are inside of them, and in list mode, they're not, the concept of bags almost doesn't exist. So I like that from a lore perspective, and from a strategy perspective. I just think, we got some challenges on making it clear, but I do like that concept.
So something that I could see happening, of course, we're just winging this and we've been drinking, but something I could see working for that is we now have backpacks basically that go in your cloak slot, because that's kind of the idea is you'd have to give up something to balance out. So I could see us adding a quiver backpack that makes it so if you have the quiver backpack worn, that it reduces weight of arrows by some large amount.
Sure.
Same
Speak
type
of the freaking devil, I have made a quiver recently that you can equip.
How are you doing?
You know what you're doing over there?
Yep. Let me get you on the hangout screen there. It looks like we're seeing the ceiling.
Yeah, that is their ceiling.
That's a very nice ceiling we have.
Yep.
Can you turn your there you go. Hi. Can you turn your camera down unless you can? More importantly, share your screen.
Pro tip: those ceiling tiles are 2 feet across. If you ever want to measure a space, you can just count the ceiling tiles.
Oh yeah.
All right, we can see what you're seeing. So what are we looking at there?
Well, this is the Elven Archer, and I just came into the butt end of a conversation, I guess, that Chris was having about like having an equipable quiver, and lo and behold, I happened to make one that you can equip. It's a side slung quiver, not a back quiver, but it's still a quiver.
Yeah.
And like, I kind of made this with the idea that, yeah. I kind of made this with the idea that you would put it on the NPCs and they could have like some arrows, but I mean it's equipable at least
on the back,
in engine.
You're in Unity or something right now, right? Because like what they're seeing is not the game, obviously.
Sure.
Yeah. But yeah. I wanted to come on just for a second and show you guys because you guys haven't had an update in a while. 1 second. So what I just finished was the Elven Mage female wearables. Let me get the chest robes. Cool. Oops, that's the purple one. But yeah, just got these done. And take that guy off. And this is what they look like.
Looks awesome.
Very nice.
Thank you. And also, Hutch just gave me a Jira to start concepting the Norgard NPCs for civilians and like upper class. So thought I'd show those real quick. These are some basic concepts for right now. Of course, we're gonna probably review all these with Star and Hutch and all the higher ups and kind of just decide if this is the right art direction. But this is just kind of an idea I had, referencing a few different things.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Looks Vikingish. That's kind of what I imagined.
Yeah. Yeah, and for this guy, I kind of went like more fantasy Viking, the like just kind of, fantasy Viking that it's not entirely realistic, but it looks cool, and we're all familiar with it. But for this, I actually kind of did a little bit of actual research and looked up Viking garb or Scandinavian garb, and in reality, most Vikings wore stuff like this, stuff that was very colorful, that covered almost every inch of skin, and was very furry and thick and woolen. So that's going to be like the upper class citizen garb, at least the male version, and this is going to be the, I guess, regular citizen garb. Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
Yep.
Thank you, Fletcher, for an update. We'll check back a little bit later, see what you're doing.
Yep.
Oh, looks like it's snowing.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, back to you guys.
All right.
Over there.
Go ahead and mute your mic there, Fletcher. Thank you.
All right, let's see.
Here's a good one. Will we get Magic Axe? I remember the Magic Axe from Ultima 5, and it was awesome. The game ended as soon as I got that. I kicked ass. So probably we will not add a ranged, eternal, awesome axe. But I do like the idea of bringing back some more popular weapons from previous, incarnations. But not specifically that thing. So we're not necessarily going to have, boomerang magic axes.
I'm pretty sure Fletcher's mic is still on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So
looks like Barrick is over there taking care of it. Okay, there we go. Now we got it off. Let's see. Yeah, of course, I've got 40 more pages than you have printed out there. Echandis, does that sound right? That looks right. Sure. Any news on elemental tweaks? The fire elemental does fire dot. Ice elemental can slow enemies. Air elemental can stun. Phoenix sometimes resurrects itself, fully heals itself. I have not looked at it. Hold on, I have to minimize somebody. I have not looked at it personally. We will get to those. I did give them a little bit of love, so I was kind of trying to avoid eye contact with them for a little while.
Yeah. I mean, as I'm sort of reviewing creature skills, at the same time we update creature skills, we update the player skills. So some of these things you mentioned should be working in there. So a lot of it is about just sort of reviewing the creature runes and making sure everything in there is working right.
Black Rogue. Can we please get more variety of creatures, monsters for all levels of play? Yes. Absolutely. Really want them. I think we just, as you saw, there's still a few things that we felt were subpar of existing stuff that needed to be redone that, as you just saw, like the Norgard and those type things. Once those get more caught up, which I think we're getting very close now, it will turn into a creature fest of tons of creatures. Also, I did mention, though, the other thing that we have that's a couple of things that are bottlenecks for the team. Getting new AIs in the game and making them interesting. Really, step one is we need to make a lot of the existing AIs more interesting. But then the other one is usually with these creatures, there's VFX that have to go along with them. So yes, we want them. We kind of have some bottlenecks in the way right now, so probably not this release for sure. but definitely pre episode 1 release.
But certainly the release that's out right now, I did some work with mages to where I took a lot of the player skills. There's probably about 25 player skills that I updated for the creatures so that they're using more of the player skills and the effects in those that are updated. So creatures generally have two or three schools of spells that they specialize in. So pretty much all the elves now heal, made sure that all the skeletons resurrect. Skeletons generally use death magic and fire magic. Elves kind of use light magic or life magic and I believe earth magic. So we're trying to at least specialize some of the races along certain schools so that they're covered, but that they use some of the iconic spells and some of the visuals associated with that. So we'll certainly keep going that direction as far as adding more magic skills to higher level archers and melee guys. One thing we added is all blink for pretty much all mages have some form of blink. Now we want to add that to maybe like the higher level elf fighters, but not necessarily the higher level kobold fighters, but then add something specific to them. So I think we want to bring the hybridization that players do to the forefront in the way that the creatures do it as well. I think it's important while they don't use the exact mechanics, we try to keep the same skills and the same rules for the creatures so that you see that someone doesn't necessarily, so that they exemplify a couple different spell schools, and so that means that they start to develop the behaviors associated with those, so that they have a drained life or they have a obsidian arrow or stone arrow that's augmented by strength. So I think we want to have creatures using some of the same mechanics so that players can learn some of the PvP mechanics in PvE just by seeing what spells that they're associated with. But this release you'll certainly see mages casting a lot more utility spells. One thing we did from an AI perspective is getting AI creatures to buff, and we fixed some bugs with healing. So now you'll see them buffing. So like for example, if a kobold that has a lot of air magic and Tesla stuff, he will have the dex buff and put that on all the creatures around him. So if you'll see kobold mage with kobold fighters, then he's going to buff up all those fighters with dex bonuses. And those spells in particular are also powered by the creature's level. So you'll have a level 20 kobold casting a dex buff is less powerful than level 70 casting a dex buff. So that's kind of the first pass of getting some of these, creature skills or player skills duplicated into the creature realm. They use different AI, so I have to kind of set the skills up differently. But since effects are such a bottleneck, I'm trying to parallel some of the work that Damon's doing, so that the creatures will use that too. So, his recent work on the Ring of Fire, a lot of high-level creatures use Ring of Fire now, so you'll kind of see those effects associated with you. So, we're doing some slight AI improvements, like getting buffs working, getting blink working, getting some things like that working that we're kind of extending out to others. But this release, certainly, elves will be healing a bunch. You'll see buffs going all over the place. And I'm looking forward to extending some of that stuff onto archers and fighters and things. Like if you have archers that would cast root, would be fun, and things of that nature. So expect to see a lot more utility spells from creatures, not only casters, but try to have that your tier 10 or tier 9 archer really has a hybrid. It's casting fire arrow and also the range skills, and then that the higher tiered fighters would use some cross skills as well. Maybe they're just armor skills or defensive skills, not necessarily. We don't want necessarily a fighter casting a fireball, but I think you can sort of mimic the same thing that we do with some of the spells. Are you can cast them in chainmail or heavy armor. So try to keep some of those archetypes in alignment.
Jelly Chi number 9.
Can I interrupt you for just a second? I'm gonna let you finish, but we got the best prizes of all time to give out.
Yay!
Top of the hour. Okay, so that being said, I guess we have to live up to that now. First, with 10 Kodos is Vector Gamar. I think I pronounced that right. And Mort Lupus. Then small longboat water decoration is won by Dye. A tabletop statue pack, which contains 10 tabletop statues, is won by Lorthier. A tabletop tree pack, which contains 15 tabletop trees, is won by Pon or a Pon. And an Obsidian Street Lamp 6-pack is won by Dax Diggler. So those are your decoration giveaways for this hour. And now back to the info dumps.
All right, on to Jelly Chai number 9. Can we add a checkbox to enable disable other players' damage numbers around them, but still see our own? That's actually a pretty good idea. That's one of those things, although I do sometimes enjoy it. As I mentioned, I've been adventuring with a archer lately, and occasionally I'll see a big number come up for like a big crit, and I'll be like, woohoo, critted for 130, and then I'll look over and it's like, oh, stupid archer critted, and I didn't do the crit. So yeah, that is one of those things, especially in larger groups. Oh, it can get distracting with lots of. So yeah, that's a great idea, and it's not a huge performance drain, but I know sometimes when you're in combat, you're trying to minimize everything as much as possible and maintain smooth, high frame rate. So yes, that's a good idea. We should do that. Richard's not here. Can you write down, make a note for it? Or actually, I can go and mark these on here because I haven't been doing my Jira thing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Jira. All right. And that's super easy too. Can we reduce the animation time of buffs? Most of the animation effects are just distracting. The Soothing Rain really blocks my view, especially in some small, narrow locations. Yeah, it's a tough challenge. I am not familiar with the Soothing Rain effect that you're talking about. I know the old one, but I actually have not seen the new one. I'm sad because I did the old Soothing Rain. That was my programmer art node. That was the golden shower is what people referred to it as. Not sure what they were talking about, but yes. I don't think we're going to have a way to turn them off. We can definitely take a look at the ones that are overly distracting, though. Sure. Can we add a circular AoE for range school, arrow rain, and the cost is consume more arrows? We don't have a circular. I guess that's kind of the shoot it up in the air type thing. That's kind of one of those it's a little tough to pull off fictionally, especially since there's a lot of indoor spaces. There are a few games that have that type of effect, including, I think, Profall. That's one of the things they have in their guide, but they also don't have any indoor spaces. It's all just plain fighting on the outdoor space. It would be weird to have an indoor space and do that, although we do have Meteor Shower indoor now, so maybe we can make it work fictionally. But yeah, I think it's also one of those things, we hadn't done that, just players are usually not that fond of pick a spot and on the ground because it's an extra click. Actually, Richard at one point had told me to remove all of those things and come up with alternatives for him to do, like fire waves instead of fireballs, pull out the fireballs. And I told him that too many people would cry if we removed fireball.
Yeah.
They're telling me I need to spin. I thought we had done a spin here recently.
I did some spins.
Do we really need to spin? They're nodding at me. Okay, I'm going to do a spin here. I'm going to go click the thing. All right. B has proven he has mad skills with the
okay, let's see.
The prize wheel.
Which one do we
mad
want?
Skills of hitting the blank squares. You're ready. Go for
Here
it.
we go. City Homes.
I think we did that one.
Yeah, that's
we did that one, but a long time ago. So okay, there's one. One more.
Here we go. Spin number 2. Fireplaces, lamps.
Fireplaces and lamps. Fireplaces and lamps.
Everyone's favorite.
Cameras are labeled, isn't it?
I know, that's cool.
I know.
It'd be better if these little buttons over there worked, but that's we didn't there.
So fireplaces.
Yes, it have it all there.
Yeah, the county work.
Question about extended times on several buffs.
I have lots of comments on this.
Certain skills like inner strength and the various shields, for example, are they overlooked by mistake?
So the extended duration buff stuff that went in absolute last minute. Anybody who read my blog basically saw like the day of going live. I was like, fuck it. I'm making all buffs long. So I did a quick pass. Obviously not all of them went long. And for for R43, there's going to be some changes to how they work. I have a gummy worm in my mouth. Can you give me a minute? Really activates the saliva glands.
Yeah.
Really, they're kind of soury type, kind of like eating a lemon or something. All right, now I can talk. So that they will come with, because really when they're as long as they are now, which we do want them longer for convenience sake, because this was a top player suggestion or thing they hated was short duration buffs.
And so you've been addressing it, right?
Well,
So I addressed it quickly, but that's not the final solution. I think that helps relieve a lot of frustration for players. But because they're now all long buffs, it's like, well, why not just have them all? We don't want to do, I didn't want to do just exclusive where it's like pick one and you can't have more than one. So probably what will be changing to make it so it is now more balanced is instead of, hold on, I'm going to finish my story.
Sorry, go ahead.
Instead of it just being you get the buff and you get plus 13 strength for 2 hours or whatever, it'll be plus 13 strength and minus 5 from your max focus pool. Something of that nature where it is you get something but then you also give something up. So then those go together. So you can kind of pick what you have. And that'll probably go for a lot of things. It'll probably extend the duration of a lot of buffs. And then make it so there's also some negative. So you're basically choosing one. So basically, you won't want to have all of them necessarily. You'll only really want the ones you want. Because right now it just feels like, well, why not just have them all the time?
Pile them on.
Well, that was always my problem with having long durations on these. Then they become mandatory.
Yeah.
That's why I always pushed for short ones that had extreme benefits. So now we have long ones that have extreme benefits, but that's just how we balance.
For one release, enjoy it, players. Next release, I will. Where's? Hold on.
He's gonna nerf it.
Whoa!
He's gonna nerf it. Watch out! Here comes the Nerf gun.
But anyways,
yes, and,
the balance gun. I like to call
gun.
it the balance gun. Richard is virtue, Star is chaos, and then I am balance. The balance. That's
balance
even
gun.
the
Okay.
if you go back to the Dippy Bird, that's supposed to be the balance of the Dippy
Very good.
Bird. It
But
looks
cheers.
like a scale.
97.5.
Yes,
97.5.
97.5.
That is only one click
Thank you.
away from $100,000. A six-figure night. If we can get one more click, we're a six-figure night. You get the flame-themed leather armor. Six-figure night. If we make it, just one more bump. Let's go for it. Thank you kindly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
And here's, of course, the best question of the night that's asked 1,000 times. When will you finally fix and balance loot? I killed several high hit point mobs and got a piece of mandrake and 8 gold. Yeah, I mean, the difficulty there has always been sort of finding that middle ground. But I get bugs all the time that why did I kill this guy and only get 8 gold? So we've kind of been hesitant to add raw gold to the system. But, certainly I think it's okay for the higher level creatures or stuff that I can guarantee that you spent X number of time associated with it. But I've been working on some loot bundles that are sort of more tier based, so it's easier to assign that. Some of that stuff, just like the artifacts, can be really easy to add in there, or it can be really difficult based on sort of how it's structured. So I've been working more to make it to where it's easier to kind of add those things in. So it's certainly something we talk about all the time. So yeah, 5 gold.
And like I
2
said,
mandrake.
this release, I threw a little bit of a band-aid on this problem, but really it was only for the actual boss type guys.
Sure.
Which there aren't a ton of in game. But see what you think about those. Go kill some of those. Man up and go after the 10k guys and hit point guys instead of the 2k hit point guys. And see what you think about that, the level of their loot is at. But again, we have to look at everything for as soon as we make it like this guy has really great loot. Well, guess what you guys are going to do? You're going to go farm the ever-living shit out of that thing, and then we'll have to nerf the loot. So we're trying to find the right balance. So again, we want to make sure we're trying to get things. Hopefully, we always talk about like, well, the pendulum swung too far, but we'd love to be getting to the point where like the pendulum swings to the right spot and stops, which of course doesn't really happen.
Well, I think
We
also
try.
a lot of times we try to make sure that before we make these changes, we're compounding other changes at the same time. Like for example, I've done a couple changes to where we don't want weapons to drop as often because 100% of the time is too much. But the second I take that to 50%, then that's less potential money that's gained. So you almost want to, at the same time as you drop this percentage chance to drop, you increase this gold to drop. So as we sort of make balance changes that tend to take something away, we want to make changes at the same time that add something. So maybe it's not necessarily equal, or maybe it's a little better. It's not equal kind of across the board because we're going, we have a lot of different data points there, but we try to at least, when we remove stuff, we add a little stuff too, because you guys don't complain when we add stuff. You just complain when we remove stuff. So try to do things at the same time. So I think that's why some of that stuff hasn't been touched.
Are you doing a thing? What are you doing?
No, I'm putting this back.
You're putting that back?
Yeah.
That's what I said. I said that the king said something.
That's right.
So whatever the king said is the law.
I
don't know where the pin is.
Okay.
Here.
There you go. Thank you. The plate armor guys will be happy because there's somebody requesting plate armor.
I know.
I've been waiting for this next name to come up for a while. Briar the Skulker asked, more like Briar the Sulker.
Ooh.
Burn!
For those who go beyond level GM 100, will there be some decent areas for level 6 creatures and not just a few? Actually, yes. Of course, there's a couple of scenes in the game right now that are more challenging. The Rise and the Fall and Kroll. But the main reason that there haven't been the more advanced scenes, well, one is we're still getting balance right on things and still trying to nail down some stuff. But the other thing is, until the story is done, we are working on story-based scenes, and those need to be scenes that are completely completable by a single player or a party that's not super advanced. So once the story is complete, which as you heard Richard say, I'm not sure if he said an exact time, but it's sometime very soon, we will be done with the main scenes for the story, and we can start working on these scenes for the level 100 people out there who find there's only a couple good places to hunt. So yes, that is coming soon, but again, got to finish the story, got to wrap up the story and nail those scenes. Then we can start on the scenes that are for the more challenging type people.
And it's not the case that all of a sudden we're going to have 6, 7, 8 skull scenes. I mean, you have to look at it from the perspective of the 5 skull scenes are pretty much uncapped. We're worried about the difficulty being pretty narrow for like the 1s and 2s and 3s, but as you get up in the 4 and 5 tier scenes, particularly the 5 tier scenes, I always look at it as 5+. We've gone back and added more like tier 6, 8, and 10 sort of areas that have kind of a difficulty spike. But also, I think the goal too is to make sure that your subzones is where it really gets more difficult. It's not like we're going to add 40 new overworld scenes. It's that we're going to add subzones inside of that. So maybe you go into a tier 4 scene, but there's something linked off of there that the difficulty curve ramps up. So the sort of wilderness access scenes will remain at least in a similar sort of area. Just the fact of your 5 skull scenes tend to be, anything, but the fact of the subzones like the Fall or the Rise or things like that are the ones that, have this dynamic difficulty. So I expect it to kind of be us working on more sort of dungeons, interior scenes, or more scenes that are subzoned inside of existing wilderness scenes.
And I'm sure you have all been watching for the last 9 hours and 15 minutes straight without taking a break, and you will recall that in hour 1, one of the things I talked about was do I regret going no white when we did? And that is the thing I've said is absolutely not. I think it's going to make a better game. The only real regret I have about it is that it does put some extra punishment on the existing players as we try to make sure the game is ready for the waves of new players coming in, and this is another one of those things. You guys right now, because you've been here for all this time since Persistence, you guys are all high level and kind of outgrown the existing content, but we still need to, at least for now, as we get ready for large numbers of players coming in, which I know you all want, we need to focus on that new player content because they have not been here, for a year plus, leveling up, and they do not have, 20 GMs or whatever. So we have to focus on those guys. So again, that's the one thing. Sorry that we basically are punishing you guys because we aren't making the content that you want right now. But we do need to focus on those new players coming in. And again, as I said earlier today, that was my one regret, that there's a lot of ways that we punish the existing players and ask you guys to put up with a lot as we prepare the game for the new players that are going to be coming in. So sorry, and thank you for your patience. But yes, we will get there. Next question.
I'm out of paper questions, so.
Yeah, onto the, I'm not sure how many pages we have here. Oh, there's a few. Okay, well that's good. It's only to there. I think we can get through these. What do we got here?
Yeah, we got time.
We got 40 minutes. We can do this. Let's see. Can you please clarify the effect of life and death attunement? Does higher attunement make you a better healer and or have healer heals greater effect? Yes. So this is having a high attunement. There's two internal calculations that go on. There's one when you have a high attunement, there's basically a skill that uses the positive attunement, and then there's one that uses the negative. When it's a positive, like I'm casting a heal on B, that would be a positive one. It takes my life attunement and B's life attunement, adds them together, divides by 2. It just takes the average of our life attunement, and then it uses that to calculate the bonus to the heal effect that I would be getting on them. Then there's the negative attunement, which would be the I cast a firebolt at B, and it uses my fire attunement minus B's fire attunement, runs it through basically the same formula that the other one used, and does a kind of a head-to-head comparison on those two things. So yes, your attunement both helps with beneficial spells that are being cast on you, and did I see beneficial spells that are being cast on you, and is your defense versus the others. The other way that this matches in, it's actually, now that I think about it, I was looking for the pen. Yeah, it keeps vanishing. I don't know why we only, there we have 2. For negative attunement, it used to be it would just compare one to the other, but now it actually takes the attacker's attunement minus the target's resistance and minus half of their attunement. So if you have, I've got 100 fire attunement, B has 80 attunement and 30 resist. It is 100 minus the 30 resist, and then minus half of the other, so minus 40, so it'd be a plus 30.
So yeah, your attunement offers some resistance as well.
Yeah.
But there's no specific life or death difference. Like death doesn't mess up my heals. We took that out, correct?
That is out. I mean, there's some items and some effects in there that do that we kind of are enforcing it, kind of putting it in there that way, where you can choose one over the other as an item.
A lot of times doing enchantments, we have, plus life minus death. But there's no explicit, like there used to be, versus each of the skills.
Sir Michael says, can we have the decay time in game, or the decay in game time, please? Yeah, I intended to get that in for this release. I didn't get it in. My apologies. Again, this release was pretty chaotic. As you saw, Star was pretty much bedridden the entire release, which means that a lot of the normal Star stuff fell on me and a few other people, and just did not get to it. Let's see. 2112 Starman. What is the dev team's opinion on the fact that any player worth their salt needs to cast and maintain 10 to 20 buffs? They don't, in my opinion. You may think you need to, but the actual benefits you're getting from that is questionable. Again, though, that is the goal for this release. I was hoping to get some time to go in and tune those so that buffs have longer durations, but they also have a negative side effect that, again, will probably be just minus from your max focus pool. to make players make choices on things. Because right now we don't want players to feel like they have to maintain 20 buffs. We want it to be actually you're choosing this over one thing over the other. It's the actual plan of the dev team that people can chain solo boss mobs the kind with 10 plus, 20 plus, 30 plus kill or 1,000 hit points. Obviously, no, we don't want that to be the expected behavior. There are some, though, that is. I would expect a very high-level player to be able to at least take like a boss troll type thing solo, because it is a very skill fight. The demon, I know he can be soloed. The dragon can be soloed. I've seen him soloed with archery. And no, that's not intended. It's just not something that's received the attention that it needs right now. Because of the same things we've just been talking about with we're trying to make sure and focus on the early game stuff before going back and trying to improve content for the existing player base. We can do it, B. We can do it.
Well, I think the main thing that's going to come out of that is just we need to add immunities to bosses, because I think a lot of times I'm okay with you debuffing the speed of a normal creature, but many times in games, we make them immune to that. Like I know I did some work making it to where I can set a creature immune to gust. And so we can specifically tag and say, hey, this guy's immune to gust. And we did that so the air elemental was immune to gust, but we can extend that, and I think we have extended that onto creatures like the dragon immune to gust. But I think we want to have things to where bosses are immune to any movement impairing effects. Bosses are immune to any stuns, because I think that really gets to be where you can mitigate where you can sort of stack enough stuff to where the dragon's moving at a 1% speed and all of a sudden, it's easy to solo. So I think most of those situations, there's 1 or 2 key points that we need to fix, and then it'll be back to maybe not a fair fight, but not such a, soloable fight like that. I mean, if it takes a lot of resources and stuff, and a lot of cunning, then that's fine, but I definitely see the particular situation you're talking about is a balance issue, and I think really it's about pinpointing a couple exploits that people are using, whether it's skill-based or possibly environmental-based or AI-based, are the reasons why you can do that. So I think it's more about pinpointing those specific issues with the builds, with the player builds as they associate with the boss AI and boss combat. So.
All right, continuing on. Grumpy Discord people. That is a horrible player name. Where is PvP? What's planned for the next PvP? Balances, additions, PvP scenes are empty. So this is also, I've talked about this a few times already. This is the unfortunate side effect. There is some balance stuff that can be done. There are some new mechanics that can be done. There can be some new things that pull players into PvP. But really the only thing that will fix the PvP is more PvPers. Mm-hmm. And that comes from more players, because right now we don't have a critical mass of PvPers, and PvPing with too few people is not great fun. You really just have to have a critical mass. We know we're not there right now. There's actually a lot of mechanics in there that I think are working really well. Yes, there are some balance issues coming up, but again, we'll try to continue balancing just as we have always been. The balance, again, maybe the mustache can be the balance, and it's like a scale. But anyways, the only thing that's going to fix PvP, I think it is actually pretty fun already, even if it does need some balance and it does need some new mechanics. The only thing really, though, that's going to fix it is more players in the game, which is why we're trying to wrap up the story and try and finish all these other things that are not really PvP related, so we can start opening some of the floodgates. Why is fizzle rate on Dash so high? I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it. I actually use that on my build, and I have noticed I fizzle it a crap ton. So yeah, I probably should go look at it. It's probably just got a bad number in it. We had that last couple releases ago for Chain Lightning. You guys loved when I fixed the Chain Lightning, didn't you, right? Fixing the Chain Lightning fizzle to be right. The Dash may be in the other direction. Let's see. Are there any future balance changes targeted at stealth gameplay, specifically skills like attack, sneak attack, night step? And yes, and I think people who read my blog, you probably saw a couple, like 2 or 3 different days, trying to take a look at stealth stuff, and nothing actually changed on it. And again, this is going back to this release was fairly chaotic due to a lot of different time spent on a lot of things, including some of the stuff that you can see up on the board there, which we can't really say much about except go to www.seedinvest.com/portalarium/series.b and check it out there. But that ate up some time, and then also the big thing was just chaos ensues when the Chaos Overlord, aka Star, is out of the office. So that consumed a ton of my time. So I did not get to that. But anyways, we will get to stealth balance stuff.
And I know this release, we did some work from the AI perspective to make them understand stealth a little better. So I now have the ability to specifically have AIs try to use a skill from behind. You know, one of the interesting things when we look at player skills is something like Night Step. You know, it's easy to say, make it to where the creatures use Night Step. But there's whenever a player's using it, they're kind of evaluating the situation. And it's almost like a multi-stage skill. You're casting it, you're moving behind them, and then you're attacking. And so we had to kind of treat that whole, try to get the same behavior that players do in creatures a little differently. But one thing that we do now have is have an ability to say, this skill pretty much only works from behind. So I can give creatures a skill now that is effectively try to attack the player from behind, which gives you bonuses, that they then get these bonuses that, armor doesn't work as well, and you get a little crit bonus and things of that nature. So at the same time as we're moving forward with that, we at least got a little bit of work from the AI perspective to where now we can, while it's not exactly Night Step, we can at least do a similar thing to where I can give someone the camouflage skill and then give them an attack that goes from behind, and then we're pretty close to having AIs understanding the concept of an ambush attack. Because ideally, when we have things like the Clockwork Assassin that has this invisibility, and we're extending that to more creatures, you want them to use that that initial attack as kind of a sneak attack. And from the archer's perspective, we can also have the archers understand this concept of trying to get behind players to attack. There are these game mechanics that the players understand that then we're trying to roll into the AI. And players understand you want to hit someone from behind. We're getting more of those in, even so that the AI mages can understand that when you hit someone from behind, so they can try to flank you. So that's some of the stuff related to stealth from the AI perspective that we've kind of been working on lately. But sometimes it's not as easy as make the creatures use blink or make the creatures use Night Step. There's a couple different situations that you kind of have to work through from the AI perspective. So.
All right, continuing on, this is Devourer of Memes. What are your thoughts on combos in the current state? Do you have any changes planned outside of adding more? There's lots of plans for them. Again, though, it's one of those things I try not to get too excited about and get, promise lots is coming because I know it's so blocked in terms of getting more combos in, which would be the first thing, because right now there's really combos that very much favor a couple of specific schools. But I mean, there's other plans in terms of combos and other things like that can be done in the long term. But not really any big changes, just because until we can get caught up on VFX, there's not going to be many more combos anyways. What are your thoughts on the current state of stacking? The focus reduction is nice, but myself and others often choose to run a 1 unlock slot spam 9 lock deck with the minimum glyphs over stacking deck. That's, if you don't like stacking, then don't stack. That's one of the things. There are some people out there who swear by it, who live by it, and possibly die by it. I personally run usually a 3 unlocked offense and then 1 unlocked buff slot and then 1 unlocked debuff slot, and basically spam my combat like the 3 offensive ones and then the debuff and the buff. But anyways, whatever players want to do. I mean, if you don't want it locked, I do think the balance on it is actually pretty good. And I say that because players do it. Not everybody does it, which is exactly what we want. We want it good enough so that there's a reason to do it, and players do want to do it, and they think it's worth the effort. but we don't want it so good that everyone feels they have to do it, which is kind of the problem we're trying to get around with the random decks right now, trying to balance out the lock to make the locked ones good enough so people don't feel they have to do the random. Let's see. I spend a lot of time standing idly between pulls, waiting for focus regen out of combat. I understand what you want from food and blessings be important, but I feel like the slow out of combat regenerate hurts the combat pace, and it's really necessary considering a lot of games make out of combat mana focus extremely fast to avoid these concerns. The only thing I can say to that is we've been playing a lot. I'm not sure what B's thoughts on it. But one thing I have considered and I've thought about is just making it so you don't have to drop out of combat to get the out of combat. Basically, if you stop fighting for X number of seconds, you don't use any skills for X number of seconds, any offensive skills, make it so you start getting the out of combat. B?
I think our regen rate is insanely high. I think food is
bear steaks
is so overpowered. I mean, the question is, do you ever want to have downtime in a game? And traditionally in games, there is some time in between combat that is downtime. And in our game, in my playing recently, there's virtually no downtime. But also it reaches a situation where one combat becomes every single point of your mana. Like you burn everything you have into one combat and then you wait. So there's no really multiple combats in one kind of regeneration cycle. Now I think the problem we have right now is that the game with food and without food is totally different.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the second you get food, it's a totally different game. I mean, just the regen rate is so high. And so I think we've pretty much already gotten rid of downtime in the game as it compares to almost any game I've played.
The game is to a point where it should have no downtime. The problem is that if, like, talking to people in this, I didn't realize this is how some people play. They never even bother with a free attack or auto attack that is a distraction.
Right.
All they do is they spam skills like mad, and then they, at the same time, next breath, complain about that there's downtime between fights.
Sure,
Well,
you have to
don't
manage.
spam every single skill as fast as you can and burn every bit of mana.
And I think with the changes to locked, you're going to be able to do that.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
and that's the thing is it's about managing your focus. And I think right now, you know, if you don't manage your focus, you have to wait a little bit. You know, you have to use the skills to maybe take less focus, use some enchantments to take less focus, you know, don't use the high focus skills as much. Don't spam, you know, this skill 5 times because you're going to be able to get yourself into focus trouble. And I think that's really the issue for me is, you know, we already don't have much downtime if you're managing your skills properly. And if you have food, like even just the initial food, it's just insane how fast regen is from my perspective. But, you know, I see the desire for these sort of beats that are a little bit of downtime in between combat. But I think if if your play style is, you know, burn everything I can, you know, every combat and not, you know, look at the efficiency of damage versus focus, then you're going to have more downtime than someone else. So we've done a lot of changes from, a lot of changes to regen that are player focused. And so, I think it's something we can talk about, but certainly food is extremely powerful, and I don't see that there's much downtime. I mean, there's no time in between combat. No usefulness of healing people outside of combat. You know, it's just you burn everything and then you wait and you burn everything. It's like there's not much management there.
And we got to do a couple spins here. But I just realized as I was just saying, like, hey, look, we're going to get through all the questions. I have a whole nother sheet of questions that I took that Violation collected for me for combat. We are clearly not going to get to those now because we're going to be to 11 o'clock soon. So I am now committing to, I will do another, as long as it takes to get through all of those questions.
Camera operator.
Video stream on Tuesday of next week. If Violation wants to host it, he can. But I will do it on my own if Violation is not available to do it. Wish we could get to it here, but I totally forgot, and I actually have that open right here. But again, I will get to those. I will answer every single one of those on video with the lengthy chat like I normally do.
All right, we're gonna see if we can figure out how to rank the prize wheel. There's the prize wheel. The prize wheel. It's time for the prizing. Now, that's an Atos choice.
Yeah.
But we're gonna sit here and take our first spin and see where we end up. I'm gonna call that Atos choice because it was where it was headed. We came up a little short.
I don't know what any of these things really mean. I'm going to go with all add-on bundles. Sounds exciting.
All add-on bundles. Atos' choice is all add-on bundles. And by the way, Lord British is going to decree the other one. I already had this in advance. I was going to decree one while we took one for real spin. And that was, picked the wrong one. Sorry, townhomes. Townhomes on sale. So townhomes is going to be on sale, as well as all add-on bundles on sale.
I don't even know what all add-on bundles is.
There's in the add-on store all the add-on bundles.
Oh, okay.
Elven, Orc.
Orc, Kobold, bundles.
All right, yeah, and that's good. That's great.
That's great. You picked a good one.
So sorry, going to erase this.
All right, okay. And you'll have to repopulate it then if you're...
Yeah, I thought those were just bundles. I didn't realize those were add-on bundles. I just liked it because it had the word all in it.
Because it rhymes with Atos.
No, it doesn't.
All right, you gonna carry on into your combat stuff, or we're
going to carry on.
Right,
we got 23 minutes left. And again, I already apologized. I have a whole list of violation questions that Violation compiled from our chat that he actually put together and made sure we're all intelligent and made sense. And there is no chance I'm going to get to them, so I'm going to do a special stream just for that, not tonight. I'm not going to say I'm going to do it tomorrow because tomorrow I will be absolutely brain fried.
You did a live stream like yesterday.
And I did a live stream yesterday. I will do it on Tuesday. I will do it sometime next week, but I will make it public. I will get to every single one of those questions, and because if I did them now, I could get through some, but I'd be shortening them all, and it wouldn't be fair to those people. Back to this one. Here, B, you want to read some? My throat's getting scratchy.
Sure. Orcs. Will we ever see roaming orc packs? The orc mages need to scratch their itch. Well, since we don't necessarily have orcs.
Richard hates orcs.
Yeah. Even if you spell it O-R-K. But so we have worked some on like improving our roaming encounters. So I could see something in that sort of vein, but not specifically orcs. Here's a question from Regolith. Has the strength of summoned elementals changed? Chris did a couple tweaks to that, such that whenever your skill goes up, that the power of the things you've summoned has gone up. But certainly it's something we still need to tweak. We still need to make sure that the skills scale up with sort of the power of that. It's just a little different than what we do other places, so it takes a little more time to kind of get that in there. There's not an existing tech that we can just sort of easily set some bits on it. So it's something that we get. We've made some subtle changes to it, but I definitely see, we need to more link the power of the skill associated with the summoning creature with the power of the creature and the power and perhaps even the selection of his skills. Okay, I think these are ones we answered before. Okay, these two. So here's another one. Why is heavy armor the only type of armor that have a negative fizzle? Leather and armor have a negative factor 2.
They do.
Yeah, just not as great. I think that we sort of have a spectrum there of, of fizzle from, heavy to light.
Yeah, and the idea is there's two rationales for why it would, but one is the stiffness that's blocking if you're doing hand gesturing or whatever. If you're thinking about Harry Potter, we gotta have you good. Your flourish, your flourish is all messed up when you got the heavy armor on.
Yeah.
And then the other is just the the metal in it and the interference between pulling your magic or whatever justification we use. But yeah, leather does have some. It's just less. Chain is less than plate, and plate is horrible. So.
Yeah, and we kind of have to keep. I always talk about, when we talk about armor, it's really the the extreme corners are cloth and plate, and those need to stick to the archetypes. The cloth is mage bonuses, light armor, focus bonuses, and then your plate armor is heavy armor focused around fighter skills. And then it gets more interesting as you look at leather and chain, because those tend to be the hybrids that get to be a little closer to the casters. But I mean, still, you want to maintain that, maintain that spectrum to where plate armor never becomes a caster armor. Now, your chainmail armor, you get to perhaps cast some of the first or second tier spells with some certainty, but the further you go up, the more difficult it is to cast those. So we'll definitely, stick with that, but, tweak the numbers kind of as we go. Here's a question from the Mighty Ewok. Any chance of there being lesser summons, like weak elementals that are higher up on the tree, not needing reagents, not being as strong as a normal elemental? We're certainly not going to add new skills to the trees because they're pretty filled out. We definitely see the desire to scale the power of those creatures more related to the skills, but there wouldn't necessarily be a completely different creature. Now we might have it to where certain skills come in at different points, but certainly there's not going to be a new skill. But I get the fact that they need to be more differentiated.
And we may have new skills, but that would probably not be where we would add the new skills. There's some places where some trees are still lacking.
Yeah, but I was saying we wouldn't add new summoned elementals.
Yeah, we would not add new.
We certainly would add new skills, but we wouldn't add a lesser water elemental and a greater water elemental. Now we could have them point to different archetypes at different skill levels. That's a possibility, but that's still not necessarily the bang for buck right now because it's outside the current system.
Very good. Yes, hey, as long as you guys are on a little break there, let me pour myself a little shot because you may notice we have 6 figures up there on the wall. Community, we owe you a deep debt of gratitude. Thank you ever so much for joining us this night. We still have a couple hours left, and we've just reached the flame style leather armor stretch goal, and I hear that the community that is present with us wants to come and join us.
Everybody should come join.
And come do a little happy dance. Come on in. Woo! Come on in.
Ducks for everybody.
Come on. Oh, God, come on. You're already here. You're already halfway here. You're more than halfway here. You're 99% of the way in. So come on in,
That reminds
everybody.
me, I was supposed to tell Amber Rain. Oh, I'm trying to remember what the story I was supposed to tell her. Merrick Dragon is here. Oh, I'm trying to remember. I had a story I was supposed to tell. Oh,
dang.
That was like 2 or 3 shots ago.
I'm going to tell myself. Last time I came over here, I left myself standing in the game. Unfortunately, I was standing at a dance party, standing perfectly still, which means that for the last 30 minutes, people have been having their way with Lord British on the dance floor. In fact, it's probably happening again right now. Shit, better get over there quick. But anyway, everybody squeeze in here. Come on here. Come on, get in here.
Get on camera.
Get on camera. Get in.
You should be doing
this see each other there.
No doubt. No doubt. Well, here, cheers to you, everybody.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody here helping us out. Thank you for supporting us. And when you said the happy dance, well, let's toast and cheers first. Toast, cheers.
Community.
And what exactly did you mean by the happy dance? What?
Nice.
Is that the Winfield happy dance?
The Winfield happy
Are you trying to get that in game? Is that what's going on here?
Snap and wiggle down. Snap and wiggle down. Up, snap and wiggle down. Up, snap and wiggle down.
New emo.
Snap and wiggle down. Up, snap and wiggle down. And maybe somehow you're catching a fish. You cast and fish. You cast and wiggles. You cast and you catch a wiggler. And you cast and catch a wiggler. There you go.
That's it. That's it. Jira.
All right, there we go. The Winfield happy dance.
Left hand. Right hand. Left hand.
Well, you right hand. That was it. Right. Whatever hand you got free.
Patrol one doesn't have a fishing pole in it.
Congratulations. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
What's up?
100,000.
With American Amber Rain.
Did you remember your?
Did you straighten out the story with American Amber Rain?
Oh.
No, I forgot. What's my story I'm supposed to tell Amber Rain?
Merrick, come over here.
You're here, but
You're supposed to tell him that I got caught trying to sneak into Darkstar's room to either pants or kiss him.
That's right. He tried to, but Darkstar was sick, and Merrick caught the bug, and he will now be bedridden for at least 3 weeks, just like Star is. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Really, this guy's probably fine. He just wanted 3 weeks off.
No, I think he was on his deathbed.
No,
he would have been at work.
He's on his deathbed. That's we've been talking to him.
I have
No, he's not allowed to die.
Yeah.
It'll be like Tinkerbell. We'll all just applaud and he'll get better.
He's finally getting better. That's honestly, we were at the office like we have to call like his wife because like we haven't heard from him for like 2 days, and like not hearing from Star for 2 days, like him not showing up to work for 2 days is already rare enough. But for him like not to contact us and say I'm not coming in, it's like oh my God, he's got to be like in the ER or something like that, intensive care. So we were happy to hear from him. I started talking to his wife to make sure and get status updates and encourage her. Do not let him get out of bed. Do not let him come in. Do not let him.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $2.
Yeah, and then we
Do
found out
not
what
let
it
him
was.
log in the game.
It was also do not let him come in because there are people here who have not had chicken pox and can't actually contract stuff from.
No, I was not able to see the stream at all yet. So is it like a flesh-eating bacteria that everyone keeps telling me it is?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think his was more like sores, like on ears, and basically imagine getting chicken pox in your
Well,
ears.
members of the community were trying to tell me that his ear was hanging off and his mustache is
Pretty much.
gone.
It's going to be in the next.
His mustache is gone, but he did that on purpose.
Oh.
His ear's going to be in the next reliquary.
That was deliberate.
How does Chaos Magic fit in with the new heat system? A couple more combat questions. Can I use Torpid Torment to massively drain focus from a player using a lock deck? Tabula Rasa, useless against lock decks.
So Tabula Rasa will probably come up with since we're trying to enable players to play completely with a lock deck and be competitive. Tabula Rasa was aimed at doing damage to the dealt decks because they did have more power to them. Of course, there's more inconvenience to them as well. But I will probably find some way to adjust that where they will do, like if you don't have any lock cards, they will clear lock cards, or they will do basically, maybe they'll screw up one slot, like max out the heat on 1 or 2 slots or something like that. So Tabula Rasa will actually do some damage to people with lock decks.
Yeah, see, it's more like a heat mechanic, altering the heat mechanic, as an aggressive spell than necessarily messing with resetting your deck. So, I think that's the key too between our deck system and the lock system is finding parallels between those. I think that's one reason why we've kind of done this with the heat system is because we want to find some ways to kind of power up the lock system in a similar way. Now, I think always there's going to be more skill elements in the deck system that aren't going to exist in the lock system, but at least we try to get it a step closer. It's always going to be a problem if one is inherently that much more efficient than the other. Always going to be skill involved, of course, but trying to keep those more in line helps from a balancing perspective, certainly.
Well, I saw. I think that one's mine.
Yeah, it is.
I need to find a couple songs to sing.
Right after the last one, we have again.
Another.
We are marching towards our truly last, even conceivably thought about stretch goal at 120,000. The flaming style plate armor. We're now 1 out of. Let's see how many ticks will it take. It was going to be a total of 8. It'll be 7 more ticks. 1 down, 7 to go. 7 ticks, 7 shots to go, and if you can make 7 more shots,
7 hard-boiled eggs.
7 eggs. 7 eggs.
You can survive the night.
Gross.
You can survive the night.
I can handle it.
And once again, we do this every telethon, but we only plan for like 80,000 because we usually sit around and say, oh, well, they're not going to do more than 80,000. There's nothing special going. They're not going to. There's no way they'll. And then every release we get surprised. So
pleasantly, thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Here's to you. And a flaming plate armor and 7 more shots.
So Mia Sway asked, can I please, needed 3 pleases, get a second sun damaging spell? I mean, I think the goal with each of the, spell schools is for them to try to remain unique. Certainly there's, certain spells that are more useful in combat than the other, but we try to, get away from necessarily having everything be similar. Now, I think the the Sun School certainly has a very powerful, even though it's, a low tier spell, but it's an instant that does some, does a decent amount of damage. So I think it has, even though it has 1 damaging spell, it's one that's pretty flexible. So I think if we did add something like that, it'd be more contextual. Like I know we talked about, now maybe this isn't exactly it, but we talked about, maybe there's a spell that does extra damage to undead, but only if it's the death blow or something like that, or their health is below a certain amount. So I think we need it to be something that is more specialized or has some specific thing you need to, kind of adhere to, or some restriction to it. So, or I don't know that we're necessarily going to just make sure that every spell school has 2 damage spells. So I think that's sort of my thoughts when I think of something of that nature.
Yeah. And again, that was not on my list of things to do as I look at the trees.
Sure.
I think it mentioned one of the things I planned on doing was adding another type of larger instant heal that was high focus, high reagent cost. That is kind of something that the higher level people need, just because we all know healing touches and cutting it and heal over time is awesome and super efficient, but that doesn't get the job done when your tank's getting his ass beat down. Yeah, another damage spell in Sun was not on my list, my short list of things to be added. So, but over time, I'm sure we will continue to expand and add stuff out. Just again, we have to kind of prioritize that stuff, especially when we have the competition going on for, do we add more combos that have VFX, or do we add more, another Sun spell that has VFX? There's all those, and then the same type things we mentioned before of like, do we add another Sun spell, or do we add new creatures because they need VFX as well? And that's kind of the bottleneck right now. Who knows? Maybe we could at some point add another VFX guy or do some contract type stuff. But right now, that's kind of the bottleneck that we have, and we may find a way to release that bottleneck. But right now, we're just working with it. And it's not like we don't have plenty to keep us busy, as we've seen so many of these questions. A lot of them we have answers for, but a lot of them it's like, yep, we'll get to that, and it's not being blocked by VFX.
Yeah, a lot of it is just sort of the tech task. I mean, a lot of this isn't like, can we do this? It's like, should we do this? So I think a lot of times we address the fact of how we could do it with unlimited time and unlimited money. Certainly don't have that. So then priorities, come into play. So question from chats. When will archers get different arrows, like maybe arrows that are better for certain enemy types or poison? I mean, I think we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier that, we don't necessarily aren't going to have a different arrow that can be used for every skill, but certainly, we'll perhaps explore arrows that act much like a consumable that allow you to shoot that then would then give these bonuses. But once again, kind of like we said a couple times, archers are sitting in a pretty good state. So I like that from a thematic perspective, but it's something that we'll probably, revisit sometime down the road. But I think from a design perspective, we feel good about how it fits into our combat system and our deck system and things of that nature, because we've kind of experimented some routes that didn't really work too well, and we're, gonna not go down those, or at least not without significant rework. So it's more about, what can we do with the stuff that we have, and certainly, arrow types that are effectively consumables that require a bow is something that we might get to.
And it's there is a JIRA for that task, but it was pushed to post episode 1 launch, pre-episode 2 launch. So it'll happen. It's just not in the near term.
Sure. Where is Incognito and Polymorph from Link of Hyrule?
Again, Polymorph is one that would be fun, but it's also a crap ton of work.
Yeah.
So it just hasn't made it there yet because, again, crap ton of work. And Attenwood is typing in, yay, you did it, the end of the combat section.
I am.
Well, technically, like I said, I've got about 5 more pages that Duke Violation put together for me, but I'm going to do my own stream and just try to get through those another time, because if we tried to cram them in now, we'd be rushing them.
I am moving the computer, so if the live stream cuts out at this moment, it is all my fault.
I was going to say, make sure that the plug is plugged in well in the back if you move that computer.
Yep.
That's usually a point of failure.
Does it just fall out spontaneously?
While we're doing that setup, why don't we give away some prizes before I go in there?
All right.
Go for it.
Oh, yeah, that's we're coming up on the 10 o'clock hour Artifice Tour and lore discussions.
Yes. But before that, let's give 10 kodos to El Maximo, 10 kodos to Rinaldi, a Lord British versus Starkstar battle banner to Devourer of Memes, a $50 gift card to Relics by Rill to Starbond, an obsidian stone fence to Mike Death Dealer, and a 2-story row house tax-free player-owned town lot bundle goes to Talon. And we've got one more round of prizes coming up, and it has some nice things in it, but that'll be in about an hour.
All right. Well, we actually got through all of our questions here. I guess, B, what's the thing you're most looking forward to coming up in combat or crafting?
Oh man, excited about everything. I think sort of getting back into sort of the creature skills, which I haven't had a chance to work on as much. And I think getting back into the loot bundle stuff. The loot bundle stuff or loot stuff is always fun to work on because there's not that many tech restrictions behind it. And I think it's easy to work on that stuff without breaking other things. So I think sort of getting more controls over the loot, getting the sort of mid-tier of loot available, getting the stuff like that to where we have the flexibility in there, I think is interesting. But certainly, I think getting the creature skills, using more of the player skills, tweaking some of the AI stuff. We spent a lot of times on kind of boss AI, but not as much work on kind of the normal AI. And so I think, and there's certain little things we do that open up a large area, like getting them to use buffs or getting them to use heals. Now, there's always sort of subtleties inside of that in work, but I think that stuff, just from a high level, is pretty exciting, just getting them to see different stuff. And I think also as we get to go back and diversify the animations of our existing creatures, we spent so much time on player animations or new things of that nature. A lot of work on sort of the instruments and things like that from an animation perspective. But I think once we can get back to revamping, here's the kobolds or here's the bears or things like that, I think that'll be pretty great. And I think the stuff we did this release related to trying to associate certain skill schools with the creatures helps a lot because it's my goal has always been I don't want a creature type to have every skill. I want them to kind of be themed along a certain route. And I think the work we've done to kind of theme our spell groups as far as like what sun spells do versus water spells, I think getting that across in the creatures is sort of, I think, the most exciting thing because it's been a long time coming and it's something that we always say we want, but we've kind of got the kind of the tip of the spears there, but not necessarily a lot of the other stuff. But excited about sort of seeing more of the player skills and the player effects that Damon's upgraded that stuff in the game and the AI behind it's been pretty exciting. And like I said, I always like to sort of address loot at the same time as that. So if the creatures get more difficult, it's a good time to kind of look at their loot and kind of revamp all that stuff. So.
And for those who hadn't put it together, Damon is the VFX artist on the team right now who's doing amazing, absolutely amazing work. I guess for me, the thing I'm most looking forward to, well, really bringing in lots more players at some point so we can see, now that we've got everything tested with you guys very thoroughly, how things hold up. But really, the bigger thing is just getting past this first big hump of story complete so we can start working on more challenging content, more high-end stuff, and more stuff for the guys that are probably watching the stream, the existing players rather than new players. I think there's tons and tons of possibilities that we've just barely scratched the surface of.
But certainly, I think stuff as far as I'm not working on that I'm excited about is I think our outskirts scenes that we've begun to do. Mm-hmm. Those are really exciting for me. I think while we have these nice big cities,
just FYI, everybody, because we're switching scenes in advance for the next segment, is blasting you with beautiful Shroud Avatar music. We will change that momentarily. Apologies. Feel free to sing along. There we go.
No, but I'll say again that the work we've done on the outskirts scenes are really great, and having these scenes that sort of have a little central town-ish area, and as well as creatures to attack and sort of get your return to town loop is a lot shorter. Where you can just go back and sell stuff. I mean, I love our player-owned towns. I love Soul Town and all that sort of stuff, but there's just a heaviness there sometimes when you go in there that you just get distracted by all the player-owned cities and stuff, which it's great to get exposed to that. But I think as new players, if we can keep them in these outskirts scenes and keep some sort of content related to those that's kind of more traditional, I think that stuff's really exciting. I've had a lot of fun playing through all the new outskirts scenes content lately. I spent 4 or 5 hours just in one outskirt scenes, going through all the quests, and I thought it's been really fun, interesting content. So 105.
105. All right, I promised I would sing at least 1 or 2 songs tonight because someday Maxine, my 3-year-old, will want to watch this and see.
You first,
see this.
and then I'll sing one.
Okay, so let's give him the full floor. Let's give him the full floor then. You just take the whole floor. The floor, it belongs to Atos.
And throat's getting scratchy here. Already getting the excuse. This one was also requested by the players because I sang it long ago.
Get out the chair out of the way. We need the full view there, man.
This was a song that I sing to my daughter in the bathtub because I still give her the bath. I get in my swimsuit and get in the tub with her, and we play bath time. But anyways, I've got a whale of a tale to tell you, lad. A whale of a tale or two about the flapping fish and the girls I love. Nights like this with the moon above. A whale of a tale and it's all true, I swear by my tattoo. There was Mermaid Minnie. Met her down in Madagascar. She would kiss me anytime that I would ask her. Then one evening her flame of love blew out. Blow me down and pick me up. She left me for a trap. Got a whale of a tale to tell you, lass. Whale of a tale or two about flapping fish and the girls I love. Nights like this with the moon above. Whale of a tale and it's all true, I swear by my tattoo. And that's all the song I know. It's an old Disney song.
Coming soon to a singing rock near
probably
you.
sued by Disney and they'll make us take the video stream down.
And I'm getting no bandwidth, so
hold on, I need my
That was very well done, Atos. Very well done.
Spin 2.
I normally have a smaller audience.
A decree. What were my decree? I had another decree on the queue there. What was my other decree?
Why don't you go ahead and sing? Why don't you go ahead and spin while I sing?
Okay. I'm going to make the decree first. The decree first. If you bring up the spinner doodad, the wheel of doom, the prize wheel. There we go. I've already set on the Lord Bishop's decree. Lord Bishop's decree that Pattern Packs goes on sale. Pattern Packs goes on sale.
And now for the spin.
For the spin, and if it comes up on a blank, it will be Lum's choice of whatever's on the.
This wheel makes me, it puts the boom boom into my heart.
I know. So,
it sends my soul sky high when my adrenaline starts. Jitterbug into my brain. It goes bang, bang, bang till my feet do the same. But something's bugging me. Something ain't right. My best friend told me where you were last night. Left me sleeping in my bed. I was dreaming, but I should have been with you instead. Wake me up before you go. Don't leave me hanging in there like a yo-yo. Wake me up before you go. I don't want to miss it when you hit that high. Wake me up before you go, 'cause I'm not planning on going solo. Wake me up before you go. Take me dancing tonight. I want to hit that high.
wow! Whoa, Lum! That is outstanding. Boy, you guys are getting a treat tonight. Other than the wheel is feeling anemic, so you got to refill us some wheel.
I will, sire.
I guess this is probably going to be a Lum's choice, but here we go. Lum,
Probably will be a Lum's choice.
It's very likely to be a Lum's choice. No, except that it's an Atos choice. Atos. Chris, it's your choice. We spun your choice.
Music has not gotten any love.
Okay, well, in the absence of Atos, Lord British will decree that Atos, would you like? You've almost made it here. You can make it. I almost had a decree in your absence. I have a suggestion for you.
Music is not.
This has not got any love tonight.
Music? No music love today?
Not yet.
All right, we'll do music then.
Music it is. Music on sale.
And fill the wheel.
Sale.
And we'll
feel the wheel. Yes.
Because
we are. Yeah, it is like hurting. All right. So now we are up to the Artifice Tour and lore discussion. Oh, do I need to censor you guys at all? You guys are giving away some really cool, some of my favorite things.
You guys sit down?
I will sit down on it.
Huh?
I will sit down on
Your
it.
decision.
No. You sit. No. You're welcome to talk about anything you would like. You just need Scott. You need to be on this side.
Oh. Would you like to be the primary camera, as we'll call this time?
Primary camera.
Yeah.
And
up close and personal camera.
I'll be nearby, but Only offer some color commentary.
Okay. I'm going to monitor questions. We may have some for.
Very good. Yeah, since anyone has any questions like, why is Lord Bruce such a sick... I was going to use the F word.
Let's not do that.
There's that one scene. You know that scene.
Yeah, I do know that scene. But I was thinking a South Park thing. South Park, use sick F. It's coming in my mind. Yeah, this is one of my favorite places in the game.
We've just.
I'll be just off screen over here, guys.
Oh, I can move over a little
So
bit.
if anybody
That's
has
right.
questions
They've seen me plenty.
For Scotty or Lum on Artifice, please ask your questions. We'll get them to them.
I love worms.
Now, just to start this off real quickly, I want to give deference in this case a little bit to it. I mean, at least because though I built Artifice and both the outskirts of it and the entrance, as well as the interior, my work now has been long since passed to Lum, who has been able to set up all the functionality inside to the extent that we can so far to make sure that the quest is playable and everything else. There's still a lot more to do on it, I'm sure, and there's still some improvements.
Yeah, I will point out exactly where we ran out of time. We stopped here.
Right, that's right. So
and spoiler alert! This is
all spoilers.
This is all spoilers, which is why it's good to do it late here at night, is so that those who don't want to be spoiled.
If you haven't done this quest, come back in an hour, and we'll probably still be talking, but we'll be talking about Stranger Things or something. I don't know.
So one of the things I'd like to say is I'm going to depend a lot on Lum and Richard too to make sure that as I go through here, if there's anything special that's been added since I added stuff. I want to make sure that we're able to check that out and see what's going on with it.
We'll minimize that chat window kind of thing there.
Yeah, I'm tempted to. I didn't need to do that.
Turn it off.
Yeah. Should I take away the interface entirely to give us a clear view, or are we good?
I think it's good.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't even show on the.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Wow, on the stream it doesn't show at all.
No, you're fine.
Kind of off center on it. So, but that's okay. So, for those of you who have played this area, you know what the outside of the Artifice.
Can I do something real quick?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so you all are familiar with the outside of Artifice itself and the very entrance. In fact, you all have been teased for quite some time by it. Oh, good.
Let there be light.
Yes. And I put myself in God mode already because I don't want things attacking us willy-nilly. Yeah. So you're very familiar with the outskirts of it, the outside of it, and of course you all have been teased for quite some time with the golden entrance to Artifice, which of course wouldn't allow you in, up until just recently. So here I am ascending the slope all the way to the top, past the caretakers of the satyrs and such, who have been tending this ancient place for a very long time.
And by the way, on the entrance to let you in, versus hit close.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next time it comes up, pull the top of it all the way down to minimize it.
Okay, we'll do
its size, its physical size. I think you still cannot get in unless you were sent on the quest.
Correct.
And so a lot of people, when we told them it was in, a ton of people went here to try to get in.
Yes.
But of course they couldn't. You can't just walk up and go in.
Oh.
You actually have to have permission to get in. And so you have to be given the pass. Mm-hmm.
Now,
and so
in this
without
case,
it, you come right up to the door.
In this case, I don't know if this character's been given that
It
pass.
probably has not. So we'll just do a little level.
You'll probably have to cheat.
We'll fake it.
We'll find out, by the way, when you walk up to the gate.
Well, why don't you talk to the guy, because
excellent, he'll tell us.
He is the first person you see, and he will tell you if you were able to come in.
Oh, you should speak with notice.
That's what you get when you do that.
Yeah. So you are not.
I wish I'd have thought to know what flag it was.
Oh, that's all right.
That's all right.
That's all right.
We don't want to tell people the flag names.
No, but they could probably see it because I would be typing it in.
Yes, exactly. That was my point. Yeah.
This is actually one of my favorite areas in the game as well, for several reasons. Not only because of the time I also spent in Xenos, kind of preparing the city that would eventually give you the quest to lead you to this place, but in making sure that there was a visual connection with the Elysian plains that sort of span the distance between this place and the city of Xenos itself. So walking up into this area will allow you to
Grab
go.
the top of this window.
Here we go. Perfect. There we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. As close as we get.
Well, no, it doesn't show up.
It doesn't show.
Okay,
yeah. So yes, normally we'd be able to walk inside, but it's not letting us. In fact, it's forbidding us to even get close. So we're going to go ahead and stop this.
No, we don't need.
Oh, we don't have to do that. Oh, good.
No, just directly.
Yes, please.
Well, you have the magic skills.
Yeah.
The halls of Artifice or something. Yeah. Yes. Kaboom. Excellent. Thank you.
Now, May not put us in the entrance, so we'll have to do some wizardry real quick once we get in there. It depends. I don't know what
where his last place was. This character, it will go to the last place this character was
which could be
validly
somewhere
in that map.
Oh.
And yeah, we'll just no clip and I'll scoot us to the entrance. Real quick.
Okay. So Artifice was quite a challenge, mainly because there was a lot of preparation for functionality that we weren't even sure we were going to be able to get online at one point. I mean, I've said it before, and Richard has chided me. Oh, look, we got there.
Right there, right there. This is where you enter in. Go ahead and turn around.
Because this is what you get to see when you first arrive.
And try to leave. You can't go.
Yep, and it will say something like that, like you are not allowed to.
Well, no, the inner halls are not yet open to you because there is no exit. So go ahead and talk to the satyrs right there.
Hello, Avatar. I'm tasked with watching the entrance to the lower halls. If you wish to delve deeper within Artifice, we ask that you try the outer halls first.
How do I leave? Type that in.
How do I
Because
leave?
sometimes you can just ask NPCs questions.
Why would you ever just leave? Everything you could ever desire is here.
So
excellent.
But he's the guard for the lower halls, which will come into play in a little bit. But for now, go ahead and walk in a little bit.
Now, and this is a surprise to me, actually. At first, I assumed this area was a place where there was no one. Literally, you had to just figure out what to do. It was an empty place.
No, it's not empty.
Not empty any longer.
Enjoy your stay. He barked at you.
And as you go to each entrance, you'll let them tell you their little thing, and you can talk to them if you want.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. This was not discussed before, so this is a surprise.
Yes.
Behind me lies the halls of youth, Avatar. What is?
You will find youth, beauty, and vigor within.
Youth, beauty,
vigor, and pleasure
within.
Okay.
Well, that sounds foreboding, doesn't it?
No, that's where I want to go.
Well, clearly.
Yeah. Come on.
So already we see.
Yeah, so this is basically like the developer commentary for this track. Let me just tell you, one of the main things that he kept asking about this as I was working was, can I cyber the NPCs yet?
I'm gonna move your camera here so we can also see Richard.
And
you are chatting as well.
yeah, no, you can't actually cyber the NPCs, but they will make very direct commentary. And one thing that is interesting though is that
turn that monitor back the other way.
Every NPC also has
the monitor, not the other way.
This way.
Yeah, we won't be able to see you
Every,
we're seeing them.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah,
Every
well,
NPC.
So now I don't know why we haven't.
Because he has to move forward.
Move forward a few steps.
Oh.
There you go.
All around
All right.
you. Everyone is lost in their own reflection or the adoring gaze of another.
Ah,
And
okay.
they're all worshiping things, worshiping each other, saying things,
There's people laying on the bed.
People laying on the beds.
In the bed.
In the beds. Okay.
Sometimes a little bit in the bed.
Yeah, it's a very thick bed. Go ahead and talk to anyone.
Oh, interesting. Here, this fellow sitting in this overstuffed chair. Ooh, aren't you a cutie? We could have such fun.
I've never been with an Outlander.
And this is the first time. I've seen.
Oh, leaving so soon.
Oh.
Yeah. Please hurry back.
Now, one thing that's interesting is that the NPCs all have their own preferences. Some of them will turn you down.
Oh.
There are some visual cues because there are some. Okay, she's.
Aren't you cutie? Okay, well.
Go find two guys who are talking to each other.
Yeah.
I think there's in the corner over there. Yeah, those two guys. Go talk to
over
them.
here.
Yeah, go talk to the guy who's standing up, walking
well.
around. Yeah, and you'll see a little bit of a different conversation with him.
Plenty of luscious views for everyone, wouldn't you say? I never want to leave Artifice.
Now
ever.
Type fun because that's usually what they.
Fun.
Everything
you ever want is here.
Help. I'm trying to remember how you hit on people here.
Help, you say?
Yeah, help.
I don't need any help. I have everything I need here. Type sex.
Oh no, I don't think I. I don't think I actually put that in.
Come on.
Oh.
Okay, well, Jira.
Let me me try this here real quick. Actually, let me do this just for real quick.
I
'cause
like how
want to
that's
show this off.
Take
I
off
like
your
how it's
clothes.
typed out. It's not just any old one. It's
Okay, fun. Oh, just you and me and any others. It never needs to end. And
Oh
meanwhile,
look, she's beckoning to you.
Yeah. Okay.
And truthfully, I have to say, this whole room, having been outfitted as it is really great to see. When I first built it, I had no clue how they were going to fill it out with people, and obviously the apparent modes of dress or undress.
Mm-hmm.
All their different activities being laid out like this is really cool. I mean, to me, at first, it was sort of a dead room, and I had to imagine all the activities that might be going on in it. So it's really, really fun for me to see these areas populated.
The
now.
lustful pilgrim.
Yes, they are all very lustful.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Now, turn to your right, and there's something there that looks a little familiar.
Oh yes, yeah. Eventually, we'd like to see this thing actually activated.
Have a code.
But
Yes,
go
have a
ahead.
code.
Go ahead.
At the moment.
Right now, it's just a box.
The key of longing.
And look at the tooltip.
The key desires you to use it. Excellent.
You should probably take that.
And we can take it. Can I right click to take? Yeah? No?
No, don't. Yeah, that's you're getting to GM. Drag it onto yourself.
Just drag it
Or
onto
just
me?
click the take all.
Oh, take all.
Either one works.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Take all in the bottom right corner.
There we go.
You need to play the game more.
Yeah, I need to play the game more.
You're too busy working on it.
Yeah, I am. I am indeed.
I mean, I just love the ornate artwork that went into these rooms. I mean, it's just so different from the rest of our game and just so communicates, And yes, they're all flirting with each other.
Oh, that's wonderful. A lot of great interaction. Yeah, you can see them. Yeah, they're having their and they're not even concerned about me. That's nice. But I can interact with each of them if I wish.
Yes, of course.
That's very, very nice. Come closer.
Okay,
Whoa.
go over there. Go check one out.
I kind of did that on purpose.
That's fantastic.
Okay.
No, that's fantastic. See? So
he likes you because he likes women. You're playing a female character.
Oh, that's
it
great.
Reacts differently depending on you.
Oh, that's great. So yeah, like you said, they all have their preferences and such. Yeah. And I'm assuming.
The mirrors don't work if that's where you're going.
But it looks like I decided to leave.
Yeah. You do need to keep walking.
Forward.
I've never seen this kind of thing happen
before.
before.
The teleport must be missing slightly. Turn slightly to left or right and walk some more.
Okay.
Whoops. You broke it.
Well, we haven't gotten any questions just yet, but we have commentary in chat. They're asking for Scotty for president.
Scotty for president. Wow.
Wow.
Which just shows you that at this point anything could do.
Yeah. Let's not go there.
Somehow we must be.
I think we broke it.
Why don't you load level halls of Outerfest? Yeah, sorry. We'll have to reload that one again. We've got some funkage going on with the teleporters.
And it could be just because we're running in the editor too. There are some differences. Yeah.
At some point, I'm hoping to go back and kind of tweak that a little bit. I know you had gone and tweaked it a little bit too, and at one point in time, we'd had an effect going on that I'd love to see return again, which was as you walk toward the golden door, then the whole screen would fade from the golden door.
And then we changed all our
right.
effects and when we upgraded our engine.
Oh yeah. So
in fact, I think we upgraded the engine about 3 times since you did that originally.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a special thing done by. Where are we now?
Oh, you're still in the room.
Okay, we're in the room. Okay, good.
But now, when you get near the door, walk straight into it.
Yeah, just walk straight into it and keep walking.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
So we're back in the hall again, the entry hall.
With a key.
With a key.
With a key.
Which is important. Now, the thing to point out here at this point is with a key. And
well, go back to the door that you would like to go into the lower halls.
Well, because I want you all to notice something, of course. And that is in our magical light. Oh, no, it's not here right now. That's strange.
It is. I moved it. Look, go to the door, then turn left.
Stand really close to the door.
Stand really close to the door.
Stand really close and turn left.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you can highlight them and they'll tell you which key goes into which.
Tooltips.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I had to take it away from the door because the third lock where you placed it, it was on both doors, so it wouldn't work.
Oh, that's strange. Okay. Okay, well then...
It's just because the doors have to be 2 discrete objects so that they open.
So that they opened, yeah.
Vulgarian in chat says, nice looking door.
Oh, thank you.
And walk straight through.
Yeah, behind me
Oh.
is the Feast of Plenty.
The
Feast of
and
Plenty.
Drink your fill.
Eat and drink your fill. And you can already see a little preview of
And
what's
speaking
inside.
of eating and drinking
Drinking
your
our
fill,
fills.
it is 107,500 time
Wow.
to drink a shot or do a dance or sing a song. What are you going to do, Scott?
Well,
Or Scott?
Well, I just sang a song.
I know. That was last one. What are you going to do this time?
I'll do a shot. Twist the
And
arm.
Jones, what are you going to do?
I will do shot.
I think Scott should sing some
I think
fill.
I'm going to have to sing a song, yeah. Here, let's see. While they're drinking, I'll sing. Are you ready?
Yes, go.
And since we've just been in the area of pleasure, I'll sing something that's like that. And
The good
close.
ship's
Ready?
name was Venus.
No. But here we go. It's a Scotsman clad and killed left the bar one evening fair, and one could tell by how he walked that he drunk more than his share, like them. He stumbled round until he could no longer keep his feet. Then he stumbled off into the grass to sleep beside the street. Ring ding diddle diddle idly oh, ring diddly I hey oh. He stumbled off into the grass to sleep beside the street. And about that time 2 young and lovely girls just happened by. One said to the other with a twinkle in her eye, "See yon sleeping Scotsman so strong and handsome built. I wonder if it's true what they don't wear beneath the kilt. Ring ding diddle diddle idly oh, ring diddly I hey oh. I wonder if it's true what they don't wear beneath the kilt." They crept upon that sleeping Scotsman quiet as could be, lifted up his kilt about an inch so they could see, and there behold for them to view beneath his Scottish skirt was nothing more than God had graced him with upon his birth. Ring ding diddle diddle idly oh, ring diddly I hey oh. Nothing more than God had graced him with upon his birth. Well, they marvelled for a moment, then one said they must be gone. Let's leave a present for our friend before we move along. As a gift they left a blue silk ribbon tied into a bow. Around the bonny star the Scotsman's kilt did lift them show. Ring ding diddle diddle idly oh, ring diddly I oh. Round the bonny star the Scotsman's kilt did lift them show. Well, the Scotsman woke to nature's call and stumbled for a tree. Behind the bush he lifts his kilt and gawks at what he sees, and in a startled voice he says to what's before his eyes, "Oh, lad, I don't know where you been, but I see you won first prize. Ring ding diddle diddle idly oh, ring diddly I hey oh. Lad, I don't know where you been, but I see you won first prize." There we go.
Bravo! More
Wow.
singing rocks.
It was amazing.
They were dancing with you.
They were dancing with it. I don't know how that.
Game.
That's pretty amazing.
That's a very strange bug that they were doing the Macarena right there.
At the same time.
That
It's so bizarre.
I did not put that in. That's either a bug or somebody.
You didn't tell them to do the Macarena?
No, we didn't tell them to do anything. They just did it.
Emergent behavior. Yeah, Skynet is online.
Or maybe we just done too many shots.
Discord comments rolling in for Scotty Stromgren. Scotty Yodel was great. Sean Silverfoot, Scotty nice. Baron Draka, Scotty should really have his own show.
All right.
What do you think this is?
You just become the Scotty Show.
Okay, eat some food.
Oh yeah. So all of these things it's pretty cool. All of these things you can
Well, not
you
all,
can,
but most.
you can take, right?
Yeah,
For the most part.
We made interactive what we could.
Oh, okay. So I could drag it and bring it onto myself.
Drag it and you'll have some lettuce.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. So and there's
you don't need to bother, but yes, you can.
Yep. You
Hey,
can do
look,
it.
there's some virtue cake.
Oh,
I don't
yeah.
think you could. I don't think you
can't
can.
eat
They
it.
won't let us take that. Yeah, no.
But I'm just saying, look at the steamy piles of yummy food.
Oh yes, steam rising from all the good
And
stuff.
try to talk to any of the NPCs.
Oh, let me see.
We need some emotes called, shovel food.
Oh, he's not. He refuses to talk to me. His mouth is full.
eating. He's hungry.
Yep.
Okay.
Very well. They will all stuff their
That
throats.
should probably get a little depth over time, but
No, they're busy eating.
All right, okay.
I mean, that's the whole thing. They're stuffing their face. And you have a key of hunger now.
And the tooltip says?
Oh, and the tooltip says you feel a consuming need come from the key.
Take it.
It's almost like there's a message here.
There is a message. Absolutely.
More food, more food.
Yeah, get some
More food and drink. And more Macarena.
And more Macarena.
You'll have to sing though for the Macarena to do the Macarena.
Something was going on with that one.
That's fairly amazing, actually. There we go. I'll take some wine with me. And literally these rooms, you can fill up your pack with everything you find. Glorious, delicious stuff.
Mhm.
But now we are back into the hall again. We can work our way around.
Yes, let's see what's
This
next.
is the final room.
Oh, let's see what he says.
You have to stand in front of them for him to notice you.
Ooh, behind me
Or
lies
just talking.
wealth without limits.
Wealth without limits.
You need never long for material wealth again. If you click on wealth with it, well,
Oh,
yeah, doesn't matter.
actually,
He just says a little more.
Well, here, let's do it. Oh, wealth without limits.
No longer need you toil for misery coins.
Miserly.
Miserly coins. Here we have all the wealth and splendor you could possibly need. Wallow in it. Take with you what you wish. It is yours.
Mm. And you can see here, we already get a little preview of what is to come. But let's go inside.
The teleporters. You're going to have to load up again, I'm afraid.
No. Oh, there we go.
You got it. You got it. Now here's something where I ran into more developer commentary. The original goal for this was that you would be able to take all this treasure and just weigh yourself down with all the gold you can carry. I'm rich, I'm rich, I'm rich. You can be like the NPCs that are just so busy they're just going through. But the thing is it depended on some tech that we currently
Don't yet
have, which is the ability. Well, you can take a plate.
You can take a few things, yeah.
But and they're specifically valueless, so you're not really. But the idea was that you could load yourself up with gold, have millions and millions of gold pieces just for walking around, and then when you leave Artifice, it all disappears. Or turns to lead or something like that.
Yeah.
But
lumps of gold.
Yeah, but we weren't able to get that to work. So
Yet.
Yeah,
we'll do passes.
Yeah, we're hoping eventually, and because you can see, there's just so much wealth. There's piles of individual.
And that's what the
coins.
NPCs are doing. They're all trying to get it all home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're going every pile.
Hey, now that we have backpacks,
This is mine too.
We got to give some of
I
these
can
people
do it.
backpacks.
I can do it. This is all mine. All mine.
Oh yes. No, you can't have it.
It's all mine.
But of course, the truth is that you could come back in here and
Go find your own.
again and
Mine.
again. Yes.
What I've always wanted. Mine.
Yeah. So everything from telescopes and weapons and little chests of gold and all kinds of other such things.
But there's one chest in particular you should probably look for.
Oh yes, and here it is, hidden off in the darkness in the corner of the chamber of the room.
The gift of envy.
The key of envy. The key wishes it unlocked more important things. So that will be taken as well. So we'll leave this room, this chamber.
By walking straight toward the door.
Yes.
I mean, the NPC's telling you to watch where you're going. Now, when you approach the golden door, the keeper will say something a little different.
Hello, Avatar. I'm tasked with watching the entrance to the lower halls. If you wish to move deeper with an artifice, we ask that you try.
I want you to go deeper.
Deeper. Beyond the golden door lies some more of what we have to offer. We do ask that you at least sample the other pleasures that we have here first, but many find their desires require more careful attention. Simply collect a key from each of the outer halls, as we have done, and we may proceed. So let us.
And if you select key, he tells you where the lock is.
Oh, he tells. Oh, I see. In case you become confused.
But so now you want
Back
to.
up a bit. There you go.
Now just double click on each of the keys, and you see the key go in.
Oh yes, you can actually see it animate there. Nice. One.
That's part of
We
Dr.
gotta-
Bob's work.
We gotta have the avatar animate.
And three.
Now you can open the door.
And so here we open up into the deeper halls.
The deeper halls. There's an NPC.
If you thought those areas, if those deadly sins weren't enough for you.
Talk to him for a little bit. Please do not interfere with what goes on beyond.
Oh, you may find it a bit unsettling, but I trust you will find enlightenment.
Don't hit it farewell so quickly.
No?
Because
go through things to talk
Oh,
to
well, then let's
talk
see.
to these gentlemen.
Unsettling. Many of your people have desires and fantasies that are different, challenging. We still manage to provide for them in a safe and secure environment. What kind of enlightenment will I find? Of course, that is why you are here, is it not so?
And no, that's his choice. You see, you have
Oh,
choices.
Yeah, so
why are you here?
Why, of course.
Yeah. You click the carrot, not the word.
Oh, I did?
Yes.
I don't think that matters. That's
No, click-
bug.
yeah.
It didn't work.
Okay, well
Okay.
then
Yeah,
let's.
that's
Oh,
fine.
very well.
I mean, it's just a minor thing. I mean,
right.
he's supposed to say something that's a little meaningful depending on what you do.
Now, at that point, and as with all these doors, if you so chose, assuming that the functionality is still there,
is.
you can open up one of the windows
Mhm.
and take a little peek inside. What is it? Is it V that lets us? Ah, yes. So if I switch to a first-person view.
But you can't really see much from that. I
No.
think you're going to want to go in a little bit.
Oh, well then let's do
Something's
so.
happening in there.
Yeah, something's
going
happening.
on.
Let's see what it is. The doors open inside to reveal, a tableau is being played out for us here. A wheel of pain.
Oh, we'll have so much fun.
No, mistress. I did not mean to displease. As she laughs at him.
Rolls on the floor and points and laughs.
Oh, you're interrupting my fun. Oh, that's right. We're supposed to not interrupt. I'll
She
step
told
back.
you to not interfere.
She told us to
I
not
mean, the guard
interfere.
at the door said don't interfere.
on.
What are you doing?
And the spectators are cheering him on. You can talk to them as well. They have a little bit to say.
Don't interrupt. It's getting good. It's going to get good. Okay, very well. Now, at some point, do we ever see this come to a conclusion, or simply we move on?
Move on.
Go
This
on.
is your tableau.
Talk to the satyr that's right there. He has a little bit to say.
Then let's do so. I knew. Oh, there we go.
These fantasies are for those here. Your fate is below.
Everyone present asked for this. Perhaps not you specifically, Avatar, but everyone around here. This is their desire. Those who watch, those who do, those who have what is done. They asked for this. Your fate, however, is below. Let's see what fate he's speaking of. Notice wishes to speak with you. He is beyond these halls.
And you have now a new quest.
Oh, I see. Oh, excellent. Okay. And explore Artifice, of course, which we'll continue to do. So we leave them to their work, to their pleasures and their labors.
Because I did ask you to leave them alone.
That's true. Let's move on beyond this and see where this takes us. So down we go.
Deeper.
Down you must go.
Deeper and deeper into areas that are far more recognizable as the dungeons that you all have been used to seeing in the past.
The door will open. Try the left-hand door.
Yeah. Why it's not opening? Oh, there we go. I just wanted several attempts. Oh, this room looks a little bit more dire. You see a cage.
He's playing with some toys.
Yes, he's playing with a red-hot branding iron. Oh, look, and
Pincers.
pliers, and there's blood, and the woman inside. What is she saying?
Yes, why don't you talk to the woman there?
Ooh, let's see if she allows me.
Yeah, she should be able to. You may need to
Get over to the other side.
Oh, here. Let's go closer to her cage. Oh, and of course she walks the other way. No, don't run away.
Well, she's a little skittish.
Oh. What's
happening? Something is not right. I'm scared. Do something.
But I thought they all asked for this, not right.
Or do something. Okay, well.
Okay, try again. The NPC froze up.
Oh, okay. Here, let's try it one
She's
more time.
scared. She's in the cage.
She's just repeating
You're
what
gonna
I'm
have to hit
saying.
escape.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something going on with that.
Oh.
I wish there was an error that came up with that because I've seen that before.
Well, shall I try again?
No, yeah, try again.
Okay.
And,
Well, let's get around this time. Hopefully she'll tell us what's going on. After all.
yeah, well, that's part of you actually will get a quest update if you do.
Oh, she's not doing it. Interesting.
Well, yeah, try it. I think
Try one more time.
it's hard to get to that point. Or you can just try another NPC later.
Oh,
there we go. Something's not right. Try not right. I think it's possibly because you was moving out of range.
I think I was in the upper halls, and then I went to sleep, and then I was here, all these people yelling and what's happening? What's happening? Help me, please, do something. There's something wrong here. Something wrong with Artifice, please.
Is there any way to help her? Yes, please help me. Get me out of here. Do something. I'm scared, please. Now, that's interesting. Because at that point, it's almost asking that I should somehow attack or unlock.
Yes,
or...
maybe.
But you can't.
But I can't.
No.
It won't allow me.
There's a lock, but there's no key that you have there.
Oh.
And if you talk to the satyr that's there,
who's here to see what
and
he
you'll have a
advises.
new conversation option now that you've talked to her, I believe.
Where is the satyr?
Where is the satyr? That's a good
There he is,
question.
up in the corner. He was to your right, I think.
Over here?
Yeah, there he is, watching the door.
Oh, let me talk to him. Because obviously something's going wrong. It's not. She's not giving her consent.
Pull the keyword hinter down. That little
This little
arrow
thing right there.
Ask for this. No, that's not. Yeah, try ask for this first. Okay, now scroll to the right. Scroll because there should be one that shows up that it may not have triggered.
Okay, well, there's some bugs.
Yeah, what happens is that if you tell them, try something is wrong or just wrong. Just type wrong. I think that's
wrong. Okay, let's see. Basically, I'm saying I think something's going wrong here.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It didn't trigger.
Oh, I see.
Because there should also be a task for that too, and it didn't go through. Anyway.
But he basically says,
He basically says, well, that's part of their fantasy.
Oh, the idea of non-compliance.
Yes.
Non-consent.
Yes, but maybe you're getting the idea that something is a bit wrong.
Yes, because
she didn't ask for that.
No, she didn't seem to ask for that.
And if you thought that was a bit wrong.
Then here we see the very next room.
Yes,
Let's find out.
Don't preview. Just go in.
Okay.
If the door will open.
Yes. Ah, there we go.
And I just want to say that Richard dictated this.
Oh. And now, by the way, here you'll notice this room is even worse.
It's in tatters.
The room has fallen into tatters and to ruin. There's mold growing.
Very subtle changes going on.
More blood and
see who's in the cage.
Oh, there's a child inside.
There's 2 children.
2 children
and they
hanging
have
hooks all
different
around.
reactions.
I want to
go home.
Just say anything. They'll say different things.
Oops.
I think what's happening is because this is the broadcast machine, we're losing.
It could also be because they're in the cage.
Oh,
and,
so I have to
and
escape.
because they're moving outside the range of talking and whatnot.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure out these bugs.
Unity too, right?
Yeah, and we're running in the editor, so this is like worst case scenario for performance.
But yeah, we can see here though that in addition to all these characters,
not right.
Yeah, they're torturing the children, but then in addition, I mean, there's objects like Iron Maidens around here, around the edges, and hooks
spears and hooks and
actual weapons.
Now talk to the tormentors.
The people.
Yeah, let me see one of these fellow here.
And
You're interrupting my fun.
I'm here to have fun. This should be
type, but they're children.
Whoops. But they're children.
Just try children. And maybe because you're not getting the full conversation from them. Yeah.
Yes, it could be that we didn't trigger something further
they
past.
try to defend their
practice.
Peculiar practice.
Oh, well then that can be dialogue that's discovered later once this is worked out, because that's very interesting. They try to justify what they're doing, is what you're saying. Interesting. So at this point, assuming that we go further down, I know at one point in time, Richard, you talked about wanting to try to arrange it to where you could let the children escape, and then
they would run down this way.
Run down this
but
way.
Yeah, that is not how it currently functions. But yes,
we may eventually add that.
Which would be amazing, because if we do,
because it fits in.
Now be careful and don't just go running in. Take a look.
Oh my gosh!
Do you see something? First off, something is very, very wrong here.
It's horrible. Of course, all around here, skeletons.
Notice there's a bunch of children in a cage.
But don't go over there.
There's
Be careful.
a pressure plate right there.
Oh, I see.
And look at what's in the cage.
Yes.
Without stepping on the pressure plate.
Yes. Yes, you can see it's the horrid chamber of death, basically, is what it is. A terrible trap. Now, once there had been I know that there had been a
puzzle.
A puzzle.
I wanted to make it a much more direct choice, and for a lot of people it's not a choice, and in fact they were very angry because they just kept running straight through, ran over the plate and triggered it before they even knew what was happening because they just went straight. But
yeah, before there was a lever and a fellow that said
this actually is a choice, because there's no lock on the door. You can just walk past the plate. Well, actually,
by the way, here's what we can do. By the way, if you put a few more of these braziers here and a few more there, first of all, they'll force people to come up and see it from the front, which means they won't run sideways and not see what's in the place.
to block people from running straight
and
through.
it means you could jump over the fire or catch fire. It's not going to take some damage yourself.
That would be an interesting choice
in order to protect the children.
But there's nothing forcing you from triggering this trap.
Oh, so if I chose not to,
you
could go around.
You
But
could go
yeah,
around.
but if you're me,
well, what do the people who are watching say? Do the folks that want us to
what say thee?
Up? Yes.
All right. What should we proceed forward or
Proceed.
Do the
pass
children
the
live
plates?
or die?
Yes.
Do children live or die? That's the question.
Yeah, we will
Do
let the community decide that. I think we're getting answers in right now. Meanwhile, we did have a couple of the same question: is Artifice in the game right now?
Yes.
It is in the game right now.
It is in the game. It's in a somewhat unpolished state because, we're hoping to get functionality in first and then come back and do polish later.
Save the kids, live compassion, death, die, death, die, death, proceed. Well, there you go.
I think death wins.
And by the way, even though before you walk across a plate and kill the children, I would like to point out to everybody who always complains about the killing the children in Ultimas, etc., that this place is called Artifice. If you remember, the gold that you were collecting was not real. The food you were collecting was not real. The love that people were showing to you was not real. These fantasies and things that were happening upstairs were not real. What is before you is artificial. It is artifice. This is an illusion. So you are not actually killing children. You can live with this. Do not feel that your virtues are being pined. It's like deciding to turn off the television. Is it okay to turn off the television? Of course it is.
Actually, you do take a massive
kill the children.
You do take massive virtue hit if you kill the children.
Oh, well, at least this isn't
I can
my
take that
character.
out if you want. I mean,
well, besides,
Kill children.
at this point, we don't know. At this point, we don't know when any of these things are fake. So,
Look, you killed them all.
Oh.
Pools of blood and moosh on the floor.
You need to
Goodness.
click the lock and
Lock
one of your,
itself?
one of your keys will open it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's animated.
Oh, it is?
I didn't see it.
I see nothing.
It said you used the key.
Okay, now open the door. Now
Yeah,
click
oh
on the
no,
door.
you have to open the door after that.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah. You unlock it, then open it, and trigger the
and
trap
stop the
again,
trap
just
again.
to make sure.
Yeah, just
you had
to-
to make sure.
Well, I didn't want to trip over any of the bodies. They needed to be just
Had to clear the
flat.
floor.
Good.
Better hope nobody else
Good
steps on it now.
Lord.
Yeah.
Did you count like Kate? Oh, you're it's solo, isn't
It's
it?
solo, but
Okay.
it's possible for you to trigger it.
Oh, apparently it's time to spin.
It's time to spin the wheel.
All right, wait. Let's take a break before you go down
Okay.
even further. Before you go into the lower halls.
The maze.
Spin
Do you remember the
times
maze?
two.
Oh gosh,
What?
it's been a while.
What? You
I
guys got
mean,
problems?
we may
Ed?
want to just
You got
go
problems,
through
Ed?
it.
It's been a while, but I think we can. I think we can do it.
Okay.
But I'll try it once, and if I fail,
Yeah.
then we'll fly past it.
Let's see if I can get the wheel up here.
Prize wheel.
There it
Okay,
is.
there we go.
Prize wheel. Here we go. We got a whole new wheel full of prizes, and the first double is row homes. Row homes on sale. Row homes on sale. And the second spin of the wheel of doom says Atos's choice. Is Atos around?
Scotty's around.
Scotty's choice.
Scotty, you can pick one of the things on this wheel.
Mmm.
Would you like to pick one of the things on this wheel?
Okay, let's see. How about we choose one of my favorites, which is furniture.
Furniture, row homes,
Now you
and
can buy some
furniture.
of the furniture that you've seen us
Row
walk
homes
past.
and
Oh, yes.
furniture are now on sale.
Absolutely. Some of these
All right.
things.
Second row homes on there to the right.
We've had a lot of furniture to store recently too. Some new sets.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, there's been some great furniture added recently. I saw Hutch working on a bunch of great stuff not too long ago. So this will be
All right.
your chance to grab some goodies for your house. And some of the furniture that would be on sale would be some of the stuff you've actually been seeing in here
Might
so
I have
far.
a worm?
Indeed. Worms, either for the fish or for yourself.
And we have eggs too.
Thank you.
Maybe a worm on an egg. I don't know if that works.
A worm on an egg.
That does not sound so good to me.
The egg and the worm. Which came first?
Okay, here we are. Now I'm going to make an attempt at this, but and remember, I built this, and yet I have trouble finding my way through this sometimes.
And I just fire through it randomly.
So what is this? Of course, you see questions above his head. Suddenly you're in an area that you've never seen before. Now you've seen all the rest of the stuff, and some of it was fairly horrific, but this just looks hopeless.
Now, I originally wanted there to be trapped pilgrims down here that you could talk to that are just stranded, starving, and begging for you to do something about it.
Kill them, for example, put them out
Kill
of their misery.
Yes, but
Hey, you know, now that we have, we can take off people's body parts. Limited time. For those of you, if you've been, we only just got this tech online. If you go through the Solace Bridge outskirts, you will see a wounded warrior who's missing an arm. And so you could put some badly injured people down here.
who were eating each other or something.
Yeah.
Because this is getting kind of grim.
Yeah.
Light.
Oh yes, here. A dead end.
Dead end. And so, by the way, this is a very special maze that actually took a little technology. Because this maze actually has identical hallways that teleport you into each other as
Twisty
you
little
wander
maze of
around. And so
passages.
it's actually pretty hard to find your way out.
Yeah, it is.
There's, I think, the entrance there on your right. That's where you came in.
Well,
that's where you started.
There are. I don't think so.
I think this is the exit, actually.
Is
Oh,
it?
really?
No, no.
Nope, it just sent you back to the start.
And by the way, some of these areas in here, some of these golden doors, I don't know if this is still the case, were originally meant to lead right back up into the three.
I took that out because that was just way too punishing.
Oh, okay.
Turn right.
It was.
Look, here's a golden door on your right.
That's not it. I guarantee you.
It was really frustrating to go through this, hit the wrong door, and then have to go all the way back, crawl to go back to where you
Wait, here's a
started.
new place. Okay, we've never been here.
This is it.
I think this is it.
That's
Yay!
it.
Oh my God.
Oh, now where are we?
I mean, just so you understand, if you don't know your way to go right to the right place, it's practically endless because it loops forever around into a maze that never ends.
But it was even more frustrating when it sent you back to the start of the dungeon.
Yeah. Well, it would take you back to one of the three chambers originally. Now, you know, of course, that was Richard's desire, and he is a glutton for sadism in this particular case.
What?
It was very painful for me too. Sometimes he'll sit in a chair, sometimes he won't. That's something we've been struggling with.
Now, this is a very interesting and unique chamber. This is an area that once you kind of come here, you realize, oh, there's the fellow that gave me the ticket into this place to begin with. Notice.
Avatar, I look forward to our discussion. Now, there's a lot he has to say here.
So welcome, welcome. It's so good of you to join me. I would offer you some wine, but I suspect you have had your fill of that upstairs, no? At any event, few have made it this far. It has been a long journey, has it not? You are now, I'm quite sure, familiar with our little home for humans. Tell me, what do you think of it? Now, of course,
it's evil, or you approve? Or you're confused?
I'm confused. Well, I think it's evil, so let's see. It is evil. Evil? I dare say you do not really comprehend what you mean. Surely you don't mean the children.
Oh, now this is going to be good.
Yes, the children. Yes. That test you underwent on your way to see me. You were presented with a choice as well, and you took a minor amount of extra effort to not cause the death of children in your species.
That's
a
broken.
bug. Yeah, it's broken.
That's broken because that's what you get when you don't kill the kids.
Ah.
For whatever reason, the flag that was set when you killed the kids didn't take.
There's a few bugs.
It was an all illusion to me. I actually didn't do anything like that.
I wonder if it's because you have God mode on and it didn't register that.
Oh, interesting. That is possible. That is
Yeah.
possible. I had God mode on, and
So
I've had it on throughout.
This is what you would say. This is what he would say if you did not kill the children, and if you did, he would then comment that you were a hypocrite.
Oh, I see. Right.
Now this is where he actually tells you his fiendish plan.
That's right. Yet humans do not let us live.
No.
Oh, the
Sorry,
rest.
yeah.
Oh, as I'm sure you have surmised, the Artifice Project is due to the work of three races that were constructed by your people, humans, as weapons of war. Satyrs, fauns, and we elves. Those you called the Obsidian Order created us, but now that they are gone, we are forced to seek our own way. Yet humans do not let us live. I know you were at the Blood River Massacre. You saw that humans will not let us live in peace. Well, we came up with an interesting solution. You might even call it elegant. Bone steel.
Click continue first.
Oh, bone steel. So here,
Yes.
here we're finally introduced to the idea.
Well, no, this is how you began the path of truth. Was you found that bone steel dagger.
Oh, and I suppose
Here,
we've been
and
wondering.
he refers to that.
I understand you found one of them in Blood River. Ironically enough, one of our first designs from Project Artifice. I'm sure you have determined for yourself that humans who come to Artifice are ready to die. They do not wish to contribute to society. They do not wish to help anyone other than themselves. They just want their pleasures sated. And we do so for a time. until the forges are ready for more bone. So, you see, Avatar, as I said, elegant. The machines of war you invented are using you as machines of their own war to defend against their parents who would kill them. And of course I ask, who would kill them? Oh, yet we have learned, oh, no. Oh, don't be naive. We cannot live in peace with your kind. It is the nature of the strong to rule over the weak and to take whatever the weak produce. You can complain about this lack of justice and compassion involved, but it is simply what it is. You taught us that. After all, you kill your own kind. Why should you wait even a moment to kill us while we are weak? Yet we learned your weakness, your emotions, your drives. It turns out humans are far weaker. And with the help of Hephaestus, Ariadne, Anapa? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't read it. And we, Veritas elves, will have all the weapons we need to defend ourselves with the strongest bound metal known, human bone. Very well.
So you can, if you do a Napa, you'll get a different result depending on whether or not you've already completed the Path of Love. This character hasn't, so you'll meet him soon enough.
Meet our friend soon enough.
And you can ask about Hephaestus.
A rather odd fellow, but useful. Boreas brought him on originally as an armorer for his palace guard. We've given him significantly more work in the forges, which makes him happy. And he's non-human, so the source material does not bother him in the slightest. So,
and what's Boreas?
Yes, so we want to ask about Boreas.
We've been looking for this Titan.
Obviously, the Titan who's
Yes.
gone into seclusion. Oh, that poor forgotten man. He's still here. You must be waiting to see him, aren't you? I'll lift the wards and let you pass. There, the Titan of truth. Boreas will now grant you an audience. You seem surprised. You're not my prisoner. You were just another test after all, another refinement in the Artifice project. I do have to warn you, Avatar, you may not like what you find. Truth is often such. So, with that, we should go further.
Free to go. And you could not open this door until that point.
Oh, I see. So,
and you finished your quests, and now you just have Find Boreas.
Oh, which, as it turns out, is going to be fairly easy to do as we walk into this ruined, what was once a grand court, a hall, as if of a great king.
We've got Balak Ferris who says, kill him, and followed up closely by 10 who is requesting another song from Love.
I think we've had him say
as we kill him.
Well,
the song will occur.
Killing him doesn't seem to be necessary.
And in fact, you can't.
I know.
Yes.
I think he was talking about Notice. They wanted us to kill Notice.
That's what I was talking about.
I see.
Yes, because he's the villain.
Yep.
All right. So look, there's a bones. There's
yes. So
poor guy.
One of the things we'll find out eventually, or come to understand, is that, behold, here's Boreas.
Here's the Boreas the Titan.
There's no explanation.
There's no explanation. There's just the crown, and it is the crown that Boreas has forever been regarding. So, can I take it?
Yes, you should.
Will it let me?
And now you have your quest is updated to find more about the crown.
Oh, I see. Nice. Now, could I literally put it on now? Or?
I'm not sure if you can.
Sure.
It doesn't have any effect yet. Anyway.
Oh, I see. But it's now in my inventory.
It's now in your inventory.
What you can't really tell, I mean, the skeleton, it's hard to see, but it's actually scaled up. It's 1.5 times the size of a human being.
Yes, that's
a Titan.
Yes, we have the Titans be as they were described in Sword of Midrises.
Yep. Much larger.
Not much larger, but larger.
Large enough.
Large enough.
And so here we go. We move on to the next phase because, of course, at this point we want to understand everything about what's going on with Bone Steel. Obviously, the Bone Steel crown itself.
Straight through.
And passing through, we enter into a very, very fearful place.
The Forge of Hephaestus.
The Forge of Hephaestus itself.
Now, eventually, I want to have fawns here doing mining and working the forges and all that. For right now, we only have one NPC who's at the bottom.
Now, this may seem like lava, but what it really is it's the literal bone steel metal made molten from what you see all around you, both the piles of ash and bone that surround this place on all sides. These things are being melted in to create bone steel itself.
Now, Richard and Tracy didn't give me much guidance for Hephaestus, and I thought it would be interesting because the engineers of our world of Novia are kobolds. So of course, who would the best forge in the land be?
Oh yeah, the best smith.
He would be a kobold, and I made him. He's a nice kobold.
Oh, busy. Oh, hello, human. Not many you get this far, standing up, I mean. I'm Hephaestus, and I run the forge. Interesting.
Type job. Actually, you can pull down the keyword hints. I kind of assume during this dialogue that you have these, this ability.
Well, let's see. I'm only one here. This forge, I must run it. Good thing I like my job. Oh.
Crown. Ask about the crown.
Yep, absolutely at this point. Interesting. You able to actually pick it up. Didn't expect that. Not only Titans could. You aren't a Titan, are you?
Yes, I am.
Are you a god?
Always say yes.
Always say yes.
Always say yes when you're when somebody asks if you're a god.
I like you. You funny. Not like elfy people and satyr people. So you're not a Titan, but you're different. Oh, I know. You're an avatar. Now that's interesting. And we are being referred to by that name elsewhere here throughout the game? Yes. Nice. So at that point, I want to find out what we need to do next. I got this okay. Forge pretty much runs itself. I just make sure it stays running, correct input and outflow is needed. But now, let's find out what he knows about us. Ah, yes, you have a destiny. Boreas talk about destiny and prophecy much. This before artifice. And this was halls of truth. Different now, obviously. He mention you come, and he not stare at silly crown. That why you be careful using crown. It trap Boreas. It trap you too. Anyway, he say you must do things. Do you want to know what they are? Of course I do. If you say so.
Click yes. That's about what I need to fix. You can
just click there.
Yeah.
Ah, there we go. You have to follow destiny. You need to go to library downstairs. There a fawn there. He not like other fawns. He like you. He have his own path. He lost it. You go show it to him, then come back.
So,
okay, farewell.
Now you have a new quest update.
I see. Nice.
We are getting requests in Discord for an audiobook version of the story.
Yeah. Read by Scott.
Read by Scott, yes.
Now, to the left and to the right, by the way, if you wanted to check this area out before leaving, you can see there are two zones which the bone steel weapons have been placed. They're locked. But these are baskets, basically, cages that are run to eventually go up and take all these bone steel weapons up to the undead armies. Is that correct?
Undead armies and the elves, as he mentioned.
Oh, into the elves.
The elves are getting ready for war.
So to the left and right, those are the doorways you see leading to those lit areas. But where we're going,
you have to
jump across the lava.
Do the lava jump.
Oh, is it going to do? Oh, it also brought up a book. Wow.
Yeah, because you hit the J key.
I was so frightened of falling in that I hit every key imaginable. So now down here and past and outside the forges and all the bones, we pass through another golden door that leads into this place.
Now, this is where I mentioned you're going to see where we just, okay, we're out of time. We have to get it out. This originally was going to have a book with everyone's journal in the game, I believe, was your original
That's
plan.
correct, and that's still, I hope to find, it requires technology, but the thing I thought would be very interesting about this, so we're still exploring how to do it if it's possible, is if we basically put literally a book for every player in the game, period. And it would include literally everyone's journal. And it may or may not include their character's name on it, but it would just be interesting to go, I think, book to book and just see where other people were. And you get little hints about other parts of the story or other things that were said along the way and see the order in which other people solve stuff.
Now, this elf you meet here is Kiakas, who you met originally in Vertas. You haven't seen him since.
Will you let me talk to him? Let me see.
Yeah, you just have to wait for him to...
Ah. It's good to confirm you are still well, Avatar. I confess I do not understand what is happening here. Artifice seems to be a creation of Veritas elves, yet we should not do such a thing. Many humans are being killed for weapons for elves. This is a mistake. Interesting. Having strong weapons will not protect we Veritas elves. The humans outnumber us by many thousands. We cannot win a war. This is what makes us different from the Obsidian elves. I must speak with, is that Kyriad?
Kyriad
on
is
this.
the mayor of Veritas, basically.
Ah, okay, I see.
So click on Kyriad.
Kyriad is the leader of the Veritas elves. There are two possibilities explaining this place and his involvement. So I'm assuming that if I were to...
I think Veritas is where...
Veritas would okay. It is my village and my home. I wonder how many of us know of what is happening here. I hope for our sake very few.
It might be off of elves. I think, yeah, I believe there's at one point where he makes it explicit he's doubting.
Yes, I am an elf of the village of Veritas. I am aware that especially in this part of Novia, there has been much fighting between the dark elves and your people. Rest assured that I mean you no harm. I would hope you mean me no harm as well. I am often unfamiliar with human customs.
And that's actually from his earlier dialogue. Go ahead and click on Artifice. I think that might be where it is.
Okay. Artifice is a place of great evil. I had no idea what horrible things happened to create this bone steel. I cannot apologize enough for the responsibility my people bear.
Yeah, Bone Steel.
Bone steel is a tragedy and an abomination. If we use bone steel weaponry, we are no better than those who seek our death.
There's no real resolution here, but it's quite obvious that if the Veritas elves do redeem himself, he's going to be a key part of that. He is not a happy camper.
So we could hope one day to see alliances between humans and elves based on his alliance with us.
Exactly.
Now, this area, I really loved building this area, and there's a lot of reasons why. We really had not had anything even close to a library before, and as Richard said, that we are waiting on technology, and primarily it's the understanding of how bookshelves will work.
And right now, bookshelves are some of the most demanding things in our game in terms of frame rate and rendering.
Absolutely.
And a massive library like this would just bring the scene to its knees.
Oh, and heck, I was lucky, at least in the beginning, I did have bookshelves that were of the 8 kinds that Rick had made that literally had individual books on each one. And although the frame rate wasn't bad, what was bad was the load time for the scene. It was
I'm going to skip ahead, and this is probably going to be the last NPC we talk to because we're at 11 o'clock.
Oh, good. Well, Perry then.
Yes, I'm going to skip us to Perry. Teleport.
By the way, he's teleporting us here because you notice if you look around this library,
it's confusing.
It looks practically endless too. And I tried to make sure that all the hallways receded off into mist, and the areas just seem infinite in here.
But if you wander around the library enough, eventually you find this.
You'll find him.
Curious little guy off in the corner.
I'm glad you knew how to get to him. I didn't.
Not many make this far.
Not many.
There's Kiakas the elf. He came just recently and fast us upstairs. He's nice, but past that are the satyrs. I don't like the satyrs. They scare me. Kiakas satyrs. Click satyrs.
Oh,
yeah, you can do it here. He's not like the other elves here. I don't think he gets around humans much. You should talk to him. He seems lost too.
Luckily we have, so.
Yes.
But the satyrs.
They scare me. I didn't used to be scared. I wrote a book once about how we could be stronger together and resist. But that was so long ago. I don't think I can do that anymore.
Now it's the time for the last spin.
Let's finish this.
Finish here first.
Really quickly though, I'll mention that that's been established before. In fact, in Xenos, you will have seen how scared the satyrs are. How scared the fawns are because of the satyrs. They're very dominating.
And as part of the quest, you found his book, which is he is the leader of the fawn resistance. Yeah, we were. How can I say made to obey? But you can still not obey. You can obey slow. You can obey wrong, and the more you do it, the easier it gets. You have to be strong, though. It hurts. It hurts so much. And it made me angry. We shouldn't hurt. It's not right. None of this is right. We should fight. But we're small, and they're big. And Perry stands a little taller. And yes, you see where I broke your
Yeah,
rule,
yeah.
but I had to do
All
this.
right,
with
all
the
right,
rest.
okay,
What's the
whatever.
For
rule?
one thing, we don't have emotes for fawns.
Oh, okay.
We have to fight to be free. We have to. Why did I give up? I shouldn't be here. Perry stands a little taller. He's almost not hunched over at all. His eyes are angry and fierce.
So we see the fomentation of
Yes,
rebellion
you're,
of the fawns.
You're punching him back up. No, keep
Oh,
going.
free?
He's not done. Yeah, we need to fight and be free. It'll be hard and it'll hurt, and some of us will die, but we deserve to live, and we deserve to live free. Just because we were made to obey, we still have our hearts, and it's right, and it's just, and we're not going to give up just because it's hard.
Go for it, man.
Well, he continued. He's not done.
Oh.
I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to write more books and teach fawns to read them. And I'll teach other fawns. And one day there'll be a town of fawns and no satyrs. And we'll live our own lives. And we'll be free. And no one will tell us what to do. Because that's what's right. Perry is standing tall and looking you in the eye as he says this. You've never seen a fawn like this. Thank you. You've saved me. You've saved my people. Go tell Hephaestus I'll be okay and to lift the lock on the gate. We both need to leave. You need to save your people, and I need to save mine. The fawns will always remember the name of Hot Tub. I promise.
We're in Hot Tub.
Yes. And now you can return back to Hephaestus, and he'll tell you the next step that you need to go, which is, in this character's case, do the path of love and the path of courage. And then he unlocks the door to get out of here.
Bravo!
Excellent.
Bravo!
Yay.
Bravo. A few bugs we need to write down. And speaking of things like bugs, if we can get the camera person to flip the camera around, we've got a few things to do on the other side of this room.
Ah, yes, the wheel again.
Well,
yes.
I can do the prize wheel, Can. I know how to do that much.
Well, okay, let's open the wheel it is first. So we on our, this is not our last spin. Is this the last spin of the wheel, the last time?
And then I need
And
to
it's
go.
supposed to be a double spin. I'm going to make it a triple spin.
And after you're done,
It's a triple spin.
and we also need to give away the last prizes.
And we got to do prizinating.
And I'll do that from here.
There's something else on that board that you have to turn the other camera around to see.
Oh.
Okay, so here we go. We're doing first of 3 spinnerators. And if it's a blank, it's trees.
Trees.
Trees are on sale. Trees go on sale. That's one of the last things of the night to go on sale is trees. And pets. Trees and pets are on sale. And the extra bonus number three, the number of the game shall be 3 is Scott Jones' choice.
Oh my goodness.
So we
Okay.
do like clothing and wings, statues, dives, village homes, hats and masks,
Well, we've also
papers, fences, and walls. People like that for decorating.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay, well then let's do that. I love that idea. It's pavers, fences, and walls.
Pavers, fences, and walls. All right, pavers, fences, and walls, and trees, and pets.
And prizes.
And prizes. All right, and can we get a driver in the camera?
These are the last prizes of the evening. They're going to be huge.
Huge.
Huge. First is the ornate vial halberd. That is won by Pixie Locks.
Hooray,
Second
Locks.
is the obsidian weapon and cloak bundle. Every obsidian weapon, every cloak. That is won by Valand. And lastly, the Obsidian City Home Tax-Free Pot Lot Bundle. The City Home Tax-Free Lot Bot Bundle. It's worth quite a bit. I'm not sure exactly how much, but quite a bit. And the winner of that is Lace. Lace wins the Obsidian City Home Tax-Free Pot Lot Bundle. And those are your winners for the evening.
Excellent. And now we're going to try to turn the camera around. Can you turn this to the camera being broadcast?
Yep, we're gonna try for it right now.
And
Turn off tech desk.
This one right here.
we will tell you when we get it turned around here to begin our final hour. And it's the Q&A and wrap up. And who's going to be joining me on this? Is Spear still here?
Window region unity.
Is Chris Spear still
No.
here?
Down. There, window, turn that off.
Okay, and now. Apply scene changes? No?
Oh, what's that?
Well, normally it lets us
We're
have it.
still apart in the technical rigmarole as we get the cameras turned around.
What do you want to see on there?
We need to see this right here.
We want to be broadcasting from that camera, the camera that faces
Yeah.
the
That's
front.
what it is right now. If you sit there, we'll see you.
Oh, okay, but I can't see it over here, but I trust you
Oh,
that that is what's on.
I'm trying to get that screen.
All right.
Okay, here we
so, yes, okay, there we go. I can see it.
Yay!
Hooray, hooray! So, pardon. But by the way, one of the things you'll notice here is this number, $110,000. By the way, we have 1 hour left to make another $10,000. And by the way, we've been on pace for that. This has been a 12-hour telethon. If you do 10,000 an hour, that would have been, we're actually, that'd be exactly right. That'd be precisely the case. That is exactly the pace we are on. And so we literally are on the precise pace that is required to make the 120 and get everybody the flame plate armor. So flame plate armor, if you would like it, please donate at least $5 tonight. If you donate $5 tonight, you will already receive all the stretch goals of the being able to smoke, blow the virtue symbol out of your pipes, hold bundles of balloons, a miner's helmet with a flame on top, flame patterned stained glass oil lamp tabletop pieces, 3-pack, fire elemental statue with flame effects, the flame shaped shield and scimitar, the flame patterned, flame themed leather armor, and if we make the last 10,000, the flame plate armor to go with the leather armor. And but for the last little bump, 2,500 to get us to 110. Cheers to all of you, community. Cheers, Scott. Since I'm drinking, you gotta like dance.
We
or...
can't have you drink alone.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I'm just standing here all by myself, so somebody's gotta sing or dance or something. It's time for our Q&A U&E. We're on for the last hour. Dude.
All right, there you go. And dry.
Thank you.
Does Canada Dry count? I didn't know Canada Dry counted.
Sure was. All right. So we are approaching the final hour. And again, everybody, thank you so much. This has already been a great day. I'll also repeat, by the way, if you have not yet been to the www.seedinvest.com/portalarium/series.b, please go check it out. We've added one more way you can participate in addition to buying stuff through our add-in stores, as many of you are doing. You can now actually directly invest in Portalarium as one of your options. We're doing a Reg CF, which is a new SEC structure for crowdfunding equity style. The details of it, we actually, due to the SEC regulations, we actually can't tell you those details verbally. You actually literally, by law, have to go get those directly off the website. They want to make sure that people who are talking or sending other kinds of, there's emails or marketing, there's things that are considered non-tombstone, and tombstone is the jargon. Non-tombstone can be when we say, hey, our game is great. Tombstone would be, here's how much we're selling our stock for. And so we can't mix those two things all in one. Since tonight we're talking about the game, we cannot mix into today's discussion issues about the offering. Instead, to find out about the offering, you have to go to www.seedinvest.com/portalarium/series.b. Please go check it out. Another thing to know about today is this is the last hour. The next hour is the last chance you will get.
45 minutes.
The last 40, are we down to 45 minutes?
47 minutes.
The last 47 minutes. This is your last chance to get ornate, basically all the aeronaut stuff. Ornate black leather aeronaut helmet pattern packs. Black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfit pattern packs. Black and chrome ornate aeronaut outfits. Ornate black leather aeronaut helmets. Aeronaut wearable packs. Aeronaut hot air balloon pack. The hot air balloon itself. The airship city home, which is fantastic. The Star Citizen aeronaut helmet starter bundle. And the biggie of them all, the Star Citizen airship city home, which is one of the most badass things we have in the game. This today, the next 45 minutes, is literally the last chance anybody will have to acquire one of those items. And they will be out of the stores, and you never know, you might be able to sell them for more than you buy them for if you acquire one of those tonight, because that is the end. So if any of those things about traveling through the air appeal to you, this is the last chance to participate in that part of the game.
And I mentioned earlier, but the airships, when we were talking about them and we were looking at the models for them, I was basically gasping with, "Oh, please don't put this in the game." Actually playing them in the game, it's completely, or seeing them in the game has actually completely changed my tune, because it is one of those things. It's not like I haven't seen any towns where there's like 3 of them or something like that. There's like, I've seen towns with the 1 of them, and that makes an absolute amazing landmark that you basically can build your town around, because everybody can see that and you know where it is. And it's great to have those super visible landmarks. The reason I didn't like it originally was because it was hideously tall and large and visible from miles away.
But that's also why I like it
in the
end.
scene, with there not being more than 1 in most any city I've been in, it's an amazing landmark that you can see from miles away, which is awesome.
Indeed. So if you want one of those landmarks, today is the next 45 minutes is the last 45 minutes to acquire yourself such a landmark. Okay, well now we are in the last 45 minutes. So
What are we talking about?
We're going to go to Q&A mostly,
Okay.
but we also just ought to talk about the day. So how do you think the day went? First of all, I think the day went great. So anytime we ever make it to 6 figures, we consider it a blessing. This really will go. This covers a substantial portion of our budget. So thank you very, very kindly to help us out in that way this night. It's also a lot of fun to get a chance to connect with all of you, both in the game as well as so many of you who came out here to help us out. Sure do appreciate it.
Yeah, here for the community helping out today in game.
Thank you,
Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate
And a large percentage of the community guilds represented here. The reason I actually apparently was late here, because I didn't notice the time go by, was I was talking to a member of the Jade Dragons and a member of the BMC, just showing them some metrics and going over some logic for how things worked. And
And you're
great seeing
representing
everybody.
the Blackgate Dojo right now.
I'm representing people who give me
Really cool
t-shirts.
shirt. Yeah, look at that. They came by a few weeks ago. We gave them a tour of the studio.
I should wear my Drunken Elders shirt today. I'm doing Shroud. We're all doing Shroud shirts, so that's good. But I like the idea of supporting the community, so that's what I'm going to gravitate to that theme next time. But no, I think this whole series of discussions and the pieces I even watched from my desk have been of exceptional quality, and that hats off to the team, by the way. Not only all of us who are here in the room chatting, but everybody behind the scenes, many of whom are all staying late as we are. The team has been putting in a Herculean effort to get this game done. And something I said at the beginning of the night that I'll say here at the end, hours 2, is I've had as long a career in this industry as pretty much anybody ever has, and I've been very fortunate to have more than my fair share of successes. But I've also had at least a couple of games, 2 or 3 games that have had rocky releases, shall we say, that fell, that came in below what I would have hoped they could have done. And as I reflect on those, and I've done postmortems and things on my past work, but as I look at those, there's something universal, at least to my own personal history, about when I think we've had a success and when we've had something that was less successful than I would have hoped. And that pretty much universally has been, the defining factor has been, did you have the chance to really finish it well? Did you have time to polish it prior to shipping it? And so that quality bar, that thing, the way it is often described is that 80% of the quality comes in the last 20% of the time. And I really do believe that. If you get rushed out the door and you miss that last 20% of the time, you've thrown away 80% of the quality. But if you get a chance to take your time and work through that last round of rebuild and retouch and refine things, then there's very good odds, much better odds, you will ship the product you're proud of. And in our case, we are now in that last 20%. And so every week, every month that we continue forward from here, I think you're going to see really substantial improvements in quality, because we're no longer focused on getting the main subsystems in. They are now all present. They just now need to be populated. There's obviously skills missing, there's special effects missing, there's sound effects missing, there's subquests missing, there's plenty of bugs through there. But the fact that all the systems are in and we can see them all operating together means we can now begin the polish process of going back and redoing maps, redoing spells, filling in those gaps, and connecting those pieces together in a way that is smoother, more powerful, more elegant, better, better user experience, better alignment of the virtues with the quest lines, all the things that really will make the game sing properly. And so, this is May now. So after midnight, it'll be June. No, May. Where are we? We're in May.
May 31st.
May 31st. Tomorrow will be June. And in July, we believe we'll have the story, the episode 1 story completable. Technically, it has already been completed in the QA server. At least there have been a few people who have managed to complete it despite the bugs. But in July, you should be able to complete it with reliability. Everything else past July is polish. It's truly polish on both the story as well as on so many other features.
And polish for the tech side of things will be starting. Why did that just turn
That's
on?
fine. It's still going. It's just
okay.
a monitor.
Polish on the tech side is starting before that because a lot of the tech stuff is already finished up, and there's just a few more things we're basically working on finishing up some features and ready. So
yeah, and so anyway, so I really feel very comfortable that we're going to be able to deliver the game that you want, that you're hoping for, and that we believe we've been targeting. We know it's still rough and we still have work to do, but we're gonna reach that goal well. And that's actually one of the reasons we're doing the Seed Invest campaign is, we live and we raise and spend about the same amount every month as we have done for our entire existence. But now we need to start building out the publishing side of the company. And so we really have kind of two choices with that. We either go join forces with another bigger publisher, and we've done that before, or we raise a little bit more money and hire more of that staff internally, which is the preference that we want to do. So that's why you'll see the details about our Seed Invest campaign on www.seedinvest.com/portalarium/series.b. But with that, let's go into any questions you still had queued up or on Discord chat or wherever they're coming from.
I'm not sure where they came from, but we can certainly answer them. They're all different font sizes. I'm not sure what's
Barrett, do you think, is this where we should start for questions?
That is the live chat question, so feel free to pick and choose as you like there. You can scroll up.
Go back for hours.
You can go scroll up to the.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. Otherwise, go to the top and then choose the categories.
40 pages.
Well, we have 40 hours.
Or start at the bottom or start at the top. Take your pick.
I know they're going to hate me for it, but because we know that people are probably still here,
I'm going to start at the
bottom and work up.
Okay, we'll start at the bottom.
Despite the other people who will be screaming, I've waited so long to hear my question. Well, I don't know if you're here or not. So anyways, let's see. Question for whenever, Barrick. I was wondering if I could get the option to have items in the public vendors that don't sell return to our banks instead of being sold for the NPC binary.
Well, technically we could, but I would still vote no.
Yeah, so that's one of the things, trying to get items out of the game. Part of the reason we added mail in this system, or this release, was, as I mentioned earlier today, when we have a system that comes up, we were talking about like how we design things. That's basically when we got to the rent system, one of the things we looked at was like, do we want to put in like some very systematic, like, here's a big UI for rent and how you charge rent, or do we want to add the individual elements that are needed for you to actually be more like a role-playing landlord, and some of those things were like mail was one of them. Or properties and privileges were others. But the mail part came out because that also this unblocks like 10 different things if we do mail. And one of the things that can unblock is that type of, if something you are selling doesn't sell, instead of it being sold to a vendor, if you forget about it, they could be mailed back to you for a price. So that's something that could be opened up, although design-wise, I do kind of like, at least right now, removing items from the game.
Because again, one of the things that we're trying to constantly do is, somewhere in the existence of the game, every time we spawn a monster which has either gold or resources on it, we eventually have to get that same gold value and resource value out of the game, or the economy will inflate. And so we have to build as many drains as there are spigots. And so we're constantly looking for ways to get those drains into the game, especially around areas of crafting where people are trying to get their skills up by doing extra crafting. And there's some fraction of users that will buy things from people, but of course, those things people buy have to wear out in order to create a market for you to make more things for. But of course, people will also complain about the levels of wear, et cetera, et cetera. So these things all feed back into each other. So we have to find the right balance to make sure that when you buy a weapon, you get enough use out of it to where you feel good about it. When you make a weapon, if you're at the pinnacle of your career or happen to be at a great place and time, the thing that you made is reasonably popular for people to buy, then great, sell it to another player. And but if you are making things that don't sell versus accumulate them in your bank, which just then stacks a bunch of things that aren't selling on the open market or aren't selling in the geographic region that you're in, it's actually better for us to find a way to get it out of the game and provide you fair value for the time you put in on it. And so that's really the logic that drives our decision making, is to balance the economy. Next question.
All right. Let's see. Barrick, will we get to pick the prices in the rent system as an actual homeowner? Yes. As I just mentioned a second ago, what we are presenting to you for the rent system is basically giving you the mechanisms that you need. Making it so there's a lot of these elements that we had to have no matter what, but the rent system is going to be, some of the components, as I mentioned, the mail, having items so that there's actually, when you place an item on someone else's lot, you still own that item. If Richard invites me to his house as a kindred or a renter, then if I place a fancy chair that I bought in the store for $10 or something like that in the house, I don't want Richard to be able to take it from me. I also don't want him to be able to, he gets repossessed, his house gets picked up because he didn't pay his rent. And then the items, of course, all then go to Richard's bank, and you don't want your chair going to his bank. So one of the first items that we had to have in there was the item ownership concept. So if I place that chair down there, Richard can pick up the chair and send it to my bank, but he can't pick it up and put it in his inventory, pick it up and basically take ownership of it. The chair will always be owned by me. So that's one part of it. The other part is making it so we can put gold in chest is another thing, and having a deposit system. So these are all like little pieces of the puzzle getting to rent, so that we can have one-way chests, so that there's chests that can only be deposited in by certain class people. Doors that have privileges, so you can say this door can only be operated by player X. Mail systems, just because that makes so much of it more convenient in terms of mailing and that type of stuff. But basically, we're giving all the tools to let players do the renting themselves. We're not putting in a system that is a rental system where you go and set, I want to rent this room for 500 gold. But anyways, you get to pick the price, you get to set everything up. Bulletin boards is another one, of having bulletin boards where you can post stuff on bulletin boards, and having public bulletin boards is another big one. Because it's not just a matter of, I want to rent my room, you got to find the people to get to your room.
Which then also, by the way, covers for me and Dallas, we were having an argument or discussion, I guess last night, technically, about public chat channels. That was one we've discussed ad nauseum once a month amongst all of us about the pros and cons of a public chat channel. I mean, everybody wants open communication. We all want, we think that everybody communicating together is enormous value amongst the community to help bond people together. On the other hand, a universal public chat channel that showed up on the bottom of everybody's screen immediately gets swamped with, people, advertising their gold farming values. And so you have to either make sure those things are localized, or have a cost, or have some other way to focus that effort. And so again, that's why I happen to be a fan of bulletin board systems. When you think about apartment complexes or university dorms, there's always near the elevator stack, so the place where you're allowed to put bulletin boards. And so if you're advertising your babysitting or Tai Chi teaching, you put your little tear off tag down there and invite people over to your shop. But that way the seeker and the advertiser are both looking at the same source by choice, versus swamping everyone, even though it's not their choice.
Umeri, Barrick, is there a reason Bitcoin isn't available in the add-on store this telethon? I guess I don't need to say at Barry every time because really just,
Right,
that's
'cause
that's
how they got
that's
you.
them tagging you and you
Yeah.
didn't remove it.
Well, you know why we actually had our Bitcoin connection died. We'll get that back online though. There's just a hiccup in the process.
But
We're
yeah,
we're
such
still
wasn't up to
we
the
or at least
telephone.
I'm still a big Bitcoin fan. What is it at today? It's well over $1,000. So pushing
It's
two.
like,
left
yeah,
or
I was like pushing 2,400 or something.
All right,
like that.
even better. Great.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, we love Bitcoin. I love Bitcoin. What's next?
One of the programmers actually, when he started with this, came and worked for us, volunteered to work for free to see if we liked him to try him out. To which, of course, we said yes, but we almost immediately started paying him because he obviously was super talented. But he was, later I talked to him and found out that was because he ran a Bitcoin farm for a while, so he had a little bit of savings saved up. But anyways, back to other stuff. Could you please add EXP pool balances back to the main UI, even if a small toggleable readout? Oh, this is, we used to have the bar at the bottom, but we actually moved it to be in the UK to pull up your skill UI, and it shows down the bottom pools.
We can think about it.
Yeah, we can think about it. It's one of those things, I think it was bothering some people, and it was kind of a clunky UI, and it was one of those, yet another thing to explain, because it was a bar that we couldn't really make it linear, because the scale between what the lowest players would have and the highest players would have was many orders of magnitude. So it had to be a bar that was basically orders of magnitudes rather than that, so it was kind of hard to explain, and yeah, and I think we just ended up pulling it just because we all felt it was a little too clunky and confusing, players having it that way. Any corporas, any way to have a dismiss chaotic, dismiss shield of air bindable key? There's a lot of skills that players use on themselves, but there are also things they want to be able to cancel out quickly without having to go up and right click on them. And yeah, that is one of those things. I mean, I want that type of stuff too. There's always times I want to go up and cancel, and it's just
I
slow
cancel two
to just
things.
go and cancel.
So they want to cancel all of the things that are affected?
No, so they cast like a shield of air, which has you cast it on yourself, and then any damage you take, instead of it going to your health, goes to your focus. That's awesome. It keeps you alive. The bad news is you'll end up completely out of focus before you know it if you can't cancel it. And it's nice to be able to quickly cancel it. So you want to use that to absorb some, but you got to save yourself some focus, or else you're going to be, SOL and not be able to dump any damage on because you don't have any focus left. But it's just, if you're in the heat of combat, that's obviously going up, finding the icon on the bar, and also the little icon bar moves around sometimes because buffs come and go. It's just really tedious to try and get up there. So yeah, I mean, it's one of those things we need to have. I just haven't got around to it. I still have hopes that we can make arbitrary floating buttons that can do various things, but
And hang on, I'm seeing us stuck here at 110, and I would love for you all to get your flaming plate armor, and we only have 30 minutes left, and so I'm going to spin the wheel again, and for the last 30 minutes, I'm going to put a couple more things on sale. In fact, let's just do it by command. You pick one of those, I'm going to pick one of those off that list right there.
Now let's see, if you're trying to get there, trees, village. I'm going to go with Village Homes.
Village Homes on sale till the end. Village Homes on sale to the end.
And Richard is picking.
And mine here, I just think I got a text lobby here. Hang on, let's see what I was lobbied to put on there. Accessories. Okay, I'm gonna do two. Clothing and wings and hats and masks. Clothing and wings and hats and masks.
All right, I don't
Clothing and
believe we
wings. Clothing and wings, hats and masks. Clothing and wings, hats and masks.
Clothing, wings, hats, and clothing and wings we have not had yet, so that's a new one.
Excellent.
All right. So yes, Corpor, I know that's something that bothers me as well, and we need to come up with a way to quickly dismiss that. Again, that is kind of an in-game playing type thing that, but yeah, we need to have it. It's very inconvenient. Uh-oh.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
Intro to it.
Of course.
Let's see. I'm gonna move along here. Are the artifacts and Kabbalist weapons getting an overhaul? Hasn't been on my short list, but yes, balancing those things. Obviously, those are a challenge because they are trying to make items that are desirable, but not directly competing with crafted gear.
We can get
But
patterns
yes.
out of them, correct? And so
No, there's no patterns.
no
out
patterns
of
out of
them.
them.
And
Okay.
actually, that was a question earlier. Is apparently I have a few of them set so you can salvage them, and so a few
But I thought
players
the
said,
plan-
"Woohoo! Salvage the artifact," and then they got nothing.
But I thought the plan is that the obsidian patterns can only be used on other obsidian items.
Yes. Oh, so the obsidian ones, the ones that come off the vile ones, not obsidian.
Oh, I see.
Vile.
Okay.
The vile are that's the
Okay.
Kabbalist weapons are the vile ones. Those actually can be salvaged. Many of the other artifacts cannot be salvaged. Actually, they can be salvaged, and they'll give you like.
By the way,
junk.
hats off to you for things like your frogpin ring. You know, I was in a dance party earlier tonight, looking at some people that were, you know, not. It's not just the rings and things. The cleverness of all of you in the community, the cleverness of some of the great pieces of tech that have gone in to back it up, to mix and match colors, special effects, accoutrements on yourselves is pretty damn phenomenal. And speaking of things that are pretty damn phenomenal, and you can tell I'm getting potty mouth. If you see me yawning and doing a little bit of potty mouth, that's because it's getting late in the evening, and we are at 500. We are 3 clicks away from everybody getting flame style plate armor. Everyone who's given $5 or more, and and I guess we should top something off. Hey, are there any fresh ones of these things back there? Can you ask? Sticky.
Flicker.
I know. I want to see if there's
Flicker's
more
all
back
fresh.
there.
Yeah, we got.
See if
we
there's
got
any
some
back
more.
there. Need something? You got it.
No, I gotta do a song for Maxine here real quick. We'll be quick. I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. You don't even know how you feel. It's adorable. Well, it's nice to see that humans never change. Open your eyes, let's begin. Yes, it's really me. It's Maui. Reel it in. I know it's a lot, the hair, the bod. When you're staring at a demigod, what can I say except you're welcome for the tides, the sun, the sky. I should rehearse this. I would have gotten an octave lower.
No, you're doing perfect. Keep going.
Well, hey, it's okay. Okay, you're welcome. I'm just an ordinary demiguy. All right. I'm gonna stop there.
That's enough. That's enough.
That's enough to
That was
embarrass
good. That was
my,
good. That was good.
to embarrass my 3-year-old.
Especially when she looks at this one in 10 years. Exactly. She's gonna go like, "You ain't got nothing on me at my wedding, and I got you back in those telethons." That's funny.
All right, back to the questions.
All right.
Let's see. Baron Droxus asks, "What's the counter to a sneak attack and successful night step?" There's
Good
not
question.
much. The counter is to don't let them get set up. But I mean, it's a good start thing. I mean, there's always good starts. Like, hey, guess what? Another great start is to do a 5-stack lightning bolt or something, and start off with a powerful attack. I mean, there's always going to be great starts. The counter is to be the guy that attacks him first instead of him being the guy that attacks you first.
Can you interrupt? Do those interrupt? Either one of those?
The sneak attack is just a powerful. Night step is basically a teleport to him, but you can only do it when you're stealth, and then basically it's a night step and a sneak attack. They're two skills that kind of designed to go hand in hand together. But yeah, there's not a great counter for it right now, except to not be the guy that got ambushed. I mean, that's kind of the thing, is if you get ambushed, you're the guy getting ambushed.
You gonna make it?
I'm gonna make it.
30 minutes, come on, 30 minutes, you gotta make it.
30
my
minutes,
battery.
21
Can
minutes.
somebody get my battery on my phone is about to die? Can somebody grab my, on my desk there's a little portable battery.
Murray, so what I'm hearing is you have an opening for an AI program. Right now, we don't have any openings for anything. in the future, possibly. But yeah, that is one of the places where we have an amazing AI programmer. But notice the A part of it. We have a single AI programmer. If you look at most games, basically the AI team is larger than our.
I took a little break and I was playing. I play a lot of games on my iPhone, and I was playing a Lara Croft iPhone game by our friends over at Square Enix, and I'm using the cheat code, so I'm just kind of following the path to get through. So I got to the end in no time, and then I looked at the team. It's a very simple side scroller game, and it had a team of like 300 people on it, going like, yeah, okay, we are scrapping, we're scrapping.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times people just get piled on for those things. It gets done by a third party. I did a game for Sega. And basically we were on, the actual people who did the actual game were on about page 5 of the scrolling credits for all the stuff. So yeah, don't get me started on that. Third party, not fun.
Indeed.
Somebody's videotaping this.
Indeed, I think it's just stills.
It's just stills? Okay.
Stills.
Solazar, question Atos, how about vile weapons?
How about vile weapons?
How about the vile weapons? Yes, there are some that are still fairly half finished. I do need to go back and make better effects for them. I forget which ones are junk and which ones are actually cool. I know people like the crossbow just because it's kind of fun. It does like the 3-shot instead of 1. And it also looks amazing. All of them look amazing. And that's kind of the problem right now is all of them look amazing. Only, I think, 4 of them have real cool effects on them. I just need to make time to go back and make the others cool. So they will retroactively become cool for you because I will be modifying the base type, so the ones you have will turn into cool things. Maybe R43 again. How much I'm going to get done this release is kind of up in the air.
Kind of depends a bit on whether Star survives. Star, are you there? I haven't seen him in a while.
He's not there.
Fancy that.
But yeah, as I've mentioned a couple times, that's this release was fairly chaotic due to a number of things, including
the Lord of Chaos.
The Lord of Chaos being out of the office, which means that the office is chaos, or would be if I hadn't at least picked up a little bit of the slack and managing this JRs for stuff. And Attenwood doing an absolutely amazing job of pretending to be a producer in Star's absence. And a number of other people. Chaos stepped up quite a bit too, and a ton of other, and Barrick picked up a lot of slack. So we can do it. It only takes 4 people to do Star's job. It's
That's right,
easy.
just 4.
Just 4. There are many PvP areas could be negatively impacting PvP because like-minded people are hard to find. Yeah, and that's I mentioned this earlier too. That is a factor. But really, the number one problem we have by a mile is lack of population, which we know how to fix. We're just choosing not to fix the lack of population because we want to make sure the game is at a point where it will be sticky enough so when we start bringing people in, they don't just immediately go and tell their friends what a piece of crap the game is. Unless they bought the game on Steam, then they'll do that anyway. So
yeah, of course.
Let's see. Yes, we do like to rag on Steam a lot.
Only because they like to rag on us.
The Oracle was supposed to reset to be reset at midnight. It's not happening at midnight. Can you tell us what's up?
The Oracle is supposed to reset at midnight.
I'm not sure what that means.
Oh, you mean
that's probably for getting your next
money.
I honestly don't know. That's
that's news to me too. So I've never been timing it.
I think it's timed based on UTC server time, not on midnight.
Not
on their local.
So what time is it? Because I would be in the same boat as this guy.
I believe.
Yeah, I'd be totally min-maxing it. Hey, let me log in at 11:50 and go see the Oracle. Now wait around another 10 minutes. Hey, Oracle, how's it going? We just talked 10 minutes ago, but I want my money anyways.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what they want to do.
Yeah, but I agree we should prevent that. You try to game the system, people. Who was that? Knock their demerit of some kind.
Can I ever actively block arrows with a shield? So you can semi-actively block arrows with a shield just using the block skill. That does block. You can't parry arrows. But of course, what they really want is they want an arrow shot at them and they can do something to immediately, like if they do something fast enough.
Do we have do we have any prizes left over? I just thought of that. We should probably give a few.
No, he already said last prize of the night, but
do you
want
I'm
to
sorry.
prize Nate again?
Just in case you have any leftover you want to toss out. I didn't hear that last time.
Yeah, let me go ahead and pull some. And it'll take me about a couple minutes because
Okay, you do that. We'll take one more question.
Take me a couple minutes.
All right, thank you.
Okay, we will take another question or two.
Yeah, but anyways, active blocks. I've been adding a few active elements into the game, trying to see how players are using them. Which is actually for this release, the latest one was I changed the riposte skill to be an active one. So if you actually parry somebody, then you can use the riposte skill rather than being a defensive skill. They get some use. I also get a lot of complaints that people just aren't fast enough. It's tough coming up with a blocked arrows where it's not just going to be obvious the arrows hit you and then you blocked. Because people want their arrows to move fast. We get complaints already about the fireball moves too slow. I try to cast a fireball and it moves really slow across the screen. That's like actually the ground targeted fireball. If we slow the arrows down to the point where they actually could be reacted to, it would be quite challenging. Now, again, using the non-active block that lasts for about 20 seconds is still the best bet. But having something that you could do after you block, like you block and then you actually block an arrow, that's the type of stuff we can do, and that is the type of stuff I'm trying to get in there. There's 4 or 5 of them in there already, but I'll continue to get more of those active response skills in there, where basically somebody does something happens, you respond to it within a certain amount of time, you get a big bonus. And I already mentioned, but I think riposte is now the most powerful skill in the game if used correctly. Go use it.
So, and the best way to use it is if something hits you within a certain period of time.
If you parry somebody who hits you, the way it's currently set up is you can be attacked by 4 guys. If you parry, you will probably get a parry on one of them if you're anything at all. And then if you get any parry on any one of them, you can then immediately turn that into an attack on somebody else with a riposte. And then it basically does about a 2x damage or 1.5x damage hit. More powerful than a thrust attack, and it can't be blocked, parried, or dodged by the target. So.
Love it. Skillful, thoughtful combat. Love
Speaking
it.
of still skillful and thoughtful, the prizes after the last prizes of the night. So, special prizing. 10 Kodos, Carry Death. 10 Kodos, Calicano. 10 Kodos, Nick the Rat. 10 Kodos, Archer. I'm going crazy. Let's give away more. Bank upgrade, Kibi. Bank upgrade, Malcolm. Yeah, we're not done yet. Wooden duck pet, Nico. Wooden duck pet, Stugatz. And Richard, what do you think I should give away for the last one?
Uh-oh. Why don't you give away a Star Citizen Airship City Home?
Oh, that's a big one. And Findian Burrows wins the Star Citizen Airship City Home.
R43, I do believe we will be hitting. I've already seen enough progress. I'm pretty confident we will hit cutting the load times in half or more. Cities and other maps everywhere.
Half the load times would be a miracle, a godsend, a thing to be celebrated on its own.
And then we would want to cut that in half again too, so because that would get it down into the 5 to 10 second or less range for players. So let's see. Barrett, when will start on world map go away? I don't know why I keep saying that.
Why does it have to go away?
Because I secretly know all the answers.
Players kind of use it as an exploit. There's a bunch of these things that are like we have them in there for both convenience and because we're kind of debugging. The main reason we've left it in there is there's times where it's like, okay, well here's a really bad situation where I cannot get out of the scene, and your only real option is to like exit out and then go back and do a start on overworld. But the problem is, just like many other things, there's some things in there that are left in for player convenience that
can
be used as exploits by the malicious players out there. That is one of those things that players misuse. It same thing. Stuck is another one that like the whole / stuck that we have.
Even with that long lead time is still enough.
Yeah, and then we catch quite frequently like, oh, this guy did a / stuck like 100 times, which actually happened in this release. But anyways, yeah, so I don't see it going away soon when we are probably post-launch, we'll probably get to a point of confidence where we can say it can go away, or maybe only have it for some scenes, and make it a per scene type thing where we can turn it on. So when we add a new scene for a while, it'll be you can do start on overworld map. And then there's just other scenes where it doesn't matter if you can't do it. The ones where people kind of use it as an exploit is like, oh, I'm in a dungeon and the quickest way out is exit out, come back, start on the world.
Yeah, and also it seems to me like if the slash duck can always get you out, and if we then put a limiter on slash duck, like every time you use it, it takes twice as long or something,
Mhm.
then anyway, maybe some other way to fix it.
Kron Caledon, Barrick, what negative effects does Purify remove? Right now, not that much. I actually forget what it removes.
I'm gonna make a quick pit stop, and in a couple minutes we have like, oh wait,
but,
Scott Jones wanted to come in here too, but I'll be fighting him on the way back.
But it will be removing some more things. I'm going to be adding Confusion and also Torpid Torment and a few other things to things that Purify removes. I meant to do that this release, but again, speaking of chaos, this release was for me. Any lot platforming in planning? Any water lot platform in planning? Thinking of doing some farming on it, maybe hydroponic version or something. I have not heard talks about that. Is sadly one of those things. Star is kind of the owner of all housing expansion type stuff. And now I'm just going to stall with Richard gone, and we've got somebody else about to come in. Can we get it so furniture can be dyed? Probably not. We already have it so you can craft different types of different woods and different looks and stuff like that. We probably will not have dyed, but yeah, I can agree with the furniture stuff. Let's see. Broke model. How's the server bandwidth throttle limited per account? I have been hitting lag spikes and have about 1,000 megabytes a second up and down fiber connection. Just started last update. That is actually not your connection. That is not anything other than we believe it actually has to do more with the Unity changing how they do garbage collection in larger chunks. And then players have been seeing it as well. It's not just lag. It's
everybody upgrade to Google Fiber. Right?
I'm on Google Fiber. It's awesome. I just like to mention that, rub it in people up here. But anyways, that is almost certainly not your connection. It's almost certainly not our connection. We never get anywhere close to it. We're on a 7 gigabit fiber connection. That is almost certainly the changes that went in that make it so we have some nasty garbage collection. We hope to have that addressed in R43. That's one of the 3 performance points that we will be hitting for R43.
Okay, that's the last question. We are seconds away from the end, so I'd like to invite everybody to come in. Everybody who would like to, please come and join us here in the camera room. Come on, we're here right at the end. Come join us. We're in the last few seconds. Everybody come on in. Come on in, come on in, come on in. And Scott Jones is going to take front and center. Basically, the telethon is coming to a close. First of all, let us say thank you again to everyone who's given us the great support today. We almost made it to the flame plate armor, but missed it by this much. But instead, you all are getting not only our praise and thanks. Everybody here, obviously, praise and thanks to you as well. But everybody who donated at least $5 today is getting glowing smoke virtue symbols, balloon virtue symbols, minor helmets, flame pattern stained glass, fire elemental statues, flame shade shield and scimitars, and flame style leather armor. Sorry, plate guys, we'll have to get to you in another cycle. But thank you, and thank you for supporting us. We're going to run a little bit over here today. It is now 12 o'clock. The telethon itself is officially closed, so thank you. It was a big success. Thank you very much. But within that, one of the things about this team is this team has, well, we have some young members. We have a lot of, the team in the community has a lot of older members. I'm not saying anybody in but we've been around. This tribe has existed now through a number of incarnations, and we have deep friendships that run over long spans of time within the community, with our development team. And there was a ripple in the force recently that I think Scott would like to talk to everybody a little bit as our closing.
So as we close tonight, I want to speak a few words of reverence, and I want to introduce that by helping you all understand that just as you see many of us here now, we constitute sort of a close-knit group of people, Everybody knows everybody in this industry from back in the old days. And so, it's a lot of creative force, a lot of creative people. And when we deal with the forces of creativity, when we deal with creating such things of great passion, you have people who give of themselves thoroughly, wholeheartedly, and you take the good and you take the bad, because these kinds of creative events are both glorious and they're stressful. And we've seen a lot of good people come and go. And so the reverence I would like to show tonight is for a friend of ours. His name is Joe Rabbit, and he passed just recently. And his loss has been felt by a great many of us who knew him personally from way back in the days when we used to work together at Origin. He literally moved here at the behest of one of our other artists and came with him and trained at Origin for a while until he was hired full time, just like I was. We started off with almost no skills, and we were given everything in house because there were no schools at that time. There were no places to go to learn. So it was really a deep family affair, and so it was a weight on our hearts to hear that our friend passed. And the reason why I picked this specific piece that I want to read, because without going into anything else flowery at all, I'm going to let another artist do the talking, an artist who, very much like our friend Joe, is full of both light and dark. Like I said, it's a balance here. And this fellow who wrote this piece that reminded me so much of Joe and his trials and tribulations, and reminds us all really of the toll of creativity. So this piece was written back in 1922 and is written by one of my favorite authors who also had a bit of light and dark. His name was Howard Philip Lovecraft. This was a piece, a very sweet piece, written by him. When age fell upon the world and wonder went out of the minds of men, when gray cities reared to smoky skies tall towers grim and ugly, in whose shadow none might dream of the sun or of spring's flowering meads. When learning stripped the earth of her mantle of beauty, and poets sang no more, save of twisted phantoms seen with bleared and inward-looking eyes. When these things had come to pass, and childish hopes had gone away forever, it seemed, there was a man who traveled out of life on a quest into the spaces whither the world's dreams had fled. Of the name and abode of this man but little is written, for they were of the waking world only, and yet it is said that both were obscure. It is enough to know that he dwelt in a city of high walls where sterile twilight reigned, and that he toiled all day among shadow and turmoil, coming home at evening to a room whose one window opened not on fields and groves, but on a dim court where other windows stared in dull despair. From that casement one might see only walls and windows, except sometimes when one leaned far out and peered aloft at the small stars that passed, and because mere walls and windows must soon drive to madness a man who dreams and reads much. The dweller in that room used night after night to lean out and peer aloft to glimpse some fragment of things beyond the waking world and the grayness of tall cities. After years, he began to call the slow-sailing stars by name and to follow them in fancy when they glided regretfully out of sight, until at last and at length his vision opened to many secret vistas whose existence no common eye suspects. And one night, a mighty gulf was bridged, and the dream-haunted skies swelled down to the lonely watcher's window to merge with the close air of his room and make him a part of their fabulous wonder. There came to that room wild streams of violet midnight glittering with dust of gold, vortices of dust and fire swirling out of the ultimate spaces and heavy with perfumes from beyond the worlds. Opiate oceans poured there, litten by suns that the eye may never behold, and having in their whirlpools strange dolphins and sea nymphs of unrememberable deeps. Noiseless infinity eddied around the dreamer and wafted him away without even touching the body that leaned stiffly from the lonely window. And for days not counted in men's calendars, the tides of far spheres bore him gently to join the dreams for which he had longed all his life. The dreams that men have lost. And in the course of many cycles, they tenderly left him sleeping on a green sunrise shore, a green shore fragrant with lotus blossoms and starred by the flowers of red camelot. The end.
So here's to Joe. Thank you, Scott. And for those who wish, a final toast to, in this case, our fallen comrade, Joe Rabbit. Anybody would like to join? Anybody? Pass it around if you'd like. You got one? Cheers. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Cheers, cheers.
Cheers, everyone, and thank you. Thank you so much for joining us this night. We thank you very much, and we hope you all have a very pleasant evening.